a young man found himself reborn a year into the past. Instead of choosing to become a mechanic as he had before, he wrote cultivation on his application form. The classroom erupted into chaos. A student jumped up, incredulously pointing at Qin Chuan's application. Cultivation? Qin Chuan, are you serious about this choice? What age do you think we're living in? These two words were like a bombshell, causing a stir among his classmates. 200 years ago, the world underwent a massive transformation, with beasts running rampant. Despite having battle armor, humanity struggled against these fierce creatures. It wasn't until the emergence of the awakened individuals capable of flight and defeating glass beasts with a single strike that the tide began to turn. In today's world, 2 out of every 3 people can awaken extraordinary powers. Those who cannot either pilot battle armor or develop equipment. Cultivation, however, is an ancient art lost 2 centuries ago, regarded merely as a wellness practice. For 100 years, not a single student in any of Lan City's 18 high schools had shown interest in it. Qin Chuan calmly finished signing his application. He was Qin Chuan, yet not the Qin Chuan of this timeline. On September 4th of the following year, the moon would shatter, unleashing demons far more powerful than the beasts who would wreak havoc on the world. In his previous life, he was a 1-star mechanic who watched helplessly as his parents died saving him. After his death, he traversed to another world, where he acquired the 3 Lives Creation Manual and honed his skills over a millennium, becoming a transcendent cultivator. He trained relentlessly to return to the day of the demon's arrival. However, he was betrayed during his celestial tribulation and unexpectedly reborn a year before the disaster. Qin Chuan, if you're choosing cultivation, we won't team up with you for this exam, Zhang Shuya said, approaching with 4 teammates, her eyes filled with disappointment. A month ago, the 6 of them had agreed to team up, but seeing Qin Chuan choose cultivation, they quickly distanced themselves. Laughter erupted around him, with predictions of him setting the worst exam record. Yet, all Qin Chuan could think about was how to gather funds for his path to cultivation. In this world, where spiritual energy was scarce, he needed resources rich in spiritual energy to cultivate. The homeroom teacher, Zhang Hailu, tried to persuade him earnestly, but Qin Chuan remained resolute. At home, his parents had prepared a lavish dinner. Afterward, his father handed him a bank card containing their savings from over 20 years. Neither your mom nor I ever awakened. I tried to become a mechanic, and she tried to be a researcher, but we weren't cut out for it. This card has 560,000. It's all we can give you. In that moment, the once mighty transcendent cultivator stood frozen. Memories of his parents' sacrifice intertwined with the warmth of the present scene. A 1,000-year-old nightmare resurfaced as Qin Chuan gripped the bank card tightly, thinking, "This is why I came back." Qin Chuan, currently strapped for cash, didn't hesitate. With the money in hand, he headed straight to the largest pharmacy nearby, Ruikong Pharmacy. The place was bustling, with people coming and going, occupying an entire building. Electronic prompts echoed through the air. Coagulation powder available at the left self-service machine, energy boost decoction at the right self-service machine. Today's stock of grain pill is 4,365. Hurry while stocks last. In this era, awakened individuals relied heavily on various potions for both daily training and hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness. Pharmacies, martial arts halls, and weapon manufacturing were the top 3 lucrative industries. Around their neighborhood, pharmacies were especially common. Qin Chuan approached an information kiosk and quickly scanned the product list. The screen displayed detailed descriptions and prices of various potions. Even the most basic energy boost decoction cost 10,000 per dose. He scrolled to the end, finding only potions and no raw herbs. "Is there anything I can help you with?" A pretty saleswoman in a pharmacy uniform approached him. "Do you have ginseng, snow lotus, or white chi herbs here?" Qin Chuan inquired. The saleswoman looked surprised. "We primarily sell finished potions. The vitality and blood strengthening decoction and the essence restoring decoction contain ginseng and snow lotus, along with other valuable herbs. Their effects are comparable to using the herbs alone." Qin Chuan shook his head, more interested in the spiritual energy within the expensive herbs than their effects. As he was about to leave, the saleswoman quickly stopped him. "Please wait a moment. We have a branch that specializes in selling herbs. They might have what you need." Although selling herbs didn't earn her a commission, she didn't want to lose a customer. After navigating through narrow corridors, taking elevators up and down, and making several turns for nearly 10 minutes, a faint herbal aroma finally wafted through the air. Pushing open the door, he found a distinctly different pharmacy where a bespectacled elderly man was quietly reading. "Mr. Chi, this customer is looking for herbs," the saleswoman respectfully informed him. "Got it. You can go back to your duties," Mr. Chi replied, setting down his book and scrutinizing the young man before him. "Young man, what are you looking for?" "Herbs, the older, the better," Qin Chuan replied. After some operations on the computer, Mr. Chi turned to Qin Chuan. Quickly, Qin Chuan picked out ginseng, snow lotus, and a 1,000-year-old lingji. Mr. Chi was somewhat surprised. Not many young people could recognize such precious herbs. He retrieved 3 exquisite boxes from a wooden cabinet, each containing a valuable herb. You can look, but don't touch, Mr. Chi cautioned as Qin Xuan examined them closely. How much? Qin Xuan asked, sensing the faint spiritual energy emanating from the herbs. 35,000 per piece, totaling 105,000, Mr. Chi stated. Qin Xuan frowned. He only had a little over 50,000. After some negotiation, he said, 35,000 is too steep. This luo hua fruit only costs 10,000. Ginseng's effect is equivalent to 20 luo hua fruits. Considering its age and rarity, 25,000 at most. Mr. Chi's eyes lit up. You've got a keen eye for someone so young. But this is wild ginseng from the wilderness zone. Taking it before 18 can enhance the awakening chance. That alone adds 10,000 to the price. He then offered cultivated ginseng, but Qin Xuan noticed it lacked spiritual energy and declined. At this moment, a rugged middle-aged man with a scarred face entered the shop, tossed a bloody backpack onto the counter, and lit a cigarette. Old Chi, tally it up. So quick this time? Mr. Chi chuckled, opening the backpack to reveal a heap of bloodied exotic beast materials: hide, bones, teeth, and more. Quite the haul, I see. Not too bad, the middle-aged man said, grinning to reveal a set of yellowed teeth. Ran into 2 level beasts. Took out a few of my buddies, and now they're all dreaming of Paris. Hurry up, number 9 is waiting for me. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and quickly tapped a few buttons. Rounded it up to 2 million for you. I've sent it. Old Chi picked up his phone to confirm the transfer. All right, remember to prepare some medicine for me. I'll come by tomorrow to pick it up. The middle-aged man got up to leave, never once looking Qin Xuan in the eye. Does your pharmacy also buy beast materials? Qin Xuan asked. While tidying up the materials, Old Chi explained, in these times, those who have awakened are expected to venture into the wild zones to hunt beasts. The government provides benefits, but they also require them to complete a set number of hunts each month. Some of them make a living out of it. It's the most legitimate career choice. He gestured in the direction the middle-aged man had left. That guy is in the business. He can earn millions in one trip. It's a pity Thuff's not settled down, and all his earnings go into buying medicine and spending it all in Paris. Once the middle-aged man's figure disappeared completely, Old Chi turned to Qin Xuan, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Young man, how about making a deal? What kind of deal? I could tell you're short on cash, Old Chi said bluntly. I can give you these 3 herbs, but there's a condition. What condition? I see you know a lot about these herbs. Work at my shop, and these 3 herbs will be your payment. Qin Xuan thought for a moment, then shook his head. No time. Old Chi tapped the counter with his fingers and proposed a compromise. How about this? People often come here to sell herbs from the wild zones. Sometimes I come across peculiar types that I'm not sure about. I could use your expertise then. How does that sound? All right, Qin Xuan agreed. On the surface, it seemed like he was getting the better end of the deal, but with his discerning eye, helping Old Chi identify herbs was actually a huge benefit for Old Chi. If he hadn't just been reborn and in need of money, he wouldn't have bothered for even $1 million or $1 billion. Great. I hope you can surprise me next time we meet. Old Chi handed the 3 boxes to Qin Xuan and continued to sort through the materials. Once Qin Xuan's footsteps faded outside the door, Old Chi slowly looked up. This young man was calm and composed, clearly destined for great things. Although Old Chi prided himself on his ability to read people, this young man took him by surprise. Speaking with him felt like conversing with a seasoned elder rather than a vibrant youth. $1 million wasn't much to Old Chi, but the chance to connect with a promising young man was a worthwhile investment. As for having Qin Xuan evaluate herbs, that was just a pretext. Their pharmacy had professional analysis equipment, and having spent a lifetime in the herb trade, his eye for quality certainly surpassed that of a young man. After obtaining the medicinal herbs, Qin Xuan immediately took a taxi to Yun Lake Park. This park is one of the most renowned in Lan City, famous for its vast lake. Since his rebirth, he discovered that the concentration of spiritual energy here is slightly higher than in the surrounding areas, so he often comes here to cultivate. As night fell, the park was brightly lit. The landscape trees glowed with a verdant sheen under the lights, and the place was bustling with visitors. Children played and ran around, while the elderly gathered in small groups by the lake, meditating in what they called cultivation. To Qin Xuan, this so-called cultivation was merely a simple way to relax, but he acknowledged that if it helped them balance their body and mind, it could indeed prolong life. Qin Xuan chose a sturdy willow tree to sit under, immediately attracting a few white-haired elders to gather around him. In recent days, they had noticed that being near Qin Xuan during his cultivation left them feeling invigorated, so they often intentionally drew closer. Qin Xuan didn't mind and focused on practicing the Sanqing creation technique. As he operated the technique, the sparse spiritual energy in the area began to gather, making the willow branches appear even more lush. The elders felt rejuvenated, their faces glowing with vitality as if they had become 10 years younger. By late night, the moonlight was cold and clear. The park was nearly deserted, with even the elders having left. Seeing that the time was right, Qin Xuan drew a small spirit absorption array on the ground and placed the 3 herbs within it. With his former level of cultivation, he didn't need to refine pills. A simple array was enough to perfectly absorb the spiritual energy from the herbs. The spirit absorption array emitted a soft glow as the herbs quickly withered, their essence transforming into visible spiritual mist that Qin Xuan absorbed into his body. He held his breath, concentrating all his efforts on breaking through. By dawn, a mist hovered over Yun Lake, with the rising sun casting a golden hue over the fog, creating a scene akin to a fairyland. Qin Xuan, who had remained motionless throughout the night, suddenly opened his eyes, which shone with a bright light. He exhaled deeply, feeling the long-lost flow of spiritual energy within him had successfully advanced to the first level of qi refinement. In the 9 major stages of cultivation, qi refinement is the initial phase, but it already allows one to wield minor spells and possess self-defense capabilities. Qin Xuan resolved silently. In this lifetime, he would advance steadily, perfecting each stage to return to his peak. After he left, the elderly morning exercisers noticed the array pattern on the ground. An elder named Wei, with youthful vigor despite his white hair, examined it closely and tried sitting within it, immediately feeling a powerful surge through his body. He then instructed a capable young man accompanying him to investigate the origin of the pattern. It was still early when Qin Xuan returned home, washed away the impurities from his body, changed his clothes, and headed to school. Although with his cultivation level he didn't need to take the college entrance exam, he knew that soon the Ministry of Education would hold the first Tianming Cup competition. Winning the championship in this competition would not only bring immense attention but, more importantly, provide abundant cultivation resources. In this world, where spiritual energy is scarce, even with his experience, it was difficult to obtain sufficient resources on his own. Until his strength was fully restored, leveraging external resources was undoubtedly a wise choice. For Qin Xuan, the college entrance exam was more than just a test. It was a crucial step toward competing in the Destiny Cup. On this day, as he walked into Class 6 of the 3rd year, the chatter in the classroom abruptly ceased. The change in Qin Xuan was obvious, exuded an aura of detachment that made his classmates, who were ready to mock him, instinctively fall silent and step back. Despite this, a few couldn't resist making snide remarks. "Oh, look who's here, our class's cultivation master. The unrivaled #1 in the world of cultivation." However, the expected laughter didn't follow, leaving the instigators awkwardly standing out. As the homeroom teacher, Zhang Hailu, entered the classroom, she noticed the students' restlessness and promptly began explaining the important points of the college entrance exam. She emphasized that the joint exam would take place in exam venue 38, an abandoned city in the wilderness. She then detailed the point system for the exotic beasts. Level accounted for 50, each worth 1 point. Level for 35, each worth 10 points. Level for 10, each worth 100 points. And a level for 5, each worth 1,000 points. Zhang Hailu specifically warned, level and a level beasts are like bonus questions, mainly targeting the top 3 schools and gifted awakeners. Our class should stay away from the city center and avoid high-level beasts. She paused, casting a complex glance over the class. She further explained the differences in awakening levels. 99 are ordinary awakeners, with only 1 being top-grade awakeners who possess special skills. Given that there were no top-grade awakeners in the class, she stressed the importance of knowing one's limits to prevent unnecessary casualties. Last year, the minimum score for a bachelor's degree in Lon City was 800 points. The top 10 in the class have a chance to aim for it. The rest should aim for 300 points to get into a decent college, Zhang Hailu advised. Points can be contested during the exam, so upload them immediately when the system opens on the 3rd day. The supply pack contains a points recorder to scan beast materials for points. Under the principal's direction, all students gathered orderly on the playground to receive their supplies. When the option cultivation was announced, the principal's eyes widened in surprise. What? Who in our school chose cultivation? This rewrite maintains all the original plot elements while enhancing readability with a tighter structure and vivid detail, making the story more engaging. In the resource allocation phase of the college entrance exam, students with different aspirations receive different equipment packages. Awakeners are given cold weapons custom-made by the Ministry of Education, mechanics receive basic mechanical exoskeletons, and researchers are equipped with basic firearms. These tools are sufficient to handle level beasts, but are less effective against level and above, where only awakeners possess true hunting capabilities. The Ministry's intention is clear: to ensure that mechanics and researchers gain practical experience through actual combat. The principal was presiding over the distribution ceremony when he read out Xiuzhen, an unprecedented aspiration, causing an uproar among the attendees. The students in line eagerly searched for this unique practitioner as if on a treasure hunt. Initially surprised, the principal soon smiled with pride, feeling honored to have such talent in his school. A staff member handed a backpack and a combat knife to the principal. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Chuan calmly walked onto the stage. The students, noticing his unremarkable appearance, chuckled good-naturedly, as if observing a rare spectacle. Noticing Qin Chuan's extraordinary demeanor, the principal offered him the chance to reconsider his choice of aspiration. This was both an act of cherishing talent and a concern for the school's reputation if the term Xiuzhen were to spread, especially since other schools were boasting about their top-tier awakeners defeating A-level beasts. However, Qin Chuan simply shook his head in refusal. When Qin Chuan returned to his classmates avoided eye contact. Just then, a tall girl with ice blue hair, Qi Shueyao, the only female among the school's 7 top-tier awakeners, passed by class 6. Her subtle glance at Qin Chuan immediately drew the class attention. Following her was Bei Ninghua, a top-tier awakener with flame abilities, causing the girls to gasp in awe. A commotion ensued in the class. Prompted by a joke, a slightly overweight girl pinned a skinny boy to the ground in a lesson until the homeroom teacher, Zhang Hailu, intervened. 20 minutes later, over 1,000 examinees, led by the principal, headed towards the large helipad at the school gate, where military transport planes were ready to take them to the wilderness examination venue. At this moment, the principal rushed back to his office to log into an online meeting with 27 other principals. When urged by his peers, he cryptically remarked, "When you see the information on our school's candidates, don't be too shocked." The other principals were skeptical, doubting that anything remarkable could come from School 13, let alone a third-year top awakener. In a brightly lit conference room, 28 principals were attending a unique meeting via virtual projection. Principal Chen had just uploaded the latest student exam information, and the other principals immediately began reviewing it. "What? Cultivation?" someone suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. "Old Chen, you're really starting them young, aren't you? Training cultivators from the age of 70 or 80 takes some guts." The other principals couldn't help but chuckle when they saw the information about the cultivator Qin Chuan. Principal Chun could only smile wryly, having anticipated such a reaction. "Aside from this cultivator, the other results are quite good," he explained. "There are 7 top-grade awakeners, and 5 have already advanced to the 2nd tier. Everyone's here," one principal said. "Remember to come to the 23 red floor conference room at Bayan building on the 3rd day to watch the exam rankings together." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures suddenly vanished. They were the principals from Shang-Sanzhong. Show-offs. The remaining 25 principals thought to themselves. Shang-Sanzhong schools always dominate the top 200 spots every year. They have the right to be arrogant. If we could have just one student make it into the top 200, we'd be just as proud. In Lon City's educational system, there is a strict hierarchy from classes to schools. Classes have elite study groups, schools have special focus classes, and the entire city boasts 3 top high schools known as Shang-Sanzhong. These schools have the best teachers and facilities, with top-grade awakeners aplenty and no shortage of second-tier awakeners. Meanwhile, on a military aircraft, the candidates were on their way to the exam site. Many were sneaking glances at Qin Chuan, who was resting with his eyes closed and whispering among themselves. "I heard he hasn't even awakened and was abandoned by his former team. Who wants to carry dead weight?" Cultivation is a path usually chosen by those who are nearing the end of their lives. "What's he thinking?" "You're thinking small," someone joked. "By the time we're old, he might still be this young." The military aircraft arrived above exam site 38, and as the hatch opened, humid air rushed into the cabin. The candidates parachuted down, landing in a vine-covered ruin. Qin Chuan walked alone amidst the ruins, with mosquitoes and insects surprisingly avoiding him. A 5-person team spotted him and observed from a distance. "A 1 in 1,000 chance, and we actually encountered this cultivator. How long do you think he can last? If he survives more than 10 minutes against a beast, I'll bow to him." Just then, 3 nearly 1-meter tall wolf dogs emerged from the ruins, baring their teeth as they approached the unaware Qin Chuan. The 5 gripped their battle knives, ready to come to his rescue at any moment. On the ruins, a mutated wolf dog stood tall, its eerie green eyes gleaming with a chilling light, fixed intently on Qin Chuan's back. Its hind leg muscles tensed suddenly, and the force of its leap left a large crater in the debris beneath. Qin Chuan gave the wolf dog only a cursory glance, his expression serene to the point of indifference. "What an idiot!" muttered one of the 5 students hiding behind the ruins. To them, Qin Chuan's actions seemed like a death wish. These wolf dogs were not domesticated pets. Their claws could easily tear through large trees, and their pouncing force rivaled that of a speeding motorcycle. Even awakened individuals like themselves would be incapacitated if hit head-on, let alone an ordinary person who hadn't awakened. Just as the wolf dog was about to pounce on Qin Chuan, the 5 prepared to intervene, but what unfolded before their eyes was beyond belief. In the blink of an eye, Qin Chuan made his move. His fists blurred as he unleashed 3 rapid punches. Thud. Thud, thud. With 3 heavy thuds, the fearsome wolf dog was sent flying like a cannonball. One of them crashed heavily into the grass in front of the 5 students, blood oozing from its mouth, and after a few futile struggles, it lay lifeless. Li Ming, broad and burly, looked down at the grayed beast's corpse at his feet, momentarily speechless. The other 4 students stood frozen, their weapons almost slipping from their grasp. He actually killed 3 mutated wolf dogs, someone stammered. Did any of you see how he punched? A wide-eyed girl asked. Li Ming swallowed hard. How would I know? With that kind of power, he must be at least a heaven rank awakened. Could it be that he's already awakened and just chose cultivation to draw attention? The girl speculated. Though no one else spoke, they seemed to agree with her. To them, the idea of a cultivator being that strong was as absurd as claiming a security guard is a martial arts master. Just then, Qin Xuan walked towards them. Without a word or a glance at Li Ming and the others, he used his combat knife to collect the sharp teeth of the wolf dog and put them in his backpack before turning to leave. Only after his figure disappeared did the 5 students let out a collective sigh of relief. His presence is more intimidating than a second-tier heaven rank awakened, Li Ming said, still shaken. He's actually quite handsome, the girl whispered, blushing. Yeah, right, just showing off, the skinny boy grumbled, though his eyes still held a trace of awe. The girl quickly retorted. Who was it that said they'd bow if Qin Xuan lasted 10 minutes against the beast? The skinny boy's face turned sour, but he gritted his teeth and knelt, bowing deeply in the direction Qin Xuan had gone. Seriously? You're really doing it? The others burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan, with his heightened senses after advancing to the Qi refinement stage, was already aware of everything. But a few first-tier awakened individuals were not worth his attention. After securing the 3 beast fangs, he headed straight towards the center of the ruined city. The candidates from the 28 high schools in Lan City were transported to the outskirts of the examination area. This zone was fraught with danger, governed by a cardinal rule. The closer to the center, the more formidable the beasts. Naturally, the more capable students headed towards the center, while those less confident opted to hunt lower-level beasts on the periphery to accumulate points. For the average student, hunting beasts on the outskirts was enough to reach the minimum university entrance score of 300 points. However, Qin Xuan had higher aspirations. She aimed to compete in the Destiny Cup, which required placing in the top 50 of Lan City's entrance exam. Thus, venturing into the city center to hunt beasts of F level and above was his only option. Although his current cultivation level was at the first layer of Qi refinement, equivalent to the strength of a second-tier ordinary awakener, which typically would only allow him to barely handle level beasts, Qin Xuan was no ordinary candidate. He had once roamed the cultivation world for centuries, mastering many secret techniques of major sections. With this foundation, even dealing with level beasts was well within his capabilities. As he navigated through the ruins, a dilapidated church caught his eye. A small team emerged from the church, and one of them froze upon seeing Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan? That familiar voice instantly brought back memories for Qin Xuan. It was Chen Hao, his good friend since elementary school. They had been classmates through elementary and middle school, only being separated in high school. In his previous life, when he failed the awakening ceremony, Chen Hao was the only friend who stayed by his side. During that bleak summer, it was Chen Hao who dragged him out to exercise, dine, and drink, helping him out of his gloom. They parted ways when they went to different universities, seeing each other last during the winter break of their first year. Like many young people, they spent the night drinking at a street stall, dreaming about the future. However, soon after, the moon fractured, demons descended, and chaos engulfed the world. The next news he received was that Chen Hao had fallen on the battlefield. Seeing his spirited friend now, Qin Xuan was overwhelmed with emotions. He remembered Chen Hao once saying that being born in troubled times was the perfect opportunity to make a name for oneself. Unfortunately, in the previous life, he had not truly grown before the apocalypse struck. In this life, Qin Xuan vowed, no matter what, to give his friend a fighting chance. Chen Hao casually blocked Qin Xuan's path. What's going on with you these days? Ever since the awakening ceremony, you've been on leave and your phone's unreachable. Every time I try to find you, you're never around. And today, when I saw you picking up your gear, I noticed you chose cultivation. Is everything all right? I'm fine, Qin Xuan replied calmly. Having been reborn, he was accustomed to the ways of the cultivation world and rarely used electronic devices like phones, which naturally led to missed calls from Chen Hao. As for being hard to find, it was because he often went to Ian Lake to train. Chen Hao glanced around, frowning slightly. You're alone? What about Zhang Shuya and the others? I heard they wanted to ditch you after the awakening ceremony. Is it true? Damn, that woman really could do something like that. I told you to team up with me, but you insisted on going with her. Anyway, since you're alone now, just come with me. Chen Hao's words stirred up forgotten memories for Qin Xuan. In his previous life, he did join Zhang Shuya's team because of her. During college, they had a brief romantic entanglement, but she gradually distanced herself after meeting a more outstanding senior. After experiencing 1,000 years in the cultivation world and encountering countless remarkable fairies, the memory of Zhang Shuya had faded like a cloud, only resurfacing because of Qian Hao's mention. What? Still can't let go? Qian Hao advised. Zhang Shuya may seem interested in you now, but the moment she finds someone better, she'll drop you without a second thought. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, thinking Qian Hao was spot on. How's your score? Got any beast teeth? Qian Hao patted his chest confidently. We're planning to check out the exam grounds and hunt a few great beasts. Stick with me, and you'll score a few hundred points and get into college with ease. Sure. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. He had intended to explore the city center, and traveling with Qian Hao was convenient. That's the spirit. With the two of us, the invincible duo, we're going to crush the entrance exams. Qian Hao excitedly recalled the nickname they came up with in middle school. You'll rack up 2,000 points and show Zhang Shuya what she's missing. Qian Hao then introduced his three classmates. Wei Tao, Du Ming, and Li Hai, all from my class. They're pretty strong, ranking in the top 100 at school. Qin Chuan is a good friend of mine, so look out for him. Qin Chuan simply nodded. His calm demeanor, however, left Wei Tao and the others feeling slighted. To them, someone who hadn't awakened and chose cultivation seemed too indifferent. Though they didn't confront him out of respect for Qian Hao, they secretly resolved to make Qin Chuan aware of his standing. I heard nearly everyone in the top 200 at third high school is a second-tier awakener. It's insane, someone remarked. Well, students at third high are all wealthy and privileged. It's no surprise they've been groomed with family resources to reach the second tier, Li Hai said with a tone of resentment. If I had those resources, I'd probably be third tier by now. Not just them. I read online that this year's batch of second-tier awakeners among the candidates is the largest in Lon City's history. The college admission scores will likely be pushed up because of them. Amidst the ruins, a group of awakened individuals were eagerly discussing the college entrance exams. These second-tier awakened ones can solo level beasts. They'll easily score at least 2,000 points in the 3-day assessment. One of them said excitedly. You're thinking too small. Another person shook their head in disagreement. Those second-tier top-grade awakened ones have family resources backing them. Taking down an Flevel beast is nothing significant. Speaking of Flevel beasts, someone pondered aloud. Do you think anyone will manage to solo in a level beast this time? Solo in a level beast? Are you kidding? Others immediately retorted. No one in the history of Lon City's exams has achieved that. It requires the level of a third-tier top-grade awakened one. Only geniuses from central cities like Jin City might have that capability. Qin Chuan, being someone reborn, wasn't particularly interested in these discussions and simply listened to his companions' chatter. My goal is simple, Du Ming sighed. Kill more level beasts, hunt down a couple of Flevel ones, and score 1,000 points. Even if the competition is fierce, that should be enough to get into a top university. That's not very ambitious. Wei Tao chuckled. We've already got around 200 points in just half a day. Getting 1,000 in 3 days should be a breeze. Du Ming glanced at Qin Chuan and said with a subtle tone, True. Even though we've added a new member, we should still be able to reach our previous score with some effort. As a seasoned veteran with a millennium of experience in the cultivation world, Qin Chuan could see through Du Ming's dissatisfaction, but he merely smiled calmly. Sensing the tension, Qian Hao quickly interjected, Later, I'll share my points with Qin Chuan, so your scores won't change. Qian Hao, what are you saying? Wei Tao and Li Hai quickly tried to smooth things over. Du Ming is just talking. Don't take it to heart. However, their glances at Qin Chuan still carried a hint of resentment, clearly blaming his inclusion for the team's discord. Just then, Qin Chuan suddenly looked towards the ruins ahead on the right. His keen senses detected a more powerful beast approaching, likely a level one. The others also halted and cautiously scanned their surroundings. Wei Tao frowned and said, Be careful, I smell the stench of beasts nearby. Qian Hao moved closer to Qin Chuan and whispered, Stick close to me later. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of beasts charging emerged from the ruins ahead. 18 beasts burst forth. 1 level tank pig, 12 level wolf dogs, and 5 level twin-tailed lynxes. I'll take Qin Chuan to hold off the level tank pig. You guys take care of the level beasts as quickly as possible. Qian Hao instructed with a serious expression. The other three cast Qin Chuan a complex glance but didn't say much more, grabbing their battle knives and charging forward. The physical prowess of the awakened far surpasses that of ordinary people. Facing an level beast is as easy for them as dealing with a household pet. Armed with a battle knife and exercising a bit of caution, they can easily take one down. However, level beasts pose a greater challenge, with physical capabilities nearly double that of level beasts, even surpassing a first-level awakened. Yet, with the support of special techniques, the awakened can still match the strength of a level beast, and with full effort, they can even defeat it. At this moment, a massive tank pig was engaged in a standoff with Qian Hao. True to its name, This creature had formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, making it difficult to kill. Chun Hao clearly had no intention of tackling this level beast alone. His agile movements were as graceful as a swallow, weaving through the ruins with skill that even Qin Chuan would find impressive, indicating his rigorous training. While Chun Hao kept the tank pig occupied for 4 to 5 minutes, Wei Tao and the others managed to eliminate all the level beasts. Then, they joined forces to attack the tank pig, dispatching all 18 beasts in under 10 minutes and earning 27 points. Such efficiency was commendable in the college entrance exams. As customary, each member received 5 points, with the remaining 2 points reserved. When distributing the beast teeth, those who received the tank pig's teeth needed to supplement with level beast teeth to balance the distribution. In the exams, these materials were valuable for trading. Qin Chuan calmly accepted his 5 beast teeth. Having taken his share of the spoils, he was determined to repay the team with efforts that would far exceed the value of those 5 teeth. Such was his confidence. Du Ming, noticing this, was about to voice his displeasure but was silenced by a sharp look from Wei Tao. Let's move on, Wei Tao advised. We're no longer at the city's edge. Level beasts may appear, so be extra cautious. The latter part was clearly directed at Qin Chuan. Just then, a low goo-goo sound echoed from the ruins, reminiscent of a wild fowl's call. Not good. It's level golden crest ostriches. Wei Tao's face turned pale. These beasts are bloodthirsty and move in groups. Judging by the sound, there are at least 10. Our hunt has attracted them with the scent of blood. Chun Hao frowned, immediately ordering retreat. Their team could handle at most 5 level beasts. Anything beyond that was too dangerous. As they turned to flee, they saw golden-feathered ostrich heads bobbing among the ruins. 5 golden crest ostriches leaped onto the debris, each towering 2 to 3 meters high, their metallic claws and beaks exuding an intimidating presence. Chun Hao and his team were alarmed, quickly fleeing to the right, only to be confronted by 3 more ostriches, flapping their wings and screeching. They're on the left too. Du Ming cried out. We're surrounded. Li Hai exclaimed in despair. Fight! Chun Hao drew his battle knife, and the others prepared for a last stand. Surrounded by a dozen level beasts, any misstep could be fatal. Every year, hundreds of students disappeared during the college entrance exams, swallowed by beasts, and they had no desire to join those ranks. Chun Hao was about to instruct Qin Chuan to stick close for a breakout when a figure darted past, too fast to track. Before they could react, Qin Chuan had already snapped the neck of one golden crest ostrich as if it were a mere chicken. Qin Chuan. Chun Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, but when he looked again, all the ostriches had been dealt with by Qin Chuan, holding several of them in one hand. Qin Chuan appeared to them like a victorious war god, exuding a golden aura. Isn't he supposed to be unawakened? How is he so strong? Li Hai turned to Chun Hao. Chun Hao chuckled wryly. How should I know? He chose cultivation this morning when selecting materials. Is cultivation really this powerful? You've lost your mind. Since when does cultivation grant combat strength? Wei Tao and Du Ming began to argue. As Qin Chuan approached with the ostriches in tow, Du Ming averted his gaze in guilt. Chun Hao laughed heartily, giving Qin Chuan a playful punch. When did you become so powerful? Keeping it a secret just to surprise me, huh? Wow. Taking down level beasts in a flash, are you some kind of top-tier awakened? Qin Chuan shook his head. I'm a cultivator. A cultivator? The 4 of them turned their astonished gazes towards Qin Chuan. Though they had suspected it, common sense made them dismiss the possibility. Wasn't cultivation just a way of maintaining health? How could it possibly grant such formidable combat power? Qin Chuan's admission threw them into a state of cognitive dissonance. Wei Tao furrowed his brows, eyes filled with disbelief, while Chun Hao beamed with genuine happiness for his friend's abilities. Thinking back to when he nervously invited Qin Chuan to join the team, Chun Hao couldn't help but feel a bit reflective. The team was originally formed to achieve scores high enough to get into a key university, and having an unawakened member would undoubtedly hinder their efficiency in hunting beasts. But Qin Chuan was his close buddy, and he was willing to share his own points to help Qin Chuan get into college. Who would have thought that now they were the ones benefiting from Qin Chuan's prowess? Old Du, how did my buddy perform? Chun Hao asked Du Ming with a proud look. Du Ming forced a sheepish smile, his expression shifting uneasily, wishing he could disappear. Ha ha ha, Wei Tao intervened to lighten the mood. If it hadn't been for Qin Chuan, we would have had a tough time dealing with those dozen class beasts. We've really struck gold. Since Qin Chuan is so powerful, I suggest we keep going. We might even score over 1,500 points and get into a first-rate university. Under the exam system, 300 points could get you into an ordinary university, 800 points into a key university, 1,500 points into a first-rate university, and 2,500 points was the threshold for a top-tier university. Each year, only about 300 people in Quanlan City managed to get into the 18 top-tier universities, with 90% coming from upper third high. Wei Tao knew his own limitations, and a first-rate university was his ultimate goal. I agree we should keep going. What do you think, Qin Chuan? Li Hai chimed in, relieved that he hadn't joined Du Ming in ridiculing Qin Chuan, or he'd have no standing to speak now. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Since he had run into Chan Hao, he was more than willing to spend some time helping out his good friend before setting off on his own later. On the evening of the first day of the college entrance exam, as the sun set in the west, Zhang Shuya's 5-member team was cautiously advancing through a weed-infested ruin. Be careful. We're getting close to the city center, and there are great beasts all around, Lin Shun, the bespectacled team member, warned in a hushed tone. What are we afraid of? Tang Yu, who was burly and confident, waved dismissively. We're all first-level awakeners. So what if we encounter a great beast? It's not like we haven't killed one before. The team had a fruitful day of hunting, each member earning around 200 points, boosting his confidence. Exactly, Xiaosong chimed in. When that unawakened guy Qin Chuan was with us, we had to be cautious. Now that he's gone, why should we hold back? This was the 7th or 8th time today that he had belittled Qin Chuan, still resentful of his looks and popularity. A hint of guilt flashed in Zhang Shuya's eyes. Was it right to let him leave the team at the last minute? Without awakening and choosing cultivation, how will he pass the college entrance exam? Dear Miss Zhang, why are you being so soft-hearted? Sun Ling laughed. It's obvious he joined our team because of you. It was fine before, but now that you've awakened and he hasn't, letting him go is for his own good. Otherwise, the deeper he gets, would you really want to be with a cultivator? Hearing Sun Ling's reasoning, Zhang Shuya's guilt dissipated, and she even felt she was doing it for Qin Chuan's benefit. After all, she was an awakener, and their paths were destined to diverge. If Qin Chuan had chosen to be a mechanic, she might have considered it, but only just considered. There's movement ahead. Lin Shen suddenly whispered a warning. The group immediately fell silent, concealing themselves and watching the front with vigilance. A large feline beast emerged from the ruins nearly 3 meters long, taller than a person, entirely black, with 2 golden stripes running from head to tail. His Sanf-grade beast, a double-line golden striped leopard. Xiaosong exclaimed, it's injured. Could a celestial awakener be hunting it? They stared intently ahead, hoping to catch a glimpse of a celestial awakener in action. However, what emerged were 5 familiar figures, among them Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan. Sun Ling looked at Zhang Shuya in disbelief, who was equally shocked. Xiaosong's initially eager expression turned cold instantly. That guy's really lucky to be with Wei Tao and the others. You know them? Zhang Shuya asked. They're awakeners from our school, probably ranked in the top 50. Their team could easily be in the top 30 at school. The group quickly followed. At that moment, Qin Chuan's team was pursuing the heavily injured double-line golden striped leopard. As they crossed a high wall of ruins, Qin Chuan suddenly pulled back the overly eager Chen Hao. Just then, a blade reflecting the golden sunset sliced through the air, pinning the leopard to the ruins. Chen Hao gasped, realizing that if Qin Chuan hadn't stopped him in time, he might have been struck down by that deadly attack. Who is it? Chen Hao angrily turned toward the source of the blade. 3 youths in gray-black school uniforms emerged from the ruins, each exuding an intimidating aura. Celestial awakeners from Shangsan High. Wei Tao and the others recognized the uniforms. Their eyes immediately filled with apprehension. In a corner of the ruins, 2 groups were locked in a tense standoff. On one side stood the students from 13 High, while on the other were 3 top-tier awakened individuals from San High. A young man with short hair, Xiao Zhengqing, casually glanced at Qin Chuan and his companions. His gaze paused briefly on Du Ming's school uniform, immediately recognizing their identity. What are you doing here? Zhao Wenxuan, sporting straight bangs, asked arrogantly. His handsome face bore an expression of disdain. Judging by this scene, are you here to steal our prey? Chen Hao was instantly infuriated by the remark. What do you mean your prey? We wounded and chased this double-line golden leopard here. Oh. Zhao Wenxuan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he pointed to the double-line golden leopard pinned to the ruins wall. Whose knife is that? Chen Hao was momentarily speechless, glaring back in frustration. Wei Tao and the others realized that the opponents were here to snatch their prey, and they clenched their fists. Yet, they knew full well that facing top-tier awakened individuals from Sanhai was a losing battle, even if they all joined forces. Getting injured here would mean an early exit from the college entrance exam, losing the chance to hunt over the next 2 days. With their current efficiency of earning several hundred points daily, especially with Qin Chuan's addition, risking everything for an level beast was not worth it. This beast was killed by the knife, and since the knife is mine, the beast is naturally mine too. Zhao Wenxuan ignored their fury and strode confidently to the double-line golden leopard. He removed the combat knife, deftly flicking it to send the beast's tooth flying. Although the 100 points from an level beast weren't much for a candidate of his caliber, he relished the thrill of seizing others' spoils and watching their helpless anger. At that moment, a thumb-sized stone suddenly whizzed through the air, precisely hitting the wall of the ruins. It rebounded back, striking the beast's tooth that Zhao Wenxuan had flicked away. The tooth traced a perfect arc, flying towards Qin Xuan, who effortlessly caught it with a steady hand. Is there a master among us? Zhao Wenxuan narrowed his eyes, coldly scrutinizing Qin Xuan. His two companions beside him also showed interest, but when they realized Qin Xuan was just an ordinary person and not an awakened one, a flicker of doubt crossed their eyes. This exotic beast is mine, and naturally, the knife stuck in it should belong to me as well, Qin Xuan stated calmly, his gaze fixed on the battle knife in Zhao Wenxuan's hand as he slowly extended his right hand. His words echoed Zhao Wenxuan's earlier logic, only with the roles reversed. Interesting. It's been a long time since someone dared to be so arrogant in front of me. Zhao Wenxuan chuckled. He slowly raised his right arm, causing the temperature around him to spike suddenly. The grass at his feet dried up and ignited instantly. Flames coiled around his arm like venomous snakes. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the beast's tooth and kneel to apologize. Zhao Wenxuan licked his lips, anticipating Qin Xuan's submission. But Qin Xuan remained as calm as ever, shaking his head gently. No need. Ha ha ha, fine. Your college entrance exam ends here. Zhao Wenxuan sneered, launching a punch into the air. The flames on his arm transformed into a fiery serpent, lunging at Qin Xuan. Flame Awakener skill, Fire Serpent Dance. Chun Hao and the others cried out in alarm. Qin Xuan merely smiled faintly. To him, such a skill was as childish as playing with fire. With a slight flick of his finger, a surge of spiritual energy shot forth. Poof, the seemingly formidable fire serpent disintegrated instantly, scattering into a shower of sparks. What? Zhao Wenxuan and his companions were wide-eyed with shock. They knew the power of the fire serpent well. Even a Glevel exotic beast would be doomed if struck. Yet here was this ordinary person, effortlessly dispelling the attack. Even more astonishing was that they hadn't even seen how Qin Xuan made his move. Interesting. Let's see how you handle my twin serpent dance. Zhao Wenxuan, seething with rage, summoned flames around both arms. Stop. Xiao Zhengqing grabbed Zhao Wenxuan's shoulder, dispersing the flames immediately. What do you mean? Zhao Wenxuan glared at Xiao Zhengqing. We're not in the city center yet, don't waste your energy here. It's just an Flevel exotic beast, let them have it, Xiao Zhengqing advised sternly. Only then did Zhao Wenxuan come to his senses. Damn, nearly messed things up. If we expend too much energy here, we'll be at a disadvantage when hunting a level beasts in the city center. Consider yourself lucky. With that, the three turned to leave. Qin Hao and the others were about to breathe a sigh of relief when Qin Xuan's voice rang out again. Did I say you could leave? This statement sent a chill down Qin Hao's spine. Oh no. Why provoke them now that these top-tier awakened ones from the prestigious school are leaving? Isn't he afraid of causing trouble? If they all attack, the consequences could be dire. Yet Qin Xuan remained composed. Having navigated the cultivation world for a millennium, even those who could fly and traverse the earth dared not touch his prey and walk away unscathed. How could a mere trio of top-tier awakened ones shake his resolve? Ha ha ha, I spared your life, and you still want more? Zhao Wenxuan laughed in anger. If you push me further, I'll ensure you spend a year bedridden. You can try, Qin Xuan replied coolly. The air around Zhao Wenxuan began to distort and heat up again, but Xiao Zhengqing quickly intervened, standing between them. He attempted to probe Qin Xuan with his energy, only to find every wave suppressed by an invisible force. This brief exchange left him pale-faced man's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary candidate, perhaps even rivaling the top 50 from their prestigious school. To avoid wasting time and energy here, Xiao Zhengqing handed the battle knife to Qin Xuan. Will this suffice? Qin Xuan nodded. Let this be a lesson. There won't be a next time. Damn it, Zhengqing. Can't you see? People like him just keep pushing when you give an inch. Don't hold me back. Let me teach him a lesson. Zhao Wenxuan, like an enraged mastiff, was held back firmly by Xiao Zhengqing. It's just a battle knife. Let him have it. We can't let this sidetrack us from our main goal, Xiao Zhengqing stated firmly. Another high-ranking awakener chimed in, but faced with Qin Xuan's firm stance, Zhao Wenxuan could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride, storming off in frustration. This scene left Qin Hao and the others utterly stunned. In their understanding, high-ranking awakeners were always aloof and arrogant. When had they ever been so accommodating? Not only did they refrain from fighting, but they actually compensated Qin Xuan with a battle knife. Although they had long known of Qin Xuan's extraordinary abilities, witnessing him confront a top-tier awakener and even force them to compensate a battle knife was truly impressive. They've gone to the city center. Should we still go? Chun Hao asked cautiously. Of course, why not? Qin Xuan replied calmly, as if nothing had happened. But if we run into them again? Chun Hao and the others hesitated. In their opinion, even without provoking people from the top 3 schools, they had to tread carefully to avoid being robbed. Now that they had made enemies, heading to the city center, dominated by awakeners from the top 3 schools, seemed like walking into a trap. No worries, Qin Xuan's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable confidence. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuya and her group, hidden in the ruins and grass, couldn't see exactly what happened but were shocked to witness Qin Xuan's team not only taking the beast's tooth from a high-ranking awakener but also forcing them to compensate with a battle knife. Wow, their team is incredible. They even dared to stand up to a top-tier awakener from the 3 best schools. Tang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. He had thought his team was strong, but compared to Qin Xuan's, they paled in comparison. Sun Ling's eyes shone as she turned to Zhang Shuya. Shuya, why don't you discuss with Qin Xuan about our 2 teams joining forces? This suggestion was immediately met with enthusiasm from the group. Even Xiaosong, who usually didn't like Qin Xuan, looked at Zhang Shuya with anticipation. Do you think it would work? Zhang Shuya hesitated, but she was already intrigued by the idea. If they could team up, reaching the goal of 800 points for a top university might actually be possible. Of course it will work. Sun Ling and the others encouraged her. Qin Xuan cares about you so much. He even refused Qin Hao when you invited him before. Yesterday, when you asked him to leave the team, he did so just to make things easier for you. Yeah, and I've often seen him glancing at you in class. He definitely likes you a lot. Exactly, if you ask him, he won't refuse. With everyone's encouragement, Zhang Shuya's confidence grew, and she felt that if she took the initiative, Qin Xuan would surely agree. She nodded slowly. All right, I'll give it a try. On the night of the first day of the college entrance exam, Qin Xuan and his group found a temporary resting spot on the top floor of a ruined building. They cleared away the overgrown weeds to reveal a relatively flat area. The moonlight was bright, and the stars were sparse, but it was enough to illuminate their surroundings. The group sat in a circle and began to tally their achievements for the day. Li Hai scored 532 points, Wei Tao 543 points, Du Ming 537 points, and Chun Hao 552 points. Qin Xuan wasn't bothered to count his own score, but Chun Hao enthusiastically calculated an astounding 865 points for him. Despite being the highest score among them, there wasn't a hint of jealousy. Much of this success was attributed to Qin Xuan's guidance. In the morning, each had only managed around 200 points on their own, but with Qin Xuan leading them in the afternoon, their efficiency increased by a third just by hunting down 5 level beasts. If there had been more beasts, they might have even surpassed 1,000 points. To his teammates, Qin Xuan was now almost godlike, and his every command was met with absolute compliance. Although he remained distant towards them, they viewed this as the demeanor of a true strongman. After the others had rested, Qin Xuan sat alone on the rooftop, contemplating the future. This was his first action since being reborn, and the long-dormant battle fervor stirred within him, awakening the crisis awareness he had honed in the cultivation world. Advancing to the qi refining stage granted him a degree of self-preservation, but it was far from sufficient. In a year, the moon would crack and demons would descend. Though he had perished early in that catastrophe in his previous life, he knew that without reaching the foundation establishment stage, survival was uncertain. To protect his loved ones, he needed at least the late foundation establishment stage, ideally reaching the golden core realm. However, in this world, the spiritual energy was so thin that even reaching the foundation establishment stage would take over a year, let alone the decade needed to touch the golden core realm. He recalled rumors from his past life about the top 10 in the Destiny Cup rising to become elite awakeners within half a year. There must be some secret to their success. Yet, this path seemed unreliable, whereas the wilderness, rich with formidable beasts, likely hid rare resources. While Qin Xuan pondered, outside the wilderness zone, for disheveled figures halted before the ruins of the city. The warning sign on the barbed wire fence read exam venue, no trespassing, causing them to hesitate. A middle-aged man clutching an ornate wooden box impatiently admonished, "Why are you stopping? Third brother, trespassing in the exam venue is heavily penalized." A young man with a blood-stained bandage around his arm hesitated. The middle-aged man slapped him abruptly. "What time do you think it is? If we get caught, we lose our lives. Who cares about breaking the rules? Move." With that, he leapt over the 5-meter-high fence, the others following suit. Moments later, a dozen burly men arrived. Wei Ziyuan and his group entered the exam venue. "Should we follow?" someone asked. "Of course," snarled a bald man with a scarred face. "The effects of the celestial star fruit and snow sea fruit are miraculous. As long as there's a breath left, they can be saved. We need to catch them, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground." As they scaled the fence, more beasts, drawn by the scent, attempted to follow, only to be repelled by the electric current running through the wires. At dawn the next day, with the moon still lingering in the sky, Qin Xuan's group had a simple meal of energy pills and dew before continuing towards the city center. By late morning, with the sun blazing, Chun Hao and the others were dividing the spoils from a hunt of over a dozen level beasts. Now, They handled level beasts themselves, with Qin Xuan only stepping in for level threats. Suddenly, a crash echoed from the ruins, and a small figure stumbled out, collapsing to the ground. Driven by the prospect of extra points for the exam, they quickly gathered around. "It's you, Zhang Shuya," Chun Hao exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Qin Xuan frowned and approached. Before him lay Zhang Shuya, her clothes in tatters, her body covered in beast-inflicted wounds, and she was extremely weak. She barely managed to open her eyes, her gaze drifting over the group before finally settling on Qin Xuan. "Qin Xuan, she began. But before she could finish, her eyes rolled back as if a string had snapped. Zhang Shuya knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, her tears streaming down her delicate face. Chun Hao was at a loss, as he could never handle seeing girls cry. Seeing that she recognized Qin Xuan, Wei Tao and the others hurried to help her up, offering her some pain-relieving and hemostatic pills. "Our team encountered a lot of level beasts and got separated. I barely escaped," Zhang Shuya said between sobs, her eyes red and swollen. "Now I'm all alone and I don't know what to do." Qin Xuan sensed the implication in her words. She wanted to join their team. However, recalling his past life and the memories restored with Qian Hao's help, he had already seen through her true nature. She was someone who only wanted to share the good times, not the bad, clinging when you were strong and abandoning when you were weak. "Go back," Qin Xuan said coldly. Zhang Shuya brushed aside the hair stuck to her face, her eyes watery as she looked at Qin Xuan. "I don't want to go back. Can I stay with you?" Qin Xuan shook his head. In this life, he only wanted to care for those who truly mattered to him, and Zhang Shuya was clearly not one of them. "But my foot is injured. I can't walk on my own," Zhang Shuya said pitifully. Even Wei Tao and the others felt a pang of sympathy, their eyes urging Qin Xuan to reconsider. Yet Qin Xuan simply turned away and left. The others exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then helped Zhang Shuya to sit aside before following in Qin Xuan's footsteps. Zhang Shuya stared at Qin Xuan's departing figure, dazed. In the past, whenever she played the weak and pitiable role, Qin Xuan would inevitably relent. Just like when she invited him to join the team, his initial hesitation vanished under her act. This tactic had always worked on him, but not anymore. She regretted her decision to suggest leaving the group 2 days ago. "Qin Xuan, are we really going to leave her?" Chun Hao caught up with Qin Xuan, asking with concern. Although he also disapproved of Zhang Shuya, leaving an injured girl in the wilderness felt wrong. "She's pretending. Her injuries are fake, and her leg is fine," Qin Xuan replied, shaking his head. With his cultivation senses, he easily saw through Zhang Shuya's ruse. "What? Why would she do that?" The four were stunned. Qin Xuan chuckled. "She saw our team's strength and wanted a share of the benefits." The group finally understood, silently acknowledging the depth of her scheming. "Watch out!" Qin Xuan suddenly halted. The group immediately went on alert. Ahead, a beast larger than a tiger burst through the ruins like an out-of-control tank, sending debris flying everywhere. An A-level beast, a bloodthirsty tiger mastiff, and it's injured. Qin Hao and the others turned pale. Qin Xuan drew his battle knife, infused it with spiritual energy, causing it to gleam, and threw it. The knife flew through the air, pinning the bloodthirsty tiger mastiff to a nearby wall, which shook with the impact. The beast let out a low, hoarse roar, vibrating the air and making everyone's eardrums hum. If it were in its prime, the roar alone could have knocked out those with lesser strength. Qin Xuan retrieved his knife, removed the beast's tooth, and walked away swiftly. It was a habit he developed in the cultivation world: strike and move on. Soon after, 3 people arrived in pursuit of the beast, the same students who had previously competed with them for the double-lined golden leopard. Xiao Zhengqing crouched to examine the corpse. "Who did this? Which bastard took my prey?" Zhao Wenshuan fumed, the temperature around him rising. "Calm down," Xiao Zhengqing snapped, displeased. After studying the wounds and the marks on the wall, he frowned. "These marks look a lot like those made by my battle knife. Damn it, it's that bastard again." Zhao Wenshuan exploded with anger. "If I see him, nothing will stop me this time." Qian Hao and his companions involuntarily hunched their shoulders and quickened their pace to escape the scene upon hearing the furious roar from behind. "Qin Xuan, you actually managed to pierce an E-class beast with a single strike?" Wei Tao and the others still felt their hearts pounding as they recalled the earlier scene. In their eyes, an E-class beast was an insurmountable foe. The bloodthirsty tiger mastiff's defenses were so formidable that even their combined efforts couldn't penetrate them, yet Qin Xuan dispatched it with one blow. Such a spectacle was something they had only seen in the news, and witnessing it firsthand felt surreal. They looked at Qin Xuan with growing admiration. That beast was already injured. "Otherwise, it could have dodged my strike," Qin Xuan calmly explained with a shake of his head. "That's impressive enough," Li Hai said enviously. "I wonder when I'll be able to slay an E-class beast." "You? Maybe in another 10 years. So what if it's 10 years? I'll only be 28 by then, and taking down an E-class beast would be a great honor for my family. Li Hai argued with Du Ming. Don't think too far ahead. 18 is the best time to improve yourself, so make the most of it, Qin Chuan casually advised. If they heeded his words, they might advance to a second-tier awakened one within a year, increasing their chances of survival in the impending disaster. Li Hai nodded repeatedly. If anyone else had said this, he might have argued back, but Qin Chuan's words were like gospel to him. Under Qin Chuan's guidance, they hunted down many beasts, including 12-class beasts. By around 4 p.m., they were tallying their spoils on the first floor of the ruined shopping center. I've got 1153 points. I'm at 1135. I hit 1144. I reached 1257. Chun Hao and his companions excitedly announced their scores. Initially, their goal was merely to reach 1,000 points to secure admission to a key university. They hadn't expected to surpass 1,000 points in less than 2 days. With more effort tomorrow, they might even reach the 1,500-point threshold for a top-tier university. What once seemed like a pipe dream was now within reach. They all understood that these scores were thanks to Qin Chuan's help. Reflecting on how they had underestimated him yesterday, they were secretly relieved that they hadn't offended him, especially since they had only held back out of respect for Chun Hao. From here on, I plan to go solo, Qin Chuan said. He had joined the team primarily to help Chen Hao earn points, and now that the goal was achieved, there was no need to continue with them. Despite having anticipated this, Wei Tao and the others felt a sense of loss, as if a fairy tale character was about to depart. All right, but be careful if you're heading to the city center. Besides E-class beasts, there are those heaven-tier awakened ones. Tomorrow is the last day of the exam, and the scoring portal only opens at noon. Before that, it's chaos. On the final day, heaven-tier awakened ones often gather in the middle of the exam area, ambushing each other for loot. Like yesterday, we encountered the fire-spitting kid from upper third high. He's an elemental heaven-tier awakened one and quite tricky to deal with, Chun Hao cautioned. Qin Chuan nodded. Heaven-tier awakened ones are divided into elemental and beast mimicry types. Elemental types can wield basic elemental skills like earth, fire, water, wind, and lightning. Zhao Wenxuan, for example, is a fire elemental heaven-tier awakened one who can control flames. Beast mimicry types can transform into half-human, half-beast forms during their awakening, gaining significant boosts in strength and speed. Elemental types require accumulation to unleash their full potential, while beast mimicry types gain a substantial advantage as soon as they transform, making them stronger initially but weaker in the long run. He was well aware of the competition among candidates to seize each other's loot before the scoring period. The authorities deliberately set the scoring time to the last day at noon to encourage this rivalry. However, even against the initially formidable beast mimicry heaven-tier awakened ones, he felt no fear. As the sun set, the ruins of the city resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland, with the roars of beasts echoing all around. Qin Chuan walked along the desolate streets. Boom! Suddenly, a vine-covered ruin to his right collapsed. An F-class beast, an armored wild boar, charged through like a tank, heading straight for him. Just as Qin Chuan was about to engage, he sensed something amiss and swiftly dodged. Whoosh! 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 Behind the armored wild boar, 3-leg-thick, over 2-meter-long white ice spears shot through the air. 3 icicles sliced through the air as if equipped with precision navigation systems, striking the armored wild boar's vital points with pinpoint accuracy. The boar let out a heart-rending cry, and its blood was instantly frozen into ice by the extreme cold, enveloping its body in a layer of frost. It quickly showed no signs of life. From the ruins of a building that the boar had collapsed, 4 figures emerged. Leading them was a tall girl with ice-blue long hair, her features as delicate as a swan's. Qin Chuan recognized her immediately. Qi Shuiyao, the school beauty. He vividly recalled an incident before the college entrance exams when a boy and a girl in the class fought fiercely over her during the distribution of supplies. The other 3 were also well-known top-tier awakeners from the school, and Qin Chuan had some impression of them. It's you, Qi Shuiyao exclaimed, surprised to see Qin Chuan standing amidst the rubble. As the only cultivator at the school, Qin Chuan was widely known. At that moment, her gaze lingered on him, causing the others to look on in astonishment. After all, this school beauty was known for her aloofness, rarely showing interest in anyone outside her circle. What are you doing here? Qi Shuiyao asked while casually waving her hand, causing the icicles embedded in the boar to melt away. A tooth encased in ice shards flew into her hand. This is the city center, teeming with level or higher beasts. You've got guts. Just wandering around, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. The old cultivators I know love meditating and are terrified of beasts. You don't seem afraid of level beasts at all. Qin Chuan glanced at the boar's corpse. What's there to fear when it's dead? You're funny, Qi Shuiyao said, her smile as bright as a flower. Don't go any further. The city center is swarming with top-tier awakeners, and a battle could break out at any moment. You might get caught in it. With that, she gracefully turned to leave, and the other three nodded at Qin Chuan before following her. Qin Chuan chuckled to himself, thinking Qi Shuiyao seemed nice, though her strength was average. She was likely a water-type awakener, and those icicles were some kind of secret technique. While awakeners could train, ordinary ones could only learn basic skills like sword techniques, boxing, or movement skills. Only top-tier awakeners could master special secret techniques. For instance, Zhao Wenxuan's fire serpent and Qi Shuiyao's icicles were such techniques, but to Qin Chuan, they paled in comparison even to the lowest level sect techniques in the cultivation world. As night fell and stars dotted the sky, Qin Chuan swiftly dispatched an attacking Flevel beast with a single strike, pocketing its tooth. Fighting without spiritual awareness is really inconvenient. Having to rely on vision at night is too limiting, he muttered to himself, deciding to call it a day and head to the city center tomorrow to hunt level beasts. Like an agile leopard, he leaped and vanished into the darkness of the ruins. Finding a relatively intact part of the ruins, Qin Chuan was about to enter when he suddenly heard the sounds of fighting nearby. He climbed to a higher vantage point and, by the moonlight, saw a group of a dozen beasts attacking three people. Judging by their clothing and physique, they didn't seem to be students. Qin Chuan initially had no intention of intervening, a habit he picked up in the cultivation world unless there was something to gain. But as he turned away, he noticed one of them holding an exquisite wooden box, and his interest was piqued. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow, keenly detecting a unique aura emanating from the wooden box held by the man. It was a spiritual medicine. This discovery stirred waves in his heart. In a world where spiritual energy was nearly depleted, the appearance of such medicine was undoubtedly an anomaly. Could there still be mysterious realms similar to hidden sanctuaries, where abundant spiritual energy lingered, allowing not only cultivation but also the nurturing of spiritual medicines? While he pondered, an level beast suddenly launched an attack, its sharp claws slicing through the air, aiming directly at the man clutching the box. Despite falling, the man clung tightly to the box. Third brother. The other two men rushed forward to fend off the beast. Third brother, you go first? We'll hold them off. Damn it. If it weren't for that sneak attack by the Chen family's bastards, we wouldn't be in this mess. Quit talking. We're sticking together. We've already lost one exotic fruit, and Jifeng is missing. How can I return alone and face Seventh Ant and the others? The trio fought their way through the encirclement, quickly ducking into an alleyway. However, a greater danger awaited them. A deafening roar echoed, revealing the lair of a bloodthirsty tiger mastiff, another level beast. The three men's faces turned pale as they were about to retreat, only to find a pack of beasts closing in behind them, baring their teeth, the situation dire. Between a tiger and a pack of wolves, it seems we won't escape this night, Wei Ziyuan said with a bitter smile. It's a pity we found the exotic fruit that could heal grandfather, yet we can't bring it back. It turned out that in 10 days, it would be the 100th birthday of their family patriarch, Wei Xinda. They had set out with a team and 3 engineers to find the miraculous fruit for the celebration, only to be ambushed by the Qin family. After a long escape, they were left with only one fruit. Just as Wei Ziyuan prepared to make a last stand, a shadow flickered before his eyes. Several Flevel beasts fell to the ground, blood spurting. A young man in a black t-shirt, wielding a battle knife, moved through the beasts as if they were nothing. The Flevel beasts, which had terrified Wei Ziyuan and his companions, fell like mere wild dogs before the young man, who dispatched them with ease. In a flash, all the Flevel beasts were slaughtered, and even the 2 level beasts were intimidated and fled. Wei Ziyuan and his companions were dumbfounded. These beasts, which they wouldn't dare to confront even at their peak, were effortlessly slain by one man with a single blade. Thank you, young man. The trio expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the exquisite wooden box in Wei Ziyuan's arms. Wei Ziyuan felt a twinge of concern, worried that their savior might covet the fruit. But Qin Chuan's calm demeanor somewhat reassured him. Young man, you look like a college entrance exam candidate. Could you do us a favor and deliver something after your exams? Wei Ziyuan tentatively asked. Go on, Qin Chuan replied coolly. Wei Ziyuan confessed. I am Wei Ziyuan of the Wei family in Lan City. In our current state, it's difficult to escape. We hope you can deliver this box to the Wei family. Inside is an exotic fruit, and it only needs to arrive before my grandfather's birthday in 10 days. Of course, we will offer substantial compensation. Exotic fruit? Qin Chuan frowned slightly. The term was unfamiliar to him, neither in his past life nor his current one. Noticing this, Wei Ziyuan explained. The exotic fruit grows deep in the wilderness, in a forest shrouded in mist. It's a miraculous fruit with healing properties and the ability to enhance strength. However, the forest is extremely perilous, teeming with powerful beasts, and even top-tier awakened beings must tread carefully. I heard you mention the fruit is meant to heal your grandfather? Qin Chuan inquired. Wei Ziyuan nodded in confirmation. I know a bit about medicine and can heal your grandfather. However, as compensation, I want that exotic fruit, Qin Chuan stated directly. Qin Chuan stood still, holding the hard-won exotic fruit in his hand. Although he could easily take it by force given his strength, that would go against his honest and upright nature. Besides, now that he knew the fruit's origin was in the misty forest, he could simply go there himself to find more. There was no need to insist on this particular one. Wei Ziyuan looked at the young man before him and inwardly smiled wryly. After all the twists and turns, it still came down to this exotic fruit. However, this young man was straightforward and honest in his request, unlike the Qin family, who played tricks and schemes. You saved our lives today, young friend, and we intended to repay you with money. Since you need the exotic fruit, let it be our token of gratitude, Wei Ziyuan said, handing the exquisite wooden box to Qin Chuan. In his mind, Qin Chuan's claim of needing the fruit to heal his grandfather was just an excuse. It was like buying a supercar for $1. If agreed, it was a peaceful transaction, otherwise, it was about to be taken by force. After all, what real skills could a teenager have? Qin Chuan accepted the box with composure. Since he had made a promise, he would certainly visit the Wei family after his college entrance exams. Young friend, we shall part ways here, Wei Ziyuan said, clasping his hands in farewell. Before leaving, he added a reminder. The Chun family is also eyeing this exotic fruit. Although their battle armor was destroyed in the fight with us, they themselves are powerful awakened ones. Be careful. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. After Wei Ziyuan and his group left, dragging their injured bodies, he carefully stored the beast's tooth and turned to leave. He had not gone far when 15 figures hurriedly approached. Seeing Qin Chuan, the leader immediately shouted, Kid, have you seen 3 bloodied people pass by here? Qin Chuan shook his head. Damn, how can those guys run so fast? The burly leader cursed. Brother Chun-Hu, look at the box in this kid's hand. Someone beside him suddenly exclaimed. Chun-Hu's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing in them. Kid, let me see that box in your hand. As Qin Chuan revealed the box, Chun-Hu's eyes lit up with eagerness, reaching out to grab it. But Qin Chuan was prepared, swiftly pulling the box back with a smirk. I found this. You think you can just take it? Chun-Hu's face twisted with rage, feeling like he was being mocked. Damn it, you're asking for it, he roared, unleashing a surge of energy that caused the ground beneath him to tremble with scattered stones. Come on, Hu, it's just a student, someone behind him cautioned. Don't go overboard. Attacking a candidate in the examination area could bring trouble to the entire Qin family. As a 4th-tier awakened being, Chun-Hu possessed impressive strength. While not of the highest rank, his years of rigorous training allowed him to unleash 30 to 40,000 kilograms of force with a single punch, enough to kill an F-grade beast instantly. The candidate before him clearly wasn't an awakened one, and everyone feared he wouldn't withstand Chun-Hu's wrath. But Chun-Hu, blinded by anger, ignored the warnings and charged forward. The onlookers sighed, planning to disguise the incident as a beast attack. Well, that kid brought it on himself, messing with Hu like that. With a dull thud, a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into the rubble. Who's really going at it? If he damages the box, that'll be a problem, someone remarked as 2 of them hurried forward to check the situation. What the? It's you? Where's Hu? Oh my god. It was Hu who got knocked back. They were shocked to find Qin Chuan standing unscathed while Chen who had been sent flying instead. 2 more loud crashes followed as the other 2 were also hurled into the debris. Qin Chuan stretched, saying, a bit rusty. He had just used the first move, stepping on mountains, chasing the moon. From the entry-level secret technique, 9 transformations of the Kanglan immortal sect. In the outside world, this was a coveted skill. Though it couldn't compare to his peak ability to shatter planets, it was more than enough to handle a few awakened beings. The rest of the group stood in disbelief, unable to fathom how a mere candidate could be so powerful, easily overwhelming a 4th-tier awakened being. Altogether, someone shouted, and a dozen people charged at once. In an instant, they were all knocked back, collapsing a large section of ruins. Qin Chuan held back, not striking to kill, as he had no desire for unnecessary bloodshed in his reborn state. Making them pay a price was sufficient. He walked over to the debris, dragging Chun-Hu out by the leg. Chun-Hu spat out dirt and, seeing the look in Qin Chuan's eyes, was filled with fear. What do you want? Are you the leader of this group? Qin Chuan asked coldly. Chun-Hu quickly shook his head in denial. Qin Chuan pulled out another person to question about the leader's identity. Chun-Hu broke out in a cold sweat, signaling to his companions. But in the darkness, no one could see clearly. Mercy. Chun-Hu immediately knelt, begging for his life. For those accustomed to the harsh wilderness, survival was paramount, and pride meant little when faced with a stronger opponent. Qin Chuan formed a seal and pointed at Chun-Hu's forehead. a flash of golden light passing through. Chun, who felt as if his brain was being devoured by 1,000 ants, writhing in agony on the ground, causing the others to shiver with fear. Moments later, drenched in sweat, Chun, who weakly asked, What did you do to me? Just a minor spell, testing its effect after a long time. Qin Chuan replied calmly. You're not human. Chun, who stammered, pointing at Qin Chuan, preferring death over experiencing such pain again. Qin Chuan's lips curled into a calm smile as he surveyed the crowd before him with piercing eyes. Everything comes with a price. You came at me, so I'll spare your lives, but you'll have to pay for it, he said in a steady voice that sent chills down the spines of the 15 people present. Within 6 months, each of you must bring me one of these rare fruits. Otherwise, every 3 days, you'll relive the pain you just experienced. Chun, who was struck as if by lightning at these words, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Those fruits are worth millions each. 15 of them would cost billions. You might as well just kill me, he exclaimed, his voice filled with despair. This information surprised Qin Chuan. Although the fruit was a kind of spiritual medicine, it was the most basic type. However, he quickly reasoned that in this depleted land where spiritual energy was scarce, any spiritual medicine was a rare treasure and thus commanded a high price. 3. Qin Chuan said after a brief pause. Deliver them to me in 6 months, and I'll lift the curse. Hearing this number, Chun, who seemed to have found a lifeline. 15 fruits were an impossible task. Even risking their lives in the misty forest wouldn't guarantee success. But 3 seemed attainable, especially with the recent surge of these fruits on Mount Timing. He opened his mouth to negotiate further, but the icy look in Qin Chuan's eyes silenced him, fearing for his life. Then you have to cast the same spell on all of them. Chun, who suddenly pointed at the others. Otherwise, I can't do it alone. Qin Chuan looked at him with a hint of surprise. Quite ruthless. You're a real talent in the world of cultivation. At this moment, others began to crawl out of the rubble. Hearing Chun Hu's words, they were terrified. Some immediately knelt down, begging for mercy, while others tried to flee. Qin Chuan flicked his fingers, and spiritual power precisely struck the legs of those attempting to escape, causing cries of pain to echo. This display of striking from afar left everyone gasping in shock. They couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary high school student possessed such power, and any thoughts of escape quickly vanished. Without further words, Qin Chuan swiftly cast the soul-devouring spell on everyone, left his contact information, and departed from the scene. The 15 people, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, sat on the ground, drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath. Regret filled their hearts. They should never have chased Wei Zun into the exam hall in the first place. At worst, they would have faced a scolding, but now they had risked their lives. Some glared at Chun, who, blaming him for speaking out and causing Qin Chuan to curse them. But now, they were all in the same boat, and the urgent task at hand was to find the rare fruit and lift the curse. At the top of a relatively intact ruin building, Qin Chuan took out the exotic fruit from the box. As a cultivator, he understood the importance of timely enhancements in strength. He quickly inscribed an intricate spirit-draining formation on the ground, using his spiritual power, and placed the exotic fruit within it. As he sat cross-legged and began to meditate, the formation emitted a dazzling golden light. The spiritual energy from the fruit turned into visible strands, continuously flowing into his body. It was the first time since his rebirth that he absorbed such abundant spiritual energy, and every pore in his body seemed to relax, making him feel as though he had returned to the cultivation world. The exotic fruit shriveled rapidly, resembling an apple that had been left out for days. Ah, Qin Chuan exhaled, opening his eyes with a hint of disappointment. The fruit's effect wasn't even enough to push him to the mid-stage of qi refining. However, upon reflection, he considered himself fortunate to have such a spiritual object on this barren planet. If there were exotic fruits, perhaps there were even more precious spiritual herbs where they grew. He planned to investigate this after the college entrance exams. If he could find valuable spiritual herbs, reaching the golden core stage within a year would be within reach. The next morning, at dawn, Qin Chuan set off for the city center. Arriving at an abandoned commercial center, the ruins were overgrown with vines, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and crushed plants, indicating a fierce battle had recently taken place. Suddenly, 2 gunshots shattered the silence. Bullets whizzed past Qin Chuan, embedding themselves in the wall behind him. A male student in a blue school uniform appeared, brandishing a combat knife and eyeing Qin Chuan with disdain. Alone, are we? Upon realizing Qin Chuan wasn't even an awakened, the boy cursed but then forced a smile. Never mind, a mosquito is still meat. Hand over whatever you've collected these past few days, and spare yourself some pain. Seeing Qin Chuan remain unmoved, the boy added, we have 3 researchers in our team, and all 3 guns are aimed at you right now. Don't waste our time. We're waiting for the next lucky one. Qin Chuan chuckled, surprised that someone dared to rob him. A minute later, 5 blue-uniformed students knelt before him, battered and pleading, "Bro, stop hitting us. This is the exotic beast materials we collected over the past 2 days, worth 3,000 points. Please take them." They recalled the encounter with fear. The seemingly ordinary peer had displayed terrifying strength dodging bullets, subduing 2 awakened in an instant, and forcing the hidden shooters out with a few stones, causing their entire team to collapse. Get lost. Qin Chuan calmly put away his backpack. Had they truly intended to harm him, they would probably have been reduced to ashes by his fireball spell. The 5 scrambled away, grateful for their lives. Though small fry posed no threat, their actions reflected the chaos in the city center. Even first-tier awakened dared to rob others, not to mention the arrogance of the Heavengrade awakened. As he continued, the sounds of fighting, beastly howls, and sporadic gunfire echoed around him. Several Heavengrade awakened glanced at Qin Chuan but quickly lost interest. To them, an unawakened person wasn't worth their time. Boom! A beast silhouette crashed heavily in front of Qin Chuan, flattening a ruined building. A silver-armored rhinoceros roared out of the debris. This E-class exotic beast was covered in impenetrable silver scales. Even special steel core bullets struggled to penetrate, and its horn could easily pierce 3-inch-thick steel plates. Its only weakness was its sluggishness. 8 massive ice spikes whistled through the air, pinning the silver-armored rhinoceros to the ground. Though they couldn't break its defense, they prevented its escape. A half-human, half-tiger figure darted in, unleashing a fierce assault on the cumbersome beast, yet still unable to breach its defenses. 3 more joined the fray, and together, they finally slew the E-class exotic beast. To Qin Chuan's surprise, Qi Shuiyao was among them. She noticed him as well, her mouth agape, then frowned disapprovingly. "Didn't I tell you not to come to the city center? Yet here you are?" The other 3 also turned to Qin Chuan. Bei Ninghua smiled. "You've got guts, choosing the path of cultivation over being a mechanic. Quite a waste." "Wait here," Qi Shuiyao said, as they quickly removed the rhinoceros's horn and approached Qin Chuan. "What's up?" Qin Chuan asked. Qi Shuiyao rolled her eyes. "Do you not understand the situation? This place is crawling with Heavengrade awakened and F-class exotic beasts. What are you, a cultivator, doing here? I know a relatively safe building nearby. We'll take you there, and you can wait until the exams are over. Got it?" Qin Chuan felt Qi Shuiyao was overly concerned for him, and couldn't help but scrutinize her. Bei Ninghua and the others were also puzzled by her attitude. Li Zixiong, having just returned to his human form, looked suspiciously at her. "Shuiyao, why are you being so nice to him? Do you fancy him? You're a second-tier Heavengrade awakened, and he's a cultivator. You two have no future together." His words were laced with a youthful bravado. Qi Shuiyao's face flushed instantly as she shot a fierce glare at Li Zixiong. "Dream on. I'm just helping him because we're classmates." "Oh, I see," Li Zixiong replied, feigning sudden realization. "Let's get moving then. We promised to stake out Feng Xiaoxiao and her gang." Bei Ninghua nodded in agreement. "I heard Feng Xiaoxiao's crew has already robbed the top-tier awakeners from the 7th, 9th, and 11th schools. They're loaded now, with at least 20,000 points in total. Everyone knows they're rolling in it." Gu Minghui pondered aloud. "But with so many eyes on them, it won't be easy to make a move. Maybe we should target Zhao Wenxuan and his group instead." "Are you nuts?" Bei Ninghua exclaimed. "Zhao Wenxuan's from the top-ranked 3rd school. Typically, students from the 3rd school bullied those from regular high schools. Ordinary students never dared to provoke them, and those who did often ended up completely wiped out. Zhao Wenxuan and his group aren't as tough as they seem," Gu Minghui said with a grin. "Word is, they tried to snatch someone's grade beast but bit off more than they could chew and even lost a battle sword in the process. They finally managed to defeat an A-grade bloodthirsty tiger mastiff, only to have it stolen right from under their noses. Now they're wandering around with a sword, looking for the culprits." This news left everyone stunned. As part of the elite awakeners among Lan City's high schoolers, they were well aware of Zhao Wenxuan's powerful fire serpent. To hear that someone had easily countered it was truly surprising. What shocked them even more was when Gu Minghui added, "And the person who snatched their prey is from our own 13th school." "Someone from our school?" The group was even more taken aback. Bei Ninghua speculated it might be Tang Yao and his crew, but quickly dismissed the idea they were second-tier awakeners and not as strong as he was. As they continued their discussion, a sudden snoring sound emerged from the ruins nearby. The group immediately fell silent, cautiously peeking from behind the debris. Their faces lit up with excitement. It was an A-grade, bloodthirsty tiger mastiff. But there were also 8th-grade beasts nearby. Qi Shuiyao furrowed her brows and warned Qin Chuan, "Stay close to me and don't wander off." With a command from Bei Ninghua, the battle erupted. Li Zixiong transformed into a half-human, half-tiger beast form, engaging the bloodthirsty tiger mastiff in close combat. Bei Ninghua and Gu Minghui took on the grade beasts, while Qi Shuiyao provided support from a distance, launching ice spikes. In just 5 minutes, they skillfully dispatched all the beasts. After earning 1,800 points, they were about to move on when 3 gunshots rang out, hitting the rubble near them. A clear, melodic female voice followed. Qi Shuiyao, stop hiding. Hand over 5,000 points for your group of 5, and we'll leave. Someone you know? Bei Ninghua turned to look at Qi Shuiyao, who shook her head in confusion. Li Zixiong cautiously poked his head out, then quickly pulled back as if shocked. Damn, it's Feng Xiaoxiao. The news left everyone present stunned. They had just been discussing staking out Feng Xiaoxiao's wealthy team, only to find themselves targeted instead. These guys are too arrogant. After robbing 3 schools' top-tier awakened teams, they don't hide to rest but come to rob us. Li Zixiong gritted his teeth, clearly feeling underestimated. Qi Shuiyao pondered for a moment. I heard there's a top-tier healer from 5th High in Feng Xiaoxiao's team. No wonder they're so confident, Bei Ninghua said, his expression serious. So what do we do now? Gu Minghui asked. What do we do? We go out and take them down. Li Zixiong punched a hole in the ruined wall. You 3 are all second-tier top-tier awakeners. Although I'm not second-tier yet, my beast mimicry abilities in the early stages aren't any weaker than second-tier elemental ones. Bei Ninghua shook his head, dismissing the idea. No, they have a healer. They can fight and heal simultaneously. We can't win. Qin Chuan, who had been silent, finally spoke. What's the composition of Feng Xiaoxiao's team? 3 second-tier top-tier awakeners and 2 first-tier top-tier awakeners, Bei Ninghua replied. But this information might not be accurate. They didn't originally have anyone using guns, but now they do. They might have teamed up after entering the exam site. Any third-tier top-tier awakeners? Qin Chuan asked. This question left Bei Ninghua and his companions wide-eyed. A non-awakened cultivator casually asking about third-tier top-tier awakeners seemed absurd. After all, out of over 1,000 seniors at 13th High, only a few had reached top-tier awakening status, and that was with significant resources backing them to barely reach second-tier. Third-tier? It was a pipe dream. No. What are you thinking? Bei Ninghua stared at Qin Chuan. If there are no third-tier top-tier awakeners, why are you so scared? Qin Chuan shook his head slightly. As a standout in the cultivation world, he understood that the path of cultivation was about challenging the heavens, the earth, and oneself. Without daring to fight, reaching the pinnacle was impossible. Though cautious, one must act when necessary. However, to Bei Ninghua and the others, Qin Chuan's words seemed to suggest he was underestimating Feng Xiaoxiao and her team. Was he mocking them for not daring to fight? Just as they were about to question him, the ruins they were hiding in suddenly exploded, debris flying everywhere. A nearly 3-meter bear-like creature with brown fur collapsed the ruins with a punch, roaring to the sky. You think I'm afraid of you? Li Zixiong roared, his muscles bulging and tearing through his clothes as he transformed into a tiger-like figure. Bear and tiger clashed, fists and claws flying, stirring up clouds of dust. Bei Ninghua and Gu Minghui moved to assist but were intercepted by 2 other top-tier awakeners from 5th High. The battlefield split into 3 areas, with Bei Ninghua's being the most spectacular. 2 fire-type top-tier awakeners clashing, flames flying, scorching the surrounding grass. Qi Shuiyao, you're finished. Feng Xiaoxiao approached with a mischievous grin. Give me 5,000 points, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and showing everyone the sorry state of the high and mighty school flower. Seeing Qin Chuan, she added mockingly. Oh, where did you find this pretty boy? He's quite handsome. Little handsome, there's no future with Qi Shuiyao. Why not come with me? Qi Shuiyao blushed furiously. Feng Xiaoxiao, he's just my classmate. Say that again, and I'll rip your mouth off. At that moment, she was far from her usual composed school flower persona. Oh, getting angry? But can you beat me? Feng Xiaoxiao waved her hand, and 8 more first-tier top-tier awakeners emerged from the ruins, their numbers overwhelming Qi Shuiyao. Facing the furious Qi Shuiyao, Qin Chuan suddenly stepped forward and said with a light smile, if you're willing to give me 20,000 points, I might consider joining you. His words left both Qi Shuiyao and Feng Xiaoxiao stunned, their mouths agape as they stared at Qin Chuan's composed face in disbelief. How can he say such outrageous things so calmly? Feng Xiaoxiao burst into incredulous laughter. 20,000? You dare to ask for 20,000? You might as well just rob me. Qin Chuan heard this and, without a hint of panic, nodded thoughtfully. Since you mentioned it, I'll just take 20,000 from you. Qi Shuiyao quickly grabbed Qin Chuan's sleeve and whispered, all right, stop talking. She originally thought Qin Chuan was a quiet and introverted person, but during their journey, he had consistently surprised her with his audacious remarks. Without a third-tier heavenly awakening, what are they afraid of? 2,000 points to go with Feng Xiaoxiao? And he wants to rob too. Qi Shuiyao silently grumbled to herself. Does he even understand the situation? The cultivators I know are all about self-discipline and tranquility, always smiling and unaffected by external things. But this Qin Chuan, why is he so arrogant? Don't think you can be so cocky just because you're handsome, Feng Xiaoxiao said with a playful smile, then turned to the 8 people standing nearby and ordered, grab him for me. I want to personally teach him a lesson. The 8 remained motionless. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression darkened, and she lowered her voice. 100 points. No problem. Rest assured, Xiaoxiao. We'll get it done. The 8 immediately perked up, having already noticed that Qin Chuan wasn't an awakened one. Capturing a regular person for 100 points was a bargain. Qi Shuiyao couldn't help but chuckle at Feng Xiaoxiao, having to offer points to get people to act. But seeing they were about to move, she worried Qin Chuan might get hurt and was about to intervene when Qin Chuan calmly said, "These people think they can take me on?" Qi Shuiyao was suddenly bewildered. Could it be that he was actually a heavenly awakened one? Was his awakened talent arrogance? Feng Xiaoxiao snorted. Your mouth sure is bold. The 8, initially just wanting to complete their task, now felt belittled by Qin Chuan, and anger flared up among them. At that moment, Qin Chuan slightly raised his hand. Watch out! Qi Shuiyao shouted, waving her hand gracefully. A thick ice spike shot past Qin Chuan, piercing through the air. Thud! A bloodied alien wolf dog was impaled by the ice spike, its body nailed to the ruins wall. There's a beast attack. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, even Li Zixiong and the others who were engaged in battle stopped. Faced with the alien beasts, the candidates immediately set aside personal grievances and focused on the common threat. The sound of what seemed like a stampede echoed from the ruins, getting closer. A heavy scent of blood mixed with a faint fragrance filled the air. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. This scent is almost identical to the exotic fruit. Roar, roar, roar. Countless injured beasts leapt from the ruins, covered in blood, surging towards them like a flood. What is going on? How can there be a beast tied during the exam? Everyone was shocked and terrified. Qin Chuan's attention was drawn to an 11 beast holding a delicate wooden box, identical to the one he had obtained from Wei Ziyuan. The box was already bitten open, revealing an exotic fruit, clearly the reason the other beasts were drawn. Stop staring. Run. Qi Shuiyao's face was filled with panic. So many beasts, with various levels, and at least 10 level ones, they were not something they could handle. But Qin Chuan remained still. Why waste a gift of exotic fruit? To him, its allure was far greater than points. Beside him, Li Zixiong gave Qin Chuan an approving look and, rather than fleeing, seemed invigorated. Damn it! A real man faces challenges hidden without retreat. Shuiyao, tell the old man I'm not coming back. Show off. The others gave him a disdainful glance and continued to run for their lives. But soon, they all stopped. Beasts attracted by the fruits scent were also closing in from the direction they were fleeing. The group, previously fighting over points, now resembled ants on a rock, surrounded by the beast tide and on the verge of being overwhelmed. Fight! Feng Xiaoxiao made a swift decision, displaying her leadership. Chu Xiao, take 3 people to protect Han Lu. The rest, follow me. Han Lu was the team's healer, a cute girl with a ponytail and a graceful figure. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? Don't stray too far from me. Qi Shuiyao shouted, seeing Qin Chuan poised to charge into the beast pack. Qin Chuan simply shook his head. These mere beasts are nothing to worry about. With that, he charged forward without looking back. Qi Shuiyao watched Qin Chuan charge into the horde of beasts, stomping her feet in frustration. An unawakened cultivator, more reckless than Li Zixiong. And he still wanted her to introduce him to a mentor. But there was no time to dwell on that now, as countless beasts were surging from all directions. Although these top-tier awakeners were experienced, none had ever witnessed a beast horde of this magnitude before, and they were momentarily overwhelmed. Li Zixiong and another beast-type top-tier awakener transformed into humanoid dinosaurs, rampaging through the lower-level beasts. Gu Minghui and others wielded their blades with precision, their sword skills sharp enough to cut stone and metal, battling fiercely with the level beasts. Bei Ninghua unleashed scorching flames from his palms, keeping the level and below beasts at bay, causing them to howl in agony. Feng Xiaoxiao moved like a drifting leaf, weaving through the beasts, occasionally striking down one with a swift blade. Qin Chuan had already disappeared into the throng of beasts, his battle sword enveloped in spiritual energy, felling beasts wherever he passed. As he fought, he collected beast teeth, until he noticed 5 level beasts fighting over a singular exotic fruit. Without hesitation, he executed the illusory spirit blade technique, a flurry of blade lights enveloping the area like a storm. The beast scrambled to evade, but a bloodthirsty tiger mastiff, clutching the fruit, attempted to flee. Qin Chuan, using the 7-star step, instantly appeared before it. The tiger mastiff opened its gaping maw to counterattack, dropping the fruit in the process. Qin Chuan delivered a powerful kick, sending it flying, and picked up the fruit, now marked with teeth and dirt. In the cultivation world, even treasure swallowed can be retrieved, so this superficial damage was trivial. He quickly sealed the fruit with a spiritual incantation to prevent its energy from dissipating. With the fruit's aura gone, the beast horde fell into confusion, and the wounded A-level beasts were the first to retreat. The remaining lower-level beasts were swiftly cleared by the candidates. When Qi Shuiyao saw Qin Chuan strolling through the battlefield debris, unscathed, she could hardly believe her eyes. Qin Chuan, you're okay? She had been bracing herself for the sight of a severely injured Qin Chuan. She wasn't the only one. Even Bei Ninghua and the others, who were drenched in blood, were taken aback. How did you manage that? Li Zixiong asked, wiping the blood off himself. You went in before me and didn't even get a scratch? Not bad, handsome. You handled it cleanly, Feng Xiaoxiao said, wiping blood from her face, curious. What's your talent? Pretty impressive. How come we never heard of someone like you at 13 high? Cultivation, Qin Chuan replied calmly. Cultivation? Feng Xiaoxiao frowned, turning to her companions. What kind of talent is that? Have you guys heard of it? The awakeners from 5th high shook their heads, indicating they had never heard of such a talent. Qi Shuiyao scoffed. Long hair, short knowledge. Qin Chuan hasn't awakened. He's a cultivator. A cultivator? Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. Aren't they the ones always researching immortality? How can they fight like that? Her companions were equally stunned. They knew of cultivation but never imagined cultivators could possess such combat prowess. Qin Chuan was uninterested in explaining. He had already collected 9th level and 3 A-level beast teeth, enough to participate in the Destiny Cup. Now, he only wanted to refine the exotic fruit quickly, aiming to advance to the mid-to-late stage of qi refining. As he passed by Qi Shuiyao, he paused, and she cast him a questioning look. Biting her lip nervously, Qi Shuiyao said, Actually, there's something I'd like to ask you for. Qin Chuan had long seen through Qi Shuiyao's unusually close behavior towards him, knowing she must have an ulterior motive. So when she spoke up, he remained calm and unsurprised. It's like this. I was hoping you could introduce me to your master, Qi Shuiyao said in a low voice. My master? Qin Chuan chuckled. He recalled his past life when he had stumbled upon the 3 lives creation technique and struggled to cultivate it until he reached the foundation establishment stage, at which point he was taken under the wing of the Celestial Blue Master at the Kanglin Immortal Sect. However, now that he was reborn, the Celestial Blue Master no longer existed in this world, and meeting his master was indeed an impossible feat. Seeing his indifferent expression, Qi Shuiyao hurriedly explained, My grandfather has been suffering from a hidden injury for decades, and modern medicine can't cure it. He once said that perhaps only a high-level cultivator could heal him. She quickly added, Don't worry. The reward will be substantial if you can cure my grandfather. He has collected many treasures due to his illness, all of which could be yours as thanks. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. Given Qi Shuiyao's prominent family background, her grandfather's collection of treasures must be extraordinary. A mortal's ailment doesn't require my master. After the exam, I can take a look. You? Qi Shuiyao looked at him in disbelief. You're so young. Can you really heal? Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile. In the cultivation world, everyone called him an old monster who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and this was the first time someone doubted him for being too young. If I can't heal him, then it won't be too late to ask my master. Qi Shuiyao finally smiled. It's a deal then. I'll find you after the exam. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement and walked away slowly under the gaze of others. Damn it. Feng Xiaoxiao stomped her foot in anger. He actually ignored me. As a tall, striking second stage heavenly awakener, she had always been sought after at 5th high school, and Qin Chuan was the first to pay her no heed. Xiao, don't be mad. Come help us collect the beast teeth, a nearby boy called out. Feng Xiaoxiao gave Qin Chuan a fierce glare before joining the group collecting beast teeth. Qi Shuiyao and Bai Ninghua, along with others, also busied themselves. The two groups, who had been at odds moments ago, now seemed rather harmonious. After all, they were all candidates from Lan City, well acquainted in their daily lives, and their rivalry was merely for exam points. With so many beast teeth to gather, they naturally put aside their differences. At this moment, Zhao Wenshuan, Xiao Zhengqing, and another person strolled over. Seeing them work so hard reminds me of ants, tirelessly bringing food back to their nest. Zhao Wenshuan smirked. And then you sweep it all away? Chao Junren replied with a half-smile. The weak, that's their fate. Xiao Zhengqing turned to Zhao Wenshuan. So, how about it? I told you to hold back your strength. There are more than just one level beast here now. Heh. Zhao Wenshuan scanned the crowd with satisfaction until his gaze fixed on Qin Chuan. It's him. Zhao Wenshuan, Xiao Zhengqing, and Chao Junren's eyes turned icy cold the moment they saw Qin Chuan. Rage boiled within them. How dare this guy, who had stolen their prey, show up in the city center? Zhao Wenshuan sneered, flicked his arm, and a scorching serpent of fire shot forth, striking the grass ahead of Qin Chuan with precision. The grass erupted into fierce flames, smoke billowing into the air, instantly drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Qi Shuiyao, Feng Xiaoxiao, and others looked up, their expressions shifting dramatically when they recognized the uniforms of the newcomer students from Shangsan High. In Lan City, high schoolers with celestial awakening powers usually kept to their own circles, limited to those from 4th to 28th High. Students from Shangsan High, with their lofty attitudes, never deigned to mingle with others. Worse still, rumors before the college entrance exams suggested that Shangsan's celestial awakeners planned to target those from ordinary high schools. They had been avoiding Shangsan students, yet here they were, clashing over beast fangs. You'd better not do anything rash, Zhao Wenxuan warned coldly, casting a glance at Qin Chuan before turning to Feng Xiaoxiao and the others with a faux smile. Thank you for collecting the exotic beast materials for us. Just leave them here, and I'll give you 5 minutes to leave. His arrogance was palpable, dismissing Qi Shuiyao and the other celestial awakeners entirely. The group exchanged glances. They were exhausted from a recent battle, far from their peak, while Zhao Wenxuan and his companions were at full strength. Despite having the numbers, the outcome was uncertain. Zhao Wenxuan's presence also suggested more Shangsan students could be lurking nearby. Bei Ninghua cursed under his breath. Valuable beast materials worth thousands of points were at stake, yet they were about to lose them to these people. With a cold snort, he turned to leave. You can go, but the materials stay, Zhao Wenxuan commanded, sending a line of fire to land at Bei Ninghua's feet. Don't push it, Zhao Wenxuan. Bei Ninghua snapped, his face darkening. Fine, take the beasts, but now you want our spoils too? Even if you're from Shangsan, we have 6 second-tier celestial awakeners and 2 beast-type ones here. If you want to fight, bring it on. Oh, really? Zhao Wenxuan's lips curled into a chilling smile. In an instant, the 3 of them attacked. Zhao Wenxuan unleashed his fire abilities, the temperature soaring and the air rippling with heat. Qiao Zhengqing's earth powers made the ground tremble, each step sending shockwaves through Qi Shuiyao and her companions. Chao Junren transformed into a towering formator-tall half-man, half-bear beast, looming over the group. Bei Ninghua was the first to strike, his arms enveloped in flames, resembling a raging firestorm. Fire serpent dance? Child's play, Zhao Wenxuan scoffed, releasing a barrage of fire arrows that effortlessly dispersed Bei Ninghua's flames. Bei Ninghua was sent flying, blood vaporizing in the intense heat. Li Zixiang, transformed into a 2 to 3 meter half-tiger, was dwarfed by Chao Junren's bear form. They clashed fists, Li Zixiang staggering back several steps while Chao Junren remained unfazed, his bare eyes filled with disdain. A first-tier beast type dares to challenge me? Guming Hui's sword gleamed with golden light, but before he could close in, Qiao Zhengqing sent him flying with a powerful kick. Feng Xiaoxiao, attempting to assist with her wind step technique, was easily intercepted by Qiao Zhengqing. A stomp sent a wave of energy that disrupted her movements, followed by a palm strike to her chest, leaving her face flushed with pain and anger. Chao Junren's bear roar left everyone dizzy, and a single kick sent 2 awakeners flying. Zhao Wenxuan executed his double serpent dance, 2 massive fire serpents swooping through the air, toppling 2 more celestial awakeners. As a mage, Qi Shuiyao summoned hundreds of thick ice spears, sending them hurtling toward the trio. Yet Zhao Wenxuan merely exhaled a fiery storm, dissolving the ice into mist, leaving no trace behind. Bright flames danced on Zhao Wen's arm as he looked down at the disheveled group of Bei Ninghua and his companions. Is this the best that top-tier awakeners from an ordinary school can do? He sneered, shaking his head in disdain. The defeated group wore expressions of utter dismay. They had long heard about the extraordinary prowess of top-tier awakeners from upper third school, who not only possessed exceptional talent, but also mastered various secret techniques. However, experiencing it firsthand revealed a staggering difference. They had gathered 6 second-tier top awakeners and 2 beast-type awakeners. Yet they couldn't withstand even a single round against Zhao Wen. Gu Minghui stood to the side, his expression shifting between light and dark. Recalling his earlier thoughts of robbing Zhao Wenxuan and his group, he now found the notion utterly ridiculous. A bet is a bet, Bei Ninghua gritted his teeth, blood still at the corner of his mouth, as he pulled out exotic beast materials from his backpack and tossed them over. Zhao Wenxuan caught and inspected them, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he glanced at the others. Though they were filled with resentment, they had no choice but to hand over their spoils from the past 2 days. Even Feng Xiaoxiao and Qi Shuiyao were not spared. You can skip it, Qiao Zhengqing stopped Han Lu, who was about to reach for her backpack, with a friendly smile. I heard there will be a big competition when university starts. I look forward to working with you then. Han Lu gave no response. These guys may not be strong, but they sure know how to collect beast materials, Chao Junren remarked, returning to normal as he sorted through the materials they had acquired. There are 20 to 30,000 points here. We don't need to hustle anymore. We just have to wait until midnight. Qiao Zhengqing glanced at the time and said indifferently, you can leave now. There's still an hour until midnight. If you're lucky, you might find another 800 points. The group gritted their teeth and helped each other up, preparing to leave. Although they were outmatched, at least Zhao Wenxuan and his team hadn't completely crushed them, leaving them with some strength to continue hunting exotic beasts and preserving their hopes of entering a top university. Let's go. Qi Shuiyao weakly called out to Qin Chuan. Throughout the entire battle, Qin Chuan had remained like a spectator, sitting cross-legged on the rubble with his elbow resting on his knee, supporting his chin as he watched coldly. Now that the matter was settled, he stood up and dusted himself off. Their show is over. It's my turn now, Qin Chuan murmured to himself. Stop. Zhao Wenxuan's cold voice rang out, halting everyone's steps. I didn't say you could leave, he pointed at Qin Chuan. A smile played on Qin Chuan's lips. Who said I was leaving? Qin Chuan, don't be stubborn. Just give him the beast tooth, Qi Shuiyao softly urged, a hint of worry in her eyes. Qin Chuan, however, only gave Zhao Wenxuan a cold stare and spoke in a detached tone. I told you last time was the end of it. There should be no next time. It seems you've ignored my warning. His mature and authoritative tone left everyone around in shock. Feng Xiaoxiao and the others exchanged glances, unable to believe that an ordinary cultivator would dare speak this way to a top-tier awakened student from Shangsan High. Those exam candidates who had been beaten black and blue instinctively stepped back, fearing they'd be caught in the crossfire. Zhao Wenxuan's group's expressions turned grim. Even Xiao Zhangqing, known for his restraint, had a glint of coldness in his eyes. I spared you before to conserve strength for points. Now that I have enough, do you really think you can escape me? Zhao Wenxuan sneered, flames dancing on his arms. This exchange left Qi Shuiyao and the others thunderstruck. Could the mysterious expert who previously countered Zhao Wenxuan's fire serpent really be this unawakened cultivator before them? Why don't you all come at me together? Let's not waste time. Qin Chuan's words hit like a hammer, leaving everyone present stunned. Chao Junren erupted in fury and transformed into a formidable bear-like figure, swinging a massive fist at Qin Chuan. Before anyone could cry out in surprise, the huge form was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ruins behind. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Wenxuan couldn't hold back any longer, his body engulfed in flames that transformed into dozens of fiery arrows. Qin Chuan simply blew gently, and a chill swept over, turning all the arrows into ice sculptures that shattered on the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Zhengqing's expression changed as he placed his palms on the ground to unleash his ultimate move. An invisible wave surged forth, flattening all the grass in its path. Qin Chuan merely stomped his foot, creating a storm of spiritual energy that not only dispelled the attack but also sent Xiao Zhengqing flying, coughing up blood. Panic finally gripped Zhao Wenxuan as he summoned all his power to form a dragon of flame as thick as a barrel, lunging to bite. To his shock, Qin Chuan simply swallowed the fire dragon whole, leisurely let out a burp, and exhaled a wisp of white smoke. You, impossible. Zhao Wenxuan's face turned pale as he stared at Qin Chuan in disbelief, stumbling backward. In his panic, he tripped over the corpse of a strange beast and fell heavily to the ground. Qi Shuiyao and the others watched in stunned silence. Cold sweat had already soaked through their clothes, yet they were oblivious. In their minds, an awakened genius from the top 3 schools was an insurmountable mountain. During their earlier clash, they had been easily outmatched by Zhao Wenxuan and his group. But now, those arrogant students had all fallen at Qin Chuan's hands. Qin Chuan's strength left everyone in shock. His previous words were not just arrogance but a true reflection of his power. From a distance, other candidates swallowed nervously, looking at him as if he were an anomaly. Qin Chuan, however, remained calm, as if he had done something utterly mundane. He approached Zhao Wenxuan and took his backpack. Have you heard of the exotic fruit? What if I have? What if I haven't? Zhao Wenxuan's pale face showed a hint of confusion. What do you want? Good that you know. Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. I'll give you 5 days to bring me an exotic fruit. Consider it the cost of robbing me. Zhao Wenxuan sneered. Who do you think you are? Want an exotic fruit? Impossible. If you've got the guts, just kill me. Let's see if you dare. Qin Chuan chuckled and shook his head, lightly tapping Zhao Wenxuan's chest. Instantly, Zhao Wenxuan grimaced in pain and then looked horrified. What did you do to me? Why has my talent disappeared? Bring the exotic fruit, and I'll undo it for you, Qin Chuan said calmly. If you think being an ordinary person is fine, then you don't have to find me. You bastard. Undo it now, or you're dead after the exams. Zhao Wenxuan ranted wildly. Qin Chuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Say that again. Zhao Wenxuan froze, feeling as if a venomous snake was coiling around his neck, ready to strike at any moment. He finally felt fear, glaring at Qin Chuan but not daring to speak again. Remember, within 5 days, Qin Chuan stood up and turned to Xiao Zhengqing. Did you hear everything between Zhao Wenxuan and me? Xiao Zhengqing wiped the blood from his mouth and gritted his teeth. A bet's a bet. I'll bring an exotic fruit to your school after the exams. Compared to Zhao Wenxuan, Xiao Zhengqing was clearly more pragmatic. But Qin Chuan still temporarily sealed his talent. Bring the fruit and I'll undo it. Xiao Zhengqing nodded silently. Qin Chuan took his backpack and then dragged out Xiao Junren from the rubble. After sealing his talent as well, he explained the demand for the exotic fruit. Xiao Junren, subdued by a punch, agreed readily. Qin Chuan was satisfied. 3 exotic fruits were enough for him to advance to the second level of Qi training, far more valuable than 3,000 points. Having done all this, he turned to Qi Shuiyao, who seemed frozen in place, and tossed 2 backpacks to her. Qi Shuiyao and Li Zixiong each caught one, looking bewildered. Qin Chuan, what does this mean? Aren't we a team? Qin Chuan smiled. You said it yourself, everyone gets a share. What? Li Zixiong was dumbfounded. He had only given Qin Chuan a single grade beast tooth, worth a mere 100 points, and now Qin Chuan had handed them backpacks worth 20,000 points each. The return was astonishing. Isn't this too valuable? Qi Shuiyao hesitated. Is it? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment. Then give it back. Qi Shuiyao immediately clutched the backpack tightly. I was just being polite. Who takes back gifts? Qin Chuan was speechless and turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? Qi Shuiyao asked. Finding a place to hide until midnight to transfer the points, Qin Chuan replied without looking back. Don't forget what you promised. Having witnessed Qin Chuan's strength, Qi Shuiyao now fully believed in his earlier promise. Qin Chuan waved his hand. Don't worry. Zhao Wenxuan and his group helped each other as they left. Zhengqing, can you swallow this? Zhao Wenxuan asked viciously. Xiao Zhengqing looked at him. I want to find Shen Linghao and the others for help. Give him an exotic fruit, and he'll definitely make a move. Zhao Wenxuan's eyes flashed with cold intent. Xiao Zhengqing shook his head. Forget it. Qin Chuan did something to us. Until he undoes it, I don't want to stir up any trouble. What can he possibly do? Zhao Wenxuan was exasperated. Once the exams are over, there are plenty of ways to undo it. What are you afraid of? Xiao Zhengqing continued to shake his head. Zhao Wenxuan turned to Xiao Junren. What about you? I can't beat him. I'm convinced, Xiao Junren said frankly. Cowards. Zhao Wenxuan cursed. If you won't go, I'll go alone. I can't swallow this humiliation. After parting ways with Qi Shuiyao and the others, Qin Chuan found a relatively intact ruin. With a light touch of his finger, he inscribed a spirit-absorbing array as spiritual energy flowed through his fingers. He placed the incomplete exotic fruit within the array, watching as pale spiritual energy gradually emerged and was absorbed into his body. After refining it using the 3 lives creation technique, his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the first level of Qi refining. Feeling the spiritual energy within him, which was even more abundant than when he was at the second level of Qi refining, Qin Chuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Reborn, he had laid an incredibly solid foundation for cultivation based on his past life's experiences. What was even more astonishing was that he could attempt to awaken his spiritual awareness at the first level of Qi refining. Typically, cultivators needed to reach the 4th level to do this. Those with exceptional talent might achieve it at the 3rd level. However, Qin Chuan had never encountered anyone who could awaken spiritual awareness at the 1st level, not even in his previous life. Sitting cross-legged amidst the ruins, he began to practice the arrogant heart technique, which he had obtained from the arrogant heart immortal sect, to refine his spiritual awareness. Half an hour later, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Within a radius of 500 meters, everything was clear to him, and he easily discovered a tracker hidden in the sole of his shoe. Extracting the thumb-sized metal sphere, he applied a little force, causing it to shatter. A tracker? Qin Chuan murmured, already seeing through Zhao Wenxuan and his group's scheme. I hope you bring more people, so I won't be too disappointed. He glanced at the battle blade stuck in the ground and shook his head inwardly. Now that he had awakened his spiritual awareness, he wished to forge a spiritual sword if he could find suitable materials. With a ripple of spiritual energy, he shed the debris from his body and looked outwards. At this moment, Zhao Wenxuan was leading a young man with an imposing aura through the ruins. This was Shen Linghao, the top-ranked 3rd-year heavenly awakened from the 3rd school. Zhao Wenxuan had offered him an exotic fruit to deal with Qin Chuan. Knowing Qin Chuan had tens of thousands of points, Shen Linghao readily agreed. In his view, apart from the 2 3rd-year heavenly awakened from the 1st and 2nd schools, he was confident he could crush anyone else. Moreover, he was accompanied by 8 2nd-tier heavenly awakened. He's right here. Zhao Wenxuan pointed to a vine-covered ruin ahead. The tracker may have been destroyed, but he would never expect us to have already arrived. Shen Linghao nodded slightly, and a burly student immediately transformed into a half-human, half-tiger form, ready to leap onto the ruins when Qin Chuan appeared. Is that all you've got? Qin Chuan asked calmly. Those 2 didn't come? "You're finished, you scum!" Zhao Wenxuan shouted arrogantly. Qin Chuan sized up Shen Linghao, his spiritual awareness sensing the powerful energy flowing within him. "You're standing up for him?" "Zhao Wenxuan offered me an exotic fruit to break both your arms," Shen Linghao replied with composure. "If you're smart, you'll break them yourself now to avoid unnecessary pain." Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile. In the 900 years after he advanced to the foundation establishment stage in his past life, no one had dared to be so brazen in front of him. Just then, Qi Shuiyao and the others arrived, breathlessly shouting, "Shen Linghao, stop!" Feng Xiaoxiao mocked. "The top genius of the third school has become a mere henchman now?" Shen Linghao remained indifferent and calmly ordered, "Do it." The 8 awakened individuals sprang into action, some transforming into beast-like forms, others wielding flames or gales, all charging toward Qin Chuan with fierce intent. "Qin Chuan, run!" Qi Shuiyao and the others cried out in alarm. Even having witnessed Qin Chuan defeat 3 opponents at once, they couldn't believe he could take on 8, let alone someone as exceptional as the third-tier heavenly awakened Shen Linghao. However, Qin Chuan did not retreat. Instead, he smiled. 9 exotic fruits, no. Make that at least 2 from Shen Linghao. Qin Chuan stood firm, his spiritual energy surging as he let out a low shout. The Star Shatter Chant, a technique he had stumbled upon at the Wanshou Immortal Sect, now displayed its astounding power. In his previous life, he had used this very technique to shatter opponents of the same level during the Void Phase, earning him widespread fame. The spiritual energy rippled out like waves, distorting the surrounding air. Among the 8 attackers, 5 were immediately repelled by the force, coughing up blood as they were thrown to the ground. Only 3 second-tier beast-type awakeners, relying on their formidable physiques, managed to hold their ground, their feet carving deep trenches into the earth. In a flash, Qin Chuan appeared before the Rhino Man. Before the latter could react, a loud slap echoed. Smack! The massive figure of the Rhino Man was sent flying by the blow. This was a beast-transformed second-tier awakener, and the strength of that slap was truly astonishing. The other 2 beast-type awakeners, frightened by the scene, retreated in panic, only to bump into Qin Chuan, who had somehow appeared behind them. With a swift kick, both of them were sent sprawling to the ground, mouths full of dirt. The entire sequence took less than 30 seconds. He won, and so effortlessly. Qi Shuiyao and the others were dumbfounded. 8 second-tier awakeners were as fragile as clay chickens in front of Qin Chuan. Impossible. How could such a master be at 13 high? Zhao Wenxuan shook his head in disbelief. You must be an imposter. This is cheating. Even the usually arrogant Shen Linghao couldn't hide his shock and apprehension. Qin Chuan took a step forward, hands clasped behind his back. Your turn. Shen Linghao suppressed his unease. So what if you dealt with a few weaklings? There's nothing to be proud of. Kneel and apologize now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you won't leave here intact. Qin Chuan chuckled at his bravado. You're quite stubborn. You're courting death. Shen Linghao roared, arcs of lightning flickering around him, his hair standing on end. The crowd gasped a rare lightning awakener, second only to healing and elemental abilities, with fewer than 100 among nearly 100,000 awakeners in Lan City. A third-tier lightning awakener's strength rivaled that of a regular fourth-tier, with unmatched speed and attack power. The crowd couldn't help but worry for Qin Chuan, though his calm demeanor offered some reassurance. Qin Chuan was intrigued. In his past life, he had few encounters with lightning masters. The most memorable was an elder from the Thunder sect during the integration phase, who was severely injured by Qin Chuan's sky-cutting blade and subsequently closed off his sect. Seeing the crowd's awe, Shen Linghao's confidence soared. His eyes glowed blue as he transformed the lightning into a whip, slicing through the air toward Qin Chuan. The electric charge's crackling intensity made the onlooker's hair stand on end, a force even in a grade beast might struggle to withstand. Yet Qin Chuan shook his head in disappointment. He had initially compared Shen Linghao to the elder who could summon seas of thunder and dual-colored lightning. But now, this lightning worm was far from impressive. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Chuan swiftly extended 2 fingers, effortlessly catching the incoming lightning whip. With a gentle flick, a stream of spiritual energy surged back along the whip at lightning speed. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as arcs of electricity crackled around Shen Linghao. His entire body was blackened by the shock, his hair standing on end, utterly ruining his meticulously maintained appearance. As someone who spent half an hour each day perfecting his look before stepping out, Shen Linghao was furious. You've got a death wish. Electricity danced across his body as Shen Linghao transformed into a human lightning bolt, charging at Qin Chuan with incredible speed. Yet Qin Chuan remained unmoved, slowly crossing his arms in front of him as if cradling the void. An innate, commanding aura surged from within him, as if he were condensing a mighty mountain between his arms. In that moment, everything else seemed to vanish. leaving only Qin Xuan standing tall and unyielding, embracing the mountain, towering against the sky. Kanglan 9 transformations, second transformation, fist technique, mountain embrace. Qin Xuan thrust his arms forward. The space around him rippled as a tremendous force exploded outward. Shen Linghao, who had almost reached him, suddenly felt as if he were trapped in a mire, unable to move an inch. Invisible shockwaves pummeled him relentlessly, causing his blood to surge uncontrollably and robbing him of all control over his body. Ugh! Shen Linghao spat out a mouthful of blood, his body shooting backward like a cannonball, crashing into a ruined building and becoming buried under the rubble. What just happened? Qi Shuiyao and the others were dumbfounded. Ever since they met Qin Xuan, they had been in a state of constant shock. Watching Qin Xuan effortlessly subdue Shen Linghao left them stammering in disbelief. Zhao Wenshuan was on the verge of losing it. He had been so sure of Shen Linghao's victory, only to see him defeated in an instant by Qin Xuan. The abrupt shift was too much for him to process, leaving him standing there in a daze, laughing foolishly. Qin Xuan stood his ground without moving. As a mid-stage level 1 Qi practitioner, executing the mountain embrace was indeed taxing, but he had to be cautious when facing a third-tier heavenly awakener. After taking a moment to compose himself, he began to walk slowly towards the rubble. Meanwhile, in the conference hall on the 23rd floor of the renowned Bayan Hotel in Lon City, the principals of 28 high schools were gathered. Ostensibly, they were there to exchange educational insights, but in reality, it was a covert competition over student performance. In past years, these meetings were dominated by the top 3 schools, and this time it was 3rd High School's principal, Yang Qi, who was in charge. He had prepared a massive display screen that showed real-time rankings of the top 200 students from the 28 schools in Lon City, based on their exam scores. As noon approached, Yang Qi beamed with anticipation and said, "It's almost 12. Soon, these youngsters will start uploading their scores. I wonder what surprises they'll bring us this time." In the meeting room where the high school entrance exam leaderboard was revealed, Principal Yang of number 3 high school had a particularly radiant smile. His pride was so evident that it made the other principals uncomfortable. "Yang, tone it down a bit. Your grin is about to reach your ears. Number 1 and number 2 high schools also have third-tier awakened students, so don't get too cocky," one principal quietly reminded him. "Heh, that's not necessarily the case," Yang replied, lifting his chin. "Our Shen Linghao is an awakened with unique thunder abilities." "What? An awakened with unique thunder abilities?" This news hit the room like a bombshell, leaving the principals in shock. Although they had some insider knowledge about each school's situation, if a school deliberately hid the talents of their top students, they could remain unaware. Yang savored the shock on their faces with inner satisfaction. "Don't get too excited. This is just the beginning. Wait until you see Shen Linghao's score, and you'll be even more surprised." Time's up. With a reminder from one of the principals, the scores on the big screen began to change rapidly. This was the most intense moment for uploading exam scores, and 5 minutes later, the rankings started to stabilize. All of the top 200 candidates scored over 5,000 points, with those starting from rank 92 surpassing 10,000. The top 10 candidates scored over 18,000 points, with the first place being a second-tier top-grade awakened, who scored an impressive 19,758 points. Surprisingly, this student was only ranked 9th at number 2 high school, 11,000 points. Feng Xiaoxiao managed to score that high. The principal of number 5 high school beamed with pride, seeing their student in 85th place. In recent years, the top 200 had been dominated by the top 3 schools, so having a student break into the top 100 was indeed a reason to be proud. "Feng Xiaoxiao is just a second-tier top-grade awakened. How could she score so high?" questioned the principal of number 7 high school immediately. "You old coot, did you have other students transfer their points to her? That's cheating. Don't make baseless accusations. If you have the guts, report it to the Ministry of Education." The principal of number 5 high school retorted confidently. He was well aware that the partnership between Han Lu and Feng Xiaoxiao might have some hidden aspects, but without evidence, what could anyone do? Just as the debate heated up, an even bigger surprise unfolded. No. 13 high school had 4 students in the top 80. Qi Shuiyao, Bei Ninghua, Gu Minghui, and Li Zixiong each scored over 10,000 points. This discovery left Principal Chun of number 13 high school both shocked and delighted. He had been anxiously searching beyond the 300th rank for his students' names, only to be pleasantly surprised. Quickly composing himself, he feigned calmness and said, "These 4 kids have really done well, justifying my usual efforts in nurturing them. By the way, doesn't number 13 high school have a cultivator? How did he perform?" asked the principal of number 12 high school, instantly deflating Principal Chin's pride. Other principals joined in, eager to see the performance of the only cultivator in Lon City. Meanwhile, Principal Yang of number 3 high school maintained his smile. For him, watching the subtle jabs and banter among the regular high schools was a unique form of entertainment. In the conference room, Yang Qi skillfully navigated his phone screen and opened the search bar. Old Chen, what's the name of that cultivator of yours? Old Chen shot Yang Qi a fierce glare, his face dark and unwilling to speak. I think it's Qin Xuan. The principal of number 12 high school chimed in cheerfully. Yang Qi immediately typed in the name and quickly pulled up Qin Xuan's score 0. Just as expected, a total flop. The surrounding principals displayed a look of unsurprised disappointment, shaking their heads in mock sympathy. Ah, it seems Old Chen's dark horse has stumbled and failed to take off. Old Chen's expression grew even more grim. Although he had mentally prepared for the ridicule, the sarcasm from the other principals was hard to bear. He wanted to retort but couldn't find the words after a long pause. After all, having a student involved in cultivation at school was indeed quite absurd. He secretly wished that this Qin Xuan was at another school, so he could enjoy watching his colleagues deal with the embarrassment. Suddenly, the rankings shifted, and the name Lu Tianfeng from number 2 high school jumped to the top 27,000 points. This score was nearly 10,000 points ahead of the second place. A collective gasp filled the room as the principals, except for the one from number 3 high school, stared in shock at the principal of number 2 high school. Oldly, what's the story with this kid? Over 20,000 points means he had to defeat over 200 grade beasts, or 20-some grade beasts. How did he do it? Principal Li of number 2 high school basked in the astonished gazes of his peers and replied calmly, Lu Tianfeng is a genius, once-in-a-century prodigy in Lan City. Stop teasing us, just tell us. He's a dual elemental top-grade awakener fire and wind. What? Dual elements? I heard there was a multi-element top-grade awakener in Jin City this year, but I didn't expect we have one in Lan City too. Oldly, you're quite the secret keeper, only revealing it now. The principals marveled, knowing that dual-element top-grade awakeners are rarer than lightning awakeners, and the combination of fire and wind is far more powerful than a simple sum of the two. Just as Principal Li of number 2 high school was enjoying his moment of glory, the screen updated again. Zhang Haoyu, 31,658 points. The conference room fell into an eerie silence as everyone, except the principal of number 1 high school, stared dumbfounded at the numbers. Breaking 30,000 points was unprecedented in the history of Lan City's college entrance exams. As everyone was still reeling from the shock, the screen flashed once more, and a new name replaced Zhang Haoyu at the top. Qin Xuan. At that moment, Principal Chun of number 13 high school was struck as if by lightning, trembling all over. He felt like a lottery winner holding a winning ticket, his heart racing and breath quickening. He opened his mouth to say something but, overwhelmed by excitement and short of breath, fainted on the spot. Hey. Principal Chun suddenly swayed, almost collapsing. The principal next to him quickly reached out to support him, drawing everyone's attention away from the leaderboard. What happened? Old Chen is a 4th-tier heavenly awakener. How could he faint so suddenly? Maybe the shock of having a student in the top 100 in the 0 scores in the cultivation exam was just too much. The principals speculated among themselves, as several healer-type awakened principals gathered around. Principal Chin's eyes snapped open, and he gasped for air like a drowning man saved from the depths. The principal from 17th high school quickly reassured him, Don't worry, Old Chen. Look at our school, we didn't even make the top 200, and we have more than a dozen 0 scores. I'm not panicking, am I? Exactly, the disparity among candidates is normal. Don't stress over the rankings, others chimed in, some even holding down Chen's hand as he tried to point to the leaderboard. No, it's not that, Principal Chen stammered, his excitement rendering his words almost unintelligible. Qin Xuan is first. Laughter erupted in the room. The principals from upper 3rd high laughed the hardest. Old Chen, did you forget to add from the bottom? But the principal from 8th high sensed something was off. Chen's reaction was too intense to be a joke. He turned to the leaderboard and froze, his finger trembling as he pointed at the screen. It's really first. Everyone's gaze locked onto the leaderboard. A bizarre scene unfolded. Each principal who saw the ranking seemed paralyzed, frozen in their respective stances. After a long silence, the principal from 2nd high broke it. Old Yang, is there something wrong with your system? Bullshit. Yang Qi retorted angrily. This system was custom-made for 9.8 million. It can't be wrong. Gasps filled the room. If the system was accurate, it meant Qin Xuan had truly achieved a staggering score of 37,850 points. Impossible. The principal from 1st high stood up, agitated. Zhang Haoyu only scored a bit over 31,000. How could someone from 13th high score over 37,000? It must be cheating. Yes, definitely an imposter. The principals from 2nd and 3rd high agreed. Qin Xuan couldn't even successfully awaken and turn to cultivation. How could a mere cultivator score so high? We need a thorough investigation. Principal Chun could no longer hold back. With the confidence of having 4 students in the top 100 and one taking the crown, he finally dared to confront upper 3rd high. Nonsense. I personally handed Qin Xuan his exam materials. He's an exceptionally talented student, and there's no way he cheated. Oomph, a cultivator scoring like that. Do you take us for fools? Yang Qi sneered. Old Chen, you're involved in this cheating scandal too. Yang Qi, stop slandering me. Principal Chen pointed angrily at Yang Qi. If you have the evidence, take it to the education ministry. Otherwise, stop spreading lies. Evidence? Yang Qi chuckled. I'm heading to the exam site right now. I want to see who this Qin Xuan really is. This declaration stunned all the principals. During exams, no principal had ever ventured into the wilderness to find a student. This was unprecedented in the history of Lon City. Principal Chun fell silent at these words. Although he had been confident earlier, he wasn't entirely sure. He had hoped to sort things out once Qin Xuan returned to school. Yang Qi's sudden decision to head to the rendezvous point to confront Qin Xuan caught Principal Chen off guard. He noticed Yang Qi's sullen expression and the anger flickering in his eyes. As the principal of Shangsan High School, Yang Qi was indeed harboring a lot of frustration. Lu Tianfeng from Erzhong and Zhang Haoyu from Yizhong had both secured the top position before, but Shen Linghao from their school was still nowhere to be seen. Now, with Qin Xuan occupying the first spot, it was like adding fuel to the fire. Just wait until I catch him red-handed. Let's see what you have to say then. Yang Qi said coldly. I'm going too. Principal Chun immediately declared. As the principal of Shizanzhong, he couldn't just stand by while others went to find his student. The principal of Yizhong, with a stern expression, said, in that case, I'll join in as well. Clearly, he also wanted to find out if Qin Xuan had cheated. Let's all go together. The principal of Erzhong chimed in. Seeing this, the other principals also expressed their intention to join the group since the principal of Shangsan and Old Chan were going. This was a spectacle not to be missed. Thus, a procession of principals set off for the examination site. Meanwhile, inside the examination site, Qin Xuan had already left. After dealing with Shen Linghao and sealing his talent, demanding an exotic fruit to lift the seal, Qin Xuan found a ruined building to rest in. He needed to recover his depleted spiritual energy. After sitting cross-legged for a long time, Qin Xuan opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. He realized his spiritual reserves were woefully low. It would take at least 2 days to return to peak condition. Having only practiced for nearly 10 days since his rebirth, it was frustrating that just a few actions required such a long recovery period, much like a phone that charges for 2 hours and only lasts for a 5-minute call. I'll need to be more economical with my energy in the future, Qin Xuan thought to himself before standing up. Since it would take 2 days to recover, there was no rush. He could wait until the exams were over. He took out 3 backpacks, his own, Zhao Wenxuan's, and Shen Linghao's. After defeating those people earlier, he had 8 backpacks just from Shen Linghao's subordinates. Unable to carry them all, he had given the extras to Qi Shuiyao and Feng Xiaoxiao. After spending over 10 minutes scanning the exotic beast materials in the backpacks, the final score displayed was 37,850. Qin Xuan calmly clicked to upload the score, then casually tossed the recorder aside. For him, the exams were over. All that was left was to head to the rendezvous point and fly back to Lon City. Once Zhao Wenxuan brings the exotic fruit, I should be able to advance to Qi refining level 2. There's a month between the exams and the start of university, which will be the perfect time to visit the Misty Forest, Qin Xuan calculated internally. After a brief rest, he set off for the rendezvous point. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and he was still 2 or 3 kilometers away. The number of examinees around him increased, many looking dejected, some even needing assistance due to serious injuries. Qin Xuan? Why is he alone? Haha, probably got ditched by Chun Hao's team. Makes sense. Although Chun Hao gets along with him, Wei Tao and the others aren't familiar with him. They wouldn't want to carry dead weight. Among the crowd, the battered Zhang Shuya team couldn't help but gossip gleefully as they spotted Qin Xuan walking alone. Outside the assembly point, the crowd buzzed with chatter. Xiao Song immediately recognized Qin Xuan, who stood alone, his small frame slightly leaning forward, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Oh, isn't that someone we know? Wasn't he hanging out with Chun Hao before? How come he's all by himself now? Zhang Shuya stood nearby, secretly observing Qin Xuan. Seeing his forlorn state, a sense of satisfaction welled up within her. If only Qin Xuan had helped her connect with Chen Hao back then, maybe she could have scored 700 or 800 points instead of just over 500 with Tang Yu. The surrounding examinees began to murmur among themselves. Isn't that Qin Xuan? The student who stood at the front during the pre-exam material distribution? I can't believe he made it out alive. What's the point of surviving if he didn't even take down a single beast? As more students from 13 High recognized Qin Xuan, the discussions grew even more animated. Yet, Qin Xuan paid no heed to the gossip. Even the top-tier third-level awakened beings at school meant little to him, let alone these ordinary examinees. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Have you heard? All the principals are here at the assembly point. What's going on? I heard someone was cheating, and the principals came to catch them personally. It's a student from 13 High, supposedly scored first place, even surpassing the third-level awakened students from 3rd High. It's too suspicious. These whispers reached Zhang Shuya and the others, making them look at Qin Chuan in shock. Xiao Song eagerly approached Qin Chuan, his tone dripping with sarcasm. We may only have 500-something points, but at least we earned them honestly. Some people cheat for high scores, bringing disgrace to our school. Qin Chuan cast him a cool glance, a gaze that sent chills down Xiao Song's spine, as if he were being watched by a fierce beast. Trembling, Xiao Song hurriedly backed away, his voice shaking. Don't do anything rash. This is the assembly point. If you dare use any cheating tools, you're not worth my effort, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, his eyes flickering briefly over Zhang Shuya before he continued walking. As Qin Chuan moved away, Xiao Song regained his bravado, shouting after him, Qin Chuan, you'll be done for cheating. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. Before he could finish, his knees buckled as if struck by an unseen force, and he collapsed to the ground with a loud crack, sweat pouring from his brow in agony. Is Qin Chuan here? Where is he? The examinees in front turned to look, their gazes finally landing on the handsome young man in a plain black t-shirt and shorts. Looks can be deceiving, someone remarked with a shake of their head. A burly Tier 2 heavenly rank awakener strode over, looking down at Qin Chuan with disdain in his eyes. So you're the one cheating? Qin Chuan maintained a calm demeanor, continuing to walk forward without glancing aside. Hey, I'm talking to you, the man shouted, reaching out to grab Qin Chuan's shoulder. However, the moment he made contact, he recoiled as if shocked, his arm twitching uncontrollably, his face a mask of astonishment. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves, that's Qi Ming from 3rd High, a Tier 2 beast-type awakener, ranked 93rd this time. Who would have thought he'd suffer a loss at Qin Chuan's hands? It seems Qin Chuan's skills are indeed formidable. Embarrassed in front of everyone, Qi Ming's expression darkened ominously. Just as he prepared to strike again, a stern voice interrupted. Stop. Qi Ming turned to see Principal Yang Qi of 3rd High striding over. Principal, I was just about to apprehend this cheater and bring him to justice, he hastily explained. Yang Qi snorted in disappointment, casting a disdainful glance at Qi Ming before turning to Qin Chuan. I was telling him to stop. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Was Yang Qi actually siding with Qin Chuan? Even if he cheated, could he really be a threat to a Tier 2 heavenly rank awakener? Qi Ming frowned, his voice tinged with defiance. Principal, what does this mean? Yang Qi's gaze fell on Qi Ming's arm. Look at your hand. Qi Ming glanced down, his face changing drastically. A thumb-thick black pattern, like a small snake, wound around his arm. Qin Chuan, he just patted your shoulder. Did you have to go so hard on him? Yang Qi asked coldly. I was already lenient, Qin Chuan replied calmly. In the cultivation world, those who dared to attack me like that have already been reduced to ashes. Yang Qi chuckled. If crippling his arm is being lenient, what would it be if you weren't? Amidst the surprised gazes of the crowd, Qin Chuan merely nodded calmly. Yang Qi's smile froze instantly, a hint of coldness appearing on his face. What a cunning little guy, he said coldly, reaching out as energy surged around him, pressing towards Qin Chuan. Even before the wind pressure arrived, the momentum was palpable. Qin Chuan silently assessed the situation. This person's strength should be around the 6th level, but he showed no fear and was just about to make a move when a figure flashed in, meeting Yang Qi's attack with a palm strike. Bang! The clash of energy created visible ripples, and the powerful aura forced those around to close their eyes. The newcomer was none other than Principal Chun Yu of 13 High School. He staggered back a few steps and shouted sternly, Yang Qi, you've gone too far. A principal of 3rd High attacking a student. Have you no shame? Yang Qi stood proudly, completely ignoring Qian Yu's reproach, and looked down at Qin Chuan condescendingly. Tell me, how did you cheat? Cheat? Qin Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Do you have any evidence? Evidence? Yang Qi sneered. You're an unawakened cultivator who can't even handle an grade beast, yet you scored over 30,000 in the college entrance exam. If that's not evidence, what is? That's considered cheating? Qin Chuan looked Yang Qi straight in the eye, his tone calm and firm. If I were to defeat all your 3rd High students, and they couldn't beat me yet scored high, would that also be considered cheating? The crowd erupted in whispers. 3rd High boasted a 3rd-level top-tier awakener and dozens of 2nd-level top-tier awakeners. Even if Qin Chuan had the ability to cheat, it seemed impossible for him to overpower everyone. Yang Qi's smile vanished, his face darkened. Qin Chuan's words were a blatant provocation. Energy surged around Yang Qi, his robes fluttering without wind. At this moment, the principal of 2nd High and others arrived, trying to mediate. Old Chun, why bother with a student? Then they turned to Qin Chuan, speaking firmly, come with us, We have questions for you. Qin Xuan glanced at them, hands in his pockets, and walked away without looking back. This act, in front of so many teachers and students, was a blatant disregard for the second high principal, whose face turned grim. Yang Qi laughed gleefully. What, are you going to fight with a student too? The surrounding students stifled their laughter, secretly admiring Qin Xuan. Whether he cheated or not seemed irrelevant. His composure in the face of the third high principal was enough to earn respect. Only Xiao Song sneered from the side. You're done for. Offending the third high principal. You're doomed. Just then, a few severely injured students hobbled over, supporting each other. Yang Qi's expression changed drastically upon seeing them. Shen Linghao, what's going on? As the face of third high, Shen Linghao hadn't uploaded his points and was now seriously injured, which was a disgrace to Yang Qi. Zhao Wenshuan was about to speak when Shen Linghao glared at him to stop. Shen Linghao glanced at the other principals and said softly, nothing, just took a fall. Took a fall? Yang Qi almost swore. You, a top-tier awakener, fell like this? Principal, let's talk about it back home, Shen Linghao pleaded quietly. Hearing the underlying implications, Yang Qi could only nod grimly. The second high principal, unwilling to let it go, asked, Old Yang, are you just going to let Qin Xuan go? Yang Qi snorted. Determining exam cheating should be the education department's job, and their confrontation was somewhat inappropriate. Most students would cower in the face of such pressure, but Qin Xuan remained unfazed. Without concrete evidence, they could only pressure the education department for a thorough investigation. Find a chance to test him, the second high principal suggested, with the first high principal nodding in agreement. A 13 high student surpassing third high was a blow to their pride. They were eager to prove Qin Xuan cheated to restore third high's reputation. While Yang Qi was frowning, Shen Linghao quickly interjected, Principal, I twisted my ankle, let's head back. Yang Qi gave him a frustrated glare and left in anger. This incident had thoroughly embarrassed third high, and he had no desire to linger. The other principals, though still eager to encourage third high to deal with Qin Xuan, fell silent under Chen Yu's gaze. After the principals left, the students began to chatter. These usually authoritative principals, especially the one from third high, were known for their unyielding nature. Yet Qin Xuan had disrupted this order. His name once again spread across the campus, becoming a symbol of admiration for many students. It can't be true. Qin Xuan is cheating. Xiao Song stood there, utterly incredulous at what he was witnessing. The envious looks from his classmates only added to his confusion. How could they admire someone who cheats? The principal of Shangsan High School was publicly humiliated, and yet nothing came of it? It was as if his entire worldview had collapsed in that moment. Not far away, Zhang Shuya watched Qin Xuan walk away calmly, hands in his pockets, with a complex expression in her eyes. Back on the military plane heading to Shangsan High School, the atmosphere was tense. Yang Qi called Shen Linghao into the VIP lounge alone. His face dark as he questioned, Tell me, what exactly happened? Shen Linghao hung his head, shame written all over his face. It was Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan. Yang Qi narrowed his eyes. Did he attack you? Shen Linghao nodded in confirmation. Do you have any evidence of his cheating? Yang Qi pressed further. Shen Linghao shook his head, his voice filled with confusion and defeat. Principal, Qin Xuan is too uncanny. My proud talent for controlling lightning had no effect on him, yet he could easily overpower me. I'm sure he's an awakened one, and at a high level, but he's been hiding his strength. Oomph. Yang Qi snorted, clearly dissatisfied with this explanation, viewing it as an excuse for failure. Explain the details. Shen Linghao immediately recounted the entire battle. As he spoke, Yang Qi's eyes glimmered with interest, deep in thought. After a long pause, Yang Qi finally spoke. From what you describe, he might indeed have awakened some unusual talent. Should we inform the schools, 1 and 2? Shen Linghao asked cautiously. I'm worried they might. What are you afraid of? Yang Qi interrupted sternly. If schools 1 and 2 want to cause trouble for Qin Xuan, what does that have to do with us at Shangsan? This information is something you earned with your exam results. Why give it to them for free? If they want intel, they have to pay for it. Shen Linghao nodded thoughtfully. I understand, Principal. Yang Qi's expression softened slightly, gesturing for Shen Linghao to come closer. Let me take a look. After a thorough examination, Yang Qi's frown deepened. It's truly strange. This kid's methods are not simple. Even I can't figure it out. Principal, should I take the exotic fruit to him? Although Shen Linghao had already made up his mind, he still sought advice. No rush, Yang Qi replied gravely. I know some high-level healers. Let them take a look first. Yes, Principal, Shen Linghao responded respectfully. As the military plane landed, students from number 28 Middle School in Lon City gradually returned to campus. The campus buzzed with a single name Qin Xuan. This previously unknown student from number 13 Middle School had astonishingly topped the college entrance examination. a revelation that exploded like a bomb within the student body, eliciting a range of reactions. Students from regular high schools were thrilled. Finally, a genius capable of surpassing the prestigious number 3 high school had emerged, filling them with pride. In contrast, students from number 3 high school were skeptical and incredulous. They considered themselves the elite and found it hard to accept being outshone by a student from an ordinary school. Many even rushed to the Ministry of Education demanding an investigation into the possibility of Qinchuan cheating. Faced with the ministry's silence, they turned their pressure on the principal, causing an uproar in the usually quiet principal's office. Eventually, 3 principals had to promise a response before the students dispersed. On the return flight, Principal Chun Yu beamed with joy. After an extensive conversation with Qin Chuan, he was deeply impressed by the young man's composure, sharp wit, and respectful yet confident demeanor. When Chun Yu repeatedly probed whether Qin Chuan had awakened or cheated, Qin Chuan candidly stated that he was simply a cultivator and assured that he had not cheated. This delighted Qin Yu immensely. The prospect of nurturing such a talent promised not only substantial bonuses but also a bright future. As they disembarked from the military plane, an unusual phenomenon occurred. Amid the crowded throng, a vacant space formed around Qin Chuan. His peers regarded him with a mix of awe and curiosity, whispering among themselves, "How did an ordinary person, choosing the path of cultivation, manage to secure the top position?" This outcome completely upended their understanding. Most people leaned towards the belief that Qin Chuan might have secretly awakened, given the low likelihood of cheating, as they had witnessed the entire process of receiving supplies. Even Qin Hao, Wei Tao, and others who knew Qin Chuan's capabilities were stunned by the result. Li Dehai remarked with a smile, "Thanks to him, we scored nearly 2,000 points, securing our place in top universities." Qi Shuiyao's eyes sparkled with hope. Perhaps Qin Chuan could truly fulfill his promise to heal her grandfather's injury. The teachers' community was equally abuzz. Homeroom teacher Zhang Hailu still felt dazed, recalling how she once lamented Qin Chuan's prospects, only for him to leap to the top. When Qin Chuan's name appeared on the leaderboard, the entire staff room erupted, with colleagues bombarding Zhang Hailu with questions. She could only shake her head repeatedly, unable to fathom how an unawakened cultivator could achieve first place. Yet, she had a vague sense that with a student like this, her application for a senior teaching position should be assured. The teachers engaged in animated discussions, unanimously agreeing that Qin Chuan must be a low-key genius, with no suspicions of cheating. They had observed the entire process from receiving supplies to boarding the military plane. Qin Chuan had no opportunity to carry any prohibited items or cheat. Should the Ministry of Education investigate, they would all unhesitatingly vouch for Qin Chuan. As the first student in the history of 13 high school to make third high school concede, Qin Chuan's achievement filled the entire school with pride. In the classroom, all eyes were on him, and Zhang Hailu was particularly generous with her praise. After a full hour of conversation, the bell finally rang, signaling the end of class. In an era where college entrance exams are no longer the sole path forward, high school life had come to a close, making way for new beginnings. Just then, a loud voice shattered the classroom's tranquility. "Qin Chuan, stop right there." As Zhang Hailu left, Xiao Song blocked Qin Chuan, who was about to leave. The entire class's attention immediately shifted to them. With an air of arrogance, Xiao Song demanded, "Qin Chuan, be honest. Did you cheat?" Qin Chuan merely glanced at him indifferently and turned to leave. Xiao Song, nearly losing control, lunged forward, trying to grab Qin Chuan's shoulder. However, before he could make contact, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, sending him flying backward and crashing into a row of desks. The classroom fell silent, everyone stunned by Qin Chuan's display of unexpected power. Zhang Shuya stood agape, utterly taken aback. "Demand an explanation? From you?" Qin Chuan said coldly before walking out. As soon as he left, the classroom erupted in gasps. Back at Qin Chuan's home, representatives from major universities had already gathered. After confirming with the Ministry of Education that Qin Chuan hadn't cheated, they rushed over, offering various enticing opportunities. Qin Chuan's parents, busy hosting these unexpected guests, learned that their seemingly unremarkable son had topped the national exams. Despite the flurry of invitations from prestigious universities, with even top-tier admissions officers personally visiting, Qin Chuan chose an ordinary yet reputable university, simply because it was closer to home. This decision left the admissions officers dumbfounded, and some even stormed off in frustration. That evening, Qin Chuan met with Chun Hao at a street food stall. Seeing his old friend, he couldn't help but recall their last gathering in his previous life, where they had celebrated and dreamed of the future. Unfortunately, those dreams were dashed when the moon split and demons descended, never to meet again. After a few rounds of drinks, as Qin Chuan headed to the restroom, a suspicious-looking middle-aged man followed him. In an alleyway, the man claimed he was sent by third high school to uncover evidence of Qin Chuan's cheating. Facing this fourth-tier, awakened individual's provocation, Qin Chuan remained calm and composed. Despite the man's punches carrying tens of thousands of kilograms of force, they couldn't touch Qin Chuan. Ultimately, Qin Chuan dispatched him with a simple move, causing the man to crash heavily against a wall, dropping an ID card from his pocket. Is it Huang Dongyang? The martial arts teacher from Yizhong, Qin Chuan murmured softly as he picked up the ID card, reading the name aloud. Huang Dongyang's face turned pale, and he frantically patted his pockets, realizing that his ID was indeed missing. Quickly, he put on a flattering smile. Hey there, I was just joking around. Why don't you give the teacher his stuff back? Qin Chuan slipped the ID into his pocket, his tone calm. Let your principal come and get it from me. Otherwise, this might end up in the hands of the reporters from Lon City Radio by tomorrow. Earlier that afternoon, while Huang Dongyang was training at the school's martial arts hall, the principal had approached him with a secret task to investigate a student suspected of cheating, who had outperformed students at Yizhong. Without hesitation, Huang Dongyang accepted the task to protect the school's reputation. But now, he couldn't afford to have the principal get involved, nor could he let the ID fall into the hands of the media, as either scenario would disgrace Yizhong. Young man, don't make jokes like this. At my age, my heart can't take it. Huang Dongyang pleaded, trying to appear humble. Is that a threat? Qin Chuan chuckled coldly. No, no, no. I'll give you $500,000. I admit defeat. Huang Dongyang gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Who said Qin Chuan was cheating? This has cost me injuries and money. They'll have to get reimbursed by old son. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, then took out his phone. Please, don't tell anyone about this. Huang Dongyang urged before leaving. After all, it would be humiliating for a Yizhong teacher to be beaten by a student if the news got out. Huang Dongyang then called the principal's son. Who told you Qin Chuan was cheating? This kid is strong. It has nothing to do with cultivation. I think he has awakened secretly, and his talent is incredible. By the way, I got injured and had to pay money. You need to reimburse me. Should we notify Erzhong and Sanzhong? All right. After hanging up, Huang Dongyang's expression was grim. Notify them? Notify my ass. Why should I let them avoid the trouble when I've already suffered? Qin Chuan returned to the dinner table, and the meal soon ended. On his way home, he encountered another teacher from Erzhong, who was also a fourth-level awakened being. After giving him a good lesson, the teacher transferred 50,000 and begged for secrecy. Qin Chuan chuckled to himself at the unexpected windfall of 100,000. He waited for a while but didn't see anyone from Sanzhong, likely because Xin Linghao had already informed Sanzhong's principal, who didn't bother notifying Yizhong or Erzhong, which seemed quite unfair. On his way home, Qin Chuan made a detour to the pharmacy where he had previously bought ginseng, curious if they had any exotic fruits. What are you looking for? Old Qi asked without looking up from his book at the computer. Have you heard of exotic fruits? Qin Chuan asked. Old Qi looked up, recognizing Qin Chuan, and smiled. It's you, kid. I was just thinking about how to contact you. There's a medical exchange conference in Lon City in a few days. Are you interested in checking it out? The conference will cover both herbal and pharmaceutical sections, featuring the latest strength-enhancing medicines for awakened beings, like the qi-boosting decoction and the muscle-replenishing pill. When is it? Next week. I'll go if I have the time. Qin Chuan nodded. Do you have any exotic fruits here? Old Qi sized up Qin Chuan with a smile. Young man, exotic fruits are not like ginseng. They are rare and expensive, and my small shop doesn't have any. Seeing Qin Chuan's genuine interest, he added, these things have only appeared in the last few decades. You can only find information online. There are no official books about them. They exchanged contact information, and Old Qi sent Qin Chuan the relevant websites. For Qin Chuan, who had just returned to life and was still getting accustomed to electronic devices, this method of paging through information was quite cumbersome. He was more used to absorbing the content of books directly with his spiritual sense. Just as Qin Chuan was about to leave, a burly man suddenly burst in. Qin Chuan recognized him immediately as the awakened individual who had previously come to sell exotic beast materials. Now, he was covered in wounds, with blood seeping continuously. Wang Hu, what happened to you? Old Qi hurriedly grabbed a first aid kit to bandage him up. Don't even mention it, damn it. Wang Hu sat in Qi Lao's clinic, his face filled with anger as the old doctor tended to his wounds. Recently, strange fruits have been appearing frequently on Timing Mountain in the misty forest. Wang Hu and his group hoped to seize the opportunity for a big haul. They got lucky and found an unusual fruit before even reaching the foot of the mountain. However, their luck soon ran out when a group of 4th or 5th tier awakeners set their sights on their find. The wilderness is like that, only the ruthless get rich, Wang Hu recalled through gritted teeth. Those awakeners chased them relentlessly and eventually snatched the fruit away. As Qi Lao cleaned the wounds, he questioned, isn't your team good at escaping? How did 4th or 5th tier awakeners manage to do this to you? Ordinary awakeners? Even a 6th tier couldn't catch me. Wang Hu suddenly remembered something, his expression growing darker. Damn it, there were mechanists in that group. In the middle of the fight, Two guys in battle armor appeared out of nowhere. Qi Lao nodded in understanding. Battle armor does give a significant advantage over ordinary awakeners. Those things were like cheats. Wang Hu gestured animatedly. Our attacks barely tickled them, but their punches carried the force of tens of thousands of pounds. The worst part was their insane speed and the array of thermal weapons. If it weren't for Zhuang Ming, a top-tier awakener, giving us a speed boost, we'd have been done for. Wang Hu pulled out a blood-stained cigarette and lit it, only for Qi Lao to snatch it away and put it out. Don't smoke now, Qi Lao frowned and asked. What about the other four? I covered their escape. They're not too badly hurt and are recovering at home, so I didn't bother bringing them here. Qi Lao examined the injuries closely. You'll need a month or two to recover from these wounds. You've got a few broken ribs and lung damage. Best not to exert yourself for half a year. Half a year. Wang Hu's eyes widened. If I don't go out for half a month, I'll starve. Can't you give me something stronger? Just then, Qin Chuan's voice came from the doorway. I can help heal your injuries. Wang Hu cast a sidelong glance at Qin Chuan, observing his youthful appearance and ordinary demeanor, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. I remember seeing you last time. Why are you still here? He directed his question to old Qi. Is he a relative of yours? He's quite handsome, but his loose tongue will get him in trouble someday. Old Qi chuckled, waving a hand dismissively. No relative, just a young fellow I do some business with. His name is Qin Chuan. He gestured towards Wang Hu. This is Wang Hu. You were interested in exotic fruits, right? You can learn a thing or two from him. Qin Chuan simply nodded, his face expressionless. Well, aren't you a proud one? Wang Hu remarked with a grin. Qin Chuan met Wang Hu's gaze directly and said, I'll heal your injuries if you take me to where the exotic fruits are. Deal? Wang Hu burst into laughter, which only caused his wounds to bleed again. Old Qi frowned. Qin Chuan, don't be reckless. Even with top-notch medical equipment and medicine, it'll take 10 days for Wang Hu to heal. Ignoring the warning, Qin Chuan kept his eyes on Wang Hu. Do you agree? Wang Hu stopped laughing, his eyes sharp as a wolf's. Are you serious, kid? When Qin Chuan nodded, Wang Hu grinned. All right, go ahead and try to heal me. I'm curious to see what you can do. Old Qi wanted to intervene, but seeing their determined expressions, he stepped aside. I don't have much medical equipment here. If you need any, we'll have to go to another place. No need, Qin Chuan replied. Having lived for over 1,000 years in the cultivation world, healing an injured mortal was a trivial task for him. What do you need me to do? But if you fail, I won't let it slide. Wang Hu warned. Qin Chuan raised a finger. If you're not healed within an hour, you can do whatever you want with me. Wang Hu's eyes gleamed. All right, I like your boldness. Old Qi shook his head and sighed. Young and fearless, he muttered. Yet he trusted Wang Hu wouldn't go too far out of respect for him. Lie down. It's going to hurt, Qin Chuan advised briefly. Bring it on. If I make a sound, I'm not a man. Wang Hu gritted his teeth. Qin Chuan scanned Wang Hu's injuries with his spiritual sense. 3 broken ribs, 1 puncturing the lung, along with 18 varying depth knife wounds across his body. Though none were life-threatening, the long escape had caused significant blood loss. He swiftly got to work, using his fingers like a blade to open Wang Hu's chest, quickly setting the broken bones and repairing the damaged lung with spiritual energy. Once the internal injuries were healed, a wave of his hand sealed the chest wound seamlessly. Old Qi, witnessing the entire process, was initially alarmed by Qin Chuan's bare-handed approach, but now stood wide-eyed in disbelief. In all his years of medical practice, he had never seen such a technique. Wang Hu felt the manipulation within his chest, but dared not look. Moments later, the bones were restored, and his breathing became easy, leaving him astounded. Qin Chuan remained calm as he tapped the ground, deploying a small healing array. Lights flickered, and Wang Hu's knife wounds began to heal visibly. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, all 18 wounds were healed without a trace. Old Qi was left speechless, his skin tingling with disbelief. Even the most advanced medical technology couldn't achieve such rapid recovery. It was nothing short of miraculous. Wang Hu cautiously moved his body and, at Qin Chuan's nod, stood up, eagerly examining himself. Seeing his body completely restored, he asked in amazement, How did you do that? His earlier disdain turned into genuine admiration. Just a simple trick, nothing worth mentioning, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Qin Chuan waved his hand casually and said in a calm tone, Although I've healed your injury, your internal energy and blood are severely depleted. It's best to buy some supplements and take them. You should fully recover in a day or two. At this point, Wang Hu regarded Qin Chuan as a deity and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Chuan reminded him, Remember our agreement? 2 days from now then? Wang Hu grinned and, after a moment's hesitation, added, Qin, I consider you one of us. So I'll be honest with Wei actually found 3 mystical fruits at that location. To be cautious, we only picked one at the time. We should head back soon and retrieve the other two. Old Chi's eyes widened upon hearing this. 3 mystical fruits in one place? I've lived a long time and never heard of such good fortune. Wang Hu looked at Qin Chuan and said, if you're not ready, we can go first and take you next time. No need. We'll go in 2 days. Qin Chuan responded decisively. With the appearance of mystical fruits, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. All right, it's settled then. We'll meet at the Dianhong Memorial Square in 2 days. Wang Hu confirmed. Qin Chuan nodded and then turned to leave. Once he was out of sight, Old Qi slowly spoke. That young man is something else. It wouldn't hurt to maintain a good relationship with him. Wang Hu nodded in agreement, having chosen to share information about the mystical fruits as a gesture of gratitude for the healing and to show goodwill. The treatment did indeed take a toll on Qin Chuan. Although he had other methods at his disposal, he had carefully considered and chosen this direct approach. Since his rebirth, he realized the world was quite different from what he remembered. Mystical forests, mystical fruits, and more were all new to him. Old Qi, with his extensive experience in medicine, and Wang Hu, with his survival skills in the wilderness, must have a better understanding of the true nature of this world. Qin Chuan planned to enlist their help, knowing that to earn their trust, he needed to demonstrate either strength or value. Given his current financial constraints, showcasing his strength was undoubtedly the best choice. The next day, after his parents left for work, Qin Chuan, alone at home, heard a knock at the door. Opening it, he found Zhao Wenxuan standing outside with a group of people, all with dark circles under their eyes and looking quite unwell. Is it true that giving you a mystical fruit can lift the seal? Zhao Wenxuan asked weakly. After the college entrance exam, he had sought medical help everywhere to restore his ability to use his talent, but even a 5th-year healing awakener was at a loss. In desperation, he confessed to his elders. Though they were furious, they had to suppress their anger toward Qin Chuan for the sake of restoring their most promising junior's talent. This morning, they prepared a mystical fruit and sent Zhao Wenxuan to seek Qin Chuan's help. The other 10 people had similar experiences, having exhausted their connections and medical options before turning to Qin Chuan. Only Shen Linghao was absent from the group. Hurry up, answer me. Can you do it or not? Chao Junren, eyes bloodshot, slammed his fist on the table, shouting at Qin Chuan. Although he had admitted defeat to Qin Chuan during the exam, now back in the city, backed by powerful forces, his humility had long vanished. Qin Chuan nodded calmly. I can. Did you bring the items? The 11 individuals each produced exquisite wooden boxes, from which faint streams of spiritual energy emerged. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction, then performed a series of gestures with one hand, touching each person's forehead. As a warm current flowed into their bodies, the seals within them were completely lifted. My abilities are back. It felt like an eternity, even though it was only a couple of days. This feels amazing. Cheers erupted as each person expressed the joy of regaining what was lost. Let's go. Zhao Wenxuan, with a dark expression and a glint of coldness in his eyes, turned to leave first. The others gave Qin Chuan a meaningful look before following him out. Having lived for over 1,000 years, Qin Chuan knew that the forces behind these people wouldn't let the matter rest after obtaining the rare fruits through such means. Yet, he felt no fear. The city had official oversight, preventing even the awakened from causing a stir openly. As for the wilderness, who the true hunter was remained uncertain. We'll deal with that tomorrow, Qin Chuan said, turning back to his room. During the college entrance exams, he had acquired a rare fruit from Wei Ziyuan and promised to visit after the exams. Although he intended to go to the Wei family today, having obtained the rare fruits, he prioritized enhancing his strength. Once in his room, Qin Chuan immediately set up a spirit absorption array, placing 9 rare fruits within it, and began cultivating using the 3 lives creation mantra. Visible streams of spiritual energy flowed continuously from the fruits into his body. After a long while, Qin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, frowning at the now shriveled fruits in the array. He picked one up and examined it closely. These are indeed rare fruits, but their effect is far inferior. These 5 barely match the spiritual energy of one from before. All 9 only managed to advance me to the 2nd level of qi refining. He had expected the rare fruits Zhao Wenxuan and the others brought to help him break through to the 4th level of qi refining. The disparity was unexpected. After some thought, Qin Chuan understood. Wei Ziyuan's fruits were of high quality, whereas Zhao Wenxuan and his group had used inferior fruits just to remove their seals. Never mind, Qin Chuan stood up. I can only blame myself for not knowing enough about these fruits. I need to find some people to help me out soon. While he could instantly grasp ancient text with his spiritual sense, modern information largely existed online, and even for a cultivator, it was time-consuming to research. With only a year until the moon split, he had to focus on strengthening himself, leaving no time to verify these matters personally. That evening, when Qin Chuan's parents returned home, he gave them the remaining 2 rare fruits and guided them in absorbing the energy. Although his parents hadn't awakened, the fruits could still enhance their physical health and ward off diseases. The next day, Qin Xuan arrived at the Wei family gates. The Wei family, renowned in Lan City, occupied a vast estate surrounded by mountains and water, exuding opulence and grandeur. "Young man, who are you here to see?" the security guard politely inquired. Visitors were usually high-ranking officials or dignitaries, and even passers-by were treated with courtesy. "I'm here to see Wei Ziyuan. Is he in?" The guard frowned slightly, scrutinizing Qin Xuan. Wei Ziyuan was not only a descendant of the Wei family head but also managed 3 publicly listed companies and was a 4th-level awakened individual, holding a revered position in the family. Known as Third Master Wei due to his rank, he was respectfully addressed as uncle or third uncle by the younger generation. The man in front of him, calling Wei Ziyuan by name, seemed rather disrespectful. Seeing the guard's delay in responding, Qin Xuan asked again, "Is he not here? What's your name, and what business do you have with Third Master Wei?" the guard inquired, following protocol. "Just tell him the person who made a promise during the college entrance exam is here." The guard sneered, feeling that Qin Xuan was putting on airs, but said, "Wait here. I'll inform him." Qin Xuan nodded. As the guard briefly instructed his colleague and walked inside, Qin Xuan took the opportunity to observe the layout of the estate. The arrangement subtly aligned with the flow of fortune, with various feng shui elements, clearly crafted by a skilled professional. This world indeed has some remarkable individuals, Qin Xuan thought to himself. The courtyard gate suddenly swung open with force, and a figure hurriedly rushed out, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, moving with urgency. A security guard followed closely behind, his face showing unmistakable shock. Just moments earlier, the guard had gone to report to Wei Ziyuan, who was leisurely enjoying tea and conversation with a few friends. Based on past experiences, the guard expected Wei Ziyuan to casually wave off the visitor as usual. However, when he mentioned the person promised during the college entrance exam, Wei Ziyuan's reaction was unexpected, sprang from his seat and almost dashed out the door. This sudden change left the guard momentarily stunned, almost losing pace. As the guard followed, he took another look at the young man outside the courtyard gate. Perhaps due to Wei Ziyuan's unusual behavior, he now perceived an indescribable aura of authority emanating from this young man, Qin Xuan. "Young man." Wei Ziyuan approached Qin Xuan with large strides, his face full of excitement. "You really came?" Qin Xuan looked at Wei Ziyuan calmly. "Did you think I wouldn't keep my word?" "Not at all," Wei Ziyuan replied with an awkward smile. Although he did have his doubts, such thoughts were best left unspoken. "Let's go in and check on your grandfather's condition," Qin Xuan said, taking the lead into the courtyard. Wei Ziyuan fell and stepped behind him, almost as if he were Qin Xuan's attendant. "Let me explain my grandfather's situation first," Wei Ziyuan began as they walked. "My grandfather was once a 7th-level awakened one. He chose to retire after being injured on a mission. On the surface, he seems no different from an ordinary person and can manage his daily life. However, every 10 days or so, his old injuries flare up, causing excruciating headaches. Given modern medical advancements, one would expect a diagnosis, but despite consulting numerous renowned doctors and even some high-level healing awakened ones, no solution has been found. In recent years, the frequency of his attacks has increased with age. When I heard about the 1,000-star spirit fruit in the Misty Forest, known for its miraculous healing properties, I organized an expedition. The outcome? Well, you already know." Wei Ziyuan smiled wryly. Leading a group, including 2 first-level mechanics, into the Misty Forest, only to have 3 survive, was indeed a matter of embarrassment within his circle. To this, Qin Xuan simply nodded casually. As the 2 passed by the tea room, 3 distinguished middle-aged men immediately stood up. They wore friendly smiles, and one of them spoke. "This young man must be the hero who previously helped Brother Wei, right? We've heard about your extraordinary abilities from Brother Wei and have been eager to meet you. Truly impressive." Qin Xuan simply nodded in response to the praise. His indifferent reaction left the 3 usually esteemed individuals momentarily at a loss. Sensing the awkwardness, Wei Ziyuan quickly smoothed things over. "Today, Qin Xuan is here specifically to see my grandfather. We'll meet with you all later." Only then did the 3 men smile again. After walking through the winding corridors of the courtyard for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a serene backyard. With a small bridge over flowing water surrounded by bamboo, Wei Ziyuan pointed to a small courtyard ahead, saying, "That's where my grandfather lives. He enjoys the peace and quiet of this place." Qin Xuan glanced around and casually remarked, "The layout is thoughtful, with a nice balance of mountains and water, but the water could use some life to bring more vitality." Wei Ziyuan was surprised. Indeed, a feng shui master designed it. There used to be fish in the water, but they were moved for a water change recently. "You know feng shui too?" "Just a bit," Qin Xuan replied calmly. Wei Ziyuan marveled internally, growing more confident in Qin Xuan's ability to heal his grandfather's old ailments. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair and gold-rimmed glasses appeared at the door, speaking with displeasure. Yuan, why bring outsiders here? Uncle, Wei Ziyuan explained in a low voice. This is the young man who saved me during the exam. He's here to heal Grandpa. Wei Qianming, the authoritative uncle in the Wei family, scrutinized Qin Chuan with sharp eyes. Is he the one who took our rare fruit? Uncle, you misunderstand. I offered it willingly, Wei Ziyuan quickly clarified. One rare fruit is nothing. But we've already invited 3 medical experts for a consultation today. He should come another day. Wei Qianming signaled for them to leave. Just as Wei Ziyuan felt troubled, a short-haired young man in camouflage swiftly approached. This was Zhou Hao, the military-assigned bodyguard for the Wei Patriarch, already a 5th-tier Tianpin Awakener at just 26. Third brother, Uncle Ming, Zhou Hao greeted them. Wei Qianming rarely smiled. Xiao Hao, haven't seen you around much. What have you been busy with? Looking for a mysterious person the old man mentioned. Zhou Hao replied honestly. The one who left the body-strengthening patterns? Have you found him? Wei Qianming inquired. Zhou Hao shook his head. It's challenging. I've only encountered him a few times at Yun Lake, then he vanished. Surveillance didn't capture him either. People around say he appears and disappears suddenly. Wei Qianming sighed. What a pity. If we could find that mysterious person, perhaps he could help with the old man's ailments. Zhou Hao stood at the door and reported to Wei Qianming. I've stationed people around Yun Lake. If he shows up again, we'll definitely find him. Wei Qianming patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder reassuringly. You've worked hard. Go check on the old master first. 3 experts are consulting on his condition. Let's hope for some good news. As Zhou Hao was about to enter, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Wei Ziyuan. Oh, by the way, third brother, a few of my fellow disciples want to come to Lan City for the medical exchange conference. Could you help arrange it? No problem. Wei Ziyuan thumped his chest confidently. Send me their details, and I'll make sure everything's set. Thanks. Zhou Hao smiled in gratitude, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Qin Chuan beside Wei Ziyuan. He froze. The mysterious figure he had been searching for, ever since the encounter at Yun Lake, was etched in his mind. Seeing Qin Chuan now, the 2 images overlapped. He scrutinized Qin Chuan carefully, disbelief etched on his face. It's him. After all this searching, he turns up at the Wei family. What a stroke of luck. Wei Qianming noticed Zhou Hao's intense reaction towards Qin Chuan and furrowed his brows. Xiao Hao, do you know him? Zhou Hao shook his head, his eyes fixed on Qin Chuan. May I ask your name, young man? Qin Chuan. Brother Qin Chuan, Zhou Hao asked deliberately, have you visited Yun Lake recently? With this question, Wei Qianming and Wei Ziyuan immediately understood, their shocked gazes darting between Zhou Hao and Qin Chuan. Xiao Hao, are you saying, could he be the extraordinary person the old master mentioned? Wei Ziyuan swallowed hard, staring at Qin Chuan with wide eyes. In his view, while Qin Chuan was indeed impressive, he didn't seem extraordinary enough to earn such high praise from the worldly wise Wei Patriarch. But Zhou Hao was the only other person, besides the Patriarch, who had seen this remarkable individual, and his reaction said it all. Wei Qianming's brow tightened further, regretting his earlier attitude towards Qin Chuan. If this young man truly was the expert the Patriarch had been seeking, his previous behavior was embarrassingly disrespectful, and he needed to find a way to make amends. I did indeed spend a few days at Yun Lake before, Qin Chuan replied calmly. The design is certainly mine. Listening to their previous conversation, he realized that Zhou Hao was looking for him. The design was likely the spirit-capturing array he had drawn when he advanced to the Qi refinement stage. After his advancement, he left without dismantling the array. This spirit-capturing array would autonomously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy even without a spirit object. While it was insignificant to a cultivator, it was beneficial enough for ordinary people. Ever since he missed meeting you last time, the old master has been thinking about it constantly, Zhou Hao said, unable to hide his joy. We've been searching for days without success, and now we've met at home by chance. By the way, may I ask what brings you to the Wei family? If there's any difficulty, perhaps I can be of assistance. In Zhou Hao's view, most people who came to the door were seeking the Wei family's help, be it for business, investment, or backing. I'm here to fulfill a promise, Qin Chuan smiled. But it seems the Wei family isn't very welcoming. At these words, Zhou Hao's smile faded, and he looked questioningly at Wei Ziyuan and Wei Qianming. The former gave a wry smile, while the latter frowned deeply. He recalled Wei Ziyuan mentioning the college entrance exam incident, and immediately understood that Qin Chuan was the one who had saved Wei Ziyuan, received the exotic fruit, and promised to treat the old master after the exams. However, given Wei Qianming's status as the head of the Wei family, he likely wouldn't take a high school student seriously. Uncle Ming, Qin Chuan is the esteemed guest the old master has been eagerly awaiting. We should treat him with respect, Zhou Hao said with a slight frown. Wei Qianming nodded and apologized to Qin Chuan. I was abrupt earlier, please forgive me. It's nothing, Qin Chuan replied indifferently. If he lacked even this level of composure, he wouldn't have reached the pinnacle in his previous life. If there are no issues, let's go inside and take a look. Pushing open the door, they were greeted with the sight of the old master lying in bed. The room was filled with various high-end medical equipment, with numerous lines extending from the machines to the old master, displaying various data on the screens. 3 elderly doctors in white coats were frowning as they observed the readings. Gentlemen, how is my father's condition? Wei Qiming inquired. Strange. One of the elders shook his head. All of the old master's indicators are normal. By all accounts, he should be healthy, with no lingering ailments. You mentioned he has headaches, so we specifically checked his head. Another elder added. Everything is normal, with no foreign objects affecting his nerves or blood vessels being compressed. Wei Qiming forced a smile at their words. He had heard the same conclusion countless times over the years from medical experts and healing specialists. Everything is normal, with no discernible cause. Yet, why did the old master suffer from periodic, excruciating headaches? Sometimes he felt like kicking these so-called experts, but he ultimately suppressed his anger and smiled, saying, "You've come a long way. Please take a few days to rest." The 3 elders nodded and instructed their assistants to pack up the equipment. As the assistants removed the connections from the old master, he stirred awake. Is it over? The old master asked, opening his eyes and quickly spotting Zhou Hao. Any results? Zhou Hao gestured towards Qin Chuan. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, the old master's eyes lit up. Please lie still, Qin Chuan said, gently pressing the old master back down and placing his fingers on the old master's forehead. A warm current spread from the old master's brow, enveloping his entire head in warmth. The room fell silent. Even the assistants packing the equipment moved quietly. The 3 elders, who were about to leave, turned around to watch the young doctor with a sneer. To them, mastering medical skills required years of study, and at Qin Chuan's young age, how could he possess any real ability? Surely, he was just a smooth-talking charlatan. Wei Qiming, usually astute in judging people and situations, seemed to have lost his discernment due to his father's illness. The 3 old men exchanged a knowing glance and nodded slightly. Having accepted Wei Qiming's invitation, they decided to speak up later to prevent this young man from potentially deceiving anyone. After a moment of silence, Qin Chuan frowned slightly and asked, when you have an episode, does it feel like your head is being gnawed by 1,000 ants, so painful that you wish you could smash it and pour molten iron over it? Old Mr. Wei tried to maintain his composure, but his eyes flickered intensely as he nodded heavily. Yes, exactly. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, do you know the cause? The excitement in his voice was something he himself hadn't noticed. For decades, he had consulted countless renowned doctors, but none could identify the cause of his ailment or even accurately describe his symptoms. Qin Chuan was the first and only person to describe his symptoms precisely. I do. Qin Chuan nodded calmly. Humph. One of the old men, who had been observing from the side, snorted and interrupted. We've brought the most advanced medical equipment from Jin City, and even we can't determine the cause of Mr. Wei's condition. You claim to know just by touching him? Ridiculous. Which university did you graduate from? Who is your mentor? Another elder chimed in immediately. Young man. Who taught you to speak so recklessly? Wei Qiming attempted to mediate. Gentlemen, please, let's hear him out. There's nothing to hear. Wang Qifeng interrupted with the authority of a medical expert. Old Huang is a leader in internal medicine. Old Wu is a specialist in blood and qi, and I am a top authority in neurology. If I claim to be second, no one would dare claim to be first. When it comes to diagnosing the cause of this illness, if the 3 of us can't figure it out, what could a young lad possibly see? Wei Qiming frowned slightly, displeased with Wang Qifeng's attitude. However, since they were experts he had invited, he gently suggested, there's no need to argue with a junior. Why don't you take a break in the Tingxian Pavilion? Nonetheless, the 3 elders were already riled up, crossing their arms and looking disdainful. No rush. We want to see what nonsense he can come up with. There's no need to take it to heart, young man, Zhou Hao remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction as he glanced at the 3 old men, then turned to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan remained calm, clearly unfazed by the presence of the 3 elders. He looked directly at Old Master Wei, speaking with conviction, Old Master Wei, your ailment has been with you for 70 years. It originated during a great battle when you pushed beyond your limits. You were in a coma for over 6 months afterward. When you awoke, everything seemed normal, and you continued to fight on the front lines. It wasn't until 40 years ago that the headaches began, leading you to retire. Old Master Wei's body trembled at these words, his eyes reddened, as if recalling past events. He nodded, gritting his teeth. That's true. I was 47 then, newly advanced to the 7th stage, at my peak. During a mission to hunt its glass beast, we encountered 3. The team was scattered, and I stayed behind to cover the retreat, unleashing unprecedented strength to kill 1 and severely injure 2 others. I passed out from exhaustion and was unconscious for 7 months. But after waking, I felt fine until the headaches started at 80. If the root of the problem was from back then, why did it only manifest at 80? Qin Chuan explained, a 7th-stage awakener can live up to 100 or 200 years. Before 80, you're still in your prime. During that time, minor issues can be masked by your body's growth. At 80, when your body stabilizes and stops improving, those issues naturally become apparent. What exactly is the cause? Old Master Wei asked thoughtfully. The soul, Qin Chuan replied impassively. Your outburst back then came at the cost of burning your soul. Practitioners in desperate situations instinctively burn their souls to unleash tremendous power. There are even specific techniques for soul burning in the cultivation world. Although you hadn't learned such techniques, you instinctively burned your soul in that crisis, allowing you to fight 3 at once. The cost was damage to your soul. The room reacted in various ways to this statement. The 3 medical experts and their assistants struggled to suppress their laughter, while Wei Qinming was furious, thinking Qin Chuan was mocking the elder. Wei Ziyuan looked disappointed, believing Qin Chuan shouldn't speak such nonsense. Zhou Hao scrutinized Qin Chuan's face for signs of jest, but found only seriousness. Only Old Master Wei seemed deep in thought. After a long pause, he asked, "Can you treat it?" Qin Chuan shook his head, "Not yet." Wang Qifeng and others were even more dismissive, thinking Qin Chuan was hiding his incompetence behind fanciful explanations. The rest also shook their heads in disappointment, scoffing at the young man's claims. Wei Ziyuan felt a deep sense of guilt, regretting his decision to trust a high school student with his grandfather's illness. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan's gaze was fixed intently on Wang Qifeng, the old man who had repeatedly targeted him, igniting a spark of anger within him. Though I can't heal Mr. Wei's soul injury at the moment, I can give you a taste of what a soul wound feels like. You claim there's no soul, right? Care to experience it? Qin Chuan's words were firm and resonant. Everyone present was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a challenge from Qin Chuan. Wang Qifeng's expression froze, caught in a dilemma. Refusing the challenge would mean acknowledging the existence of the soul, contradicting his life's work. Accepting it, he feared, might subject him to unimaginable pain. After a fierce internal struggle, Wang Qifeng gritted his teeth and accepted. Fine. Let's see how you can inflict a soul injury on me. He secretly resolved to endure whatever came his way, intending to expose Qin Chuan's deceit. Just when everyone thought Qin Chuan was about to act against Wang Qifeng, he simply stepped forward and lightly touched Wang Qifeng's forehead. Ugga! As soon as his finger withdrew, Wang Qifeng let out a blood-curdling scream. The excruciating pain from deep within his soul was unbearable. He frantically beat his head, collapsing to his knees. His eyes turned bloodshot, saliva dripped uncontrollably, and his body trembled violently, resembling a severe cerebral palsy patient. Old Wang, Professor Wang, 2 elderly men, 3 assistants, and Wei Qinming hurried forward in a panic to support him. In just 10 seconds, Wang Qifeng was drenched in sweat. Though his convulsions subsided, he continued to shiver uncontrollably, his face as pale as a sheet. "What the hell did you do to old Wang?" demanded an enraged elderly man named Huang. Qin Chuan shook his head calmly. "I merely let him experience a second of a soul being attacked. His willpower is too weak." He then turned to Mr. Wei. "Every time Mr. Wei has an episode, it lasts at least half an hour, with pain at least 10 times greater than his." At this revelation, everyone was speechless, turning to Mr. Wei in shock. Recalling the agony of his episodes, Mr. Wei's face turned ashen, and he could only nod gently to confirm Qin Chuan's words. This simple gesture changed everyone's expressions. When they looked back at Qin Chuan, their eyes were filled with awe. He was telling the truth. Mr. Wei offered a faint, bitter smile. "Young man, you mentioned you can't heal it now. What do you mean by that?" "Actually, curing your ailment isn't difficult," Qin Chuan said calmly. "There are 2 methods. One is to concoct the rejuvenation pill, and the other is for me to personally help you recover. However, given my current strength, acting rashly might do more harm than good." Upon hearing this, Wei Lao's interest was piqued. He eagerly asked, "What about concocting the rejuvenation pill?" Qin Chuan shook his head. "The ingredients needed for the rejuvenation pill are extremely rare. Young man, just tell me what you need. I'll take care of the ingredients," Wei Lao said with determination, clearly resolved to spare no expense for a chance at recovery. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, bring me some paper and a pen." Zhou Hao quickly fetched a pen and paper, along with a tablet, handing the pen and paper to Qin Chuan and the tablet to Wei Lao. Qin Chuan began to meticulously list the required ingredients, even drawing illustrations of each to clarify any differences in names. As Wei Qinming and others looked on, they were baffled. Even Huang Ling, a renowned medical expert, was at a loss. They were only familiar with using ready-made medicines and had no knowledge of these raw herbs. Wei Lao glanced at the tablet, occasionally sneaking a look at Qin Chuan, his face gradually showing undeniable astonishment. "That's it," Qin Chuan said, handing the list to Wei Lao. As long as you can gather these ingredients, I can make the rejuvenation pill for you. Wei Lao accepted the list with both hands, examining it closely. I've seen the 100 blood spirit flower and the 9 profound flame root before, but the other 3 are too exotic. I've never encountered them. He handed the list to Zhou Hao. If you find the ingredients, let me know. I'll take my leave for now, Qin Xuan said as he stood up to depart. Wait, Wei Lao called out, propping himself up and taking a set of keys from a box on his bedside table. He handed them to Qin Xuan. I noticed you enjoy relaxing by Ion Lake. I bought a property there, and now it's yours. Seeing Qin Xuan hesitate, Wei Lao pressed the keys into his hand. Consider it payment for your consultation. Qin Xuan thought for a moment, recalling his nearly 20-year-old home that indeed needed replacing. Moreover, as a powerful cultivator, accepting some form of payment was reasonable, so he accepted the gift. I'll take it then. Wei Lao nodded in satisfaction as Qin Xuan turned to leave, the crowd parting to let him pass. Old Wang, are you all right? What happened just now? Did he secretly use a needle on your forehead? Huang Ling and Wu Zhenghai asked worriedly as they helped Wang Qifeng away. Looking pale, Wang Qifeng shook his head. No, he didn't use any needles. Then he just lightly touched you. Was it really that dramatic? Wu Zhenghai asked, puzzled. I can't explain it, Wang Qifeng replied, his eyes unfocused. I've performed hundreds of brain surgeries and know the structure intimately, but the pain I felt wasn't related to any nerve. It was like, it touched my very soul. Old Wang, don't scare us like that. Huang Ling and Wu Zhenghai's faces turned pale. I'm not trying to frighten you. I'm truly starting to believe, Wang Qifeng said seriously, suddenly stopping in his tracks. No, I must find that young man. I need to understand what happened. With that, he hurried off. Huang Ling and Wu Zhenghai exchanged bewildered glances. Has he lost his mind? Dad, that villa cost 18 million back then, and with the current real estate boom, it's worth at least 25 million now. You're just giving it away as payment? After Qin Xuan left, Wei Qianming asked incredulously. Though such an amount was not significant for the Wei family, giving away something so valuable over a few words seemed excessive. Wei Lao smiled shrewdly, speaking slowly. Son, your perspective is too narrow. This Qin Xuan is no ordinary person. You mean you want to win him over? Wei Qianming mused. He knew well that the family's growth relied on the support of powerful awakeners. In Lan City, every prominent family had at least a 7th-tier top-grade awakener behind them. Otherwise, they couldn't establish themselves. The Shin family, reigning supreme in Lan City for a century, had expanded into various sectors like food, housing, weapons, and pharmaceuticals, all thanks to the backing of an 8th-tier awakener. Without such strength, the Shin family would have been devoured by other forces long ago. Do you think Qin Xuan, besides being a brilliant healer, is also a gifted awakener? Do you believe he could reach the 8th tier and rival the Shin family's powerhouse? Wei Qianming asked skeptically. Elder Wei shook his head slowly, his gaze deep and thoughtful. The future is unpredictable, and I can't foresee how far he will go. But judging by his current performance, it's worth my effort. He paused for a moment, then added, moreover, Xiaohao discovered something interesting about Qin Xuan's identity after investigating it. What did he find? Wei Qianming asked. He's not an awakened one. Wei Qianming was taken aback, furrowing his brows. What? If he's not even an awakened one, why would you want to recruit him? Elder Wei stared into the distance, silent for a while before speaking. Because he's a cultivator. This term is something that only us old folks might still know about. Cultivator? Wei Qianming looked puzzled. Isn't that just about seeking physical strength and longevity? Don't you often go to Ion Lake to train? This cultivation is different, Elder Wei said with a meaningful tone. In time, you will understand. For now, just do as I say. Although Wei Qianming was still filled with questions, he nodded respectfully. Understood. Back at home, Qin Xuan casually tossed the villa key given by Elder Wei onto the table. He planned to discuss the relocation with his parents, but they mentioned visiting relatives and didn't return all night. Early the next morning, Qin Xuan arrived at the Tianhong Memorial Square. At the center stood a towering, 100-meter gilded statue of a hero Ji Tianhong. Over 200 years ago, this supreme, awakened being, with power surpassing the 9th tier, single-handedly defeated 9 S-class beasts, ultimately sacrificing himself to save millions in Lan City. To ensure his heroic deeds were never forgotten, people erected this statue of him, holding a spear and gazing into the horizon during a time of peace. Gazing up at the majestic statue, Qin Xuan felt a surge of respect. He understood the difference between the world of cultivation and this one where, in the face of apocalyptic threats, even the strongest might choose self-preservation. But here, the strong bear the world in their hearts, steadfastly upholding their beliefs and responsibilities. It is because of such individuals that human civilization continues. Heroes like him deserve everyone's respect. Just then, Wang Hu approached with 3 others, ready to greet Qin Xuan. Wang Hu introduced the newcomers to everyone. These three are Kong Xin, a fourth-tier awakened, Zhuang Ming, a third-tier heavenly awakened, and Shihao, a fourth-tier beast mimic awakened. And this is Dr. Qin Xuan, whose medical skills are second to none. The three immediately turned to Qin Xuan with approving looks, warmly welcoming him. Having a skilled doctor in the wilderness was undoubtedly a lifesaver in critical moments. Qin Xuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, quietly assessing these formidable companions. Although they appeared friendly, there was an unmistakable hint of lethality in their eyes, revealing their seasoned experience in the wild. Shihao was a burly man with arms thicker than Qin Xuan's thighs, a face full of rugged features, and a scruffy beard, exuding a beast-like intimidation. He bluntly asked, "Dr. Qin, have you ever been to the wilderness?" Qin Xuan shook his head. In this life, he was reborn, and in his previous life, he had joined the army to fight demons before he even reached his sophomore year, leaving no opportunity to explore the wilderness. "Dr. Qin, I'm straightforward," Shihao said, staring seriously at Qin Xuan. "We welcome your medical expertise, but the wilderness is no playground. The misty forest is teeming with flevel and above beasts. It's a place where you tread on the edge of death. I just want to know, will you freeze up when you encounter a beast?" Wang Hu remained silent, and the others quietly awaited Qin Xuan's response. In a team, any weak link could lead to disaster. No matter how skilled Qin Xuan was in medicine, if he was timid, they wouldn't take him along. Qin Xuan smirked slightly. "There shouldn't be any beast that can make me freeze." Shihao burst into laughter. "Bold. I like it. I prefer your confident attitude over those who claim they're unafraid. Once we reach the wilderness, I'll see if you're just boasting." "All right." Wang Hu interjected diplomatically. "The doctor's a medical expert, not on the front lines like us. On this trip, we must ensure Dr. Qin's safety." After getting in the vehicle, Kong Xin took the driver's seat. Wang Hu explained to Qin Xuan, "Before heading to the wilderness, we need to stop by Yeqian town. Our gear is still being repaired at the armory there." Qin Xuan nodded. Although he hadn't been to the wilderness, he was aware of these towns that catered specifically to awakened individuals. Yeqian town, with its high traffic, offered services at prices more affordable and transparent than those in the city, making it popular among the awakened. As they traveled, the group chatted amiably. Kong Xin complained about his exoskeleton getting twisted like a pretzel in the last battle, while Wang Hu praised the armory's Old Liang, a retired two-star mechanic known for his exceptional skills. Speaking of mechanics, Zhuang Ming curiously asked Wang Hu if he had enough savings to buy a battle suit. Wang Hu retorted with a curse, "Get lost. A basic battle suit costs over $1 billion. I couldn't afford it even if I sold myself." Shihao's eyes gleamed with longing. "I was hoping if you got a battle suit, you'd let me try it out. An exoskeleton already boosts combat power significantly. With a battle suit, I could take on a 7th-tier awakened. With your size," Zhuang Ming teased, "even if you bought a suit, he wouldn't dare let you wear it. One transformation and you'd tear it apart." "Nonsense. Even the most basic suits have adaptive features. No one could tear them apart." Listening to their banter, Qin Xuan felt more at ease. However, Wang Hu being a one-star mechanic was indeed surprising to him. It's uncommon for awakened individuals to pursue a mechanic's path since their main advantage is their physical prowess, which they lose when in a battle suit. Plus, the time required for training is substantial, making success rates low. Mechanics are graded from 1 to 5 stars, with official exams conducted annually to earn respective star-level badges. From 1 star to 5 star, they correspond to basic, intermediate, advanced, super, and custom battle suits. A 1-star mechanic can operate a basic suit, equating to the power of a 5th-tier common awakened. Battle suits not only dull pain and reduce energy consumption, but also come equipped with various advanced weapons and technology, providing mechanics with a significant edge in prolonged battles. Qin Xuan recalled that in his previous life, he became a 1-star mechanic within a year, causing a stir at his school. Unfortunately, when the demons descended, even 3-star mechanics were mere cannon fodder. He, as a fledgling 1-star mechanic, was powerless to change anything. His potential snuffed out prematurely. "We've arrived," Kong Xin announced, bringing the vehicle to a smooth stop. The parking lot in Yeqian town was bustling with people, surrounded by towering skyscrapers, rivaling the city's vibrancy. Wang Hu led his team into the Qinzue weapon hall, pushing open the heavy glass doors to reveal a lavishly decorated lobby. Under the dazzling lights, display cases showcased an array of weaponry from traditional cold weapons to modern firearms, and even advanced detectors and drones. "I'm here to see Old Liang," Wang Hu told a staff member. Guided by the attendant, the group of 5 waited in the back hall. Before long, a middle-aged man with hair resembling a bird's nest dragged in a large box. Qin Xuan keenly noticed something unusual about Liang Yu like Wei Lao. He suffered from soul damage. Although less severe, any provocation could drive him mad or cause him to faint. 4 sets of exoskeleton suits, repair materials totaling 4.5 million, plus rush and labor fees, making it 6 million altogether, Liang Yu stated, his gaze fixed on Wang Hu as he extended his hand for payment. Damn it, old Liang. We're old friends, why charge so much? A new set costs just over 5 million. Wang Hu protested, eyes wide with disbelief. Liang Yu's expression darkened instantly. To fix your junk, I had to cancel 3 modification orders and 1 armor repair. I didn't sleep for 2 nights to finish this. Is 1.5 million really too much? Take it or leave it. He made to drag the box away. Kong Xian quickly pressed down on the box. We'll take it. Of course we will. He immediately processed the payment. Only when Liang Yu saw the transaction notification did his demeanor soften. Seizing the moment, Wang Hu tried to inquire about Zhang Hai, but Liang Yu brushed him off irritably. However, when Wang Hu mentioned Qin Chuan's miraculous medical skills, Liang Yu's attitude shifted dramatically. It turned out that his excessive research on battle armor had led to mental damage, which even the military's awakened healers couldn't cure, forcing him to leave the army. Qin Chuan saw through his thoughts at once. I can heal your injury, but it requires some expensive herbs, and I don't have time right now. Liang Yu trembled at the words and quickly fetched paper and pen. After Qin Chuan jotted down the prescription and diagrams, the 5 left the weapon hall. On their way to the wilderness area, Wang Hu explained to Qin Chuan the classifications of awakened individuals. As they traveled, the awakened companions gradually dispersed among the ruins of various cities, leaving only their small team. According to Wang Hu, there are 2 main types of awakened individuals: those who hunt exotic beasts in city ruins, and those who search for precious medicinal herbs in deep forests. The former is relatively safer but offers lower rewards, while the latter is riskier but more lucrative. Wang Hu was explaining the survival rules of the wilderness to Qin Chuan. Hunting a-level beasts in the city ruins only pays around 3 to 400,000. But if you happen to find ginseng or ganoderma in the deep mountains, one piece can sell for over 300,000. He paused for a moment. The most valuable, though, are the exotic fruits. Even the cheapest ones go for over 1 million, and finding just one can equal months of income from hunting in the city ruins. So, Wang Hu continued, usually only those who urgently need money or thrill-seeking loners choose to enter the forest. Most people with families prefer to make a living in the city ruins. His tone suddenly shifted, but recently, there have been frequent sightings of exotic fruits near Timing Mountain, and even the awakened ones from the city can't resist going into the mountains. We heard about it and wanted to cash in, but after finding an exotic fruit, we got chased instead. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Qin Chuan nodded silently, already determined to head to Timing Mountain as soon as possible. Along the way, they encountered numerous beasts, including some flevel ones. Each time, it was Wang Hu and his team who handled them, not giving Qin Chuan a chance. In their eyes, as the team's doctor, it was impressive enough that Qin Chuan didn't get scared stiff by the beasts. As the sun set and the heat lingered, Wang Hu and the others were drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to their muscular bodies. Qin Chuan, however, was different. Despite the long walk, he hadn't broken a sweat, and his clothes fluttered in the warm breeze. This detail went unnoticed by the others. In the distance, the silhouette of a vast forest became clearer. The group began donning exoskeleton devices, a type of mechanical aid that had been refined over generations. No longer bulky, it covered their bodies with layers of metal, exuding a futuristic feel. Dr. Qin, want to try the exoskeleton? Shihao asked as he adjusted the device on his arm, which emitted a clicking sound. No, thanks. Qin Chuan declined with a shake of his head. To him, these exoskeletons were just a poor substitute for battle armor, suitable only for those who hadn't yet qualified as mechanics or couldn't afford battle armor. As a former 1-star mechanic, he had no interest in such equipment. You'll have to get him battle armor to try. This junky exoskeleton is embarrassing, Zhuang Ming teased. Get lost. Shihao retorted. Focus, everyone. Wang Hu interjected seriously. Once we enter the misty forest, we need to be on full alert. Don't worry, Brother Hu, it's not our first time, Zhuang Ming assured confidently. Wang Hu nodded and instructed Zhuang Ming. If anything happens, the 3 of us will act. You protect Dr. Qin? Understood. Zhuang Ming replied solemnly. With that, they plunged into the depths of the forest. A gentle white mist enveloped the forest. In stark contrast to the stifling heat outside, the temperature within the misty forest dropped sharply. Mosquitoes flitted through the haze, and the distant roar of wild beasts could be faintly heard. The fresh traces on the surrounding vegetation clearly indicated that someone had been here recently. Not far ahead, the dense canopy blocked most of the light, making the mist even thicker between the dark trees. This was the mysterious misty forest spoken of by many. Wang Hu and his companions navigated skillfully towards the direction where they had previously discovered the unusual fruit. Brother Hu, where exactly did we find the fruit last time? Shihao asked, glancing around. The towering trees formed a colossal maze in the dim evening light. Wang Hu looked troubled. We were being chased at the time, so I only remember the general area. We'll need to search for the exact spot. This way, Qin Chuan pointed to the right. His keen senses had detected a small tree growing among the rocks, about half a man's height, with two fist-sized fruits hanging from it, and a fresh stem where one had been piqued, a sign of Wang Hu's previous visit. However, these two fruits seemed slightly inferior compared to the one Zhao Wenxuan had sent. How do you know? You haven't been here before, Wang Hu asked in surprise. While they were still trying to recall, this newcomer had already pointed them in the right direction. The fruit is a type of herb, and I'm a doctor, so I have my ways of identifying them, Qin Chuan explained casually. Impressive. The group gave him a thumbs up, fully convinced by Qin Chuan's words, and secretly admired his dual expertise in medicine and navigation. The group continued to navigate through the mist. Soon, Wang Hu and his companions recognized the terrain. Yes, this is the place. They rushed towards the pile of rocks, quickly picking the two unusual fruits and stashing them in their backpacks, satisfaction evident on their faces. Wang Hu tossed the package to Kong Xian. You head back first. We'll accompany Brother Qin to take a look at Timing Mountain. This was clearly a prearranged plan. Qin Chuan watched the developments with quiet interest. As they parted, Kong Xian shouldered the backpack. Dr. Qin, I'll leave you for now. See you tomorrow. Take care. Qin Chuan smiled, watching him leave. Kong Xian leaped onto the rocks, covering 7 or 8 meters in a single bound, and quickly vanished into the mist. Suddenly, Shi Hao, a beast type awakened of celestial grade, turned pale. His beast-like danger sense had been triggered. Someone's following Kong Xian. Before the words were fully spoken, Shi Hao transformed into his beast form, his body swelling to 5 or 6 meters tall, limbs sprouting sharp claws, turning into a prehistoric tiger standing on 2 legs, exuding a ferocious aura. He shattered the rocks beneath his feet and charged like a cannonball in the direction Kong Xian had left. Wang Hu followed closely, while Zhuang Ming, who was about to pull Qin Chuan along, was surprised to find him already keeping pace with Wang Hu. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fists and feet clashing reverberated through the forest, accompanied by gusts of wind. Shi Hao's massive body crashed through several trees before retreating, finally stopping after crushing a boulder. He set down Kong Xian from his arms, his tiger eyes coldly fixed ahead. Kong Xian clutched his chest, coughing. Zhang Hai. 7 figures emerged from the mist, led by a bearman beast type awakened of celestial grade, comparable in size to Shi Hao. A black-clad man, with a dirty red cape and a cigar in his mouth, stepped forward. It was Zhang Hai. Qin Chuan was secretly wary. He noticed Zhang Hai's state was unusual, as if his soul was ensnared by an illusion technique from the Thousand Illusions sect of the cultivation world. Such advanced magic could only be performed by cultivators. Could there be other cultivators in this world? Zhang Hai. Wang Hu's expression changed, instinctively positioning himself in front of Qin Chuan. Oh, in just 2 days, you've picked up a new lackey? And just an ordinary human at that. Zhang Hai sneered at Qin Chuan before turning his attention to the backpack Kong Xian carried. In such a hurry to leave, why don't you let me see what's in the bag? Zhang Hai, I admitted defeat the other day. Do you still want to cause trouble today? Wang Hu said in a deep voice, weighing his options. Zhang Hai was a 4th-tier awakened, with 2 4th-tier and 3 3rd-tier subordinates, as well as a 4th-tier beast-type awakened. The disparity in strength was significant, so he decided to play it safe, hoping to give Kong Xian a chance to escape with the fruits. With a smirk of disdain on his lips, Zhang Hai puffed on his cigar and said, There's no such thing as surrender in the wilderness. But I'm a reasonable guy. Ditch your exoskeleton and drop your backpack, and I'll let you walk away. Wang Hu snorted dismissively and launched the first attack without another word. As a 4th-tier awakener, his physical abilities had long surpassed ordinary limits. Boosted by the exoskeleton, his speed shot past 130 meters per second, turning him into a blur as he charged forward. Shi Hao and Kong Xian followed closely behind. Kong Xian tossed his bag to Zhuang Ming, and the 3 of them lunged at Zhang Hai almost simultaneously. When their fists collided, a dull thud echoed through the air, yet Zhang Hai remained unmoved, the smoke from his cigar lazily swirling upward. The battle erupted instantly. 2 4th-tier awakeners and a beast-type awakener behind Zhang Hai joined the fray, clashing fiercely with Wang Hu and his team. Their speed was breathtakingly fast, fists creating gusts of wind, and the towering ancient trees around them crashed down one after another, turning the battlefield into a chaotic mess. Although Zhuang Ming was a top-tier awakener, his talent was limited to enhancing his teammates' speed, making his combat abilities only 3rd-tier. He guarded Qin Chuan while retreating and watched the battle anxiously. Qin Chuan, noticing that Wang Hu and the others had not yet used their full strength, decided to hold back for the moment. Zhang Hai suddenly glanced at Zhuang Ming and slightly lifted his chin. 3 4th-tier awakeners immediately closed in. Zhuang Ming's expression darkened, knowing that given his strength, dealing with 3 3rd-tier awakeners while protecting Qin Chuan was beyond his capability. At this critical moment, Wang Hu, who had been keeping an eye on them, shouted loudly. The exoskeleton on his legs blasted powerful jets, leaving afterimages in the air as he delivered a triple punch, sending the three awakeners flying. Even the fourth-tier awakeners fighting Wang Hu paused in surprise at the sight. Seeing this, Zhang Hai's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to call a halt. The battle abruptly ceased, and everyone looked at him in confusion. Wang Hu, you've gotten a lot stronger since I last saw you, Zhang Hai said with a grin. Humph. If I hadn't been injured by a group ambush last time, do you think you could have done anything to me? Wang Hu replied coldly. Zhang Hai laughed heartily at this and clapped his hands, saying, all right. Since you're so formidable, why don't we team up? Team up? What do you mean? Wang Hu frowned. It's simple, Zhang Hai replied leisurely. I know of a place where rare fruits grow. If we join forces to pick them, I'll give you a 20% share. These aren't ordinary fruits. They're on a completely different level than what you've encountered before. Even a 20% share could be worth 200 million. 200 million. As soon as this figure was mentioned, Wang Hu and his group couldn't help but gasp. For those accustomed to dealing in millions, the $2 billion deal proposed by Zhang Hai was nothing short of shocking. However, Wang Hu quickly regained his composure and questioned, are you really that generous? Tell me, what's the risk? If you don't make it clear, there's no deal. Zhang Hai gave a slight smile and said, there are level and even clever beasts around the rare fruit. On my own, I have a 10% chance of getting it, but if I team up with you, we might have a 20% chance. Think it over. With that, he waited quietly for their response. Wang Hu and his group began to discuss in hushed tones. As fourth-tier awakeners, they could barely handle level beasts. Level beasts required several fourth-tier awakeners working together. They had almost met their end when they encountered one before, needing days to recover. As for clever beasts, they were terrifying creatures able to move at speeds of over 200 meters per second and capable of demolishing buildings with ease. Encountering them was almost certainly a death sentence. Despite the danger, the wilderness was inherently a place where one lived on the edge. Coupled with the allure of 2 billion, they eventually all nodded in agreement to the deal. Dr. Qin, I'll escort you out of the forest later and find someone to take you back. This time, I broke my promise, Wang Hu said apologetically. No worries, I'll go with you, Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Brother Qin, don't joke around. If we run into swarms of level or clever beasts, we can't protect you. Do I look like I'm joking? I don't need your protection. I have my own ways, Qin Chuan said confidently. Though taking Qin Chuan along was a bit of a burden, as a doctor, he could be a lifesaver in critical moments, so Wang Hu had to agree. We're in. Wang Hu told Zhang Hai. Great, let's have a successful partnership, Zhang Hai said with a meaningful smile. And so, the two sides, who had just been at each other's throats, reached an agreement. In the wilderness, profit was paramount. Enough profit could make enemies cooperate or turn brothers against each other. Zhang Hai urged everyone to set off quickly to avoid complications as night fell. Shortly after, they arrived at a moss-covered boulder. From the high ground, they could see a massive crater about 2 to 3 kilometers away, filled with debris covered in moss and vines. The rare fruit is in the crater, Zhang Hai explained. But there are level and even clever beasts around. We'll split into 4 groups and attack from different directions. Whoever finds it first should notify the others to retreat immediately. With that, he began assigning teams without giving Wang Hu's group a chance to voice any opinions. Wang Hu, Qin Chuan, and Shi Hao formed one group, while Zhuang Ming, Kong Xian, and another beast-type awakener formed another. At Zhang Hai's command, the 4 teams sprang into action. Qin Chuan seemed relaxed, riding on Shi Hao's transformed shoulders alongside Wang Hu. As they neared the crater, Shi Hao sensed something amiss. Strange. Didn't Zhang Hai say there were many beasts here? We haven't seen a single one. They're probably in the crater. Stay alert, Wang Hu cautioned. The trio continued until they jumped into the 20-meter deep crater. A strong stench of blood filled the air, making even the battle-hardened Wang Hu and Shi Hao gag, and Qin Chuan frowned. Using his spiritual sense, Qin Chuan located the rare fruit Zhang Hai had mentioned and felt his scalp tinglite was a third-grade spiritual herb, the Yoshue Qingxuang tree. It was far more valuable than any first-grade or lower-grade rare fruit they had ever seen, explaining its 2 billion value. However, the herb wasn't fully mature yet. Suddenly, a roar interrupted Qin Chuan's thoughts. An invisible shockwave spread out, and Shi Hao shielded the other two. Someone's encountered a beast. Should we go help? Shi Hao asked. Finding the fruit is the priority. Wang Hu turned to Qin Chuan. Dr. Qin, which way? To the right. The 3 had barely moved when they saw Zhuang Ming, Kong Xian, and Wu Xiong being flung through the air, carving deep furrows in the ground. It turned out a clever beast had already slaughtered the other beasts, filling the entire crater with their bodies. The teams regrouped and pressed on, soon spotting Zhang Hai. Before them stood an enormous figure, 8 meters tall and covered in red fur. A bloodthirsty King Kong ape, a top-tier clever beast. Zhang Hai said with a grave expression. It's guarding the rare fruit. To get it, we must kill it first. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned grim. Sure Hao cast a hesitant glance at Wang Hu, seeking his help. Faced with the colossal, bloodthirsty King Kong ape, a fierce determination flickered in Wang Hu's eyes. We've come this far. What choice do we have? Let's do this. Zhang Hai grinned in agreement. Exactly. Let's take it down together. I refuse to believe we can't handle a crank beast with this many people. Before he finished speaking, he charged forward. However, his strength was lacking. The ape swatted him away effortlessly, sending him crashing into several boulders, blood spilling from his mouth. Wu Xiong let out a roar, clashing his fists together as he leaped into the air. He exchanged blows with the ape, compressing the air into waves that rippled through the surrounding grass like a storm. Despite being a beast mimicry awakened, he was still outmatched by the crank beast. Stop standing around and fight, Zhang Hai shouted, drawing his battered sword from beneath his tattered cloak as he launched another attack. The others unleashed their unique skills, and the 11 of them engaged the crank beast in a fierce battle. Sure Hao and Wu Xiong leveraged their beast mimicry abilities to confront the giant ape but soon found themselves overpowered, sent flying and coughing up blood. Under Zhuang Ming's wind speed enhancement, Kong Xian and Wang Hu moved with the agility of monkeys, deftly evading attacks. Zhang Hai's team of 6 coordinated seamlessly, balancing offense and defense as they tangled with the ape. Wang Hu, stop dodging and give us an opening, Zhang Hai shouted angrily. Old habits, Wang Hu grinned, exchanging a glance with Kong Xian, signaling a change in strategy. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan sat leisurely atop a boulder, lamenting that the phantom blood frost tree wasn't fully mature yet, and watched the battle unfold like a children's brawl with keen interest. After 5 intense minutes, the group finally managed to bring down the bloodthirsty King Kong ape. Zhang Hai severed the ape's head, causing blood to gush like a fountain, the metallic scent so thick it seemed to hang in the air. As Qin Xuan tended to the injured Wang Hu and others, a furious cry echoed from afar, followed by a harrowing scream. Qin Xuan calmly revealed the truth. Zhang Hai was murdering his comrades to hasten the maturation of a rare fruit with their blood. Wu Xiong, thrown back into the fray, bellowed in fury, Zhang Hai, you beast, you killed Lin Yu and the others. A flash of silver streaked across the sky as a sharply contoured mechanical armor descended, its mask's crimson eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent, resembling an emotionless killing machine. Zhang Hai stood there, his crimson eyes piercing through his armor with a chilling gaze that sent shivers down the spines of Wang Hu and his companions, like startled birds. They knew all too well that in their exhausted state, fresh from battle, they stood no chance against Zhang Hai, clad in his advanced armor. The armor's engine roared, and a silver streak flashed as Zhang Hai targeted Wu Xiong, the weakest among them. Wu Xiong fought back desperately, but the might of the armor was overwhelming. With a single slash, half of his head was severed. Zhang Hai grabbed Wu Xiong's leg and tossed his body carelessly beside the eerie blood frost tree, letting the blood nourish its roots. You're smart enough to know you can't escape, Zhang Hai said, turning to cast his crimson gaze over Wang Hu and the others, freezing their blood with fear. Zhang Hai, we don't want the exotic fruit anymore. Let's pretend none of this happened. Wang Hu pleaded quietly. His plea was met only with a cold scoff. Zhang Hai, maneuvering his armor like a silver lightning bolt, lunged at Wang Hu. Sure Hao transformed instantly, his body swelling with power, and unleashed a forceful kick with the strength of 10,000 pounds. Zhang Hai crossed his arms to block the blow, his legs carving deep furrows in the ground from the impact. Watch out, Zhuang Ming shouted, gathering the wind into threads to pull Sure Hao back just in time. A silver crescent slashed through the space where Sure Hao had been, which would have severed his arm if not for Zhuang Ming's timely intervention. Troublesome, Zhang Hai's voice echoed metallically through his armor. He knew that while Wang Hu and his group were weary, they wouldn't be easy to defeat quickly. However, as long as his armor's power remained, victory seemed inevitable. Sorry, Brother Qin, Wang Hu said with a bitter smile to Qin Xuan, who had been silent all along. I just wanted to show you around, didn't expect this mess. It's our greed to blame. It's all right, Qin Xuan replied, as calm as ever. Wang Hu couldn't help but admire him. No matter the danger they faced, even witnessing Wu Xiong's gruesome death, Qin Xuan remained unflappable, as if untouched by it all. If I'm going down, I'll make sure to take a piece of him with me. Sure Hao growled with determination, as Zhuang Ming and Kong Xian nodded in agreement. Having survived the wilderness for years, they were accustomed to the fight for life and death. Wang Hu took a backpack from Kong Xian and handed it to Qin Xuan. Brother Qin, we'll hold off Zhang Hai as best we can. Find a chance to escape. If you make it out, spread the word about what happened. Zhang Hai can't get away with this. Their resolute expressions spoke volumes, ready to face their end. Their courage earned Qin Xuan's silent approval. At least they stayed true to themselves in the face of death, without betraying one another. As someone familiar with the deceitful world of cultivation, Qin Chuan appreciated their integrity. "Let me handle this," Qin Chuan said calmly, stepping forward to face the armor glowing with silver light. "It's just a basic suit of armor, nothing to fear." Wang Hu and the others were taken aback by Qin Chuan's words, exchanging shocked glances. "Brother Qin." Wang Hu's voice was hoarse. "This is a basic battle armor with the power to rival a fifth year awakened. Even at our peak, we could only hold it off for maybe 10 minutes. You're a doctor. You might not understand the armor's power." A slight smile played on Qin Chuan's lips. "Who says a doctor can't have a few tricks up his sleeve?" The group opened their mouths, but found themselves speechless. Just as Wang Hu was about to say more, the roar of the battle armor echoed once again, causing everyone to tense up instantly. "It's coming." A silver streak shot towards them, stopping abruptly just 10 meters away before veering off at a sharp 90-degree angle, crashing into a pile of rocks. Debris scattered like rain. Standing at the point of its sudden turn, Qin Chuan held a metallic panel glinting with silver, like clearly a part of Zhang Hai's battle armor. Qin Chuan casually discarded the panel and approached the rubble, dragging out the now lifeless armor with its extinguished crimson eyes, leaving a deep groove in the ground like dragging a dead dog. Wang Hu and the others were stunned. Zhang Hai, with his fifth-year combat power, had been subdued so effortlessly. What did you do? Why is my armor failing?" Zhang Hai shouted hysterically, unable to rise. Qin Chuan looked at him coldly. "When it comes to battle armor, I've got 1,000 years on you." In his previous life, Qin Chuan had barely passed his mechanical engineering practical exam with a score of 62, but aced the theoretical exam with a perfect score. He knew the weaknesses of this type of armor inside and out. Disabling the power source rendered it useless. With his spiritual insight, this was a simple task for him. Throwing the armor beside the ghost blood frost tree, Qin Chuan revealed the truth. This tree needs fresh blood to mature. The surrounding beasts were lured here by you, using clever beasts to kill them. When you found their blood insufficient, you divided your group into 4 to harvest, allowing the beasts to continue their slaughter. "How do you know all this?" Zhang Hai asked, fear evident in his voice. "I also know the ghost blood frost tree can mutate, affecting cultivators' souls and turning them into puppets without them realizing. You're just another pawn." "That's nonsense. Once I consume the fruit, I'll awaken my talent and become a 9th-tier awakened." Zhang Hai raved. Qin Chuan shook his head and decisively ended Zhang Hai's life. Blood seeped into the tree roots, and the fruit grew more radiant, sparkling like rubies. As red mist approached, Qin Chuan easily dispersed it, plucked the fruit, and felt the vibrant energy within. "Brother Qin, Zhang Hai really?" Wang Hu and the others finally approached, looking at the fragmented armor and the body with complex expressions. "We never expected you to possess such incredible strength, in addition to your remarkable medical skills. What should we do now?" Wang Hu asked, unconsciously deferring to Qin Chuan as their leader. "It's getting late, and you're all injured. Rest tonight, and we'll decide in the morning," Qin Chuan replied calmly. Wang Hu and the others nodded in agreement as Kong Xian's gaze fell on the mysterious blood frost tree. "Should we take this unusual fruit tree with us?" "No need." Qin Chuan shook his head. "Even if we take it back, it would be hard to keep it alive. Let's just leave it here." With that, he turned and was the first to leave the blood-soaked pit. Although he had seen countless scenes of carnage in the cultivation world, it didn't mean he enjoyed such suffocating environments. After finding a relatively flat area, Qin Chuan left on his own to refine the exotic fruit, while the other 4 gathered together to rest. Reflecting on the earlier perilous events, Wang Hu and the others still felt a lingering fear, cold sweat trickling down their backs. If Qin Chuan hadn't dealt with Zhang Hai at the last moment, they would surely have faced certain death given their abilities. "Brother Hu, what's the story behind this Qin fellow?" Kong Xian asked in a hushed tone. Wang Hu smiled wryly. "I told you before. I just happened to meet him at Old Qi's shop. I only knew he was skilled in medicine. Who would have thought he was this formidable? What should we do next?" Zhuang Ming pondered for a moment. "Do we keep following him, or look for a chance to leave?" "Damn." Shi Hao's eyes widened. "Zhuang Ming, you're usually pretty smart. How come you're confused now?" "What do you mean?" Zhuang Ming asked, puzzled. Shi Hao sneered. "Think about it. How old is Qin Chuan? He looks like he's just out of high school. Have you ever seen a high schooler take down someone in battle armor with their bare hands? Not only have you not seen it, you haven't even heard of it, right?" Seeing Zhuang Ming shake his head, he continued, "A genius who can take down battle armor at 18 doesn't normally bother with people like us. We got lucky running into him, and you're thinking about leaving?" Shi Hao flashed a cunning smile. "At times like this, we should definitely stick close to him. Just think, if he's this strong now, in a few years he might reach the 7th or even 8th tier. By then, any small benefit he gives us would mean immense wealth for us." Zhuang Ming, now enlightened, gave Sure How a rare thumbs up. Well said. The night sky was a breathtaking tapestry of stars, shining especially bright over Mount Timing, creating a stunning celestial panorama. Qin Xuan sat cross-legged on a large boulder, deeply focused on controlling the spirit seizing array before him. In the center of the formation lay a crystalline Yoshue Qingxuang fruit, serene and still. As he cultivated, threads of spiritual energy wafted from the fruit, absorbed into his body. By the next morning, a white mist swirled through the misty forest, with the calls of birds and beasts echoing through the trees. Qin Xuan remained in meditation, enveloped in a thin layer of mist that formed a mysterious cycle around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, dispersing the surrounding fog in an instant. Qin Xuan exhaled deeply, rising slowly. He felt a sense of satisfaction. The Yoshue Qingxuang fruit lived up to its reputation as a third-grade spiritual medicine, its effects hundreds of times more potent than ordinary exotic fruits. Just one fruit had allowed him to advance from the second to the third level of qi refinement, even though he had deliberately held back. If not for strengthening his foundation, he could have pushed straight to the fifth level, but that would have hindered his future cultivation path. If I were to encounter Zhang Hai now, I could defeat him outright without any tricks, Qin Xuan mused. This venture had exceeded his expectations. If such a high-level spiritual medicine was found on the outskirts of the misty forest, who knew what treasures awaited deeper within? Perhaps I could reach the golden core stage in less than a year. After gathering his things, Qin Xuan noticed Wang Hu and the others had been waiting for some time. I'm planning to head to Mount Timing next. If you have other matters, feel free to go back, Qin Xuan said. No worries. We've got nothing pressing, we're stationed in the wilderness anyway. Wang Hu and the others replied in unison. Qin Xuan nodded, thinking these were reliable people who might be of use in the future. Plus, having Wang Hu, who was familiar with the misty forest, as a guide was advantageous. He noticed Sure How carrying a large bag and asked, "What's in the bag?" "Oh." He had nothing better to do this morning and fetched Zhang Hai's armor from the pit, Wang Hu explained. "I checked it out, and the armor's not too damaged. A bit of repair, and it's good to go," Sure How grinned. They continued trekking through the misty forest, noticing traces of blood and signs of battles along the way. Suddenly, an injured a-level double-lined golden-striped leopard burst from the undergrowth, pursued by 5 awakened individuals. 1 at the 5th tier, 3 at the 4th, and a young 3rd-tier awakened of heavenly rank. "Out of the way!" The young 3rd-tier awakened shouted excitedly as he dashed past Qin Xuan and the others, unleashing his twin serpent dance. Flames coiled around his arms, transforming into 2 massive fire serpents that incinerated the wounded leopard. "Uncle Lee, wasn't that impressive? Do you think I can make it to the top 10 in the Destiny Cup with this?" the young man boasted. The scar-faced 5th-tier middle-aged man replied seriously, "Young Master Ding, your talent is exceptional, and an a-level beast is naturally no match for you. However, the Destiny Cup is filled with experts. There are hundreds who can take down a-level beasts and many prodigies who can defeat level ones. To reach the top 10, you'll need to push yourself further." Upon hearing this, young Master Ding's expression fell, and he turned his anger towards Qin Xuan and his group. "Are you blind? Didn't you see me hunting this beast? Are you looking for trouble?" Qin Xuan silently observed young Master Ding, intrigued by his first mention of the Destiny Cup. It seemed the relevant authorities were already organizing the event, with many participants confirmed. Sensing the tension, Wang Hu quickly intervened. "Hey, young man, you're quite handsome, but why so unreasonable?" "Handsome? What do you mean?" young Master Ding asked, turning to Uncle Lee. "It's a local dialect from Lan City, meaning good-looking," Uncle Lee explained with a smile. Young Master Ding's face lit up, and he appraised Wang Hu, saying, "You've got a keen eye, old man." Ding Xiao's warning echoed through the forest as he cast a cold glance over the group. "Fine, I won't make a fuss about you blocking the path. Just remember not to stand in the middle of the road next time. Not everyone is as good-looking and kind-hearted as I am." "Uncle Lee, let's go." Once Ding Xiao and his entourage vanished into the dense woods, Kong Xian and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Xuan looked meaningfully at Wang Hu, the rugged-looking man who had deftly defused the situation. It was no wonder he had earned the respect of Kong Xian and the others. Only brother who could pull that off. Sure How grinned widely. A couple of compliments and the problem solved. If it were me, would already be fighting. Wang Hu shook his head with a wry smile. It's just because he was reasonable. If we had run into someone truly unreasonable, words would be useless. The group continued their journey towards Timing Mountain. As they neared the peak, signs of battles became more evident, and they encountered more awakened ones. Invisible barriers seemed to exist between different teams, with everyone wearing a metaphorical keep-away mask, unwilling to engage with strangers. "Brother Hu," Kong Xian marveled. "The awakened ones brave enough to come to Timing Mountain are all quite formidable. I've already spotted at least 3 teams with 5th-level awakened ones." He had initially thought their team was strong, but now realized how naive that belief had been. Wang Hu let out a dry laugh. Huh, we're only at the foot of the mountain. Once you enter the heart of Timing Mountain, you'll understand what a mixed bag truly means. From what I know, even 7th level awakened ones are here for the exotic fruits, and there are countless armored mechanics. Sherhao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Damn, I've been roaming the wilderness for so long and haven't seen many mechanics, let alone 7th level awakened ones. We usually wander around the ruins. Why would these people bother with the meager gains there? Wang Hu remarked, if it weren't for the abundance of exotic fruits on Timing Mountain this time, they wouldn't have bothered to return from the depths of the wilderness. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the mountain. Exotic fruits. Damn, 3 of them. This was followed by an angry roar. Damn it, stay away. Those are mine. Get lost. The roar of battle armor engines pierced the sky, and the skills of high-tier, awakened ones exploded in the air. From Qin Xuan's vantage point, he could see thick smoke rising from the lush forest on the mountainside, clearly indicating that a fierce battle for the fruits had begun. On a mountain path, Wang Hu and his companions stared eagerly at the strange fruits ahead. Although tempted, none dared to make a move. This was not just because they already had 2 of these fruits, but more importantly, Qin Xuan hadn't given his opinion. Qin Xuan had become the backbone of the group. Without his approval, no one dared to act rashly. Dr. Qin, should we give it a try too? Sherhao asked eagerly, recalling the times they had been chased by others. Now, he wanted to experience the thrill of being the pursuer. Qin Xuan shook his head. His spiritual sense had already scanned the area. There were only 3 unripe strange fruits, which, even when ripe, would only be of the same quality as those Zhao Wenshuan had previously given. Having seen better fruits, these were not worth his attention. Besides, with his spiritual sense, he could detect all the strange fruits within a 500-meter radius, so why compete with others? Follow me, Qin Xuan said, leading the group away from the dispute, choosing a quieter mountain path. Wang Hu and the others followed, marveling at how Qin Xuan navigated the terrain with ease, as if he had been there many times before, though it was his first visit. As they entered Taiming Mountain, Qin Xuan felt a surge of emotion. It was as if they had stepped into another world, where the spiritual energy was far denser than outside. No wonder so many strange fruits were born here. It reminded him of the secret realms in the cultivation world. Although Taiming Mountain wasn't even considered a small secret realm, in this world of depleted spiritual energy, it was a rare treasure. With his past life's experience of exploring countless secret realms, Qin Xuan knew that behind every secret realm lay something special, whether it was the arrival of innate beings, the emergence of rare treasures, or the transformation following the fall of a powerful cultivator. Whatever the case, it was a valuable opportunity for him. He planned to explore alone later. They continued onward until they reached a field of jagged rocks. Qin Xuan easily leaped onto a 7 or 8-meter high boulder and casually plucked 2 orange fruits, tossing them to Kong Xian. The fruits were the size of apples and were indeed rare strange fruits. Are these strange fruits? Kong Xian and Sherhao were stunned, and even Wang Hu and Zhuangming gasped. They realized how convenient it was to have someone like Qin Xuan around, akin to having a strange fruit detector. Keep them safe, Qin Xuan said nonchalantly, jumping down as if he had just picked ordinary fruit. In the next half-day, under Qin Xuan's guidance, they collected 10 strange fruits. Though their quality was similar to those given by Zhao Wenshuan, their total value was nearly 1 million. This was an income Wang Hu and his friends could hardly achieve in a year, and they looked at Qin Xuan with increasing respect. As Sherhao was picking a strange fruit from a cliff following Qin Xuan's instructions, Qin Xuan suddenly frowned. Stop picking? Although Sherhao was puzzled, he immediately jumped down and handed the fruit to Kong Xian. Before they could react, 13 figures suddenly emerged from the forest, agile as mountain monkeys, and swiftly climbed the cliff to grab the fruit Sherhao had left behind. Get lost. Such arrogance. Does being a 5th-tier awakener make you this bold? The 13 moved effortlessly on the cliff, their punches and kicks causing shockwaves and scattering stones. Damn. 7 4th-tier, 5 5th-tier awakeners. Wang Hu and the others were astonished, never having seen such a spectacle. Let's go, Qin Xuan said, already turning away, uninterested in the commotion. At that moment, 3 youths around Qin Xuan's age suddenly appeared from the forest, blocking their path. Several figures emerged from the forest, each radiating a powerful energy, every one of them a 4th-tier, heavenly awakener. Leading them was a young man in a deep brown trench coat, sporting a mohawk haircut. His cold, aloof gaze swept over Qin Xuan and his group, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Leave the bag, you can go, Wang Hu said. You're all young and already 4th-tier heavenly awakeners, surely you're well-known talents. Why stoop to banditry? Spare me the lecture. You have 5 seconds, the trenchcoat youth retorted coldly, glancing at Wang Hu with disdain as he began counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2. Just as he reached 2, Qin Xuan suddenly held out Kong Xian's backpack. Do you dare take it? He challenged. Momentarily taken aback by Qin Xuan's boldness, the trenchcoat youth quickly realized the other was not an awakener and sneered, "Dare I not? Who do you think you are?" With that, he tilted his chin slightly, and a muscular young man in a red t-shirt stepped forward to grab the backpack. At that moment, a burst of laughter rang out. Everyone turned to see 5 people emerging from the forest. It was Ding Xiao and his group, whom they had encountered earlier. Isn't it amusing to see Lu Ming, one of Aming City's top 5, resorting to petty theft? What a loyal dog. Ding Xiao taunted, a playful smirk on his face. The trenchcoat youth, Lu Ming, felt a chill in his eyes, though he forced a smile. Ding Xian? Ding Xian and his crew arrogantly pushed past Lu Ming, shoving the young man in red aside to stand in front of Qin Xuan and the others. "I know these folks. You better scram," Ding Xian declared. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. "Ding Xian, don't think you can do as you please just because you're the young master of the Ding family from Jin City. There are plenty who can put you in your place." "Lu Ming, watch your words," warned Uncle Li, who stood behind Ding Xian. Although the Lu family ranked among the top 3 in Aming City, the families from Jin City, the administrative center, were far beyond the reach of any Aming City power. Lu Ming snorted, casting a glance at Uncle Li before falling silent. Sensing this, Ding Xian grew even more arrogant. "There are indeed many who can put me in my place, but you're not one of them. If your master Yunzhan were here, maybe I'd show some respect. But you? Who do you think you are?" Holding back his anger, Lu Ming glanced at Uncle Li again and spat out a threat. "We'll see about that." Before leaving, he pointed at Qin Xuan, his voice icy. "And you better hope we don't cross paths again." Ding Xian's imposing demeanor forced Lu Ming to retreat with his tail between his legs, a scene that left Wang Hu genuinely impressed. He sincerely thanked Ding Xian for his help. "It's nothing." Ding Xian waved it off nonchalantly. Lu Ming is just a nobody, flaunting himself everywhere because he's cozying up to Yunzhan. "If Yunzhan dares to mess with me, I'll break his legs." Despite being inwardly delighted by Wang Hu's praise, Ding Xian maintained a calm exterior and then asked, "By the way, you guys are here looking for exotic fruits, right?" Wang Hu nodded with a smile. "We heard that Timing Mountain has been yielding a lot of exotic fruits lately, so we came to try our luck and hopefully earn some money." Ding Xian glanced over the group and said bluntly, "With your level of skill, trying to snatch exotic fruits on Timing Mountain might be quite challenging." Wang Hu and his companions stiffened at this undeniable truth. Without Qin Xuan, their exotic fruit radar, they would indeed struggle to find anything. "We didn't expect the competition to be so fierce," Wang Hu sighed. "There are 5th and even 6th level awakened individuals everywhere. Forget about finding fruits. A single misstep could cost us our lives." Ding Xian appreciated Wang Hu's perspective and turned to Li Shu behind him. "Uncle Li, how about letting them join us? I'm just here to train with exotic beasts anyway, and they can look for fruits along the way." Li Shu surveyed Qin Xuan's group and simply replied, "It's up to you, young master." With Li Shu's approval, Ding Xian cheerfully invited Wang Hu. "Why don't you come along with us?" Wang Hu was taken aback by this unexpected offer, but they instinctively looked to Qin Xuan. Although Ding Xian clearly had a powerful background, making him a rare connection for them, Qin Xuan had become their anchor through past experiences. Qin Xuan smiled and said, "I have no objections. Traveling with young Master Ding seems like a good opportunity." With Qin Xuan's consent, Wang Hu and his companions were overjoyed, as if they'd won the lottery, and repeatedly thanked Ding Xian, showering him with compliments. Ding Xian basked in their flattery, grinning from ear to ear. "You all go ahead. I'll stay here," Qin Xuan said, seizing the chance to part ways with Wang Hu and the others. "You're not joining us, Dr. Qin?" Wang Hu and the others were taken aback, showing reluctance. Despite Ding Xian's wealth and influence, he might just be taking them along for amusement. They preferred following the promising Qin Xuan instead. Seeing through their thoughts, Qin Xuan returned a backpack he had borrowed from Kong Xian. "Go on. We'll meet at Old Chi's pharmacy later." After Qin Xuan departed, Ding Xian curiously asked, "He's just an ordinary person, yet he's not coming with you? Isn't he afraid of the beasts on Timing Mountain?" Wang Hu chuckled. "You've got it wrong, young Master Ding. Dr. Qin may seem ordinary, but he's quite formidable." "Formidable?" Ding Xian raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "How formidable are we talking?" Before Wang Hu could answer, Sure Hao interjected, "He can take down a mecha-wearing engineer with his bare hands." The revelation stunned everyone. Not just Ding Xian, but even Li Shu and the other 3 were taken aback. Ding Xian burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, a regular guy taking down an engineer in a mech suit with his bare hands? Do you think those suits are toys? Have you ever seen a real engineer?" Li Shu chuckled and shook his head, as if regarding them as naive. Though Sure Hao felt indignant and wanted to prove Qin Xuan's strength, Wang Hu signaled him with a look to let it go. "Let them laugh. It doesn't matter." After parting ways, Qin Xuan wandered alone through the misty forest. He reached a high ground and used his spirit-seeking technique to trace the source of Timing Mountain's abundant spiritual energy. This was a secret art he had learned in his past life to locate hidden resources, which led him to uncover the secrets of emerging mystical realms. Closing his eyes and focusing, spiritual threads emanated from his pores, blending into the void. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing within them. It's a celestial star tree. This rare celestial treasure, which absorbs the power of the stars, wasn't classified as a spiritual herb, but it was crucial for cultivating special techniques to break through realms. In his previous life, Qin Xuan had sought the celestial star tree to advance to the nascent soul stage, but to no avail. To encounter it now in this era of diminished magic was truly serendipitous. Qin Xuan speculated that the exotic fruits on Timing Mountain likely appeared due to the influence of the celestial star tree. No wonder Qin Xuan noticed the stars shining exceptionally bright in the sky during his cultivation last night. It turns out a celestial star tree has sprouted on Mount Timing. Typically, the emergence of such a tree would transform the surrounding 100 miles into a secret realm. However, the influence of this particular celestial star tree is limited to the vicinity of Mount Timing, clearly affected by the land's waning spiritual energy, making it an undernourished treasure of nature. Even so, this still presents a rare opportunity for Qin Xuan. Following his acquisition of the Ghost Blood Frost fruit, this even more valuable celestial star tree is a delightful surprise. Usually composed, Qin Xuan couldn't help but quicken his pace, heading straight to the summit of Mount Timing. The summit is sparsely wooded, with few exotic fruit trees growing, making it a place rarely visited by anyone, and even the traces of mythical beasts are scarce. As soon as Qin Xuan reached the top, he felt dizzy, with whispers urging him to leave. This is the natural self-protection mechanism of such treasures. If the celestial star tree were fully matured, Qin Xuan's current cultivation level would not withstand its enchanting power. However, this underdeveloped tree could not deter him. Qin Xuan activated the clear mind technique, and the illusions around him vanished instantly. Before him stood a small tree, half the height of a person, with lush green leaves emitting a hazy glow, enveloped in mist resembling tiny dragons. Yet, upon seeing the celestial star tree, Qin Xuan did not display joy but rather frowned. Using a secret technique to investigate, he discovered the tree was not yet fully mature and would require 9 more months to absorb the power of the stars before it could be used. Qin Xuan stroked his chin, contemplating. Even in its current state, this celestial star tree is comparable to a 5th-grade spiritual medicine, far surpassing the Ghost Blood Frost fruit, and could help him advance to the 5th level of Qi refining. But using it now would be a waste. If he waits for it to fully mature, its effectiveness could increase tenfold. The lunar fissure won't occur for nearly a year. I can afford to wait these 9 months, Qin Xuan calculated, deciding to wait patiently for the celestial star tree to mature. In the meantime, I'll give you a helping hand. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy to set up 3 layers of formations around it. The spirit-nourishing formation to aid the tree in better absorbing star power, the deception formation to prevent others from stumbling upon it, and the concealment formation as a final safeguard. Once he ensured everything was foolproof, Qin Xuan descended the mountain with satisfaction. In the depths of the dense forest, a white mist swirled around. Ding Xian led the way, followed by Wang Hu and 4 others. He was enthusiastically recounting his past achievements, with Wang Hu and the others occasionally chiming in, making him even more pleased with himself. Meanwhile, Uncle Li and the other bodyguards followed silently, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Suddenly, a piercing howl shattered the silence. A small missile, as long as an arm, shot rapidly from between the trees. Uncle Li reacted swiftly, kicking up a fist-sized rock to intercept it. With a thunderous boom, the missile exploded 20 meters away, sending shockwaves that snapped nearby trees and scattered debris in all directions. We're under attack. Wang Hu's face turned pale. Kong Xian and the others immediately took up defensive positions, scanning the area. Ding Xian, however, remained calm. With Uncle Li here, there's no need to worry. Uncle Li smiled in agreement. Yes, I will ensure young Master Ding's safety. With that, he gestured for 2 of the bodyguards to investigate the situation. Minutes passed, but the bodyguards who had gone scouting did not return. Uncle Li frowned slightly, and after a moment of thought, he said to Ding Xian, "Young Master Ding, please wait here. I'll be back shortly." Before he finished speaking, he and the last bodyguard disappeared into the forest. Why did they all leave? Wang Hu felt a growing sense of unease. Ding Xian, unconcerned, found a clean rock to sit on. Relax, they'll be back soon. Wang Hu's years of experience in the wilderness told him something was amiss. Young Master Ding, it's not safe here. We should move to a different spot while we wait for Uncle Li and the others. You're too timid, old man, Ding Xian interrupted. I'm a 3rd-tier awakened being, and you guys are 4th-tier. We'll be fine. I'm a bit tired and want to rest until Uncle Li returns. With that, he leaned against a tree and closed his eyes. Just then, 6 figures emerged from the forest, three of them wearing basic silver armor that gleamed coldly in the dappled sunlight. The sound of their footsteps on dry branches alerted Wang Hu and his group. Lu Ming. Wang Hu recognized the leader, his face changing dramatically. They immediately drew their swords, and Shi Hao was ready to transform. Lu Ming scanned the area, looking disappointed when he didn't see Qin Chuan. That arrogant guy isn't here. Lucky him. Let's get started. Stop right there. Ding Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Lu Dog, are you ignoring my words? Take one more step, and I'll break your legs. Still so arrogant? Attack. Lu Ming commanded. With a deafening roar, the three armored suits' engines fired up simultaneously, accelerating to subsonic speeds. They appeared like phantoms before Wang Hu and the others. Shi Hao transformed into a three-turtle half-man, half-tiger, and punched one of the armored suits, causing shockwaves that made the surrounding trees shake violently. Ding Xian hadn't expected Lu Ming to actually attack. Just as he was about to retaliate, an armored suit lunged at him, its long leg slicing down like a guillotine. He flickered with blue electricity and dodged 10 meters away in a blink. The tree behind him snapped and crashed to the ground. Lu Ming, you've got a death wish? Ding Xian yelled furiously. If you survive, we'll see. Lu Ming snorted. Don't hold back. Finish this quickly. The armored engines roared thunderously, making the ground tremble. With a loud crash, Shi Hao was sent flying by an armored suit, crashing toward Ding Xian like an out-of-control tank. Ding Xian dodged again, only to collide with a waiting metal fist. The impact was like a speeding train, hitting him in the stomach, causing him to spit blood and crash through three thick trees before stopping. Subsequently, Wang Hu and the others were also knocked down, collapsing like rag dolls. How are these mechanists so strong? Wang Hu gasped weakly, staring in disbelief at the three shimmering silver armored suits. Previously, when they faced Zhang Hai, who piloted a combat mech, they struggled but managed to hold their ground for a few moves. However, the three mechs confronting them now, though also in basic suits, were a level above Zhang Hai in terms of power. Their speed and strength made Zhang Hai's performance seem lackluster in comparison. Ding Xian clutched his chest as another mouthful of blood surged out. The pain from his broken ribs was excruciating. He turned with difficulty to look at Wang Hu, sighing inwardly. So this is the true might of a mech pilot. He recalled how Shi Hao once mentioned that Dr. Qin could destroy a mech barehanded, something he had dismissed at the time. Now it seemed clear that Wang Hu and the others had never encountered the real strength of a mech pilot. The three mech pilots advanced, their suits making them appear like cold, metallic giants with eyes glowing a menacing crimson. One of them approached Ding Xian, mechanically lifting his right leg to stomp down on Ding Xian's head. If that foot landed, Ding Xian's head would be crushed like a watermelon. Grievously injured, Ding Xian could only watch helplessly as the enormous metal foot loomed larger in his vision. His broken ribs and damaged organs left him unable to dodge. Uncle Li, hurry! He screamed in his mind, but the miracle he hoped for did not materialize. At the critical moment, a powerful force suddenly acted upon Ding Xian, propelling him like a cannonball out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding the mech pilot's deadly stomp. Bang! The mech pilot's foot missed, smashing the ground and causing countless cracks in the stone. The mech turned its head, its crimson eyes locking onto the equally injured Zhuang Ming, who had used his ability to create wind lines, pulling Ding Xian back from the brink of death. This unexpected turn of events momentarily startled the three mech pilots. Shi Hao seized the opportunity, enduring the pain to grab all four of them and charge through the forest like a human tank, crashing through trees in a desperate escape. Trying to run? Lu Ming sneered, extending his hand towards Shi Hao's fleeing direction. Ice wall. Instantly, the surrounding mist surged, forming a solid ice wall in front of Shi Hao. He quickly changed direction, but the frost beneath him caused him to fall heavily, bringing Wang Hu and the others down with him. He used all his strength to free his frozen foot, but by then he was utterly exhausted, unable to maintain his beast-like form any longer. Lu Ming approached Ding Xian, who was covered in blood, with a menacing smile on his face. His war blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight as he closed in. Ding Xian, let's see where you can run to today. Lu Ming sneered. Despite being drenched in blood, Ding Xian mustered his remaining strength to issue a threat. Lu Ming, if you dare to harm me, it won't just be you. Your entire Lu family will pay the price. Stop now, and I might let this slide. Young Master Ding, are you not aware of your situation? Lu Ming taunted, raising his blade. Li Dafeng and the others aren't here. What makes you think a mere third-tier heavenly awakened like you can bargain with me? Threatening me with the Ding family? Once you're all dead, who will know it was me? Fear finally crept onto Ding Xian's blood-stained face. Wang Hu bared his teeth, stained red, in a self-mocking smile. He thought, ever since entering the wilderness, he knew this day would come. Fortunately, he had no wife or children to worry about, and he had enjoyed his earnings while he could. If death was inevitable, so be it. Just as Lu Ming prepared to strike, a calm voice suddenly interrupted. What are you doing here? The voice was as casual as a neighborly greeting, yet it startled everyone present. Lu Ming turned towards the voice and saw a figure emerging from the woods. His brow furrowed. It's you. He grinned like a wolf, his killing intent palpable. I was just lamenting your absence, wishing for more fun. You've arrived at the perfect moment, Dr. Qin. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wang Hu and the others felt a glimmer of hope, and the shadow of death seemed to lift. Kong Xian clutched his backpack tightly, a bittersweet smile on his face. At least the stuff wasn't stolen. Dr. Qin, why did you come back? I heard fighting on my way and decided to check it out, Qin Chuan replied, walking over to help the injured lean against a tree, tending to their wounds. What happened here? After Wang Hu explained the situation, Qin Chuan gave Ding Xian a meaningful look. A diversion? Didn't your family give you any other means of protection? I did have some, but Uncle Li said they needed a higher tier awakened to nourish them, so I gave them to him, Ding Xian replied weakly. Qin Chuan smirked. It seems your Uncle Li isn't as trustworthy as you thought. Although he had only met Uncle Li twice, he knew the man's strength exceeded the apparent fifth tier. Being so easily led away, taking Ding Xian's protection with him, was suspicious. When Qin Chuan suggested that Uncle Li might be under someone else's influence, Ding Xian vehemently denied it. Impossible. Uncle Li watched me grow up. I respect him like a father. He wouldn't do this to me. The reasons can be sorted out later when you're safe. Qin Chuan dismissed the argument. Safe? We need to survive first. Lu Ming laughed maniacally, signaling 3 engineers and 2 fourth-tier, heavenly awakened to surround Qin Chuan and his group. Ding Xian laughed bitterly. We're all going to die. Why worry about anything else? He looked at Qin Chuan with resignation. You're foolish for coming back. You could have saved yourself, but now you're throwing your life away. You're all caught up in my mess. Unlike Ding Xian's despair, Wang Hu and the others were filled with hope at Qin Chuan's arrival. Zhuang Ming hurriedly warned, Dr. Qin, these 3 engineers are as strong as Zhang Hai. Lu Ming and the other 2 are fourth-tier heavenly awakened. Lu Ming has a water affinity and knows ice secret arts. Lu Ming waited for Zhuang Ming to finish before mocking. Even ants cling to life. People will seize any hope to survive. What can an ordinary, unawakened man like him possibly do to save you? Although Wang Hu and the others remained silent, their eyes were filled with trust as they looked at Qin Chuan. Even Ding Xian felt a flicker of hope, but he quickly dismissed Itho. Could an ordinary man defeat several fourth-tier awakened and engineers? Qin Chuan ignored Lu Ming's taunts and instead retrieved 5 mystical fruits from Kong Xian's backpack, distributing them to the 5 companions. Eat these first. We'll talk afterward. Qin Chuan handed the last mystical fruit to Ding Xian, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. Ding Xian's gaze followed Qin Chuan's figure intently as he slowly rose and turned toward Lu Ming. In that moment, Qin Chuan appeared towering and formidable to Ding Xian, and the anticipation he had been suppressing began to grow wildly in his heart. You can all come at me together, Qin Chuan said calmly, his eyes sweeping over Lu Ming and his group. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke, clutching his stomach and squatting down with tears of mirth in his eyes. The 2 fourth-tier heavenly awakeners behind him joined in the laughter, and even the 3 battle armors emitted metallic, vibrating laughs. He's really something else. I can't take it anymore. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. You guys take care of him, make it quick. Consider it a thank you for the entertainment. Just as a mechanist was about to activate his battle armor, one of the fourth-tier awakeners behind Lu Ming spoke up. Let me handle this. Taking down such an interesting guy should be entertaining. The mechanist gestured for him to go ahead and stepped aside. The awakener composed himself, stepping forward with flames swirling around him like a god of fire descending to the earth. As a 4th-tier fire-type heavenly awakener, he was considered a genius anywhere. Dying by my hand is an honor for you, because I don't kill worthless people. You're the first ordinary. He looked at Qin Chuan with arrogance, but before he could finish, Qin Chuan's figure had already disappeared. In the next instant, Wei's vision blurred, and it felt as if his abdomen had been hit by a supersonic missile. A violent force surged through him, wreaking havoc inside. With a bang, Wei, trailing flames, was sent flying like a meteor, crashing through a dozen trees before finally coming to a stop. The fallen trees were ignited by the residual flames. Lu Ming and his group's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a sharp intake of breath. They turned mechanically, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. The crimson eyes of the 3 silver battle armors flickered, emitting a warning of danger. Wang Hu and the others clenched their fists in excitement, and if not for their severe injuries, they would have stood up and shouted in triumph. Ding Xian stood frozen, mechanically swallowing the mystical fruit in his mouth, staring at Qin Chuan in awe. No way. He's really that powerful? Having advanced to the 3rd level of qi refining, Qin Xuan's strength had multiplied, making it effortless to kill a completely unprepared fourth-tier Heavenly Awakener. Damn it! Stop standing around. All of you. Get him! Lu Ming finally snapped back to reality, shouting in panic. Boom! The engines of 3 battle armors roared to life simultaneously, reaching subsonic speeds in an instant. They streaked through the air, leaving brilliant trails as they charged toward Qin Xuan. The sonic booms echoed through the forest, causing the leaves to rustle. However, for a cultivator like Qin Xuan, this speed was trivial. With a swift movement, he executed the 7-star step, appearing next to the leading mechanic in a ghostly flash. The pilot inside the battle armor was clearly unprepared for an opponent who could match their speed. Momentarily stunned, the armor's crimson eyes frantically flashed warnings. But it was already too late. Qin Xuan's punch landed squarely on the armor's chest, sending it hurtling backwards like a meteor, crashing through a dozen trees before coming to a stop. The once impenetrable metal shell now bore a distinct fist imprint. Seeing this, the other 2 mechanics immediately moved to flank him. Qin Xuan stood his ground, using his bare fists and feet to engage in a fierce battle with the 2 mechanics. Hissed Lu Ming, who was about to join the fray, stared in disbelief. Even beast-type awakeners wouldn't dare to be so audacious. This defied everything he knew. What shocked him even more was that Qin Xuan was dominating the 2 mechanics. At that moment, the 4th-tier Celestial Awakener behind Lu Ming turned pale, muttering, "Old Lu, I have something urgent. I need to go," and fled hastily. Lu Ming's face darkened as he turned his gaze to Ding Xian, a fierce glint in his eyes. Since the fight had started, he couldn't let Ding Xian leave alive, or both he and the Lu family would face ruin. As Qin Xuan was locked in battle with the 2 mechanics, Lu Ming conjured 3 thick, transparent ice crystals and launched them at Ding Xian. Just as the ice crystals were about to pierce through Ding Xian, a metallic figure suddenly blocked the way. Clink, clink, clink. The ice crystals shattered into countless icy shards. Lu Ming's face contorted, and he charged at Ding Xian with reckless abandon. Humph! Qin Xuan snorted coldly, sending a soul shockwave that left Lu Ming momentarily dazed. With the 7-star step, Qin Xuan instantly appeared beside Lu Ming, striking his chest with a palm imbued with spiritual energy, a devastating blow for an awakener. Ugh! Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backwards. Realizing the situation was dire, the 2 mechanics swiftly retreated with the severely injured Lu Ming, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Fallen trees and shattered rocks looked like a freshly plowed field. Qin Xuan stood still, not pursuing. He knew that Lu Ming's internal organs were severely damaged, and he wouldn't survive long. This body is still too weak, Qin Xuan murmured to himself. He could have dismantled the energy core of the armor like he did with Zhang Hai, but he wanted to test the limits of his physical strength. The result was disappointing a 3rd-level Qi practitioner, yet his body was no stronger than ordinary iron. Now that I'm at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, I can start practicing the 9 mystical tribulation body, Qin Xuan thought. In his previous life, he had cultivated this technique, enduring lightning tribulations with his body at each advancement, making his physique far superior to his peers, even stronger than beasts. Now reborn, although his body was not weak, he saw much room for improvement. Wang Hu and the others were dumbfounded. Although they knew Qin Xuan was powerful, witnessing him take on battle armors with his bare hands was astonishing. Every time his fist struck the armor, their hearts clenched, and they were soon drenched in cold sweat. Ding Xian was even more shocked. He had seen strong individuals withstand battle armors, but they were middle-aged experts of the 7th tier or higher. That someone as young as Qin Xuan possessed such strength made him reflect on his previous disdain for Sure Hao with shame. He finally understood that he had been a frog in a well. Can everyone walk? Qin Xuan approached and asked. Yes. Sure Hao was the first to stand, slapping his chest to show off, though he couldn't help but cough. Let's go. Qin Xuan turned to leave. Wait. Ding Xian suddenly spoke up. I'll go with you. Sure Hao gave Ding Xian a disapproving look. If not for his insistence on waiting for Uncle Li, they wouldn't have faced such danger. Just earlier, Brother Hu suggested we leave, but you refused, wanting to wait for your Uncle Li. Now you're not waiting. Ding Xian's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to retort. Shut up. Wang Hu scolded Sure Hao, then helped Ding Xian up. Young Master Ding is still young, a hero in his youth, but lacking experience. He just needs to be more cautious in the future. Ding Xian nodded solemnly. Qin Xuan led the group down the mountain via a small path. Along the way, his spiritual sense detected Li Dafeng searching for Ding Xian, so he deliberately took a detour to avoid him. By the time they returned to Yeqian town, it was evening. Ding Xian said he had contacted his family and bid farewell to Qin Xuan, promising a generous reward in the future. Wang Hu and the others accompanied Qin Xuan back to Lan City, where they went to Old Qi's pharmacy, while Qin Xuan headed home. Where have you been these past 2 days? As soon as Qin Xuan walked in, his father, who was watching TV, questioned him with a stern face. I went to a friend's place, Qin Chuan replied casually. A friend's place? His father was skeptical, but Qin Chuan nodded with conviction. A girl? His father probed further. Qin Chuan looked puzzled. A girl? Wasn't it? While you were gone, several people came looking for you. One girl said she was your classmate and mentioned you had plans together. Didn't you go to see her? His father put down the remote, a gossipy look on his face. You're a high school graduate and an adult now, so we won't interfere with you making friends or dating. But you mustn't be fickle. Our Qin family doesn't have a tradition of being indecent. That girl was quite pretty. Don't let her down. Qin Chuan looked at his father, utterly confused, not understanding what he was talking about. His father had a knowing expression that said, "You can't hide this from me," as he remarked. That girl came looking for you twice, and each time she was blushing. You still want to keep this from me? What does she look like? Qin Chuan asked curiously. Well, she has white hair. No, wait, it's light blue. His father recalled after a moment. She said she got our address from that kitchen. How? He added with a meaningful look. The girl is so forward. Don't let her down. Qin Chuan suddenly realized his father must be talking about Qi Shuiyao. They had agreed to get in touch after graduation so he could treat her grandfather. But he had been busy these past few days and even took a trip to Timing Mountain, making him unreachable. That's why she must have asked Chun Hao for their address. Dad, you've got it wrong. She's looking for me to treat her grandfather, Qin Chuan explained helplessly. Wrong or not? His father glared at him, advising, you need to seize the opportunity. The girl is really nice, well-behaved, polite, and she even brought me gifts. He added, your mom thinks she's great too? My mom? Qin Chuan was even more puzzled. Yeah, the first time she came, your mom wasn't here. The second time, I made sure she took the day off to be home, his father said proudly. Feeling overwhelmed, Qin Chuan didn't want to say anything more and retreated to his room. Seeing his phone's battery was low, he plugged it into charge and was about to contact Qi Shuiyao when a call from Chun Hao came through. Finally, I got through to you, Chun Hao complained. What's up? Qin Chuan asked briefly. Chun Hao explained that the school had achieved record-breaking college entrance exam results this year. The principal wanted to hold a graduation celebration and invited Qin Chuan to speak as an outstanding student representative. Unable to find him, they asked Chun how to make sure he attended. Although Qin Chuan wasn't fond of such events, he agreed, thinking it would be a good chance to see Qi Shuiyao. The next morning, Qin Chuan arrived at the entrance of 13 High School to find a crowd of unfamiliar faces gathered. These people looked arrogant, their eyes filled with disdain, causing the students of 13 High to avoid them. A boy with acne approached and asked, Hey, which school are you from? What about you? Qin Chuan countered. Class 7, 3rd High. Frowning, Qin Chuan scanned them with his spiritual sense and found they were all top-tier awakened individuals, mostly at the second tier. Such a lineup was quite impressive in the high school scene of Lon City. Seeing Qin Chuan's confusion, the boy explained they were there for him. Some believed Qin Chuan had cheated on the college entrance exam. Although the Education Bureau dismissed the claims, they wanted to confront him directly. Hearing about the graduation celebration, they all came to block him. Ignoring them, Qin Chuan walked straight into the school. The boy's son once sneered at his back. At that moment, a burly student approached, none other than Qi Ming, who had sought trouble with Qin Chuan after the exams. Back then, he relied on his second-tier beast-type awakening power to pick a fight, only to end up with a blood mark on his arm from Qin Chuan. This mark would continuously consume the host's vital energy, eventually turning them into an ordinary person. However, it seemed someone had managed to remove it. I don't know him. He must be from 13th High, Sunwon replied, shaking his head. Qi Ming stared at the figure of Qin Chuan disappearing into the crowd, frowning slightly. Why does his back look familiar? Never mind. Let's go pick up the seniors. Are the seniors coming? Sunwon asked, suddenly excited. Qi Ming nodded and explained. We managed to invite 4 seniors who are 3rd-year students and 5th-tier Tianpin Awakeners. The others who have advanced to the 6th tier are busy with assignments and can't make it. That's more than enough. Sunwon's eyes sparkled with excitement. The principal said he can't meddle in student matters, but seniors are students too. Graduates from 3rd High are all top-tier talents. Bringing a couple back will expose Qin Chuan's cheating. Imagine the embarrassment if word got out that he tried to outshine 3rd High through cheating. This situation also made Sunwon realize the powerful network of 3rd High graduates 5th tier and 6th tier Tianpin Awakeners were abundant, many having become pillars of human society. He started dreaming of joining this network after graduation, with resources and connections at his fingertips. Qi Ming gathered a few students from 1st and 2nd Highs, and they headed to the parking lot outside the school gate. Before long, a sleek black SUV pulled up slowly. Wow! The latest model from Baikai. The top version costs 88,880,000. Sunwon exclaimed, wide-eyed. The car door opened, and 4 young men in their early 20s, dressed in sportswear, stepped out, chatting and laughing. Did you guys join the fun at Timing Mountain recently? I just got back from Tiantang Island in the sea. Where's Timing Mountain? It's that mountain in the wilderness area. Recently, awakeners found some rare fruit there, and it's bustling like a temple fair. After seeing the islands, those fruits in the wilderness are nothing special. Stop bragging. What did you get from Tiantang Island this time? Not bad, just 5 3-star fruits. 5. You're so lucky. At the last auction, one sold for 5 billion. Not much profit. I bought armor and secret techniques yesterday and still owe money. Their conversation shifted to a major event at Timing Mountain. Have you heard about Lu Ming? The genius from the Lu family, a 4th-tier Tianpin awakener, just a year away from advancing to the 5th tier. What happened to him? He got crippled. What? Who could do that? Rumor has it, it was someone named Qin Yisheng, around Lu Ming's age. The craziest part is, he fought against armor barehanded, and even 3 mechanists couldn't lay a hand on him. That's strong? Is he a disciple or an illegitimate child of some big shot? Not sure. I went looking, but he'd already left. The 4 marveled at the strength of today's youth, chatting as they walked. Back in our day, graduating at the 2nd tier was the peak. Now, 2nd-tier awakeners are everywhere, and there are quite a few 4th tiers in Jean City High School. By the way, what's the name of the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam? One of them asked, turning back. His name is Qin Chuan. Qi Ming replied respectfully. But the principal of 13th High doesn't allow students from other schools in, so it might be hard to meet him. No worries, the principal of a mere 4th-tier awakener should give us some respect. We need to get to the bottom of this to save face. The classroom of senior class 6 was buzzing with excitement. The graduates, reunited after some time, gathered in small circles, with all conversations centering around one person, Qin Chuan. Recently, debates about him on the Lon City Forum had been intensifying, and as his former classmates, everyone was naturally intrigued. Do you think Qin Chuan will show up today? The principal organized this graduation event specifically for him as the top student. It wouldn't make sense for him not to come, but do you really believe he could outperform the top students from Shangsan High? It's pretty unbelievable. His grades were always average, and he hadn't even awakened any special talents. Suddenly, he came in first place. Voices overlapped with discussions, but Xiao Song's voice was the most prominent. Thanks to modern medical technology, he had long recovered from the serious injuries caused by Qin Chuan. During his hospital stay, he connected with others on the Lon City Forum who shared his views, rallying against Qin Chuan's alleged cheating. These opinions slowly overshadowed his initial pain, making him even more convinced that Qin Chuan had indeed cheated, especially since Qin Chuan had been almost invisible after the college entrance exam, which only bolstered Xiao Song's confidence. Xiao Song, is it really appropriate to talk about your classmate like that? A few girls couldn't help but interject. Xiao Song straightened up and replied, this is about standing up for what's right, not just for friends. Even if it were my own father who cheated, I'd make sure he confessed. If everyone cheats, what's the point of exams? Besides, if he's willing to come out and address the suspicions, wouldn't that clear his name? I'd even apologize in person. But does he dare? Just as Xiao Song was basking in his self-righteousness, the classroom suddenly fell silent. He followed everyone's gaze to the door, where his eyes widened. Qin Chuan was standing there. You actually came? Xiao Song grinned. Since you're here, why not prove yourself to everyone, and also to those students from Shangsan High? With his hands in his pockets, Qin Chuan glanced at him sideways. How do you suggest I prove myself? Simple. I know some students from Shangsan High. Just come with me to meet them. Qin Chuan gestured for him to come closer. Xiao Song, puzzled, approached and heard Qin Chuan say softly, you've done well, while giving him a light pat on the shoulder. Just then, Zhang Hailu hurried over. Qin Chuan, the principal is waiting for you in the office. Nodding, Qin Chuan left, and the classroom returned to its lively state. His supporters were even more energized, while the skeptics, despite their stubbornness, were losing confidence. Meanwhile, Xiao Song was horrified to find he had suddenly lost his voice, only able to make muffled, raspy sounds. But caught up in their debates, none of the students noticed his predicament. In the principal's office, upon seeing Qin Chuan, Chen Yu immediately stood up and gestured for Zhang Hailu to leave. My little ancestor, you've finally shown up. After Zhang Hailu left, Chen Yu quickly approached, her face full of anxiety. Do you have any idea how the Lon City Forum is in an uproar over you? Alumni from number 3 high school are all involved, searching for you everywhere. And here you are, acting like nothing's happening. Qin Chuan remained calm and responded indifferently. If you know so many people are looking for me, why hold a celebration? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Chen Yu gave an awkward smile. It's not every day number 13 high school gets a top scorer in the college entrance exams. We have to celebrate. Besides, when I decided to hold the party, those people from number 3 high hadn't said they were coming yet. Are those people really that formidable? Qin Chuan asked in a flat tone. Chun Yu held up 5 fingers and spoke gravely. Fifth-tier heaven-ranked awakeners. Oh, Qin Chuan simply nodded, as if discussing something trivial. By the way, Chun Yu changed the subject. Since you topped the exams, the school plans to reward you with $1 million. Also, I'd like you to give a speech as an outstanding graduate at the graduation ceremony. Please prepare for it. Just transfer the prize money to me and skip the speech, Qin Chuan said directly. Doesn't your principal love giving speeches? You can speak on my behalf. All right then, Qin Yu agreed. Send me your account number, and I'll have the finance department handle the transfer. But you have to go on stage at the graduation, hold the prize check, and take a photo. Suddenly, Chun Yu seemed to snap back to reality, exclaiming, "Wait a minute. How can you be so calm talking about this? Didn't you hear me earlier? Fifth-tier heaven-ranked awakeners are looking for you, and you're this composed? Aren't you going to think of a way to handle it? Even I have to show them some respect." Qin Chuan remained unfazed. Is it that hard to handle? Oh, do you have a brilliant plan? Chun Yu's eyes lit up. Call the police, Qin Chuan recalled. Isn't unauthorized gatherings causing disturbances something the police handle? Chun Yu was taken aback. Technically, gathering to cause a disturbance could indeed be reported to the police. But that was for ordinary people. How could one deal with a group of awakeners? Conflicts between awakeners were usually settled on the spot. Reporting to the police was something he had never heard of. By the time he wanted to say more, Qin Chuan had vanished. His phone buzzed with a message from Qin Chuan containing his account number. These students are a real handful, Chen Yu muttered, dialing the security bureau. As Qin Chuan stepped out of the principal's office, he immediately saw Qi Shuiyao striding toward him. She grabbed his arm, pressing close against him, and with a furrowed brow, she demanded, "I've finally found you. Are you avoiding me because you're afraid you can't cure my grandfather?" Qin Chuan didn't respond, instead looking at where they were touching. Following his gaze, Qi Shuiyao glanced down, her face instantly turning crimson. Although she shifted her position, she still refused to let go. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before? Don't even think about running. I have more to say. You know where I live, don't you? Qin Chuan said with a half-smile. Qi Shuiyao blushed even more, stammering, "Well, it's your fault for avoiding me. If you keep hiding, I'll just move in with you." Qin Chuan shook his head inwardly. This seemingly aloof young lady was unexpectedly bold, reminiscent of the celestial maidens in the cultivation world. "Actually, I came back to school to find you." Hearing this, Qi Shuiyao finally let go. "My grandfather's birthday is in 3 days. You must come. Don't worry, just send me the address. If I can't reach you, I'll come over directly." After Qin Chuan assured her several times, Qi Shuiyao left satisfied. Back in the classroom, 2 girls immediately surrounded her. "Shuiyao, are there still spots available for your family's medical exchange conference?" "My brother's handling that, so I'm not sure." "Why do you ask?" Guo Yun glanced at the shy Zhong Qiqi beside her and teased, "Isn't it because Tang Yao wants to go, and she hopes for a romantic encounter?" Qi Shuiyao understood. She had long known about Zhong Qiqi's feelings for Tang Yao. Although pursuing a man is said to be easy, Tang Yao was solely focused on cultivation and had no interest in such things. Even though Zhong Qiqi had created many opportunities, there had been no progress in 3 years. "No problem, I'll arrange it for you." But Tang Yao is probably interested in the herbs to enhance his strength. "Don't you usually dislike the smell of medicine?" "Oh please. She'll be so wrapped up in thoughts of romance, she won't even notice the smell," Guo Yun joked, prompting Zhong Qiqi to chase her playfully. Switching topics, Guo Yun mentioned, "I heard Du Lin is back and will attend the medical exchange too. The genius who went to Jin City? Wasn't he always chasing after Shuiyao?" Qi Shuiyao pursed her lips, having no fondness for this third-year genius. Just then, Li Zixiong suddenly butted in. I know who Shuiyao likes. I just saw them holding hands." "Li Zixiong." Qi Shuiyao gritted her teeth, forming an ice ball that she hurled at him. Li Zixiong dodged nimbly and shouted, "It's Qin Chuan." The classroom fell silent for a moment due to the commotion, then quickly resumed its lively chatter. As the 2 girls teased her, Qi Shuiyao hurriedly explained that she was just asking Qin Chuan for help, but their knowing only made her more embarrassed. As for Qin Chuan, after greeting Zhang Hailu, he didn't return to the classroom. He planned to visit Qi Lao's pharmacy that afternoon to see about getting the exotic fruit from Wang Hu and the others. With the medical exchange conference approaching, he also needed to discuss some details with Qi Lao. The scene at the school gate was particularly striking. Police cars from the security bureau flashed their blinding red and blue lights, while several officers were busy dispersing and educating a crowd of students from Shangsan High. Amidst the chaos, Qin Chuan appeared remarkably composed, strolling leisurely out of the school gates. Qi Ming, who was in the middle of being reprimanded, suddenly sensed something and looked up to see Qin Chuan's figure. This sight instantly ignited his anger. "Qin Chuan, you bastard. Stand right there. You actually called the cops? How about a unknown fight?" he shouted, ready to charge forward. Stop. Behave yourself. A loud voice commanded, cutting through the noise. It belonged to the bureau chief, a fourth-tier Tianpin awakened. Earlier, he had been leisurely sipping tea in his office when he received a call from Chen Yu reporting that over 100 awakened individuals were besieging the school gate, including a fifth-tier Tianpin awakened. The news had shocked him so much that he tumbled off his sofa and hurriedly donned his uniform to rush to the scene. While the chief might be deferential to a fifth-tier Tianpin awakened, he had no qualms about dealing with someone like Qi Ming, a second-tier Tianpin awakened. He sternly stopped Qi Ming and then turned to Qin Chuan. Was it you who reported their group disturbance? Qin Chuan glanced at Qi Ming nonchalantly. I don't know him, he replied, before turning to leave. Damn it. Qi Ming gritted his teeth, but he was powerless. Stand properly. What are you glaring at? The chief's voice grew even louder. So young and already causing trouble. Who taught you to block the school gate? Do you have any respect for the law or the security bureau? Chief Ma, we understand. Qi Ming, the organizer of the gathering, had to respond meekly, especially with over 100 people watching. Understanding is useless if you don't act on it. Everyone, back to the bureau. Chief Ma commanded with a stern face. Qi Ming frowned. Although his Qi family had some influence in Lan City, Chief Ma clearly wasn't giving him any leeway. Just as he was about to speak, a fifth-tier Tianpin awakened interjected. Since Chief Ma says so, you should all go. Cooperating with the security bureau is everyone's duty, even for the awakened. Seeing this, Qi Ming had no choice but to nod. Is that Qin Chuan? Interesting. A few fifth-tier Tianpin awakened said with a chuckle to Chief Ma. Brother Ma, we've got some matters to attend to, so we won't keep you. Let's catch up another time. Sounds good, sounds good. Take care. Would you like a car to take you? Chief Ma's tone instantly turned amiable, starkly contrasting with his treatment of Qi Ming. No need, we haven't been back to Lan City in a while. Would like to take a walk and reminisce about our youth. The four of them laughed as they left the group. Walking among the crowd on the street, the four began to converse quietly. Who's going to make a move? Pei Yunxian, do you dare to place a bet? Huh. Take back the words, don't dare. Bold move. This time, let's bet on win or lose. Pei Yunxian loses, 10 to 1 odds. Wins, 1 to 10. 1 2-star exotic fruit, betting on old Pei to win. Count me in. Count me in. Seriously, you trust me that much? If you think losing to a high schooler isn't embarrassing, then losing doesn't matter. Who do you think you're underestimating? 3 2-star exotic fruits can't buy my dignity, Pei Yunxian scoffed. At this moment, Qin Chuan entered a deserted alleyway, with the four following behind him. Suddenly, Qin Chuan stopped in his tracks. Show yourself, Qin Chuan said calmly, glancing over his shoulder at the seemingly empty alleyway behind him. As soon as the words left his mouth, four figures materialized as if emerging from an invisible barrier. They were the same fifth-tier Tianpin awakeners from the school gate earlier, the ones Chen Yu had warned would cause trouble from the top school in the region. Why did you stop? Pei Yunxian, dressed in a red robe, surveyed the narrow alley with disdain. Bringing us here makes it hard to fight, doesn't it? Smart kid. One of the awakeners chuckled, revealing his teeth. He knows awakeners who cause chaos in the city get punished, so he chose this spot to limit us. It seems our 2-star exotic fruit might be in danger. Anyone who knows how to use the rules is indeed clever, Pei Yunxian admitted, though his confidence, born of strength, showed no fear. But so what if he's smart? He's just a high school student. Even with my hands tied, could he possibly defeat me? Hey, you said it, no hands, like a dog. How about upping the ante and not using your feet either? Shut up, Pei Yunxian snapped, shooting a menacing glare at the jeering Huang Mingqi. Stop bickering. He's getting away, Tao Kong interjected. Sure enough, Qin Chuan had already turned and was walking away, uninterested in their squabble. Stop right there, Pei Yunxian shouted, launching himself forward with a burst of sparks, like an arrow shot from a bow. Leaping into the air, he aimed a fiery, spiraling kick at Qin Chuan's neck. Qin Chuan countered with a backhand punch. Their forces collided in midair, erupting into flames and a rolling shockwave. This kid's got some skill, managing to block Pei Yunchuan's strike, Huang Mingqi observed, eyes lighting up. Tao Kang's gaze was sharp. No external aids used. Are you sure? Are you doubting me? Heh, not at all. Realizing his initial attack had failed, Pei Yunxian spun his legs, flames swirling around his feet, creating a fiery whirlwind. Qin Chuan was on high alert. This opponent, though only a tier above Lu Ming, was far superior in combat skills, both offensively and defensively. If Lu Ming faced him, he would likely fall in a single move. In a mere 10 seconds, the two exchanged hundreds of blows, waves of heat surging through the narrow alley. The surrounding buildings bore the scars of their clash. Damn, this year's graduates are fierce. I can't take him down without using my hands? Pei Yunxian was increasingly shocked, his clothes soaked with sweat. Shadow flame thousand strikes, he roared, his feet unleashing rapid-fire kicks, each one sending a jet of flame toward Qin Xuan. In an instant, thousands of fiery projectiles rained down like a storm, the searing heat distorting the air above the alley in a surreal display. Passers-by stopped to gaze at the phenomenon, some attempting to find the source, only to be thwarted by the walls surrounding them. Holy, did old Pei just use Shadow Flame Thousand Strikes? That's a 4-star awakening skill. Huang Mingqi and the others were stunned. And the kid's actually holding his ground. This isn't good. Old Pei's underestimating him. Tao Kang's expression was grave. He noticed a flaw in Pei Yunxuan's right shoulder, which Qin Xuan exploited, closing in with a powerful punch. Huh. Pei Yunxian grinned, his right foot igniting in a burst of flames, executing a mid-air Thomas flare. This wasn't a flaw but a trap set by the battle-hardened 5th-tier Tianpin Awakener, and the inexperienced high school student had taken the bait. Even I was fooled. Well done. Tao Kang's face showed admiration. At such close range, even a 6th-tier Tianpin Awakener would struggle to dodge Pei Yunxuan's attack. Pei Yunxuan's legs, wreathed in flame, spun like scythes in the air, poised to strike Qin Xuan's shoulder. Pei Yunxian could have easily struck Qin Xuan's shoulder, which would have been a fatal blow. However, since they had no personal grudge, he held back. Just as his legs were about to make contact with Qin Xuan's shoulder, Qin Xuan suddenly vanished from sight. At such a close range, no awakened individual could evade Pei Yunxuan's attack. But Qin Xuan wasn't an awakened one. He was a cultivator. He employed the 7-star step technique, appearing beside Pei Yunxian like a phantom, raising his elbow for a fierce strike. Although Pei Yunxian was momentarily stunned by Qin Xuan's disappearance, his combat instincts kicked in, prompting him to spin around and deliver a powerful punch. With a loud boom, flames erupted, and a wave of heat surged. A figure was sent flying from the fiery explosion, crashing heavily into a wall, leaving a deep, human-shaped dent. As the flames subsided, everyone was astonished to see Qin Xuan standing unscathed while Pei Yunxian was struggling to extricate himself from the wall, bricks falling around him. Are you really a high school student? Pei Yunxian gritted his teeth, glaring at Qin Xuan. Dodging my fire dance whirlwind slash at such a close range, even the 6th-tier experts from Jinshi 3rd University can't manage that. Qin Xuan didn't reply. He simply walked up to Pei Yunxian and, in front of everyone, retrieved 3 2-star spiritual fruits from his bulging pocket. Qin Xuan's eyes lit up. These were 3 2nd-tier elixirs. After Qin Xuan left, Pei Yunxian finally snapped out of his daze. Damn it, he stole my spiritual fruits? He was about to give chase when Tao Kong and others stopped him. During their argument, Huang Mingqi and the others mentioned the prodigious students from Jinshi's genius class, who had awakened naturally before the age of 10. Some had already reached the 7th tier, and could even withstand armored attacks with their bare bodies. Although Qin Xuan displayed remarkable skill, he might still fall short compared to those who had been training for 7 or 8 years since childhood. The upcoming Destiny Cup tournament seemed all the more exciting, though the age restrictions meant some wouldn't get to compete. The final teasing remark made Pei Yunxian furious. Huang Mingqi, if you have the guts, face me unknown. Forget it. I don't want to bully someone who lost to a high school student. Ah! Pei Yunxuan's roar echoed through the alleyway. Qin Xuan carefully examined the 3 peculiar fruits in his hand. Although they were slightly inferior in quality to the Yoshua Qingxuang fruit, they were much better than the ones he had obtained from Wei Ziyuan. These fruits were enough to elevate his cultivation to the mid to late stage of the 3rd level of qi refining, which pleased him greatly. Reflecting on his recent encounter with Pei Yunxian, Qin Xuan pondered privately. During the battle, Pei Yunxian showed no intent to kill and even held back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only managed to acquire these 3 fruits. From their earlier discussion about 2-star fruits, it was evident that these fruits were graded. When he arrived at Qi Lao's pharmacy, the shop was still quiet. Wang Hu and the others were listlessly swatting at mosquitoes. Upon seeing Qin Xuan enter, they immediately stood up respectfully. Qi Lao also rose to greet him, looking at Qin Xuan with a complex expression. Through Wang Hu and the others' accounts, he was already aware of everything that had transpired on Timing Mountain. Recalling how he had initially been impressed by Qin Xuan's calm and reserved demeanor, Qi Lao had given away expensive ginseng and other herbs for free, hoping to build a connection. Little did he know that in less than a month, this young man would astound him, so greatly challenging a battle armor, slaying a 4th-tier Tianpin Awakened one, and retrieving dozens of exotic fruits. Any one of these feats was beyond his lifetime reach. Dr. Qin, these are the exotic fruits from Timing Mountain, Kong Xian said, handing over a backpack. Besides the 5 we consumed on site, there are 18 left. Qin Xuan took the backpack and immediately handed out 5 fruits to them. Seeing their surprise and delight, he nodded to confirm that they were indeed for them, then turned to Qi Lao. Qi Lao, how much do you know about these exotic fruits? Qi Lao chuckled wryly, My small shop is just a third-year retail point for Ruekong Pharmacy. The most precious items we have are things like ginseng. I've seen exotic fruits only a few times in my life and know very little about them. The website I sent you last time is my main source of information on exotic fruits. Qin Chuan remained silent. The content on that website was indeed too superficial. Given Qi Lao's status as a first-year awakened one, it made sense that he wouldn't have access to more in-depth information about these fruits. It seemed he needed to seek other avenues, perhaps by inquiring with Qi Shuiyao. However, exotic fruits do appear at the medical exchange conference, Qi Lao added. Every time I attend, I see exotic fruits being auctioned, so you should be able to learn more detailed information there. All right, Qin Chuan nodded and then asked, Qi Lao, besides this medical exchange conference, do you know of any other channels for purchasing exotic fruits? I do know of some industry trade fairs, but the prices are too high, and I've never bought from them, Qi Lao replied. But don't you already have a dozen or so exotic fruits? Not enough. Qin Chuan shook his head and asked, by the way, what are the best-selling potions on the market right now? Qi Lao was momentarily taken aback, then answered, mainly potions that enhance the abilities of awakened ones, like the Ichi Guban soup and the Lingji Zhuanggu pill. Please help me compile a detailed list of drug prices. What do you need these for? Everyone looked at him curiously. I'm planning to develop new potions to earn some money, Qin Chuan said frankly. While exotic fruits were valuable, relying solely on his own efforts to find them was ultimately limited. With money, he could have more awakened ones searching for fruits or anything else he desired. As long as the price was right, people would naturally come to him. Developing potions to enhance the abilities of awakened ones was undoubtedly the fastest way to make money. He believed that any random formula from the cultivation world could easily surpass all the potions on the market. Qi Lao frowned and advised, the current potions are developed by major pharmaceutical companies that invest heavily and hire top medical experts. The market is dominated by them, and it's very difficult for new potions to gain a foothold. Don't worry, just help me gather the information, Qin Chuan said confidently. Seeing this, Qi Lao said no more and turned to retrieve a card from the cash register, handing it to him. The medical exchange conference is being held tomorrow at the Hanhai building. This is an invitation card. You'll need it to get in. Qin Chuan took the card, glanced at it, and then put it away before leaving the pharmacy. Watching Qin Chuan's departing figure, Qi Lao shook his head. Why are you shaking your head, old Qi? Shurhao asked. He's underestimating the complexity of the pharmaceutical industry. The major pharmaceutical companies control the market, and his idea of launching a new potion is too idealistic. However, this might also be a good thing, as it could make him see reality and focus on his cultivation. Oh, I see. But I believe Dr. Qin will definitely succeed, Shurhao said with confidence in Qin Chuan. I think so too, Wang Hu and the others echoed. Their experiences on Timing Mountain had instilled in them a near-blind faith in Qin Chuan, convinced that he would succeed in whatever he chose to pursue. Qin Chuan returned home and immediately began absorbing the mystical fruits. Within the spirit-seizing array, the fruits transformed into wisps of white mist, rising and coalescing into streams of spiritual energy, which he inhaled into his body. The excess mist swirled around him, moving rhythmically with his breaths, creating an aura of mystery. Despite absorbing more fruits than usual this time, his cultivation only reached the late stage of the third level of Qi refining, failing to break through to the fourth level. This was because each level required exponentially more spiritual energy. By evening, he had fully absorbed all the mystical fruits and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. To break through to the fourth level of Qi refining, I need at least 5 more 2-star mystical fruits. A single fruit of the caliber of the Ghost Blood Frost fruit would suffice, Qin Chuan calculated to himself. The spiritual energy in this world is incredibly scarce, making progress painfully slow. In this lifetime, he was focusing on solidifying his foundation, requiring far more resources than in his previous life. Based on the effects of the current mystical fruits, even reaching the foundation establishment stage would require thousands of fruits, and that's with the aid of the celestial star tree. The thought of the resources needed to break through to the golden core stage was daunting. However, since mystical fruits could be bought, it wasn't entirely hopeless. Qin Chuan had a plan for the upcoming pharmaceutical exchange conference. First, he would look for herbs that could aid in cultivation besides mystical fruits. Second, he would research common market medications to prepare for the launch of his new pills. He had devised 3 types of pills: Luo Yun pill, which enhances vitality and strengthens muscles and bones; Minor Vitality pill, which heals injuries and replenishes energy; and Minor Soul Restoration pill, designed to repair damaged souls. The first 2 pills are broadly applicable, suitable for all awakened individuals. The Minor Soul Restoration pill, however, targets those whose souls are damaged from overusing their awakened abilities. From his observation, over the nearly 200 years since the emergence of awakened individuals, there were undoubtedly many like Wei Lao and Liang Yu who suffered from soul injuries, with no available medical solutions. These individuals are often powerful awakened ones, and if they knew there was a pill to heal soul wounds, they would likely spare no expense to acquire it. They might even be willing to trade rare mystical fruits for it. With his parents busy with work and often working late, Qin Chuan set out alone for Hanhai Tower the following morning. The renowned Hanhai Hotel, usually a venue for high-end business meetings, was bustling with people today. Lancy's annual pharmaceutical exchange conference was being held there, with luxury cars lining the streets, causing traffic jams for miles around. Even with traffic officers deployed to manage the flow, it was a daunting task given the sheer volume of people and vehicles. Wow, look at all these people! Zhong Qiqi exclaimed, linking arms with Gui Yun and Qi Shuiyao as they navigated through the crowd. Among the three tall and vibrant young women, Qi Shuiyao's striking ice-blue hair drew many curious glances. Shuiyao, I heard this is the largest pharmaceutical exchange conference ever. Is that true? Gui Yun asked, looking around with wide-eyed curiosity. Qi Shuiyao nodded and explained, in past years, the conference mainly involved exchanges between Lancy's major pharmaceutical companies, with some awakened individuals coming to buy discounted products and sell herbs. But this year is different. Pharmaceutical companies from other cities have sent representatives, and even medical experts are here. According to my brother, both government and military officials are also attending. The military too? Gui Yun's eyes widened. Wow, this conference is becoming more official than ever. Yes, it seems the authorities want to turn this into a national event, and they're here to understand the process and discuss expansion, Qi Shuiyao added. That's impressive. Gui Yun gave a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Zhong Qiqi was less interested in these details, instead scanning the crowd for Tang Yao, her face showing disappointment at not finding him. Give it up. How are you going to find him in this sea of people? Gui Yun teased, holding on to Zhong Qiqi's arm. Should I call him to see where he is? Qi Shuiyao suggested, though she rarely used Tang Yao's contact information. I'm going to keep looking, Zhong Qiqi said hesitantly, biting her lip. You're missing the point, Shuiyao, Gui Yun said with a playful wink. If you call and ask where he is, even if you see him, you lose the thrill of a spontaneous encounter. The medical conference was bustling with people. Gui Yun gently nudged Zhong Qiqi's arm and teased with a smile. A chance encounter is what we call fate, Zhong Qiqi just rolled her eyes and continued to search for something in the crowd. Qi Shuiyao stood nearby, looking a bit helpless, wondering why they had to make simple things so complicated. Hey, Shuiyao. Suddenly, a group of young men squeezed through the crowd. The one greeting them was a handsome young man in a white t-shirt, Du Lin. The bespectacled young man beside him smiled and said, Shuiyao, you're here for the medical conference too? What a coincidence. Du Lin was just talking about you, and here you are. You two must be fated. Gui Yun and Zhong Qiqi looked at Qi Shuiyao in surprise. Gui Yun couldn't help but nudge Zhong Qiqi again, raising an eyebrow suggestively. Zhong Qiqi glared back at her in annoyance. Qi Shuiyao forced a polite smile. My brother is in charge of this medical conference, so of course, I'd be here. Speaking of your brother, I have a lot of questions to ask him now that I'm back. Could you introduce me to him? Du Lin seized the opportunity to ask. We're planning to go shopping. I promised to spend the day with my friends. Qi Shuiyao politely declined. No problem, I can join you, and we can meet your brother afterwards, Du Lin insisted. No need, Qi Shuiyao replied coldly. We girls are just browsing around. If you want to find my brother, you can go by yourself. He's on the 27th floor in the auction hall, organizing the auction items. With that, she quickly pulled her two gossiping friends away. The bespectacled young man looked at Du Lin in confusion. Lin, what's going on? Last time you were back, she was all smiles and friendly. Now it's like she's avoiding you. Du Lin stayed silent, watching as Qi Shuiyao disappeared into the crowd. Just then, a young man with dyed yellow hair and an earring hurried over. Lin, there's trouble. Why are you yelling? I'm fine, Du Lin snapped, his mood already sour from the rejection. The yellow-haired youth panted, Lin, you asked me to find out about Qi Shuiyao's situation at school, right? She's keeping a boy toy there. What? Du Lin's face darkened. It's true. The whole school is talking about it, the yellow-haired youth said, shivering under Du Lin's cold gaze. It's that Qin Chuan, the top scorer in the Lan City College entrance exams. Rumor has it their relationship is quite ambiguous. Qin Chuan? Lan City's #1? Du Lin sneered. Just a third-level Tianpin awakener, common as dirt in Jin City. Get me his details. After the medical conference, I want to have a chat with him. As a fourth-level Tianpin awakener, Du Lin didn't think much of people from Lan City. His interest in Qi Shuiyao was purely due to her grandfather, a decorated general with significant military connections. Securing such an ally would ensure his career path was smooth. Otherwise, in a place like Jin City, full of beautiful women and talented individuals, he wouldn't bother trying so hard to win Qi Shuiyao's favor. At the entrance of Han Hai Building, a bustling crowd gathered. Qi Shuiyao, Zhong Qiqi, and Gui Yun walked through the throng, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, Zhong Qiqi's eyes lit up as she pointed towards an elderly man and a young man not far away. Shuiyao, look. Following her gesture, Qi Shuiyao looked over and exclaimed in surprise, Qin Chuan, what's he doing here? Before she could finish her sentence, Guiyun excitedly pulled the two of them towards him. Hey, Qin Chuan. Guiyun waved from afar. Qin Chuan, just emerging from the subway, turned at the sound and saw three vibrant young women approaching. Next to him, the older man, Qi Lao, gave him a knowing look. Impressive. Just classmates, Qin Chuan replied calmly. Guiyun cheerfully introduced herself. Qin Chuan, I'm Guiyun, and this is Zhong Qiqi. We're both Shuiyao's best friends. It's such a coincidence to run into you among so many people. Hearing this, Qi Shuiyao felt a strange sense of familiarity with the words. Noticing Zhong Qiqi's peculiar glance, she shot Guiyun a sharp look. Oblivious, Guiyun continued. Are you here to buy some potions, Qin Chuan? The prices at today's medical exchange are really discounted. Just browsing. If I find something suitable, I'll buy it, Qin Chuan replied. Perfect, Guiyun exclaimed, pushing Qi Shuiyao towards Qin Chuan. Shuiyao knows someone here who can get you insider prices, super cheap. Qi Lao watched with interest, clearly amused to see the usually composed Qin Chuan in such a situation. Qi Shuiyao blushed deeply. Guiyun, what are you doing? Helping you show Qin Chuan around. Why are you blushing? Guiyun replied earnestly. Qi Shuiyao glared at her, then calmed herself before turning to Qin Chuan. Since you're here, why don't you come meet my brother? Guiyun and the others were taken aback. Qi Shuiyao quickly explained. Qin Chuan had agreed to see my grandfather as a doctor. I'll take him to meet my brother, who can then take him to see grandpa. Although Qin Chuan wanted to refuse, Qi Lao intervened. Go ahead. There's plenty of time before the exchange starts. Wander around and meet me in the herbal medicine section by 8. Guiyun found an excuse to leave with Zhong Qiqi, leaving Qi Shuiyao and Qin Chuan ahead to the upper floors. Thanks to Qi Shuiyao's status, they took a private elevator directly to the 27th floor. The entire floor had been converted into a massive hall, with a raised stage in the center, currently set up for an auction. After exchanging pleasantries with an acquaintance, Uncle Li, Qi Shuiyao introduced Qin Chuan. My third brother is the most outstanding of our generation, managing a large part of our family's business. He's in charge of this medical exchange. He's also a fourth-year awakener, but he's very nice to me. You don't need to feel restrained when you meet him. As she spoke, a surprised voice rang out, Shuiyao. Who is he? Looking up, she saw Du Lin with three other young awakeners. Du Lin's eyes flickered with a chill as he stared at Qin Chuan. The tall, skinny boy with glasses next to him frowned. Shuiyao, Brother Lin rarely comes back, yet you're with another guy. Isn't that inappropriate? Qi Shuiyao frowned slightly, her tone tinged with displeasure. Who I hang out with is my business. What does it have to do with you? Du Lin's face immediately darkened at her words. Just then, a young man with dyed yellow hair and an earring scrutinized Qin Chuan and tentatively asked, Qin Chuan? Seeing Qin Chuan turn his head, the young man confirmed his identity. It really is you. Qin Chuan. Du Lin's lips curled into a dangerous smile as he extended his right hand toward Qin Chuan. Du Lin from Jin City 7th High, currently a 4th level Tianpin awakened. If you shake my hand, I might just give it a little squeeze as a warning, though not too harshly out of respect for Qi Shuiyao. Qin Chuan glanced at Du Lin's outstretched hand and easily sensed the hostility he wasn't bothering to hide. He couldn't be bothered with someone who couldn't even control their basic emotions. With his hands in his pockets, he walked right past Du Lin. Aren't you supposed to take me to see your third brother? Let's go. Oh. Qi Shuiyao quickly followed with small steps. Du Lin was left frozen in place, shocked that even after revealing his identity and strength, Qin Chuan dared to ignore him. Around them, people attending the auction were discreetly observing the scene, making Du Lin's face burn with embarrassment. Damn it! Stop right there. Du Lin clenched his fists, suddenly shouting, and lunged forward, aiming a punch at the back of Qin Chuan's head. The onlookers gasped, surprised that someone would dare to start a fight in such a setting. Stop! A figure flashed in, meeting Du Lin's punch with his own. The impact sent a wave of energy outward, and Du Lin staggered back 2 steps, while the other person retreated over 10 steps before regaining his balance. Wei, third brother, you're helping him? Du Lin asked incredulously, pointing at Qin Chuan. The one who intervened was Wei Ziyuan, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit with neatly combed hair, exuding a CEO aura. Wei Ziyuan smiled. Brother Du Lin, today is the medical exchange conference, an event that happens only once a year. I hope you'll give me some face and settle any issues after today. Du Lin noticed the whispers and glances around him and gritted his teeth. Today, I'll give you face and let it go. With that, he turned away, casting a cold glare at Qin Chuan as he left. Wei Ziyuan signaled for 2 of his men to escort Du Lin out, then turned to accompany Qin Chuan and Qi Shuiyao. Dr. Qin, what brings you here? If I had known, I would have sent someone to welcome you, avoiding this unpleasantness. Du Lin is the only son of the Du family, and his father is in the military, rarely disciplining him, so he's quite spoiled. I hope you can forgive him. Qin Chuan detected Wei Ziyuan's attempt to mediate on Du Lin's behalf and replied with a half-smile. Just because he's arrogant, does that mean he can attack me at will? Wei Ziyuan quickly assured him, it was our oversight and hospitality. For the rest of the conference, you'll receive a 70% discount on any expenses. Will that suffice? Qin Chuan nodded. If he bothers me again, don't blame me for what happens. Of course, Wei Ziyuan agreed respectfully. Qi Shuiyao watched in amazement, her eyes darting between the two men. Third brother. You know each other? Wei Ziyuan was surprised. The one who treated Grandpa recently is Dr. Qin. Didn't anyone tell you? Qi Shuiyao blinked. I didn't know. I only heard Grandpa say his condition might be curable now. The cultivator he mentioned is you, Qin Chuan? She looked at Qin Chuan, astonished. She had paid special attention to Qin Chuan because her grandfather said only a cultivator could heal him, not realizing they had already found Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan had long sensed with his spiritual awareness that Qi Shuiyao's third brother was Wei Ziyuan and was momentarily surprised, but quickly composed himself. He nodded lightly in response to her question. I doubt there's another cultivator with medical skills in Lan City. Qi Shuiyao couldn't help but smile. Wei Ziyuan continued, Dr. Qin, the purpose of our medical exchange conference is to find the right herbs for Grandpa. I believe we'll gather all the materials you mentioned today. Qin Chuan nodded and then asked, by the way, do you have detailed information on exotic fruits here? We do. I'll send you a copy right away, along with today's auction list. If you're interested, you can rest here for a while until the auction starts. After Wei Ziyuan sent the documents to Qin Chuan, he looked up and said, Dr. Qin, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll have to excuse myself. My sister will show you around in the meantime. With that, he gave a nod to Qi Shuiyao and quickly left the venue. Once Wei Ziyuan was gone, Qi Shuiyao turned to Qin Chuan, asking, where would you like to go? As he swiftly scanned through the information on his phone sent by Wei Ziyuan, Qin Chuan inquired, how long until the auction starts? The auction begins at 7:30 and ends around 8:30. After that, the pharmaceutical exchange officially starts outside, featuring new product launches and free medical consultations by major pharmaceutical companies. Qi Shuiyao explained in detail. Realizing there wasn't much time left, Qin Chuan found a spot to sit down. Let's check out the auction then. Don't sit here. Follow me. Qi Shuiyao led Qin Chuan to the front row in the VIP section, where she arranged for a couple of seats. Qin Chuan was engrossed in the documents, his fingers swiftly scrolling through the screen. Curious? Qi Shuiyao asked. Can you really read that fast? Qin Chuan nodded. In truth, this speed was still considered slow for him. If it were a physical document, he could absorb all the details with just a glance. The information provided by Wei Ziyuan was comprehensive, detailing the star ratings of exotic fruits, ranging from 1 to 7 stars. The highest known level is the 7-star fruit, discovered 27 years ago by a 9th-tier celestial awakener on Qilan Island. This fruit significantly boosted his powers, enabling him to achieve the remarkable feat of defeating an S-class beast. No wonder the exotic fruits I found in the wilderness were so inferior, Qin Chuan thought as he reviewed the distribution and growth environment of the fruits. The barren wilderness mostly yielded fruits with no star rating, with rare sightings of 1 or 2-star fruits. To find better exotic fruits, one must venture to the islands. As he continued reading, Qin Chuan saw images and detailed information about various known exotic fruits, including the 1-star, 1000-star spirit fruit that Wei Ziyuan was looking for. When he came across the crimson blood crystal fruit, he was startled. This was the ethereal blood frost fruit he was familiar with. As a 4-star fruit, it was valued at a staggering 2 billion. I can't believe I ate something worth 2 billion, Qin Chuan mused. After browsing through the auction catalog, Qin Chuan noticed that most items were rare ingredient-based potions and fruits below 2 stars, leaving him somewhat uninterested. He put his phone away. You finished reading already? Qi Shuiyao exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Qin Chuan nodded and asked, what's usually the highlight of the auction? I'm not sure, Qi Shuiyao shrugged, but last year, there were 2 highlights. One was the jade gourd that Uncle Li bought. It's an antique, supposedly left by an old Taoist, mainly for collectors. Qin Chuan nodded, then closed his eyes to rest, hoping to gauge the market's potion standards. As the bidders gradually filled the seats, following a brief introduction, a well-dressed, middle-aged auctioneer took the stage. Our first auction item is the latest blood-boosting chi pill from Guangbo Pharmaceuticals, the auctioneer announced. This pill is crafted from the essence of a 6th-tier beast and a 2-star exotic fruit. It can enhance and awaken her strength, with some users advancing from the 5th to the 6th tier. We have a bottle of 5 pills up for auction, starting at 1 billion, with a minimum bid increase of 100,000. As soon as he finished, several people began to bid. The description of the blood-enhancing chi-condensing pill was elegantly printed on an invitation, drawing the attention of numerous bidders as a highlight of the auction. As the auction commenced, the bidding skyrocketed, surpassing 160 million in just 2 minutes. The attendees were either business magnates or powerful awakeners, for whom such astronomical figures were of little concern. Ultimately, a composed middle-aged awakener secured the pill for 270 million. Wow, that's a lot of money. Nearly 300 million for a pill to advance from the 4th to the 5th tier, Qi Shuiyao murmured, puzzled by the hefty price tag, despite her own talent and potential to reach the 6th tier. Qin Xuan chuckled softly and explained, these awakeners, who have trained long in the wilderness, understand the critical importance of strength. The leap from the 5th to the 6th tier signifies entry into an entirely different realm of status and influence. This investment promises substantial returns. For those stuck at the 5th tier, this pill is a lifesaver. However, when Qin Xuan scanned the blood-enhancing qi-condensing pill with his spiritual sense, he frowned slightly. Apart from the beast blood and exotic fruits, the auxiliary ingredients were poorly chosen, and the extraction process was crude, resulting in a product riddled with impurities. In his view, this quality wouldn't even qualify as low-grade in the cultivation world, barely surpassing a waste pill. This realization made Qin Xuan reconsider his previous pricing strategy for pills. He had initially planned to price the small essence-nourishing pill at 100,000 each. But seeing such a low-quality pill fetch a fortune made him rethink. With material costs around 10,000, and the effectiveness comparable to the blood-enhancing qi-condensing pill, setting the price at 1 million would likely attract many buyers. Subsequent auction items were mostly potions crafted from rare materials. Though expensive, none matched the allure of the blood-enhancing qi-condensing pill. As the auction neared its conclusion, the auctioneer raised his voice, saying, ladies and gentlemen, we now present the final 3 centerpiece items. First, let me introduce a divine weapon, crafted by the Divine Craftsman Weapon Factory. He elaborated that the broadsword's material came from a meteorite that fell a year ago, brought back by a 5th-tier awakener from the wilderness area of the Twin Rivers. It was meticulously forged by a master at the Divine Craftsman Weapon Factory. Weighing 87 kilograms, this broadsword could cut through iron like mud and even leave gashes in mid-air battle armor. As an attendant wheeled in a small cart draped in black cloth, the auctioneer unveiled it, revealing a blood-red broadsword resting silently on the stand. The sword seemed to pulse with life, exuding an aura that made everyone in the room catch their breath. Just then, a sudden bang echoed through the hall as someone slammed a table, startling everyone and drawing their eyes toward the source of the noise. Qin Xuan was leisurely reclining in his seat when the auctioneer brought out a battle knife. He cast a casual glance at it, but that one look made him sit up straight. The knife was made of black star gung silver stonian, exceedingly rare material that exists only in the void, requiring millions of years of drifting, absorbing the essence of the universe and the power of the stars to form. In the cultivation world, black star gung silverstone is a top-tier material for crafting flying swords. Yet now, this heavenly treasure had been crudely forged into an ordinary battle knife, with all its essence lost. Even with Qin Xuan's abilities, he couldn't restore it to its peak state. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan felt a pang of heartache and slammed his palm heavily on the table. The sudden noise startled Qi Shuiyao, who widened her eyes and demanded, "Are you crazy?" "What a waste!" Qin Xuan sighed, shaking his head. "What do you mean, a waste?" The black star gung silver stone was turned into a worthless piece. Qi Shuiyao was puzzled. "What are you talking about? This is a masterpiece from the master of the Divine Craftsman Weapon Factory, a treasure people line up to buy. How could it possibly be worthless?" Qin Xuan didn't bother to explain, but he realized that this world, despite its thin spiritual energy, might still harbor other precious materials. If luck was on his side, he might gather enough to craft a flying sword. The thought of a flying sword made his heart itch. In his previous life, he had stood unrivaled with just a sword. Now reborn, though still a cultivator, he had to rely on physical combat, greatly reducing his power. The others, seeing Qin Xuan only slam the table without further comment, assumed he was just inexperienced and soon turned their attention back to the auction. Ultimately, the battle knife sold for 1.8 billion. To Qin Xuan, even the wasted black star gung silverstone was worth far more than that, at least several times more precious than the blood-raising qi-condensing pill. Yet in this era, the presence of battle armor significantly diminished the value of weapons. For awakened ones, it was more practical to purchase armor than expensive weapons. If this knife couldn't pierce through mid-level armor, it wouldn't have fetched even 1 billion. When the auctioneer presented the second-to-last item, the room buzzed with excitement. It was 10 fist-sized milky white stones, resembling jade but clearly not. These cultivation stones need no introduction, the auctioneer smiled. After the 5th tier, it's exceedingly difficult for an awakened one to improve. With these stones, your progress can at least double. Qin Xuan was once again surprised they were spirit stones. Although extremely impure and low in spiritual energy, not even comparable to the lowest grade spirit stones in the cultivation world. Seeing spirit stones in this era of declining spiritual energy was rare. To Qin Chuan, who could extract spiritual energy from exotic fruits, these low-quality spirit stones were unappealing, but he was intrigued by their source. Ultimately, a sixth-tier awakened individual acquired the 10 inferior spirit stones for 3 billion, looking overjoyed. Next is the final item of this auction, the auctioneer announced, revealing an exquisite box with a stone inside. As everyone knows, once an exotic fruit tree is transplanted, it withers within a month. Many awakened ones, upon discovering unripe exotic fruits, have no choice but to pick them early to avoid trouble. This cultivation stone can keep an exotic fruit tree alive for 6 months when placed in the soil. 6 months can mean the difference between a 2-star fruit initially worth 1 or 2 billion dropping to just a few million if picked early. With this cultivation stone, you can nurture unripe fruit trees without worry. Starting bid is 1 billion, with increments of no less than 10 million. Despite the auctioneer's enthusiastic pitch about the benefits of the cultivation stone, its novelty left many hesitant, leading to a delay in bidding. The auction room was abuzz with commotion as someone voiced their doubts. No one has seen this thing before. What if it doesn't work? And if it's such a valuable item, why is the original owner selling it? The auctioneer, wearing a patient smile, explained, "We've already tested its effects, and it can indeed extend the life of an exotic fruit tree by 6 months. However, we can't guarantee how many times it can be used. As for why it's being sold, the owner was injured and urgently needs a large sum of money, so they had no choice but to auction it." Hearing this, the eager bidders began to calm down. A treasure that might only be used once was too much of a gamble. These awakeners, who earned their living through dangerous means, preferred to invest heavily in boosting their strength rather than in high-risk items. The room fell silent, with only a few people raising their paddles to bid, and some quietly left. However, Qin Chuan seemed entranced, staring intently at the fist-sized stone, his heart racing and breath heavy. To him, this was not just any cultivation stone. It was a void stone, essential for crafting spatial rings. Such rare materials were scarce even in the cultivation world, forming in the void and occasionally appearing by chance. Even most golden core cultivators could only use storage bags with space formations, rarely possessing a spatial ring. In his previous life, Qin Chuan only obtained one after reaching the late golden core stage by defeating a nascent soul cultivator. "Qin Chuan, are you all right?" Qi Shuiyao noticed his unusual behavior and asked with a concerned blink of her eyes. Qin Chuan, usually so composed, had been unusually emotional today, which puzzled her. Qin Chuan turned to look at Qi Shuiyao. "How much money do you have on you?" "Huh, I didn't bring much. My parents don't let me carry a lot, so I only have a little over 5 million, Qi Shuiyao replied after a moment's thought. "That's not enough." Qin Chuan shook his head. "Can you find a way to get more? I must have that stone." "What do you need it for?" Qi Shuiyao asked, puzzled, then added, "I'll ask my brother." With that, she immediately made a call. During the call, Qi Shuiyao nodded repeatedly, and after hanging up, she smiled and said, "My brother is really good to you." This left Qin Chuan looking confused. At that moment, a female staff member hurried onto the stage and whispered something to the auctioneer. The auctioneer nodded and then announced to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize. The owner has found a suitable buyer, and this item will no longer be up for auction. As an apology, we will be sending gifts to those who participated in the bidding. We hope for your understanding." The bidders, who had approached the auction with a tentative mindset, were not particularly bothered by this. After the auction ended, Qi Shuiyao led Qin Chuan to a room backstage. Wei Ziyuan opened the door, and there, on a tea table, the void stone lay quietly. "Dr. Qin, are you fond of these rare items?" Wei Ziyuan asked with a gentle smile on his face. Qin Chuan examined the void stone closely, a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes. "How much is it?" "My grandfather still requires your medical expertise. If you like this stone, consider it a token of our appreciation," Wei Ziyuan said sincerely. "Rest assured, I've promised to treat Mr. Wei's ailment. Once the herbs are gathered, feel free to contact me anytime." Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Wei Ziyuan's smile broadened at his words. "I'll leave it to your capable hands, Dr. Qin. By the way, the cultivation stone from the previous auction was quite impressive." Qin Chuan suddenly inquired. "Do you know who consigned it? Where did it come from?" Wei Ziyuan looked troubled. "I'm sorry, Dr. Qin, but this involves the consignor's privacy, and we have a duty to keep it confidential. However, I can try to arrange a meeting with them for you." "Thank you." Qin Chuan nodded understandingly, aware of the auction house's rules. Before leaving, Qin Chuan asked, "I heard you also deal in pharmaceuticals?" "We dabble a bit, but it's mostly small scale, initiated primarily to treat my grandfather," Wei Ziyuan replied honestly. "I'm planning to launch some new medicines soon. If you're interested, we could collaborate." Wei Ziyuan was taken aback by the offer and nodded eagerly. "Of course, I'm interested." Lately, his grandfather had been full of praise for Qin Chuan's medical skills and status as a cultivator, which had increased Wei Zuan's respect for him. Great. I'll have someone contact you for the details, Qin Chuan agreed. Initially, he considered starting his own company, but since the Wei family already had an established pharmaceutical business, partnering with them seemed like a good idea. After all, the Wei family had been kind to him, and this was a way to reciprocate. Hanhai Tower had 50 floors, with the lower 30 dedicated to pharmaceutical exchanges. 20 of those floors housed storefronts and new drug trials from major pharmaceutical groups. At this moment, Qin Chuan and Qi Shuiyao were exploring the 7th floor, bustling with people. They visited various drugstores to understand the market situation and pricing. Not far away, Guiyun and Zhong Qiqi, noticing them, discreetly took photos with mischievous grins. Welcome. A smiling female pharmacist approached them. We have the latest Qing Shen pills from Seymour Pharmaceuticals. Take one after exercise or battle, and it instantly relieves fatigue. Where can I find them? Qin Chuan was intrigued. Pills that could alleviate fatigue touched upon the realm of mental health, and he was curious about the current state of medical advancements. The pharmacist led them to the trial area and handed them 2 thumb-sized cups containing a pale yellow liquid. This is diluted Qing Shun liquid, with 1/10 the effect of the pill. Qin Chuan took a light sniff and immediately analyzed the components, shaking his head. The ingredients were poorly combined, the dosages incorrect, and the extraction insufficient. It only provided superficial stimulation without genuinely addressing mental fatigue. How much for one? He asked. The original price is 30,000, but we're offering a 10% discount, plus a free pill with every 10 purchased, the pharmacist enthusiastically explained. 30,000, Qin Chuan murmured. This price was clearly inflated, but given the current standards, it might serve as an emergency pick-me-up. Should we grab some? It smells quite nice, Qi Shuiyao suggested after finishing her sample, feeling refreshed. The effect isn't satisfactory. Let's look elsewhere, Qin Chuan said, turning to leave. Huh. Not satisfactory? This is the result of 3 years of research led by Seymour Pharmaceuticals' top advisor, the renowned brain specialist, Professor Wang Qifeng. You said it's not good? A sharp, mocking voice came from behind. A young man with dyed yellow hair and an earring stepped forward, his eyes filled with disdain. You're such a bumpkin. Never seen high-grade pills like this, have you? I bet the only pills you've ever seen are cheap stuff like Jiliang pills and Huashuadan that cost a few $100 each. It was Du Lin and his group. They had been waiting for a long time to discuss business with Wang Qifeng, only stepping away briefly to attend a new drug launch. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's comment about the Qing Shun pill, they were eager to make an impression. The young man with glasses raised his voice deliberately, ensuring everyone around could hear. Hey, which hole did you crawl out of? Your tone's a bit too big for your boots. Do you think you can judge Professor Wang Qifeng's Qing Shen pill? The crowd quickly gathered like fish drawn to a scent. Seeing this, the young man with glasses became even more smug. If you can't afford it, just admit it. Stop making excuses. If Miss Qi wants it and you can't buy it, we can give it to her. The onlookers quickly imagined a scene. A poor guy brings his girlfriend to a medical expo to show off but ends up bad-mouthing the Qing Shen pill because he can't afford it, leading to a public scolding. Some older folks self-righteously criticized Qin Chuan and advised Qi Shuiyao to stay away from such a person. Qi Shuiyao's face flushed with embarrassment. Her head hung so low it was almost buried in her chest. Even her earlobes turned red. Although Du Lin maintained a composed demeanor without speaking directly, he secretly relished Qin Chuan's embarrassment. However, he was slightly disappointed that Qin Chuan remained calm, seemingly unaffected by the mockery around him. Wang Professor, Wang Qifeng? Qin Chuan murmured the familiar name, quickly recalling the time at the Wei family when this very man debated the existence of the soul with him. From the formula and effects of the Qing Shen pill, it was indeed a top-notch product in this world. No wonder he was so confident in his research on the mind. Yet, in Qin Chuan's eyes, this Qing Shen pill, developed over 3 years, was far from perfection. What's causing all this noise? A commanding voice came from the doorway. An elderly man, flanked by well-dressed aides, entered, frowning at the marketplace-like commotion before him. Professor Wang. Du Lin's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward. My grandfather is Du Shufeng. He's been busy these days and asked me to send his regards on his behalf. Wang Qifeng nodded slightly. Ah, old Du's grandson is this grown-up now? Very good. I was only at the new drug launch for half an hour. So why is it so noisy here? Du Lin immediately embellished the situation. A young couple was browsing the pharmacy. The guy, trying to show off, publicly slandered the Qing Shen pill developed by your team. I couldn't stand it and confronted him. Oh, whose son is this? So lacking in manners. Wang Qifeng squinted, trying to see the instigator among the crowd, but could only make out Qin Chuan's back. He signaled to his bodyguard. Go handle it. Make him apologize and escort him out. Yes. The bodyguard, a 5th-level awakener, looked even more imposing in his black suit, his massive frame exuding authority. You think you can take me on? You're a century too early. Du Lin sneered at Qin Xuan, relishing the situation. In his eyes, crossing someone as influential as Wang Qifeng in the medical field was akin to career suicide. Any pharmaceutical company with ties to Professor Wang would blacklist Qin Xuan, making it nearly impossible for him to trade in exotic beast materials, herbs, or purchase medications. With a little maneuvering, Qin Xuan's future could be bleak. You're amazing, Lin. A young man with dyed yellow hair and an earring hid behind Du Lin, discreetly giving him a thumbs up, impressed by the tactic of using someone else to do the dirty work. The bodyguard pushed through the crowd, his gaze landing on Qin Xuan and Qi Shuiyao. What nonsense are you two spouting here? Professor Wang won't bother with you. Just apologize and leave quickly. The crowd erupted at his words, eager to criticize Qin Xuan, as if doing so would earn them Wang Qifeng's favor and a few free doses of the Qingshin pill. Qi Shuiyao, feeling utterly embarrassed under the public's gaze, blushed and hid behind Qin Xuan, gently tugging at his sleeve. Let's go. Qin Xuan nodded, unfazed by the crowd's reproach. He had other matters to attend to and saw no point in lingering. Hold it. The bodyguard blocked their path. You think you can insult the Qingshin pill and just walk away without an apology? Insult? That stuff isn't even worth my disdain, Qin Xuan scoffed. His words caused an uproar. To the onlookers, it was shocking to see a medicine developed by a top professor treated with such contempt. Even the usually stoic bodyguard frowned. If you refuse to apologize, we have the right to pursue legal action. Do as you please. Qin Xuan turned to leave. Du Lin chuckled in the crowd. Well done. Let's hope this escalates. The crowd, stirred up, grew more agitated. Stop him. He can't leave without apologizing. Yeah, teach him a lesson. Hearing the commotion, Wang Qifeng returned. The bodyguard quickly parted the agitated crowd, who fell silent upon seeing the professor. Qi Shuiyao, worried, quietly dialed Wei Ziyuan's number. Wang Qifeng, displeased, glanced at the bodyguard. Can't you handle such a trivial matter? After hearing the bodyguard's report, his brow furrowed, anger simmering beneath the surface. Someone seized the moment to add fuel to the fire. Professor Wang, this young man is too arrogant. It's one thing to insult the Qingshin pill, but refusing to apologize is unacceptable. He needs to be taught a lesson. The comment resonated with the crowd. To protect the Qingshin pill's reputation, Wang Qifeng had to respond. Rest assured, everyone. The Qingshin pill is the result of my team's hard work, and I won't allow anyone to defame it. If necessary, we'll take legal action to defend its honor. After reassuring the crowd, he turned to the bodyguard. Who is it? The bodyguard pointed at Qin Xuan. When Wang Qifeng saw Qin Xuan, he was visibly taken aback. It's you. Yes, it's me. I said your Qingshin pill is ineffective. Do you think I'm wrong? Qin Xuan remained calm. The crowd was stunned, unable to believe he dared to be so brazen in front of Wang Qifeng. Du Lin was elated. Qin Xuan, you're finished. Qi Shuiyao was so anxious her palms were sweaty. Qin Xuan just can't help being arrogant, can he? Where is third brother? To everyone's surprise, Wang Qifeng didn't get angry. Instead, he let out a wry smile and said, I've been looking for you for days. The Wei family wouldn't give me your contact information. I didn't expect to meet you again like this. Could we talk privately? Qin Xuan thought for a moment and nodded. All right, let's go. The onlookers were dumbfounded. They hadn't witnessed the expected reprimand or legal threats from Wang Qifeng. Instead, they saw him courteously invite Qin Xuan away. Was the matter of defaming the Qingshin pill just going to be dropped like that? After Wang Qifeng and his group left, the scene erupted into a frenzy of discussion. Du Lin and his companions stood there like puppets, completely unprepared for this turn of events. Qi Shuiyao followed Qin Xuan to Wang Qifeng's private office. Once inside, Wang Qifeng dismissed the bodyguards and personally poured Qin Xuan a cup of tea. Qi Shuiyao stood aside, her eyes filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why the esteemed medical authority Wang Qifeng, a giant in the pharmaceutical world, would show such respect towards Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan took the tea Wang Qifeng handed him and casually placed it on the table. Wang Qifeng rubbed his hands together, a slightly ingratiating smile on his face. Well, I've been going through a lot of materials these past few days, but my understanding of the soul is still quite vague. I was hoping to learn a thing or two from you. It's not so much about teaching. We can discuss it, Qin Xuan replied after a brief pause. However, I don't have time right now. Leave your card, and I'll have someone schedule a meeting with you. He was calculating that Wang Qifeng's influence in the pharmaceutical industry was significant. If he could bring Wang into his team, breaking into the industry would be much easier. As for the soul-related information Wang wanted, as long as he was willing to follow, Qin Xuan wouldn't mind teaching him some basic alchemy techniques. Great, Wang Qifeng said excitedly, handing over his business card. This is my contact information. Feel free to reach out anytime. Despite his status as a leading figure, he maintained a thirst for knowledge in the research field. His current excitement reminded him of the time when he was 18, and an old professor invited him to participate in a brain experiment. After leaving Wang Qifeng's office, Qin Chuan was about to head to the herb area to find old Qi when his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Who is this? Hey there, it's Chan Hu. The voice on the other end reminded Qin Chuan of an incident during his college entrance exams. A group of people from the Qin family tried to snatch his rare fruit, only to be beaten up by him, and he placed a restriction on them, demanding they bring him 3 rare fruits to lift it. Did you find the rare fruit? We did, and it's much stronger than the usual ones. But there are not only level exotic beasts here, but also a group of awakened ones eyeing it. We don't dare to act rashly. Could you come over? Send me the location. All right, on it. In the dense forest, Xian Hu hung up the phone, a sinister look flashing across his face. Beside him stood more than 20 awakened individuals of the 4th rank or higher, including an old acquaintance of Qin Chuan Shin Linghao. He should be here soon, young Master Shin, Xian Hu said respectfully after sending the location. Shin Linghao nodded with satisfaction. Always the center of admiration, he had been humiliated by Qin Chuan during the college entrance exams. Though he showed no emotion outwardly, he harbored deep resentment. After his family spent a fortune to lift the restriction Qin Chuan placed on him, he had been training hard in the wilderness, waiting for a chance to seek revenge. Meeting Chun Hu's group by chance and learning the background, they quickly formed an alliance to set up this trap. Young Master Shun, while killing Qin Chuan would solve everything, the restriction he placed on us is quite tricky. As long as he's around, it activates. Chun Hu expressed his concern. You all don't need to get involved, Shin Linghao interrupted coldly, a look of disdain in his eyes. Useless. He had brought 4 mechanics and 3 5th rank awakened individuals, confident in capturing and killing Qin Chuan. As long as Qin Chuan showed up, he was determined to make sure he wouldn't leave alive. On the 23rd floor of the Han Hai building, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs filled the entire level. In contrast to the bustling potion trading area downstairs, this floor was particularly quiet. After all, buying raw materials requires a higher threshold compared to ready-to-use potions. Qin Chuan found Qi Lao haggling with a herbal merchant. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, the merchant immediately changed his tone. Don't leave, all right, 30,000 it is. I'll take a loss and sell it to you. You're still making at least 7,000. Qi Lao pointed out bluntly. Heh, just making a little rice money. The merchant grinned, carefully wrapping the herbs and handing them to Qi Lao. How's the purchase going? Qin Chuan inquired. He had previously given Qi Lao a list of herbs needed for the new pill they were about to launch. Collecting potion information and purchasing herbs were key objectives at the medical exchange today. I only found 4 herbs, Qi Lao replied with a serious expression. The ones you listed are quite rare. It might take some time to gather them all. No worries, I'll be heading to the wilderness area later, Qin Chuan said. Do your best to collect them. If you can't find some, I'll figure something out. By the way, I just negotiated a new pill collaboration with the Wei family. Draft an initial contract when you get back. We'll handle the production, and they'll take care of the sales with a 10% profit for them. Qi Lao was surprised to hear this. The Wei family, being a top-tier family in Lan City, had abundant resources. Was 10% too little? But Qin Chuan explained that the current market's awakening potions had limited effects, while the pill he was about to launch, though the lowest grade in the cultivation world, would disrupt the existing potion market significantly. The Wei family might be a big player in Lan City, but this market extended far beyond just Lan City. 10% profit was more than enough for them to gain substantial returns. After organizing these matters, Qin Chuan scanned the building with his spiritual sense. Finding none of the needed herbs, he left the Han Hai building. Following the address sent by Chun Hu, he headed straight for the misty forest. Traveling from the bustling city to the desolate wilderness felt like crossing into another world. Qin Chuan moved swiftly through the overgrown weeds and crumbling ruins like a nimble beast. As the sun set, he arrived at the mist-shrouded misty forest. In just a few days, the area was already marked by signs of battle. Numerous trampled paths wound through the weeds, leading into the depths of the forest. Following the coordinates given by Chun Hu, Qin Chuan reached an unusual mountain peak after half an hour. Despite it being midsummer, this mountain peak displayed scenes of early spring. Trees budding, flowers blooming in competition, butterflies dancing among them. A breeze, fragrant with floral scents, brushed by, stirring Qin Chuan's heart. Could it be another secret realm? The dense forest was a tapestry of falling petals and jagged rocks, like an unfolded painting. At this moment, Shen Linghao was growing impatient, yet there was still no sign of Qin Chuan. Chun Hu was staring at Shen Linghao, his eyes flickering with impatience. Are you sure Qin Chuan will show up today? Young Master Shin, I've already informed Qin Chuan, but I can't guarantee if or when he'll come, Shen Linghao replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Hu and his companions' expressions darkened. They knew all too well that Qin Chuan had tampered with their bodies, and teaming up with Shun Linghao against him was a gamble with their lives. It was a life-or-death gamble. Defeating Qin Chuan meant survival. Otherwise, it was a dead end. Not far away, the leaves of a small tree quivered gently in the breeze, shimmering with a faint glow. Hanging from its branches was a fruit as red as an apple, exuding a tempting fragrance. A fifth-tier top-grade awakened one behind Shun Linghao couldn't help but speak up. Linghao, this exotic fruit is at least 2-star level. Since we're unsure when Qin Chuan will arrive, why don't we take it first? Exactly. If we don't pick it soon, it might attract other awakened ones, which would be troublesome. The other two chimed in. Damn it. What do you mean by that? Chunhu exploded with rage. We discovered this fruit first and agreed to use it to lure Qin Chuan, which is why we haven't picked it. Now you want to take it for yourselves? He and his companions glared fiercely, ready to act at any moment. Shun Linghao furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the group. Qin Chuan sealed my meridians, and the cost to have a beyond nth-tier master from my family unseal them was far greater than this 2-star fruit. I won't rest until he's dead. The members of the Shen family had varied reactions to his words. Some secretly mocked him. Qin Chuan had clearly said that he would help unseal the meridians if they brought him the fruit. Zhao Wenchuan and others had managed it with some low-grade fruits. But Shen Linghao, too proud to admit defeat, had secretly sought help from a beyond nth-tier master visiting Lan City, using his status as a young master. This had cost the Shen family dearly. This incident caused Shun Linghao's standing in the family to plummet. His previously secured position as the next family head was revoked, and he was relegated to training in the wilderness, which was effectively a form of punishment. Even with company, he had suffered greatly during this time. As tensions reached a boiling point, footsteps echoed from the dense forest. Qin Chuan emerged slowly, and a sinister smile spread across Shun Linghao's face. He was convinced that this time he would finally have his revenge. After all, he had brought along 18 fourth-tier awakened ones, 3 fifth-tier top-grade awakened ones, and 3 one-star mechanists. Such a lineup was considered above average in the wilderness and even on the sea islands. In Shen Linghao's eyes, what could a high school graduate like Qin Chuan possibly do against such a force? He was already imagining the scene of Qin Chuan kneeling and begging for mercy. As soon as Qin Chuan appeared, Shun Linghao eagerly stepped out from the rock, looking down at him from above. The surface of the rock was rough and uneven, glistening with a cold sheen under the sunlight. Qin Chuan. Shen Linghao's voice carried a long-suppressed anger. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing through them. The seal within you has been broken? Humph. Do you think you're the only one with incredible abilities in this world? Shen Linghao sneered. During the college entrance exam, I went easy on you out of camaraderie, yet you took the chance to severely injure me. Now, in this wilderness, let's see where you can escape to. Qin Chuan glanced at the dense forest beside them, his tone remaining calm. With just these people? Since we've been discovered, show yourselves, Shen Linghao commanded, his eyes glinting coldly. 26 figures emerged from the forest, led by 3 mechanists clad in silver battle armor. Their crimson eyes were devoid of emotion, exuding the chilling aura unique to metal. Is that enough? Shen Linghao stepped forward, his demeanor dismissive. Not enough. Qin Chuan shook his head. Ha ha ha. I like your arrogance, Shen Linghao laughed. If you're still standing in 10 minutes, I'll acknowledge your strength. He turned to the others. Get him, but don't kill him. I want to see him beg on his knees. The 3 mechanists nodded mechanically. Deep in the forest, Chen Hu and his group lay on thick tree trunks, observing the battle through gaps in the foliage. Someone remarked gleefully, 3 mechanists, 3 5th-level celestial awakeners, and 18 4th-level awakeners doomed. Why don't we join to teach him a lesson? Someone asked, puzzled. Chen Hu shook his head, his expression serious. When I fought him, I sensed he wasn't simple. Shen Linghao's team is strong, but I have a feeling it's not foolproof. He might escape. The others laughed at his words. Tiger, are you scared of him? Even a 6th or 7th level awakener might not escape unscathed. On the battlefield, the roar of the battle armor engines echoed through the forest. The mechanists launched their attack first, with a barrage of bullets raining down on Qin Chuan, a tactic meant to force him to reveal weaknesses through sheer firepower. Qin Chuan's awareness expanded rapidly, mapping out the trajectory of each bullet in his mind. With fluid movements, he stepped through the 7-star step, dodging each bullet with minimal effort. His movement technique is too bizarre. The crowd was stunned by his evasive skills. This level of precision is something only an advanced battle armor's AI could achieve. Even Shun Linghao frowned, though he remained confident. No matter how exquisite your movement is, what can it do? The 3 mechanists used their armor systems to predict Qin Chuan's movements, converging on him from different directions as silver streaks. However, Qin Chuan suddenly appeared beside one of the high-speed moving armors. The crimson eyes of the armor flashed urgently, signaling a warning. The mechanic's face changed dramatically. Just as he was about to maneuver the battle armor to evade, the power source suddenly failed. The battle armor's crimson eyes dimmed instantly, and the entire suit crashed to the ground like a powerless metal toy, leaving a long trail behind. This time, Qin Xuan didn't engage in prolonged combat with the armor to test his physical strength. Instead, he chose the quickest way to disable it. The other two mechanics clearly saw through their armor that Qin Xuan had destroyed the power source in a flash, leaving them shocked. They immediately tried to retreat, but it was too late. Qin Xuan appeared beside the rapidly retreating armor like a phantom, and with a seemingly casual strike, the armor lost power and tumbled to the ground, crashing into a tree. What, no way? 3 one-star mechanics taken out just like that? Shen Linghao was stunned. These 3 mechanics were the strongest in his team, and he thought they would easily take down Qin Xuan, only to be swiftly defeated instead. Don't be afraid. He must have used some special technique to disable the armor. Let's all attack together. Yeah, let's go. I don't believe he can stop all of us. Led by a 5th-tier awakened of heavenly rank, over 20 awakened individuals charged at Qin Xuan with fierce determination. In the lush green forest, 3 to 4 meter tall halforcs roared furiously, winds howled, and fire serpents danced in the air. Qin Xuan remained calm, waiting until they were within 20 meters of him before letting out a thunderous shout. Boom! A sound like a clap of thunder echoed. Star-shattering chant. Qin Xuan, now advanced to the 3rd level of Qi refinement from the mid-1st level, unleashed a move far more powerful than before. Waves of spiritual power rippled out, distorting the air. All the awakened caught in the blast were thrown back as if hit by a speeding train, spitting blood as they flew. Out of the 20-some attackers, 80% were knocked back instantly, leaving only 8 struggling to stay on their feet. 5 4th-tier beast-type awakened and 3 5th-tier heavenly rank awakened. But even they were in bad shape, with their blood boiling and blood seeping from their mouths. Impossible. How can a high school graduate have such power? Who are you? The previously aggressive 5th-tier heavenly rank awakened shook his head in disbelief. Even the beast transformed awakened, with their reduced intelligence, instinctively retreated. Qin Xuan couldn't be bothered to explain. He slightly bent his arms, hands embracing the void as if holding a mountain condensed countless times over, exuding an overwhelming aura. Mountain Embrace Seal. With the move, the 3 5th-tier heavenly rank awakened were sent flying. He then swiftly turned his attention to the remaining 5 4th-tier beast-type awakened, sending them all crashing away. From being surrounded by over 20 attackers to standing alone in the field, it took only 20 seconds. On the ground lay 23 awakened individuals, sprawled and incapacitated, coughing up blood. Qin Xuan stood in the center, exuding an intimidating presence, slowly raising his gaze to Shen Linghao, who stood on a rock. Shen Linghao's previous arrogance had vanished, his face pale as he looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Impossible. Shen Linghao shook his head frantically, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. In an instant, over 20 awakened ones had been defeated, a display of power far beyond the realm of a 7th-tier awakened. Qin Xuan approached slowly, each step seeming to echo through Shen Linghao's heart. His eyes were calm and indifferent, yet they caused his opponent to shiver involuntarily. Having clawed his way back from the depths of carnage, Qin Xuan, though temporarily subdued by the love of his parents, had not lost his innate ferocity. Qin Xuan, stop! Shen Linghao cried out, cowering on the ground with a trembling voice. I'm the most brilliant talent the Shen family of Lan City has seen in a century. We have 8th-tier awakened in our family. If you dare harm me. Before he could finish, a twisted expression overtook Shen Linghao's face. He secretly activated a thunder summoning technique, his powers coalescing into a dazzling lightning sphere. A basketball-sized orb formed in his palm, which he hurled at Qin Xuan without hesitation. Boom! Azure lightning snakes danced wildly through the verdant forest, fingers of electricity cracking the rocks and setting trees ablaze in an instant. Ha ha ha! Shen Linghao laughed maniacally. This is a 6-star awakening skill crafted especially for you. Even a 7th-tier awakened would be severely injured. Yet a calm voice emerged from within the thunderstorm. You think mere lightning snakes can harm me? With a gentle motion, Qin Xuan tore the surrounding lightning into pieces. He stood unscathed, as if the storm had been nothing but an illusion. Impossible. This is the Heaven's Thunder Guide, a technique surpassing even 9th-tier lightning awakeners. Shen Linghao's manic laughter froze, transforming into profound despair. Heaven's Thunder Guide? Qin Xuan chuckled, forming seals with his hands. Let me show you what true thunder looks like. The space trembled and trees swayed. Arcs of electricity appeared from nowhere, swelling from arm-thick to the size of barrels, enveloping the area within 100 meters. The entire space transformed into a void of lightning, each spark carrying devastating power. As an awakened of lightning himself, Shen Linghao stood motionless, gazing up at this thunderous domain. For the first time, he truly understood the meaning of divine wrath. The power of Qin Shuan's thunder was immense, far beyond Shun Linghao's imagination. As an awakener of a rare thunder ability, Shun Linghao sat on the ground, feeling as if all his bones had been drained of strength, only able to utter weak murmurs. The inescapable thunder pool loomed over him, and where he should have been thrilled by the mysteries of thunder, he was now engulfed by endless despair. He recalled how Zhao Wenxuan had tempted him with a rare fruit to provoke Qin Shuan, and he had agreed without a second thought. Now, all Shun Linghao could do was bitterly think, if only I hadn't agreed back then. Divine thunder art, Qin Shuan murmured to himself. This technique he acquired after severely injuring the Thunder Sect's patriarch in his previous life. Although it wasn't his specialty, he could still harness a fraction of its essence by channeling his spiritual power. In the cultivation world, this level of mastery might be insignificant, but in this world, it was as formidable as divine retribution, unstoppable in its might. With a deafening roar, thunder struck, reducing Shun Linghao and his followers to ashes in an instant, scattered by the wind. The thunder pool continued to surge, arcs of electricity roiling like boiling water, enveloping a luminescent exotic fruit. The thunder and the fruit intertwined, their glow becoming increasingly radiant. Thunder Tribulation Fruit, Qin Shuan softly named the treasure. This spiritual fruit required repeated exposure to heavy thunder strikes at the same location to be born. In the cultivation realm, major sects would designate fixed tribulation sites, both to protect those undergoing tribulation and to cultivate such precious thunder tribulation fruits. The fruit before him was newly formed, and would naturally take decades or even centuries of thunder strikes to mature. Qin Shuan couldn't wait that long. He used the divine thunder art to manipulate the thunder pool and accelerate its ripening. Although the hastened maturation couldn't compare to natural ripening, it was enough to allow him to step onto the path of cultivating the 9 profound tribulation body. After securing the lightning-imbued thunder tribulation fruit, Qin Shuan finally looked up toward the depths of the dense forest and said calmly, "Do you need me to invite you out?" After a brief silence, a dozen disheveled figures stumbled out from the forest, including Qian Hu and his group. Qian Hu and his companions knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, not daring to lift their heads. "Young man, this has nothing to do with us. It was all Shun Linghao's doing. He forced us into this. As the future heir of the Shun family, we couldn't refuse his orders." Earlier, they had witnessed Qin Shuan effortlessly defeat a mechanic and over 20 awakened individuals, which scared them into fleeing. However, they hadn't gone far when they felt their hair stand on end and heard thunder rumbling behind them. Such celestial techniques were unheard of among awakened ones like them, leaving them trembling in fear. Initially, they thought it was Shun Linghao's doing, but when the thunder subsided, it was Qin Shuan's voice that reached them. Just the mere sound of his voice sent shivers down their spines, causing them to scramble back in terror. Now, they knelt amidst the scorched marks left by those struck down by lightning, the acrid smell causing some of the more timid to lose control of their bladders. Qin Shuan looked at the group with cold eyes. He had seen many such ungrateful people in the cultivation world. If spared once, they would mistake kindness for weakness and continue their misdeeds. Qin Shuan was never lenient with people like this. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so awakened ones, none stronger than the 4th tier, fell under Qin Shuan's sword. He had been able to handle such opponents with ease even at the 1st level of Qi refinement. Now, at the 3rd level, they were no match for him. A single fireball spell reduced all their bodies to ashes. After dealing with them, Qin Shuan began to carefully explore the mountain. This place was clearly different from the outside world, capable of nurturing the thunder tribulation fruit, a treasure that required such precise conditions. There had to be more to it. Reaching the mountain peak, he felt the breeze and watched the sea of trees sway like waves. His gaze fell on the spot where the thunder tribulation fruit had grown, and he immediately noticed something unusual. The layout of the rocks and the environment over several kilometers resembled the absolute thunder formation used for tribulations and cultivation sects. This discovery made Qin Shuan look up sharply at the towering peaks piercing the clouds. Each peak rose like a sword into the sky, shrouded in mist, adding to their mystery. More importantly, each peak emanated a faint sword in tint. "This is the relic of a sword cultivation sect." Qin Shuan sighed. The revelation stirred his emotions, yet it wasn't entirely surprising. Legends of cultivation had always circulated in this world, indicating they weren't baseless. Perhaps in ancient times, this place was a thriving cultivation world, bustling with sects and cultivators, until spiritual energy dwindled, practitioners vanished, and their legacies were lost. The appearance of exotic beasts 200 years ago marked the final collapse of the last cultivation heritages. Times change, and people always seek the best way to survive. Once it was cultivation, now it's technology and awakening. Qin Shuan mused. Having experienced both worlds, he could view these changes from a broader perspective. Putting aside his reflections, Qin Shuan rose into the air. Although he had long been capable of flight at the third level of chi refinement, he rarely did so. Now, he soared across the valleys, exploring each sword peak. His spiritual sense revealed that the sword cultivation sect had left no treasures behind. Even the materials for the formation bases had been removed, leaving only deep pits. They must have relocated after realizing the depletion of spiritual energy. If they had faced a disaster, they couldn't have taken everything so thoroughly. Qin Chuan thought as he wandered through the ruins, imagining the once thriving scene. He knew this was likely one of many such relics in this world. This must have been the sect's medicine mountain. As the sun set and stars emerged, Qin Chuan landed on a sword peak shrouded in mist. The mountain was enveloped in a faint medicinal fragrance, its spiritual energy slightly more abundant due to the former presence of spiritual herbs. Qin Chuan took out the thunder tribulation fruit, immediately surrounded by arcs of electricity. He decided to cultivate the 9 Xian tribulation body here. Although the spiritual energy was sparse, it was denser than outside and sufficient for his needs. Swallowing the fruit in one gulp, he sat cross-legged, enveloped in lightning arcs. By the next morning, as dawn broke, the misty forest had been almost completely searched by awakened ones over the past half-month, with fewer and fewer exotic fruits remaining. Yet many still tried their luck. Suddenly, a low rumble of thunder in the clear sky caught everyone's attention. Is there a fighter jet flying overhead? Could it be another beast battle in the wilderness? Damn, we just had a few peaceful years and now this? A group of awakened ones looked up, grumbling and discussing the unusual phenomenon. Holy crap, look over there. One of the awakened suddenly exclaimed, his trembling finger pointing into the distance. At the edge of the misty forest, a mountain peak pierced the sky like a sharp sword. Unlike the usual mist in the forest, an astounding phenomenon surrounded Sword Mountain. Within a 5-kilometer radius, white mist had gathered into a massive swirling vortex, slowly rotating. The mist transformed into dragon-like shapes, appearing and disappearing within the vortex, while the low rumble of thunder grew louder, shaking the surrounding air. What on earth is happening there? The clouds are swirling around the mountain. Could it be the emergence of a mythical beast? What kind of beast has the power to affect an entire mountain? All the awakened ones searching for mystical fruits in the misty forest were deeply shocked by the sight, instinctively looking up at Sword Mountain. Although they had witnessed countless strange phenomena in the wilderness over the past 2 centuries of beast appearances, today's spectacle was the most stunning. Some thought of legendary demons being born, while others speculated about the descent of celestial beings. At the center of the swirling clouds, Qin Chuan stood unmoved, surrounded by lightning. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and lightning flashed from his gaze, shattering a massive rock in front of him into dust. He took a deep breath, and the surrounding mist surged towards him as if being swallowed by a whale. The 9 profound tribulation body, finally at the entry level, Qin Chuan thought to himself with satisfaction. In his previous life, it had taken him 9 years and countless rare resources to barely reach this stage. Once he achieved mastery, he realized how many unnecessary detours he had taken. This time, drawing on past experience, he used the most direct methods for cultivation, now able to rely on his physical strength to combat battle armor, without resorting to exploiting energy sources. Raising his hand, arcs of powerful lightning danced across his skin. As he concluded his practice, the swirling mist around Sword Mountain seemed to lose its tether, gradually dissipating into the surrounding mountains. It's time to head back. Qin Chuan descended on the wind, leaving the wilderness behind. The town of Yeqian was bustling with activity, even more vibrant than usual. As soon as Qin Chuan stepped into the town, he received a call from Mr. Qi. Following his instructions, Wang Hu and his team tirelessly visited various land offices, eventually pinpointing 3 locations that met the requirements for building a factory, all of which could obtain the necessary permits. While making his way to the subway station, Qin Chuan was carefully reviewing the site selection information on his phone. Among the options, Qinghua Bay stood out the most. The location, nestled between mountains and water, was ideal for setting up a spiritual formation, which could significantly enhance the efficiency of alchemy. This piece of land, located at the southernmost edge of Lan City, was already beyond the urban area. Although it was once a famous scenic spot, it had been abandoned since the onslaught of mythical beasts. Even though the ecosystem had recovered, it had never been redeveloped, and real estate developers showed little interest. Recently, when the land office was planning a new urban district, they rediscovered this forgotten gem and listed it for sale at an extremely low price. As Qin Chuan pondered, a commotion erupted ahead. A great mythical beast, a reed-eyed white tiger, measuring 4 meters long and 2 meters tall, was swaggering down the street. Surprisingly, this beast, usually fierce, was as tame as a household pet, with a carefree young man sitting on its back, engaged in a video call. What the heck? How did a great beast get into town? You don't know about yesterday? That group of incredibly powerful youngsters, each at least a 4th-tier heavenly grade awakener, are riding mythical beasts to show off. What about the guards? They act all tough charging us for security fees. But now they're nowhere to be seen. They have strong connections. Who dares to interfere? Just yesterday, some clueless awakener got bitten to death by a beast. These guys break the rules by riding beasts into town, and no one dares to say anything? Think about it, to be able to raise beasts as mounts from a young age, what kind of family must they come from? Maybe their father is a ninth-tier awakener. Passers-by quickly made way, clearing a path for the reedy white tiger. Some noticed a figure ahead, engrossed in his phone, but instead of warning him, they watched with anticipation. Qin Xuan was deeply focused on studying the map of Qingyue Bay, planning the layout of the formations and factory buildings. Suddenly, a blast of foul-smelling hot air hit him. He put away his phone and looked up, only to find the massive head of the white tiger alarmingly close, its huge nose almost touching his forehead. In the presence of this colossal creature, Qin Xuan seemed particularly small. Roar! The reedy white tiger opened its massive jaws and let out a deafening roar. A deafening roar echoed like thunder, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The weaker awakened ones around turned pale and retreated. The young man, Qiu Di, sitting atop the reedy white tiger, finally put down his phone and frowned at the figure blocking his path. Qin Xuan, who are you? And why are you blocking my way? Suddenly, laughter erupted from the phone. Ha ha ha, Qiu Di, I always told you your reedy white tiger is no match for my mighty flame lion. When I ride out on my flame lion, who dares stop me? Want me to come over and help you? Qiu Di's face flushed with anger as he shouted into the phone. Get lost. Your flame lion is nothing. My reedy white tiger is the strongest mount. He leaned forward, patting the tiger's neck, and coldly commanded, Xiao Bai, tear him apart. In an instant, the reedy white tiger's demeanor changed dramatically, exuding a violent and wild aura. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, causing the surrounding awakened ones to gasp in shock. Holy crap, that's intense. That's the presence of a class exotic beast. If I encountered that in the wild, I'd turn and run without a second thought. That kid is done for. He's probably going to end up worse than those people yesterday. Is he paralyzed with fear? At least those people yesterday knew to run, but he's just standing there. Such a shame. So young and about to meet his end here. Facing the tiger's intimidation, Qin Xuan remained unmoved. Suddenly, arcs of electricity began to crackle around him. The reedy white tiger's fur stood on end, resembling a cat with its hackles raised. Sensing the formidable opponent, the white tiger roared furiously. However, before it could finish, Qin Xuan had already punched forward, forcing it to shut its mouth. Its red eyes widened in disbelief at the little guy before it. Annoying. Qin Xuan spun around, his foot wrapped in lightning, slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. The massive beast, weighing 2 tons, couldn't evade in time and was struck on the shoulder. It flew sideways like an out-of-control car, crashing heavily into a nearby shop. The town of Yeqian sits on the edge of the wilderness, and to guard against attacks from otherworldly beasts, all its buildings are constructed to withstand assaults from great creatures. Even the smallest street-side shop requires the full effort of a third-tier, awakened to damage. Yet now, after a thunderous crash, a once solid wall has come tumbling down. A cascade of shattered bricks and debris buries the crimson-eyed white tiger and Qiu Di beneath it, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd of onlookers falls silent in shock. Qiu Di, what's going on over there? A teasing voice crackles through the phone. Ding Xian nearly lost his life a few days ago, and now you're buried too? Are our Jin City's geniuses really so fragile, stumbling repeatedly in such a small town? Shut up. Stop with the nonsense. Qiu Di roars angrily from the rubble. With a resounding tiger's roar, the crimson-eyed white tiger bursts out from the wreckage, carrying a dust-covered Qiu Di on its back. Shards of brick and debris fly like projectiles, but are easily deflected by the awakened onlookers. As the tiger lands, its foreleg, previously kicked by Qin Xuan, clearly can't support its weight, indicating a severe injury. Its crimson eyes are locked onto Qin Xuan, radiating murderous intent. Qiu Di sits atop the tiger, his eyes cold and piercing. The air around him suddenly becomes frigid, and tiny snowflakes begin to drift down. The chill spreads rapidly, covering an area nearly 100 meters wide. In the sweltering heat of July, snow begins to fall. What is happening? I've been an awakened for over a decade and never felt cold, but now I'm shivering. It's that kid. He's causing this snowfall. An awakened who can influence the weather? He doesn't even look 20. How can he be this powerful? The onlookers catch the drifting snowflakes, discussing in astonishment. Such power is indeed hard to believe. Qiu Di hails from a renowned family in Jin City, unseen a century genius of the Qiu family. At 8 years old, he caused snow to fall in the sunny courtyard of the family's estate, and since then, he lived a life of adoration. His family spared no expense in nurturing him, even acquiring rare treasures like the teeth of strayed beasts for him. He did not disappoint. B16. He had become a fifth-tier celestial level awakened. After being granted the great world of ice and snow technique by the strongest member of the Cho family, he defeated several sixth-tier celestial awakened and even seventh-tier experts avoided direct confrontation with him, securing his place among Jin City's most elite talents. He came to Yechian Town with high spirits, hoping to make a name for himself in the wilderness region, only to be kicked out of town by Qin Chuan. This humiliation enraged the usually proud Xiao Di, and nothing less than Qin Chuan's death would appease his fury. Qin Chuan caught a few of the falling snowflakes and watched them melt in his hand before slowly raising his head. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. The extent of the snowfall suggested powers akin to a domain. Within this range, Xiao Di could not only enhance his own abilities, but also weaken his opponents, allowing him to fight above his level. This snow and flower technique, where did you learn it? Qin Chuan asked calmly. Where did I learn it? I'll tell you at your grave next year. Xiao Di sneered, pressing his palms onto the crimson-eyed white tiger beneath him. His palms swiftly spread a layer of glistening ice crystals, which instantly solidified into a shimmering ice armor that perfectly conformed to the robust body of the white tiger with red eyes. The tiger let out a deep growl, and the white mist it exhaled twisted around it like a spiritual serpent, creating an eerie yet powerful aura. This astonishing scene left the surrounding awakened individuals utterly speechless. For these individuals, who were at most at the fourth rank, witnessing the combat prowess of a heaven-tier awakener was a rare occurrence. Xiao Di had only displayed a simple talent, yet it was enough to leave them in awe. However, Qin Chuan remained unfazed by the spectacle. As a formidable figure who once stood alone against myriad invaders in the cultivation world, even now, having been reborn with merely the third level of Qi refinement, he had no fear of this mere duo of man and beast. He calmly took a step forward, creating a 10-meter radius vacuum around him, where not a single flake of ice could penetrate. Xiao Di's expression changed slightly. Since mastering the realm of ice and snow, this was the first time someone had completely escaped his control within his domain. This unexpected development stirred a hint of unease within him, yet he couldn't back down at this point. Just as tensions were about to erupt, an elderly man clad in a white silk tang suit appeared out of nowhere, landing steadily between Qin Chuan and the ice-armored white tiger. Meanwhile, several official awakened individuals swiftly moved to disperse the crowd, ensuring the area remained clear. The old man wore a gentle smile and glanced back and forth between the two. Gentlemen, surely we can settle this with words rather than actions? He turned to Xiao Di, speaking warmly. You must be Xiao Di, the prodigy of the Cho family? I've heard Xiao Tan mention you often and have long wanted to visit, but never had the chance. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Hearing his grandfather Xiao Tan mentioned, Xiao Di was taken aback. He scrutinized the elderly man before him, sensing an aura as unfathomable as a deep abyss. What surprised him even more was his inability to discern the old man's true strength. After a moment's reflection, he offered a courteous smile. You know my grandfather? In that case, it should be I who pays you a visit. That's very kind of you. The old man nodded appreciatively at Xiao Di's willingness to show respect. He then turned his attention to Qin Chuan. Young man, I am Xuexianren, the security chief of this town. Perhaps we can let this misunderstanding slide for my sake, shall we? Qin Chuan remained silent for a moment, his gaze deep and thoughtful. The man before him, Xuexianren, was the strongest awakened being he had encountered so far, with power at least at the 9th tier of the celestial level. Although Qin Chuan's abilities made him unafraid of Xue, the fact that Xuexianren was in charge of Yechian Town clearly marked him as a representative of the official powers. To clash with him would be to oppose the entire establishment. Having been reborn for over half a month, Qin Chuan had already advanced to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, a speed astonishing for an ordinary cultivator. However, breaking through to the golden core stage before the moon split open remained a daunting challenge. He might eventually need to rely on the official powers. With this in mind, Qin Chuan nodded slightly. In that case, I'll give face to Elder Xue. Xuexianren's smile widened. Very well. Xiao Di, seeing Xuexianren's intention to mediate, understood that this was not the place to confront Qin Chuan. He said, Grandpa Xue, I have plans to go to the wilderness area with some friends. I'll visit you another day. Yes, young people have their own matters to attend to. Go ahead. Xuexianren nodded. As Xiao Di rode his reedy white tiger past Qin Chuan, he cast a cold glance his way. Sensing Xiao Di's hostility, Qin Chuan discreetly flicked his finger, placing a spiritual mark on Xiao Di. I haven't left this place for decades and know little about changes in the outside world. May I know your name, young man? Xuexianren asked with a smile. Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan. Xuexianren pondered for a moment. Are you perhaps from the Qin family in Jin City? I met Qin Xiaoyan once when I was young. Qin Chuan detected the curiosity in his words. You must be mistaken, elder. I'm from Lon City. Both my parents are in Lon City. What do you mean by taking a spot from Lon City? Shuesienren was surprised. You're from Lon City? When did our Lon City produce such a talented individual? It seems I'm out of touch. Need to get out more. Are you a college freshman or sophomore? High school graduate. Just graduated high school. Shuesienren's eyes lit up, privately speculating that such a powerful young man must have guidance from a master. He then asked, have you heard about the upcoming Destiny Cup? Upon receiving Qin Chuan's affirmative response, Shuesienren explained the rules of the Destiny Cup in detail. It was a newly established large-scale event with rewards so enticing that even super-strong individuals would be drawn to it. The competition used a city selection system, with each of the 36 cities selecting their strongest 10 participants. The disparity in strength between different cities was significant, with Lon City's strongest under 20 being only a 3rd-tier Celestial Awakened, while Jin City had many 5th and even 6th-tier Celestial Awakened. Due to this, some strong talents unable to secure a spot in Jin City would disperse to other cities to compete for a spot. Qiu Di was a leading figure from the Qiu family in Jin City, who came to the relatively weaker Lon City to secure a position. Qin Chuan suddenly understood. In his previous life, he had no access to this level and only knew about the Destiny Cup through news reports, thinking excellent exam results were enough to qualify. Now knowing a selection process was involved, he felt no fear. He was confident he could surpass even 5th-tier Celestial Awakeners, let alone 6th or 7th tier. Would you like to come to my place for a cup of tea? Shuesienren invited. Thank you, elder, but I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you. Qin Chuan took his leave. Watching Qin Chuan's departing figure, Shuesienren sighed inwardly. He could tell Qiu Di would not let things rest, and would likely cause trouble for Qin Chuan again. Yet, Qin Chuan's strength was beyond his comprehension, and if they met again, it would be Qiu Di who suffered. He considered informing Qiu Tan, but knowing Qiu Tan's protective nature, he feared it might encourage Qiu Di's actions. In the end, Qin Chuan returned to Old Qi's pharmacy. In the pharmacy, Wang Hu and Kong Xian sat upright, while Shi Hao and Zhuang Ming had already gone out with Mr. Qi to purchase supplies. According to Wang Hu, Mr. Qi's trip was to check with several former suppliers about their stock in response to the list of medicinal materials provided by Qin Chuan. Shi Hao and Zhuang Ming were playing dual roles as porters and bodyguards. Dr. Qin, Wang Hu began with a serious expression, the land at Qingyue Bay may be cheap, but billions of dollars isn't a small amount. Where will this money come from? His brows were furrowed, clearly worried about the funding. Qin Chuan chuckled lightly, appearing calm and composed. You don't need to worry about that. Find a lawyer specializing in this field and tell them I want to make a small down payment first, with the rest to be paid off in installments over the years. Let the lawyer figure out the details, but the key is to minimize the down payment, ideally to zero. This statement left Wang Hu and Kong Xian visibly surprised. Dr. Qin, Wang Hu couldn't help but warn, doing this could end up costing a lot more. Even though I'm not an expert, I know that the interest can accumulate to more than the principal. In the end, the total cost might double or triple. No worries, just do as I say, Qin Chuan responded calmly. He knew that a year later, when the moon would shatter and demons would descend, repaying the debt would no longer be an issue. But such an astonishing prediction would be unbelievable if spoken now. Okay, Wang Hu replied. Qin Chuan continued to delegate tasks. Besides that, there are 2 more things. First, contact a construction team to start building the factory, and settle the construction fees monthly to acknowledge the workers' hard work. Second, find some powerful awakeners to handle security for the factory. Get these 3 tasks done first, and I'll give further instructions later. Wang Hu and Kong Xian nodded repeatedly. Having witnessed Qin Chuan's capabilities, they had decided to follow this mysterious doctor wholeheartedly, accepting his every instruction without hesitation. With the instructions given, Qin Chuan left the pharmacy, heading to Qingyue Bay to begin setting up a spirit-gathering array. His steps were determined, as if he could already see the outline of the future. Qingyue Bay is located at the extreme southern edge of Lon City, a place rarely visited by people. Although this area isn't classified as a wilderness zone, it hardly differs from one, with the only distinction being the absence of exotic beasts roaming openly. However, rumors of hidden beasts have never ceased, especially after a real estate developer mysteriously disappeared during a site inspection for a tourism project. 2 years later, locals discovered a pile of bones, which genetic testing confirmed to be the remains of the missing developer. This incident tarnished Qingyue Bay's reputation, making it a place no one dared to visit lightly. Qin Chuan was well aware of these risks, so he came to inspect the area personally to ensure safety. What greeted him was a scene reminiscent of a primeval forest. Dense trees stretched across the rolling mountains, and a wide river, about 200 to 300 meters across, rushed through the landscape. The river, diverted by a mountain range, formed a massive lake several kilometers wide. This was Qingyue Bay. The lake, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, had gradually formed a small island from accumulated silt, which was once a popular tourist destination. Using his wind-riding technique, Qin Chuan ascended to the nearest mountain peak and surveyed the landscape. He could vaguely make out the remnants of human structures on the island. He keenly sensed that the terrain of this mountain range was a place where spiritual energy gathered, and in the cultivation world, it could potentially give birth to miraculous treasures and become a secret realm in thousands of years. This made him marvel at the world, which was once a grand era of cultivation, filled with such mystical places. If spiritual energy were to revive someday, this place would surely regain its former glory. Eventually, his gaze settled on a relatively flat area by the lake. Although not large in the context of Qingyue Bay, its 2,000 to 3,000 square meters were sufficient for building a factory. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the woods halfway up the mountain. A flock of birds flew out in panic, accompanied by a piercing human voice. Run, run. Immediately afterward, a giant python burst from the dense canopy, its upper body thrashing wildly in the air, clutching a bloodied, struggling middle-aged man in its mouth. This scene caught Qin Chuan's attention. He scrutinized the python closely, frowning slightly. Huh? This creature doesn't seem like an ordinary exotic beast. It has a faint aura of spiritual energy, almost reaching the level of a spiritual beast. As a cultivator who had once battled the demon race during the nascent soul stage, he was all too familiar with such characteristics. In the war to defend the human race, he had single-handedly held off 3 nascent soul stage demons. The emergence of a demon beast in this world, where spiritual energy was scarce, piqued his curiosity. He then performed a spell to summon the wind, ascending gracefully like a celestial being. Meanwhile, 3 disheveled young men were frantically fleeing through the forest. Their clothes were torn, faces covered in dirt, and expressions filled with terror. Guochang, is your intel reliable? You said it was an 11-level exotic beast, but this python is clearly at least clever. One of them shouted while running. Uncle Huang was a 6th-tier awakened, and he got killed in one bite. Stop talking and run for your life, another yelled. Suddenly, Guochang, who had reddied hair, stopped in his tracks, a wild gleam in his eyes. Wait, you all saw the exotic fruit where the python was, right? It might be a 4-star exotic fruit. Now that the python is chasing Uncle Huang, the fruit is unguarded. Are you crazy? The short-haired youth, Yang Songyu, exclaimed in shock. Let's go back and get the elders to handle this. Guochang licked his lips. I'm going to take a chance. If I go alone, there's a 10% chance. With you guys, it's at least 30%. Awakened ones can't always hide under the family's protection. If you want to become strong, you have to face life and death. Damn it, I'm in. Yang Songyu and Song Qiao were fired up by his words. Guochang quickly assigned tasks. Songyu, with your wind element talent, you're the fastest and will pick the fruit. Song Qiao, with your earth element talent, you're sensitive to surroundings, so you'll be on lookout. My fire element talent has the strongest attack, so if that beast comes back, I'll hold it off. The 3 exchanged glances and decisively changed direction, sprinting towards the location of the exotic fruit. In a damp and chilly place, surrounded by jagged rocks, vines weave a dense web between the towering trees. The air here is cool and moist, about 7 to 8 degrees colder than the outside, and various mosquitoes, insects, and rodents lurk in the shadows. Guochang and his 2 companions moved swiftly like agile leopards through the tangled vines. After passing over several protruding rocks, the ground suddenly dipped, revealing a massive pit strewn with rubble. A dark cave entrance loomed on the pit wall, emitting gusts of eerie wind, akin to the gates of hell. Beside the entrance grew a knee-high, purplish-red sapling, with a dark purple trunk adorned with diamond-shaped red leaves, and a tantalizingly fragrant purple-gold fruit peeked from the branches. This exotic fruit was the very target of their mission. The last time they found it, their elderly servant recklessly tried to pick it, inadvertently disturbing a giant serpent within the cave. The servants were grievously injured, sacrificing themselves to lure the serpent away, allowing Guochang and his companions to escape. Terrified out of their wits at the time, they had no chance to collect the fruit. Returning this time, the 3 were well prepared. Song Qiao was fully alert, monitoring their surroundings closely. Guochang was surrounded by flickering flames, ready to strike. Yang Songyu landed lightly at the pit's bottom, dashed to the entrance, and without hesitation, reached for the exotic fruit. At that moment, a gust of foul, slimy wind burst from the cave, splattering over Yang Songyu. There's another creature inside, he exclaimed, retreating swiftly while conjuring wind blades to slash into the cave. Sparks flew as clashing sounds echoed, followed by a thunderous roar, and a gigantic serpent shot out from the cave. The serpent's front half rose to a towering 12 or 13 meters, like a 4-story building gazing down with cold, merciless dark golden eyes. Its body was covered in black scales tinged with purple, shimmering with a ghostly glow in the dappled sunlight. This serpent's presence was far more formidable than the one they encountered before. Guo Chang's eyes widened in shock, freezing him in place. Do something. Yang Songyu, closest to the serpent, felt a chill down his spine from its gaze and shouted urgently at Guo Chang. Snapping back to reality, Guo Chang's body temperature soared, and flames erupted into two massive fire serpents lunging at the giant serpent. Yet, the serpent remained unfazed, the flames leaving no mark on its scales. I'll help you, Yang Songyu shouted. As partners with wind and fire abilities who had known each other for over a decade, they planned to unleash their strongest combo attack. But Guo Chang's face turned pale, knowing the serpent's power was beyond imagination. Even a fifth or sixth tier awakener might struggle against it. Screw it. Run. Guo Chang shouted, turning to flee. Song Qiao echoed solemnly. Let's go. This serpent is several times stronger than the last one. We can't fight it. Though reluctant to abandon the fruit, Yang Songyu had no choice but to retreat. As they fled, a figure strolled casually from the vine-covered forest, like a tourist on a leisurely walk. Don't come. Run. There's a beast here. Guo Chang warned loudly. I'm here to find it. Qin Chuan replied calmly, standing his ground. Guo Chang sneered. You have no idea how strong this beast is. Going there is suicide. Stop wasting time on him. Let's go. Song Qiao, pale-faced, was the first to dash away. Some people just can't be reasoned with. Yang Songyu agreed. Guo Chang sighed, ignoring Qin Chuan, and ran forward. Suddenly, Song Qiao froze. What the? Damn. The serpent is back. Watch out below. He leaped back like a startled dog, colliding with Yang Songyu and Guo Chang. What the hell are you doing? Guo Chang cursed. Look. Song Qiao pointed in horror at a massive shadow among the vines, as thick as a tree trunk. It was a 30 to 40-meter long serpent, coiled among the tangled forest, easily mistaken for the surroundings if not observed carefully. The other serpent. The trio gasped, their skin crawling. What do we do? Yang Songyu looked to Guo Chang. Gritting his teeth, Guo Chang said, give it everything you've got. Your families must have given you some life-saving measures. Don't hold back. Wait. Song Qiao observed the serpent carefully. Something's off. This serpent is already gravely injured. Guo Chang and Yang Songyu looked closely and confirmed it, sighing in relief. Who did this? Even Uncle Huang couldn't handle this serpent, yet someone subdued it? Could there be a powerful figure following us to Qinghua Bay? They exchanged bewildered glances. Guo Chang recalled Qin Chuan, wanting to look back, but saw the other giant serpent crashing toward them. Terrified, he grabbed Yang Songyu with one hand and Song Qiao with the other, fleeing for their lives. With a powerful move called Embrace the Mountain, Qin Chuan struck the serpent hard, leaving it dazed and bleeding on the ground. This serpent was no ordinary creature. It was a first-grade demon beast that had evolved from a mutated beast, possessing strength far beyond typical first-grade demon beasts. Stay put. I've got questions for you, Qin Chuan said sternly. Although gravely injured, the serpent managed to lift its upper body slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Such a response was not uncommon among first-grade demon beasts, as they had begun to develop intelligence. Once he confirmed the serpent posed no threat, Qin Chuan turned his attention to the purple gold fruit. Dragon saliva fruit, he exclaimed with delight. Despite the spiritual richness of this mountainous region, the spiritual energy concentration in Qinghua Bay was relatively low. He had thought it would take eons for a spiritual object to emerge, but to his surprise, the dragon saliva fruit had already been nurtured here. The spiritual essence it emitted had been absorbed by the two serpents. Otherwise, the area would have been teeming with exotic fruits like Tai Ming Mountain. The dragon saliva fruit was an incredibly rare and precious fruit, rich in spiritual essence, ideal for refining spiritual power and breaking through cultivation levels. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had encountered it multiple times during his travels, but back then, as a peak cultivator, such treasures held little interest for him. Now, at the third level of Qi refinement, he needed it to enhance his power. Carefully picking the dragon saliva fruit and wrapping it in spiritual energy for preservation, Qin Chuan chose not to destroy the dragon saliva tree, allowing it to grow naturally. Although it was uncertain when the next fruit would appear, by then, it might not hold much value to him. How long have you been here? Qin Chuan asked. For as long as I can remember, over 100 years, the serpent responded, struggling to communicate with Qin Chuan. As a cultivator, Qin Chuan easily understood its meaning. Through their conversation, Qin Chuan learned that the two serpents were originally exotic beasts. 200 years ago, they were weak and had sneaked from the wild into human cities, eventually reaching Qinghua Bay. Recognizing the dragon saliva fruit as a treasure, they settled there. Over the years, by continuously absorbing its spiritual essence, they developed intelligence and claimed the fruit as their own, killing anyone who discovered the place. Spare me, the serpent pleaded, knowing it was no match for Qin Chuan. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan said, this realm is not conducive to cultivation. Considering the difficulty of developing intelligence, I will spare your lives. However, I cannot allow you to cause harm. I plan to establish an herbal factory here. Will you stay and guard the mountain for me?" Though the serpent's intelligence was limited, it understood it had no other choice and promptly agreed. "I will serve as the mountain guardian beast." Satisfied, Qin Chuan nodded and imprinted a soul mark on the serpent's head, enabling him to eliminate it with a single thought if necessary. Next, Qin Chuan refined the dragon saliva fruit on the spot. The thin spiritual energy in the vicinity began to gather, forming a mist that transformed the area into a celestial paradise. The two injured serpents quickly recovered under the nurturing of the spiritual energy, and having witnessed Qin Chuan's power, they became even more respectful. With the help of the dragon saliva fruit, Qin Chuan successfully advanced to the 4th level of Qi refinement, his spiritual power now purer and comparable to that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Although his spiritual power's depth was not on par with foundation establishment cultivators, his short-term bursts of power would not be inferior. By the time Qin Chuan returned to Lan City, night had fallen. At Old Qi's herbal shop, Wang Hu and others were waiting, and Old Qi had brought back numerous medicinal herbs. Qin Chuan inspected them one by one. While not top-tier, gathering the necessary materials for alchemy in such a short time was impressive. This venture required significant investment. Fortunately, the Wei family not only provided funds, but also used their connections to help us source the materials, Old Qi remarked. Qin Chuan nodded silently, fully aware of the Wei family's contributions. Previously, his lack of cultivation level had prevented him from healing Old Wei, but now, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he was confident he could help and planned to visit the next day. Upon returning home, Qin's father handed him a package, a document envelope from Zhaoyang University. Inside, he found an acceptance letter and an invitation to the Destiny Cup, a detailed guide to the competition process and selection criteria. The rules for the Destiny Cup selection competition have been announced. Each city is allotted only 10 spots for participants. To select the best candidates, each school will first conduct an internal selection, followed by inter-school competitions. Only the top 10 contestants in the city selection will qualify to represent Lan City in the Destiny Cup. The criteria for participating in the internal selection are threefold: being a Tier 2 Heaven Grade Awakener, ranking in the top 20 in the college entrance exam, or being a 1-star mechanist. Meeting any one of these conditions grants eligibility. Qin Chuan, having secured the top spot in the college entrance exam, naturally qualifies to participate. Looking at the July 10th on his school start notification, Qin Chuan silently calculated the time. With June nearing its end, less than half a month remained until school began. He thought to himself that he must accelerate his plan to establish a factory for refining elixirs. The next morning, Qin Chuan visited the Wei family. Recently, through Wang Hu and others, the Wei family had learned that Qin Chuan was not only exceptionally skilled in medicine, but also possessed astonishing strength. Under Old Wei's directive, everyone in the Wei family treated Qin Chuan with increasing respect. "I'm here to heal Old Wei's injuries," Qin Chuan stated directly. Even for someone as experienced as Old Wei, it was hard to hide the anticipation in his eyes. "Are you confident?" Qin Chuan nodded, his expression serious. "The soul is extremely mysterious and profound. Treatment must be done with utmost care, and without any external interference." For the entire morning, Qin Chuan focused on healing Old Wei's soul injuries. After the treatment, Old Wei looked revitalized, his complexion rosy, as if he had become 10 years younger. He solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude towards Qin Chuan. "I thank Dr. Qin once again." Qin Chuan quickly helped Old Wei up. "I've also been indebted to the Wei family, so there's no need for formalities." Old Wei beamed, feeling fortunate for his decision to win over Qin Chuan. This young man was not only extraordinarily skilled and a medical genius, but also steady and grateful. "Ziyuan is out on business today, but he has inquired about what you asked. The awakener who consigned the cultivation stone is currently in the wilderness area. When he returns, a meeting will be arranged for you," Old Wei explained. "No rush," Qin Chuan replied, not anxious about the matter. Old Wei continued, "By the way, I heard from Ziyuan that you have an interest in unusual items. Over the past few days, I've collected some. I'm not sure if any will pique your interest." Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. "Old Wei, you're very thoughtful." He had indeed mentioned this hobby to Wei Ziyuan before, but he didn't expect Old Wei to be so attentive. "This way, please." Old Wei led the way, accompanied by Wei Qianming and others, as they walked through the Wei family's courtyard. Upon entering Mr. Wei's collection room, Qianming Wei and the others wisely chose to remain outside. The room was dimly lit, with 3 rows of antique shelves neatly arranged, displaying an array of valuable artifacts and ceramics. "Dr. Qin, this first row consists of contemporary masters' cultural artifacts." Mr. Wei pointed to the foremost display rack. "The middle row contains excavated ancient items, many of which are incomplete. The last row features various minerals and meteorites." Qin Chuan glanced over the first row, noting that each piece started at a value of at least 100,000, with the finest pieces reaching over 1 million. However, he had no interest in these and walked straight to the second row. Among the incomplete bronze artifacts and jade fragments, a palm-sized jade 8 trigrams caught his attention. This is a talisman crafted by a Taoist master 1,000 years ago, later collected by a wealthy merchant to ward off misfortune and evil, Mr. Wei explained. Since you're a cultivator, this Taoist artifact might be useful to you. Qin Chuan examined it closely. The material is lacking. It's useless now. Are such artifacts still common? They are nearly extinct. Mr. Wei shook his head. After the emergence of awakened individuals 200 years ago, people stopped believing in these things, and they gradually vanished. Setting down the 8 trigrams, Qin Chuan's gaze was drawn to a bronze lamp, etched with runes recognizable only to cultivators. This is a national treasure unearthed from the 7-star mound, which was lost 200 years ago when mythical beasts ran rampant, Mr. Wei remarked. Hearing about the 7-star mound, Qin Chuan felt a stir. This famous site produced numerous bronzes and a divine tree, likely marking the remains of a cultivation sect. When spiritual energy dwindled, other sects departed. Yet this one remained for some reason. Moving to the third row, a dazzling array of stones awaited. Suddenly, a jet-black stone caught Qin Chuan's attention. Star sand, he thought, startled. This was the top-tier material for crafting in the cultivation world, something he only acquired in his previous life at the nascent soul stage. He hadn't expected to find such a treasure in a world void of cultivation. Mr. Wei, I must have this star sand, Qin Chuan said, taking the stone. Everything here is prepared for you. Feel free to take what you need. Mr. Wei agreed readily. After leaving the collection room, Qin Wei inquired about the pharmaceutical factory plans. Qin Chuan drew a simple diagram, featuring only a massive boiler room. Isn't this too simplistic? Qin Wei frowned. Modern pharmaceutical factories require sections for raw materials, ingredient mixing, extraction, and more, with open flames strictly prohibited. My pill-making method is unique. Just follow the diagram, Qin Chuan assured confidently. With Mr. Wei's backing, it was decided to first construct 1/10 of the scale within 5 days, then gradually expand. Despite his skepticism, Qin Wei had no choice but to comply. He pondered privately. Let's see what kind of pills you can produce with this boiler room. Qin Chuan spent an entire day and night refining a void stone into a storage ring. Although limited by his skills, the internal space of the ring was only 10 meters square, but in this world where spiritual energy was scarce, possessing a storage artifact was rare, let alone a storage ring. If this were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly lead to a bloodbath. As Qin Chuan admired the ring, he received a call from Wei Ziyuan. Dr. Qin, the first batch of willow wood and the cast iron furnace have arrived. Would you like to inspect them? Since their last discussion, the Wei family had entrusted the factory construction entirely to Wei Ziyuan, who, along with Wang Hu and others, handled affairs related to the land bureau, contract signing, and deposit payments. How's the quantity? Qin Chuan inquired. 50 tons of willow wood and 1 cast iron furnace. The rest are being expedited, Wei replied. All right, I'll head over now, Qin Chuan responded. He stored the star sand in the ring and set off for Qinghua Bay. By the time he arrived, it was already 10 in the morning. In just 2 days, Qinghua Bay had transformed remarkably. The once dense forest had been cleared, and dozens of excavators and bulldozers were busy at work. Winding dirt roads stretched out like a spider's web, with transport vehicles coming and going incessantly. Witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of modern technology. Achieving such a level of development in just 2 days would require a foundation establishment cultivator in the cultivation world. And given the esteemed status of foundation establishment cultivators, they wouldn't engage in such menial labor. If left to Qi refinement cultivators or ordinary people, the efficiency would be far less. Dr. Qin, over here. Wei Ziyuan, despite being an awakened one and having no safety concerns on the construction site, still wore a red safety helmet as he jogged over. He led Qin Chuan to an open area and pointed to a 3-legged, round-bellied furnace that was 10 meters tall and 8 meters wide. This is the cast iron furnace made to your specifications. What do you think? The furnace, crafted entirely from refined steel, gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Qin Chuan tapped its surface, and its deep resonance left him satisfied. Wei Ziyuan then guided him to a neatly stacked pile of lumber. These are all willow wood. It's rare in the market, and we contacted 18 lumber mills to gather this amount. We're now pushing them to expedite production. Qin Chuan picked up a piece of willow wood and took a light sniff. Although it was new wood, around 10 years old, it was sufficient for crafting low-grade pills like the minor Peiyuan pill. He instructed, pause construction around here and move to another area. He needed to inscribe formations on the furnace and didn't want to be disturbed. Though Wei Ziyuan didn't fully understand, he obediently complied, immediately redirecting all construction teams elsewhere. By sunset, the workers were exhausted, covered in sweat and dust, longing to finish and go home to enjoy the air conditioning. Wei Ziyuan, having directed operations all day, was also weary. Remembering the intricate patterns he saw Qin Chuan carving into the furnace at lunchtime, he couldn't help but wonder about the results. When he reached the furnace, he was stunned. Under Qin Chuan's craftsmanship, the furnace exuded a mysterious and ancient aura, resembling an artifact of antiquity, with no trace of its recent manufacture. Dr. Qin, is this really the same cast iron furnace we brought in? Wei Ziyuan asked incredulously. Seeing Qin Chuan nod, he silently acknowledged that such skill could make counterfeit antiques indistinguishable from the real thing. What do you need? Qin Chuan asked. Oh, I wanted to know when you're heading back. We're almost done for the day. You all can leave first. I have more to do, Qin Chuan replied, as he still needed to set up a spirit-gathering formation. Just as Wei Ziyuan was about to leave, 3 off-road vehicles with golden license plates roared in, kicking up clouds of dust. From the vehicles emerged 3 imposing middle-aged men, who immediately ordered the work to stop and demanded to see the person in charge. Recognizing the trio as 5th-tier top-grade awakened ones, Wei Ziyuan was alarmed. The golden plates signified that these were either exceptionally powerful individuals or those with significant influence. He signaled the workers to leave and stepped forward. I'm Wei Ziyuan, the person in charge. How can I help you? The men regarded him with disdain. Who gave you permission to work on Qinghua Bay? We have a lease agreement with the Land Bureau, and all our paperwork is in order, Wei Ziyuan replied, frowning slightly. The Land Bureau's application has been rejected. Qinghua Bay is now under our management. You must leave immediately, one of the men arrogantly commanded. Wei Ziyuan stood in front of the construction site, glaring angrily at the 3 men before him. He held the approval documents and contract from the Land Bureau in his hand, yet he was told the project was being rejected. Who do you think you are? Rejecting it just like that? Wei Ziyuan questioned angrily. The 3 men smirked arrogantly and introduced themselves one by one. Guo Qingming from the Guo family of Jin City, Yang Fanshui from the Yang family of Jin City, Song Tingyu from the Song family of Jin City. 2 days ago, the young masters of our 3 families had an incident here, and 3 of our old servants went missing. This land is temporarily sealed off until they're found, Guo Qingming said condescendingly. If you have a problem, take it up with the Land Bureau. Wei Ziyuan frowned in thought. These families were indeed influential in Jin City, but Qinghua Bay had been abandoned for a century. Why were they suddenly involved? Qingming, you're too polite. Yang Fanshui sneered, stepping forward. I'll give you 5 seconds to get lost, or face the consequences. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as Wei Ziyuan was about to mention his grandfather's status, Yang Fanshui struck with a palm surrounded by flames. The force was terrifying, and even though Wei Ziyuan crossed his arms to protect himself, he was still pushed back several meters. At that moment, a gentle force from behind stabilized him, calming his turbulent energy. Wei Ziyuan turned to see Qin Chuan's calm expression and inexplicably felt reassured. Are all the documents for Qinghua Bay in order? Qin Chuan asked. I spent over 3 million to expedite the process, but they are from Jin City. As long as the documents are in order, Qin Chuan interrupted. Yang Fanshui sneered threateningly. That was a warning. If you don't listen, next time I won't spare your life. You've got quite a temper for someone with a name like that, Guo Qingming remarked helplessly. Song Tingyu feigned concern. You better listen to him. When this mad dog loses it, even we can't hold him back. Mad dog? Qin Chuan smiled. You have 10 seconds to disappear from my sight, or I'll break your legs. The 3 men were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter upon realizing Qin Chuan was just an ordinary person. Interesting, no one in Jin City has ever talked to me like that. Yang Fanshui sneered. Do you believe I'll cut out your tongue? Time's up. Qin Chuan turned to Wei Ziyuan. Did you record that? Wei Ziyuan held up his phone. Got it all? You're asking for it. Yang Fanshui roared in anger, flames erupting around him as he charged at Qin Chuan like a raging dragon. Guo Qingming and Song Tingyu watched with resigned sighs. They were originally tasked with finding a rare fruit, but now it seemed there would be casualties. As 5th-tier celestial awakeners in Jin City, they foresaw Qin Chuan's inevitable demise. Boom. Flames engulfed the 2 men. But in the next moment, a figure emerged from the fire, leaving a dark trail on the ground. Quite ruthless, Guo Qingming shook his head in lament, only to notice Song Tingyu's face filled with terror, sweat beading on his forehead. Within the flames, 2 hands suddenly tore the fiery curtain apart. Run! Song Tingyu's face turned pale as he dragged Guo Qingming to flee. I gave you a chance, but now it's too late. Qin Chuan's voice sounded in their ears, eerily calm as if greeting them, sending shivers down Song Tingyu's spine. To their horror, they realized Qin Chuan had somehow caught up with them, moving at a leisurely pace without losing speed. Guo Qingming hastily swung an ice blade, but it sliced through empty air. Suddenly, An irresistible force pressed down on the back of their heads. Bang! Bang! With two muffled thuds, the heads of these two fifth-tier celestial awakeners were driven straight into the ground. Boom! A thick cloud of dust rose from the construction site. The workers, startled by the sudden commotion, stepped back cautiously, not daring to act rashly. Wei Ziyuan stood there, stupefied, observing the scene. Although he knew Qin Chuan was incredibly powerful, witnessing him defeat three fifth-tier heavenly awakeners with a single move left him in utter shock. In Lan City, such power was at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Let me go. Damn it. Get lost. Do you want to die? Came the furious roars of Guo Qingming and Song Tingyu from the dust. The energy in the air dispersed the dust around them, sending debris flying like hidden weapons, hitting the excavators and leaving deep dents with red paint peeling off. Qin Chuan strode forward and kicked Guo Qingming and Song Tingyu, sending them flying until they crashed into their SUV. What do you want? Song Tingyu, knowing he was no match for Qin Chuan, tried to threaten him with a bravado that belied his fear. If anything happens to us here today, tomorrow, all of you will pay for it. Guo Qingming gritted his teeth, trying to stand, his gaze locked on Qin Chuan, attempting to discern his power level but ultimately failing. Killing you would dirty my hands. Qin Chuan shook his head. I said I'd break your legs, so now you can pick one. Their faces changed dramatically at his words. You dare? We are from the Song and Guo families of Jin City. Even if you are an 8th-tier awakener. Before they could finish, Qin Chuan formed his fingers into a blade, channeling his energy into a sharp edge, and swiftly severed Song Tingyu's left leg. Since you won't choose, I'll help you. He then turned to Guo Qingming and, with a reverse motion, cut off his right leg. Guo Qingming, showing remarkable fortitude, gritted his teeth and sweated but made no sound. Qin Chuan walked over to the bloodied Yang Fanshui. Still acting crazy? Yang Fanshui's face burned with pain, and he shook his head helplessly. Qin Chuan flicked his fingers, sending energy to shatter Yang's right leg bone. Get 3 people to drive them back. Qin Chuan instructed Wei Ziyuan. The video is recorded. They're alive. If anything happens to them after leaving here, it's not our problem. Enticed by the offer of 1,000 yuan each, 3 workers helped load the injured into the car. Qin Chuan told everyone to go home and rest, instructing Wei Ziyuan to distribute compensation to the workers present. Once the crowd dispersed, the construction site returned to its serene state, the air feeling noticeably cooler. Qin Chuan began setting up a spirit-gathering array. In the VIP luxury hospital room, the 3 were reporting their ordeal to their families via video. The family elders found it hard to believe they were defeated by someone they deemed an ordinary man. On the advice of a man in his 50s in the video, they decided to retaliate through a commercial blockade, cutting off supplies and sales channels for medicinal materials. However, as they plotted their revenge and discussed the exotic fruit, Yang Fanshui suddenly clutched his chest in agony, his face contorted. As Guo Qingming and Song Tingyu panicked, they too suffered sudden cardiac arrest, collapsing onto their hospital beds, lifeless. The following morning, a shocking piece of news exploded across major media platforms. The Guo, Song, and Yang families from Jin City released a joint statement announcing a complete sanction against the Yedobebelt pharmaceutical factory of the Wei family in Lan City. They prohibited any herbal suppliers and pharmaceutical distributors from engaging in transactions with the factory. This announcement caused an uproar in the pharmaceutical industry, with major companies speculating on what the Wei family could have done to provoke such a unified boycott from the 3 prominent families in Jin City. The Wei family was not entirely surprised by this development, as Wei Ziyuan had already informed them about the trouble-seeking visit from the 3 families the previous day. However, seeing the opposition resort to such extreme measures, cutting off the supply of herbs and sales channels with the intent to strangle the factory before it could even start, added immense pressure on the Wei family. Even the patriarch, Wei Lao, had to personally reach out to old comrades to discuss countermeasures. Sensing a major story, reporters from various media outlets flocked to Qingwei to get first-hand information. Despite the heavy security in place, some undeterred journalists managed to sneak in, and the photos and videos they captured quickly spread online. Though most of the images showed only a few rudimentary boiler rooms, some media outlets sensationalized them as the actual state of the pharmaceutical factory. Surprisingly, the news was initially reported by Lan City's official media, Xing Weekly. Upon seeing the images of the dilapidated boilers, netizens left a flurry of comments. With just these broken boilers and not a single automated production line, they dare call it a pharmaceutical factory? Who knows, maybe in a few years it'll become another Seymour Pharmaceutical Group. If he can make it work with these rusty boilers, I'll eat my hat. In this era where awakened individuals are everywhere, any news related to their potions naturally garners significant attention. The controversy continued to escalate online, with some speculating that it was a publicity stunt jointly orchestrated by the 3 families and the Wei family. However, both parties quickly denied such claims. Meanwhile, Wei Ziyuan was updating Qin Chuan on the situation. Dr. Qin, the herbal suppliers we previously contracted are willing to pay penalties just to sever ties with us, and pharmaceutical distributors are avoiding us like the plague. He was sweating profusely, yet he didn't mention that 80% of the Wei family's business had been affected. If not for the staunch support of Wei Lao for Qin Chuan, the Wei family might have already parted ways under the pressure. Seeing Wei Ziyuan's anxiety, Qin Chuan calmly gazed at the brilliant sunset and said, "Start preparing. We'll launch the product in 3 days." What? Wei Ziyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "We only have this big boiler right now, and we haven't even purchased other equipment. How can we possibly have a product ready in 3 days?" Qin Chuan remained unruffled. "Don't worry about that, just follow my instructions." Despite nodding in agreement, Wei Ziyuan was filled with apprehension. He wasn't just worried about whether they could produce the product in 3 days, but also about how the launch event would unfold. Although some distributors had shown interest in collaborating, they all demanded free samples for testing, which added to his concerns. Wei Ziyuan stood in front of Qin Chuan, his brow furrowed. As a businessman, he was uneasy about Qin Chuan's decision to completely bypass distributors. "Dr. Qin, regarding the distributors, could we perhaps provide them with a batch of medicines for free trial first?" he suggested. Qin Chuan chuckled softly at his words. "My medicines don't need middlemen." "What? No distributors? Then how will they sell?" Wei Ziyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You underestimate my medicines." Qin Chuan shook his head slightly. "Once they see the effects, they'll probably be begging on their knees to represent me. But there's no need to bother with them. My medicines will only be available at designated pharmacies, and for now, just one." Wei Ziyuan's face fell. In his experience, launching a new product required building momentum and collaborating closely with distributors to create trends and awareness among awakeners. Qin Chuan's reliance on a single press conference seemed like a path to self-destruction. The press conference should focus on inviting those who have long struggled to break through or suffer from chronic ailments that are hard to cure, Qin Chuan instructed. "Should we arrange for people to attend?" Wei Ziyuan asked tentatively, thinking of the common practice of hiring shills in business. Qin Chuan patted his shoulder. "There's no need for such measures." "Don't ask me such questions again." Wei Ziyuan nodded awkwardly. The next day, Qin Chuan finally completed the 8-day setup of the spirit gathering array. Thin spiritual energy began to converge there, and the workers seemed invigorated, working with high spirits and renewed energy. Wei Ziyuan was absent from the site that day, busy preparing for the medicine launch event 2 days later. As the sun set, the workers remained lively, chatting and laughing as they left the site. Qin Chuan took out the medicinal herbs collected by Qi Lao and began refining medicine in the steel cauldron with engraved array patterns. Throughout the night, he produced 13 batches of pills, each batch containing 100 pills. 4 batches of Luoyan pills and 4 of Xiao Peiyuan pills were made to enhance vitality, strengthen bones, and heal injuries. 5 batches of Xiao Fushan pills, which could repair the soul, were also produced. Although the quality wasn't top-notch due to time constraints, they were adequately acceptable. He packed the pills into prepared glass bottles, filling an entire room, and then began to restore his depleted spiritual energy. "Dr. Qin," Wei Ziyuan called softly. Qin Chuan opened his eyes. "What is it?" "You've been sitting here for a day and a night. Today is the day of the medicine launch." "Oh," Qin Chuan finally realized, "when you're cultivating, you lose track of time. Let's go." Wei Ziyuan chose to hold the press conference at the Han Hai building. As their convoy pulled in, they were greeted by a bustling scene, a vast parking lot packed with all sorts of vehicles, and a crowd surging like a tide, rivaling the excitement of the previous pharmaceutical exchange conference. However, the atmosphere on site was different from usual. People wore amused smiles, chatting in small groups. This pharmaceutical company has just built the shell of their factory, and it's already been blacklisted by the 3 major families of Gene City. What could they possibly announce at this press conference? Aren't all press conferences these days just about hyping concepts? They're definitely looking to attract investors. You don't seriously think they have an actual product, do you? A group of self-proclaimed experienced individuals gathered around a young girl, lecturing her. The girl pouted in disappointment. Her father had been injured and left comatose while hunting beasts in the wilderness, and no medical treatment had worked so far. She had come with her family's savings after seeing online promotions for a pill that seemed to target her father's condition, but the surrounding chatter had dampened her spirits. "Don't listen to their nonsense. We do have actual products for sale today," a calm voice interrupted. The girl looked up to see a well-dressed man with an extraordinary demeanor smiling at her. It was Wei Ziyuan himself. "Really?" The girl's eyes lit up with hope, but she quickly hesitated again. "But they all say..." "What do they know? If I say we have it, we have it," Wei Ziyuan assured, patting his chest confidently. "Thank you, uncle," the girl said happily. Wei Ziyuan awkwardly rubbed his nose, thinking to himself that this girl seemed about the same age as Qi Shueyao, so why was she calling him uncle? He couldn't help but wonder if he really looked that old. Suddenly, the atmosphere on site shifted dramatically. A luxury bus slowly came to a stop, and staff helped a group of patients into the building. Some appeared dazed, others were convulsing, and some were completely unconscious. Following them was a group of middle-aged and elderly awakened individuals with worried expressions. Isn't that Wang Shangyun, a fifth-year heavenly awakened one from the Wang family? Sure, keep your voice down, they're looking our way. Someone in the crowd recognized the patients. They were once renowned figures in Lan City, who had vanished from the public eye after being injured in the wilderness. More people recognized the middle-aged individuals, some of whom were local martial arts instructors or community awakened ones. Soon after, a procession of luxury cars worth millions drove in. Industry giants from Lan City's pharmaceutical sector, such as Seymour Group, Guangbo Pharmaceuticals, and Ruikong Pharmacy, were all present. The crowd, initially there for the spectacle, quickly shed their dismissive attitudes, realizing this press conference might indeed be extraordinary. Outside the press conference venue, a noticeable tension filled the air as representatives from the pharmaceutical industry gathered, their expressions focused and expectant. Before long, 3 luxurious cars emblazoned with the prestigious Jin emblem glided smoothly into view, their surfaces gleaming under the sun. The crowd erupted in astonished whispers. It's the big shots from Jin City. That's Guozongwei from the Guo family, Yang Shangwen from the Yang family, and Song Yulin from the Song family, someone exclaimed, recognizing the 3 business moguls as they stepped out of the cars. Why are they attending this kind of press conference? The crowd instinctively parted, creating a wide path. The 3 tycoons strolled ahead, chatting amiably, followed by a retinue of pharmaceutical distributors. There was a murmur among the onlookers. Why isn't the Wei family here to greet them? Did you forget about the recent online controversy? These 3 aren't here for a friendly visit. On the 27th floor of the Han High Tower, the press conference was fully set up, with the Qinghua Pharmaceuticals logo prominently displayed. Wei Ziyuan took the stage, beginning with the story of the factory's establishment and development, before introducing 3 new elixirs. The first is Luo Yun Dan, which enhances vitality and strengthens the body. The second, Xiao Pei Yuan Dan, aids in healing injuries and replenishing energy. The third, Xiao Fushan Dan, is designed to repair the soul. As soon as he finished, the audience buzzed with excitement. An elixir that can help someone awaken and advance? What's the point of rare fruits then? Xiao Pei Yuan Dan sounds even more unbelievable. Can it really save someone on the brink of death? And that soul-healing Fushan Dan, it sounds like pure fantasy. Laughter rippled through the audience. Distributors whispered among themselves, relieved they hadn't partnered with the Wei family, fearing such implausible products might tarnish their hard-earned reputations. Guozongwei turned to an esteemed elder nearby. Professor Chun, you're a titan in the medical field. What do you think of these claims? Professor Chun wore a stern expression, pursing his lips and shaking his head with disdain. Not even a bit of truth, utter nonsense, he declared, sitting upright with piercing eyes. Take the Luo Yun pill, which supposedly aids in advancement medically. It's utterly impossible. The process of awakening advancement is extremely intricate. Even modern medical technology hasn't fully unraveled it. Advancement requires a significant amount of accumulation, and currently, only exotic fruits can achieve this effect. I've spent decades researching, and have only managed to develop some auxiliary agents to enhance the absorption of these fruits. Claiming that a pill can enable advancement is purely a gimmick. Professor Chun continued his analysis. As for the Xiao Pei Yuan pill, it's nothing but a fantasy. Reviving someone on the brink of death requires a large quantity of medicinal ingredients, which are inherently incompatible and cannot be compressed into a single pill. What about the Fushan pill? Guozongwei pressed on. The Fushan pill? Professor Chen frowned and shook his head. That's not my expertise. Wang Qifeng is the expert, but unfortunately, he's been out of contact lately. Otherwise, he wouldn't miss today. However, as far as I know, even Wang Qifeng wouldn't dare to claim he could develop a spirit-restoring medicine. With Professor Chen's endorsement, Guozongwei and his companions breathed a sigh of relief and subtly nodded to someone nearby. On stage, Wei Ziyuan had already presented 3 glass bottles containing the pills. I know everyone is skeptical about the effects of our new pills. Today, we have specially invited some long-term patients and awakeners who have been unable to progress for years to try the pills on site. Whether it's exaggerated or not, let the facts speak. At Wei Ziyuan's signal, staff members brought up several patients who appeared listless or even comatose, as well as some awakeners who hadn't progressed in a long time. What's convincing about testing on your own people? Someone immediately questioned from the audience. Are you willing to randomly select people? Yes, if you dare to randomly select people and it works, we're willing to pay a high price. Who can't stage a performance? Wei Ziyuan frowned, about to explain when Qin Chuan interjected. Sure, anyone who wants to try the pills, stand up. Qin Chuan's straightforward response only fueled more suspicion, prompting discussions, but no one dared to step forward. Just then, a man with bandages stood up. I just returned from the wilderness yesterday, badly injured. I'll try the Xiao Pei Yuan pill. He walked onto the stage, extending his bandaged hand to Wei Ziyuan. Wei Ziyuan took out the Xiao Pei Yuan pill, but Qin Chuan intercepted it, personally handing it to the man. Just take it directly. The man nodded, carefully examining the pill, sniffing it, and then glanced at Guo Zongwei before tilting his head back to swallow it. The audience held their breath, waiting for his reaction. Suddenly, the man clutched his throat, letting out a painful wail. He then spewed a mouthful of blood, splattering it like ink across the Qingyu Pharmaceuticals sign behind him, and collapsed to the ground. The venue erupted instantly. Voices of doubt and curses filled the air. Wei Ziyuan, Elder Qi, and others' faces changed dramatically as they rushed to check on him. This man was injured but could still walk, and he died after taking your medicine? Is this your new drug? It's poison. In less than a month, what can a small workshop produce? I heard they don't even have a proper manufacturing process. They lack refining equipment. My friend said their factory doesn't even have a doctor. Amidst the clamor, a few prominent voices exposed Qingyu Pharmaceuticals' issues one by one. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, while the representatives from the three major companies in Jin City looked on with smug expressions. Guo Zongwei adjusted his attire and stood up. I was aware of your illegal drug production, which is why we banded together to shut you down. I wanted to give you a chance to reform, but you refused to listen, and now there's a casualty. You brought this upon yourselves. These words were a devastating blow. As a pharmaceutical company, endangering the lives of awakeners with substandard products was a cardinal sin. Medicine is essential for awakeners, and any issues are tantamount to playing with their lives. Amid the escalating protests and curses, Guo Zongwei and his associates leaned back in their seats, eager to watch Qingyu Pharmaceuticals fall into oblivion. Wei Ziyuan, Elder Qi, and others were frantic, sweating profusely. Wang Hu and his team were struggling to hold back the crowd surging toward the stage. Only Qin Chuan remained calm. Amid the chaos, he slowly rose, his voice not loud but clear enough to reach the entire hall. Who said he just took our pill? I only gave him a candy I bought on the street. What? A piece of candy? As soon as Qin Chuan spoke, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone froze in their positions, turning their eyes towards him, their faces filled with disbelief. The person on the ground still lay there like a dead dog, while a faint smile played on Qin Chuan's lips. He motioned for Wang Hu to step forward and prepare to drag the man away, but was abruptly interrupted by a loud shout. Stop! Guo Zongwei stepped forward, his voice laced with anger. The medicine is yours, and now you claim it's candy when something goes wrong? And you still want to take away the poison, man? What exactly are your intentions? His words immediately resonated with the awakened ones present. Seizing the moment, Guo Zongwei continued, if all major pharmaceutical companies behave like you, addressing product issues not by fixing them but by silencing the victims, how can we ensure the medication safety for us awakened ones? Sensing the growing anger of the crowd, Guo Zongwei felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet, Qin Chuan remained calm, merely saying, don't rush. Your part in this isn't over yet. Moments later, Zhuang Ming walked briskly over and handed Qin Chuan a voice recorder. Here's the explanation you wanted. Qin Chuan casually tossed the recorder to Guo Zongwei. The recorder began to play automatically. Do you know what to do later? Yes, the drug is hidden in my teeth. I'll be the first to rush in. Boss, my debts. Don't worry, perform well and the billion-dollar debt is forgiven, plus a settlement fee. Guo Zongwei's face turned ashen as he crushed the recorder in his grip. Unperturbed, Zhuang Ming calmly produced another one. If you like it, there's more. As Guo Zongwei and his companions made a hasty retreat, those who had been bedridden were helped to their feet and walked forward. Though still weak, they were able to move, leaving everyone present gasping in astonishment. Li Lauer can stand? Hasn't he been bedridden for 10 years? Isn't that Su Erwa who was in a coma? Exclamations rippled through the crowd. Professor Chun, observing the scene, murmured to himself, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wei Ziyuan and Old Qi were stunned. Watching Qin Chuan effortlessly defuse the crisis, their hearts filled with awe. When Old Qi asked if Qin Chuan planned to leave, Qin Chuan glanced towards the exit, coldly saying, they think they can come and go as they please. Not so easily. Old Qi watched Qin Chuan's departing figure, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. This Dr. Qin is not ordinary. Not only are his crafted pills remarkably effective, but if he hadn't been present at the conference, it could have turned into a disaster. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Just then, a group of people in business suits approached. Leading them was a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, sporting a sycophantic smile, followed by a dozen others dressed just as sharply. Ziyuan, long time no see. The middle-aged man greeted Wei Ziyuan warmly. Wei Ziyuan glanced at the group with a cold eye. These pharmaceutical distributors had previously avoided Qinghua Pharmaceuticals like the plague, but now, Seeing the three major companies in Gene City fail and recognizing the effectiveness of the products, they came to curry favor. Ziyuan, I had something on yesterday and couldn't meet you. I hope you understand. Ziyuan, my wife just had our fifth child the day before yesterday. I only returned to the office yesterday and heard you were looking for me. Wei Ziyuan smiled politely, yet remained composed. I'm flattered you all took time out of your busy schedules to attend the conference. How could I possibly be upset? After a few pleasantries, the distributors got to the point. Z1, you don't have distributors for your products yet, right? We're well connected in Lon City. How about we help you promote them? Sorry, Dr. Chin insisted that these pills must be sold directly by us. Wei Ziyuan shook his head and refused. The distributors' expressions froze, and someone snidely remarked, the pharmaceutical market in Lon City is chaotic, with counterfeit and substandard drugs everywhere. Are you sure you don't want some local allies for your new product launch? Wei Ziyuan continued to smile and gestured for security to step forward. We have our own arrangements for that. No need to trouble you. The distributors' faces darkened as they left, muttering threats under their breath. Don't think good efficacy guarantees sales. Without our approval, see who dares to sell. In less than half a month, they'll be begging us. Guo Zhongwei and his group left Han Hightower with grim expressions. Outside, reporters were waiting ones they had invited to expose the incident at the conference. Mr. Guo, we've heard that Tsinghua Pharmaceuticals pills caused a fatality. As a businessman from Gene City, what's your take on this? The reporters swarmed with microphones. Get lost. Guo Zhongwei roared, causing the female reporters to recoil in fright. His entourage pushed the reporters aside. The journalists exchanged glances, relieved they had been paid in advance. On the way back, Guo Zhongwei drove, with Yang Shangwen and Song Yulin seated in the back, while other cars followed a few hundred meters behind. That Dr. Qin is too arrogant, Guo Zhongwei remarked. He's just an ordinary person. Once we're back, find someone local in Lon City who has a grudge against him and take him out. Yang Shangwen and Song Yulin discussed murder as casually as everyday matters. The effectiveness of their drugs is indeed astonishing. Guo Zhongwei commented while driving, if we could seize it in time, it would become a commercial empire. Yang Shangwen and Song Yulin's eyes gleamed with interest, about to speak when suddenly all three of their phones rang. Guo Zhongwei answered his call, his face turning pale as he crushed the phone in his hand. Yang Shangwen and Song Yulin also answered their calls, their expressions changing similarly. Something happened to Fan Shui and the others. Song Yulin clenched his fists, his face a mask of anger. Those damned quacks. If someone hadn't gone to check on them, who knows how long this would have been covered up? Who did it? Yang Shangwen asked gravely. Do you need to ask? It must be Tsinghua Pharmaceuticals. Song Yulin spat the words through gritted teeth. I underestimated them. I thought they'd play by the rules in the city, but it's my fault Fan Shui and the others got hurt. This isn't your fault, Guo Zhongwei said coldly, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. If they want to play dirty, the Song family will see it through to the end. The Wei family, Tsinghua Pharmaceuticals. They're nothing. Before he could finish, Guo Zhongwei slammed on the brakes. The sudden stop flung all three of them forward. What happened? Yang Shangwen and Song Yulin asked in unison. Guo Zhongwei stared ahead in disbelief. There's no road? Is this a dead end? How did you end up here? Yang Shangwen frowned. Impossible. Guo Zhongwei shook his head. We were just on the main road. There were cars ahead of us. How did we suddenly? He rubbed his eyes, but the dead end remained stubbornly in place. With no other choice, Guo Zhongwei prepared to reverse. Just then bang, 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 bang. All four tires burst simultaneously. Someone sabotaged the car. The three of them leaped out simultaneously. Looking back, the vehicles that had been following them were nowhere to be seen. Unbeknownst to them, they had been lured into a deserted alley. Though bewildered, the three men, as fifth-tier awakeners, remained calm. In the city, awakeners of their level rarely faced danger, as high-level awakeners couldn't act without detection, and any destruction would be severely punished. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the depths of the alley, walking towards them. As he approached, the three recognized him as Qin Chuan. Was this your doing? Seeing he was an ordinary person, the three resumed their haughty demeanor. Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. I'm curious, Guo Zhongwei sneered. How did you manage to bring us here without us realizing it? It's simple, Qin Chuan replied, continuing to walk closer. In terms you can understand, I interfered with your brainwaves, making you see things that weren't there. In other words, hallucinations. He gestured casually, and the alley transformed into a vast grassland. With another wave, towering mountains rose up. Their expressions changed dramatically. This was a power they had never heard of, something even beyond ninth-tier strength. How did you do that? Yang Shangwen asked, his brow furrowed. Is it some new technology? Don't panic, Guo Zhongwei said firmly. He can only affect what we see. Against an ordinary person, even if we can't see, it's easy. Is that so? Qin Chuan's voice suddenly came from right behind Guo Zhengwei. A beam of light pierced through his heart, blood gushing out with each heartbeat. I told you it was an illusion. Why would you think the me in front of you was real? Qin Chuan remarked with chilling detachment. Guo Zhengwei suddenly spun around, his elbow striking like thunder towards Qin Chuan's head, but it only hit a fading afterimage. As a fifth-tier sky-grade awakened, even with a pierced heart, he wouldn't die immediately. Prompt treatment could completely heal him. He clutched his chest, coughing while trying to use his awakening energy to stop the bleeding, but found a pale white substance hindering the wound's recovery. Yang Shangwen and Song Yulin were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, but quickly gathered their wits. Yang Shangwen unleashed his fire abilities, while Song Yulin transformed into a six-meter half-lion beastman, his massive form causing the narrow alley's walls to collapse. This guy's tactics are too strange. Destroy this place. Song Yulin's deep voice rumbled like thunder. They knew well that if Qin Chuan could silently incapacitate Guo Zhengwei, he could just as easily appear behind them. The best strategy was to create a huge commotion, attracting the official guard team, making it impossible for Qin Chuan to act in public. As for potential casualties, they couldn't care less. A deafening explosion erupted in the city center, with fire dragons roaring skyward. Surrounding buildings shattered, flames shooting out of broken windows. Shattered bricks and glass scattered like hidden weapons, street lamps bent, and storefronts were damaged. Fortunately, most modern people were awakened, with physical abilities far surpassing those of the past, allowing them to dodge in time. Many even watched and discussed the spectacle with interest. The first explosion in the city center in hundreds of years. Judging by the scale, it must be premeditated. Such audacity, do they have a death wish? Those buildings are gathering places for the wilderness hunters. Could it be a vendetta? Amidst the crowd, a clean-cut young man quietly left. Just as he stepped out, his phone rang. Is this Qin Chuan?
Yes.
Yes? Do you know what time it is? You're the only one missing from the class. Get to study hall 302 now. Haven't I already graduated? Graduated? Today's the first day of university, didn't you know? Came the exasperated shout from the other end. I got it. Qin Chuan hung up. Had the call come 5 minutes earlier, he wouldn't have been able to answer. Just now, Yang Shangwen and Song Yulin had tried to kill him, but Qin Chuan didn't give them the chance. With spiritual power forming a blade, he moved like a phantom, severing their necks with a 7-star step. After advancing to Qi Refining Stage 3, Qin Chuan's spiritual power was sufficient to support advanced spells. He used illusions to confuse the three and then struck from the shadows. Having navigated the cultivation world for 1,000 years, witnessing countless dirty tricks, he felt no qualms about this method. As he left the blast area, the defense team had already arrived, setting up a perimeter to prevent further harm. Shaoyang University is one of the top schools in Lan City, specializing in training awakened individuals and offering scholarships to attract third-tier awakened students. The school also offers courses for mechanics and researchers, having produced 4 3-star mechanics in recent years. Qin Chuan returned home to fetch his admission letter and headed to the campus. The avenue was lined with lush trees adorned with decorations celebrating the start of the semester, though it felt deserted as he had missed the registration time. He entered study hall 302, where a middle-aged female teacher with graying hair was lecturing. Seeing him arrive, she gestured for him to introduce himself. This is the last student. Please introduce yourself. Class 1 was the honors class, with nearly all students being second-tier awakened. Seeing Qin Chuan, who appeared unremarkable and wasn't even an awakened, many shook their heads in disapproval. My name is Qin Chuan, from Lan City's 13th high school, he said calmly. The classroom erupted at his words. You're Qin Chuan, the top scorer in the college entrance exam? Why didn't you go to a top-tier university? Could the rumors be true? Did he cheat? Exactly, how could someone who's not even an awakened be the top scorer? Though the college entrance exam wasn't as pivotal as before, students still paid close attention, and even those not from Lan City had heard of Qin Chuan's reputation. The teacher at the podium slammed the desk forcefully, her voice echoing through the classroom. Qin Chuan's scores are certified by the Ministry of Education. His choice to attend our school shows his endorsement of our ethos and rules. What's there to be so surprised about? She pointed to the front of the class. You sit there. In the front row, a girl in a white shirt with polka dots was curled up in her seat like a timid ladybug. The seat next to her was empty. Qin Chuan walked over expressionlessly and sat down. The girl immediately shrank further into her seat, seemingly wary of the new classmate. All right, let's continue. Where were we? The teacher asked. Teacher, you were discussing this semester's course schedule. A student reminded her. Right, the course schedule. The teacher continued. Besides the basic courses, based on your high school preferences, you'll need to complete assessments for your major. To graduate in 4 years, you must pass these major assessments. Awakeners must hunt level beasts, while mechanics need to earn a 2-star certificate. Some students were already nodding off. By the way, those in our class who are second-year top-grade awakeners, raise your hands. Over 30 students raised their hands, looking proud. Great. How about those who have passed the one-star mechanic assessment? This time, only 6 students raised their hands, one of whom was also a second-tier top-grade awakener, now holding his chin even higher. The teacher then announced, recently, the authorities, along with major universities, are organizing the Destiny Cup Exchange Tournament. Students under 20 can participate. The conditions are being a second-tier top-grade awakener, top 20 in the entrance exams, or a one-star mechanic. 42 students in our class meet these criteria. If you're interested, you can sign up with me privately. She then went over dorm arrangements, classroom rules, and other matters until she felt everything was covered before leaving. As soon as she left, the classroom buzzed with chatter. Qin Chuan, could you please let me through? The girl in the polka dot shirt said softly. She kept her head down, her long hair covering her glasses. Qin Chuan, intending to sign up for the Destiny Cup, stood up to let her pass. She hurriedly squeezed past him. At that moment, a boy named Xiao Gang, who claimed to be from Guluo City No. 2 High School, approached, followed by 5 second-year top-grade awakeners with mocking expressions. Xiao Gang was the only student in the class who was both a second-tier top-grade awakener and a one-star mechanic. So, you're Qin Chuan? Xiao Gang said arrogantly. I just made a bet with them about whether you cheated on the entrance exam. They all said you did, but I think you didn't. So, did you cheat or not? He placed a hand on Qin Chuan's shoulder. Qin Chuan merely gave him a brief glance, brushed his hand off, and walked away. This left Xiao Gang stunned, clearly not expecting the top scorer of Lon City to be so dismissive. Whoa, that guy's got some nerve, one of the followers remarked. Seems like he didn't cheat. Who'd be so bold without real skills? That's nonsense. He's just an ordinary person. He definitely cheated. The students from Lon City's No. 3 high school went to confront him, and he only dared to call the police instead of facing them. Yeah, I read on a forum that half of them got arrested and cried for a long time before being released. Xiao Gang, should we grab him and get some answers? Xiao Gang watched Qin Chuan's retreating figure and shook his head. No need, we're classmates. Fighting after class wouldn't look good. It's just the start of the semester. There's plenty of time to see who's right. Yeah, Xiao Gang's right. You guys who bet he didn't cheat, better get ready. The group laughed uproariously. In the office, the teacher handed Qin Chuan a registration form for the Destiny Cup. After filling it out, Qin Chuan asked, when does the school selection start? Registration is open for 2 days, then the selection begins, the teacher replied. I must remind you, the competition is open to anyone under 20, not just freshmen. Sophomores and even some juniors can join, many of whom are 3rd or even 4th-tier top-grade awakeners. Mechanics can also participate, and you might face 2-star mechanics. Plus, there are many outstanding students transferring from other districts. I suggest you keep a level head and treat this as a learning opportunity. And don't feel it's unfair. When you're a sophomore next year, you'll have a better chance. While writing in the comments section, the teacher added, and don't be late this afternoon. You have a practical training class with Mr. Zhao, a 5th-tier awakener with a temper. Being late will have serious consequences. Seeing Qin Chuan nod, she allowed him to leave. Finally, the Destiny Cup is about to begin, Qin Chuan thought as he walked to the dorm. Ever since his rebirth, he had been preparing for this competition. I hope the rewards won't disappoint me. At the dorm entrance, 4 boys with their arms around each other's shoulders saw him and exclaimed, Qin Chuan? No way. It's really you. They were Chen Hao, Li Hai, Wei Tao, and Du Ming. Is it you guys? Qin Chuan stood in the dormitory hallway, surprised to see Chen Hao and his group. This unexpected encounter left him a bit taken aback. Chen Hao hadn't attended university in Lon City in his previous life, indicating that his rebirth was beginning to alter some predetermined paths. Thanks to you. Chen Hao grinned widely. We all scored over 1,500 on the college entrance exam, which is how we got into this school. His tone shifted as he added with a sigh, this month has worn me out, all just to advance to the 2nd tier. As he spoke, Chen Hao enthusiastically led Qin Chuan to their dorm room. The 4 of them, all awakeners, were placed in the same class and shared a room. Oh, by the way, Chen Hao leaned in conspiratorially. Did you hear? 5 top-tier powerhouses have joined our school this semester. The transfer students from Jin City? Qin Chuan guessed immediately. Chen Hao deflated. You already know. I heard about Jin City's geniuses coming to Lon City, but I didn't expect them to be at our school. Qin Chuan replied calmly. It's not just our school. Chen Hao explained excitedly. Every university in Lon City has students from Jin City. These people are so arrogant, they don't even acknowledge the local students. They transferred here just to snag the 10 Destiny Cup spots from us, since they couldn't get them in Jin City. He continued. The education forums are in an uproar. Some seniors even started a movement to resist them and confronted the transfer students this morning. And the result? Qin Chuan asked. A crushing defeat. Chen Hao shook his head. Those students from Gene City are too strong. Our seniors were taken down in a few moves, and 3 of them ended up in the infirmary. If the school hadn't intervened, even the fourth-year seniors who arrived later would have been involved. The group animatedly discussed the transfer students' capabilities. Someone mentioned Zhuang Yongwang, a fire-type top-grade awakener who could defeat a fourth-tier beast-type awakener with his bare hands. Another brought up Ho Haokai, who could transform into a formidable leopard with lightning speed. From their conversation, Qin Chuan roughly gauged these transfer students' levels around the 5th-tier top-grade awakeners. They were slightly stronger than Qi Ming's associates, but not as formidable as Qiu Di from Yiqian Town, posing no threat to him now. Once in the dorm, Qian Hao immediately pulled out snacks to treat Qin Chuan. Seeing the room stocked with supplies, Wei Tao couldn't help but tease. This fool trained all summer and bought thousands worth of food, and half of it still here. Mind your own business. Chun Hao tossed him a nutrition bar and handed another to Qin Chuan. By the way, you topped the entrance exam, so you qualify for the Destiny Cup. Are you going? Qin Chuan nodded, indicating he had already registered. The group found it expected but also expressed regret. If it were just freshmen, you'd definitely make the top 10. Too bad the sophomores are competing too. But don't worry, there's always next year, and you'll easily surpass the newcomers then. Before afternoon classes, Qin Chuan bid farewell to the group and headed to the training room. It was the size of a standard basketball court and already bustling with classmates. Hey, the top scorer is here. A sarcastic voice called out. The speaker was Shi Lu, next to Xiao Gang, chewing gum and eyeing Qin Chuan provocatively. Watch your tone, Xiao Gang sneered, or you'll get what's coming during combat training later. Sorry, brother Gang, Shi Lu replied theatrically, but I've already said it. So what should I do now? Hurry up and apologize to him. Try to get his forgiveness. Xiao Gang gave Shi Lu a hard kick on the backside. Shi Lu staggered towards Qin Chuan with alarming speed, a force that could easily break a few ribs if it collided with an average person. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, not wanting to engage in such pointless entanglements. He deftly sidestepped the charge. However, Shi Lu was relentless, feigning instability as his right hand arced towards Qin Chuan's shoulder under the guise of seeking support. Qin Chuan merely shifted slightly, allowing the hand to swipe through empty air. By the time Shi Lu regained his balance and turned around, Qin Chuan had already left the scene. The surrounding students watched the incident in silence. Being the start of the school year, no one knew each other well enough to make comments. Then, unexpectedly, a voice broke the silence. Over here, it was a girl in a white shirt with dotted patterns. We're lining up according to the seating arrangement from the previous class meeting, she explained while adjusting her glasses. After speaking, she stood quietly with her hands clasped in front of her, looking a bit shy. Xiao Gang sneered contemptuously at the sight. A dull girl and a pretentious guy, what a perfect match. Although his voice was low, Qin Chuan, with his keen senses, heard it clearly, deepening his frown. Don't provoke them, the girl quietly advised Qin Chuan. Xiao Gang may only be at the 2nd tier, but he's a dual-element Heaven Grade Awakened. Even most 3rd-tier Heaven Grade Awakeners can't match him. Thanks, Qin Chuan replied, appreciating her warning. He thought to himself that a dual-element Heaven Grade Awakener at the 2nd tier was indeed quite the prodigy, explaining his arrogance. You're welcome. What's your name? I'm Li Silu. Li Silu? Is that really you? Li Silu looked at Qin Chuan with surprise. Have we met before? Qin Chuan shook his head, suppressing a smile. So it was her. In his past life, Li Silu was quite famous, having passed the 3-star mechanic exam during her freshman year, causing a stir in the academic world. Prestigious media outlets featured her in interviews for 3 consecutive days, portraying her as a genius mechanic. When the moon cracked and demons descended, she was recruited into the elite mechanic team of Lon City. Qin Chuan couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. He remembered struggling to pass the 1-star mechanic exam while this girl effortlessly achieved the 3-star certification, a memory that had left a lasting impression. It was surprising to see how low-key she was during her freshman year. Noticing Qin Chuan's gaze, Li Silu lowered her head again, standing quietly. Soon, Teacher Zhao, dressed in a loose training outfit, strode over. His sharp gaze swept the room, causing everyone to lower their heads in silence. Even the brash Xiao Gang avoided eye contact. Only Qin Chuan remained impassive, standing out among the bowed students. Teacher Zhao's eyes lingered on Qin Chuan for a moment. What's your name? Qin Chuan. It's you. A hint of surprise flashed in Teacher Zhao's eyes, clearly familiar with the name. After appraising him for a moment, he nodded approvingly. Not bad. Turning to the class, he introduced himself. I'm Zhao Tingming, a 5th-tier beast imitator awakener, and your practical training instructor. In my class, you're allowed to challenge each other, but there's a condition: you cannot use awakening skills, only physical combat. There are dedicated instructors for awakening skills. Any questions? The training room was silent. After waiting a moment, Zhao Tingming continued. Since there are no questions, let's start with warm-ups. Remember, any consequences for using awakening skills against the rules are your responsibility. After the warm-up, Zhao Tingming prepared to assess the new student's abilities. Who wants to come up and demonstrate? Just as he was about to call on Qin Chuan, Xiao Gang stepped forward. Teacher, I'll go. Zhao Tingming nodded in approval. All right, step forward. We need one more. This time, Shi Lu volunteered. Also a second-tier heaven-grade awakener, Zhao Tingming arranged for the two to spar. Even without awakening skills, the physical prowess of a second-tier heaven-grade awakener was impressive. The crowd formed a large circle as the two began their match. Shi Li's movements and punches were clearly well-practiced, fluid, and pleasing to watch. Yet, Xiao Gang's strength was evidently superior, taking only a dozen moves before his spinning kick sent Shi Lu flying. Brother Gang is truly formidable. Shi Lu conceded, getting back to his feet. The surrounding students murmured in awe, while Xiao Gang's followers boasted. Xiao Gang is one of the top talents in Guyuo City, training since he could walk. During the college entrance exam, he even took down an F-class beast with his bare hands. Many girls looked on with admiration. Ignoring the flattery, Xiao Gang advised Shi Lu. Remember, your body is your foundation. You're too focused on awakening skills. I'm just an ordinary second tier without my awakening skills, can't compare to you. Shi Lu replied with a sheepish grin. You both did well, Zhao Tingming said, particularly acknowledging Xiao Gang. Especially you. Your agility and technique are commendable, requiring over a decade of training. However, your footwork is a bit messy. Focus on refining it. Thank you for the guidance, teacher, Xiao Gang replied respectfully. Zhao Tingming scanned the group. Anyone else want to practice? Seeing no takers, he instructed, pair up for unknown practice. I'll observe your levels and adjust the curriculum accordingly. At that moment, Shi Lu spoke up. Teacher Zhao, can I choose my practice partner? Given Shi Li's earlier initiative in demonstrating, Zhao Tingming had a favorable impression. Who do you want to choose? Him. Shi Lu pointedly looked at Qin Chuan. I want to see what the top scorer from Lan City's entrance exam is capable of. Are you up for it? The news of Shi Lu challenging Qin Chuan spread rapidly among the students. The general consensus was that Qin Chuan must have cheated in the college entrance exams. How could an ordinary person, not even an awakened one, achieve the top score in Lan City? If you don't have the guts to face me, stay out of my sight from now on. Shi Lu taunted, emboldened by the support of many classmates. Qin Chuan ignored Shi Lu and instead turned to Zhao Tingming, leaving the surrounding students puzzled, speculating whether he wanted Zhao to intervene and stop the challenge. I don't prohibit competition among students, but you have the right to refuse if you don't want to participate, Zhao Tingming said calmly. If you're scared, just admit it and keep a low profile from now on, Shi Lu sneered. If you're so eager to meet your end, let's do it, Qin Chuan retorted coldly, stepping out from the crowd. His uncharacteristically assertive stance immediately piqued everyone's interest. Seeing his taunt work, Shi Lu launched his attack. His punches were swift, creating afterimages as he aimed several direct strikes at Qin Chuan's face. Yet, Qin Chuan stood motionless, not even blinking. Haven't you eaten? Qin Chuan's mocking comment infuriated Shi Lu. All right, if I don't send you to the infirmary, I'm not human. Shi Li's attacks became more aggressive, each kick and strike aimed to be lethal. But to Qin Chuan, they seemed like child's play. With his hands behind his back, he effortlessly dodged each blow by the narrowest of margins. The students around them were anxious for Shi Lu. Xiao Gang and others shouted in desperation. Stretch your arms longer. But Shi Lu, sweating profusely, couldn't land a single hit on Qin Chuan. Coward, stop dodging if you dare. Shi Lu roared, launching an even more furious assault. As you wish. Qin Chuan suddenly delivered a high kick, like a guillotine descending. Shi Lu hastily defended, but was still knocked to the ground. The crowd was stunned, especially since Qin Chuan hadn't used his hands the entire time. Those who initially believed he had cheated began to reconsider their opinions. Refusing to accept defeat, Shi Lu struggled to his feet. Again. I'm not convinced. At that moment, Zhao Tingming swiftly intervened, stopping Shi Lu from continuing. Shi Lu spat out a mouthful of blood and was carried to the infirmary by Zhao, followed by Xiao Gang and others. As they left, Xiao Gang threatened, consider yourself lucky this time. We'll pay you back double next time. The training room erupted with excitement, with many girls rushing to get Qin Chuan's contact information, even pushing Li Silu to the sidelines. After the session, Zhao Tingming returned and looked intently at Qin Chuan, asking, so when you asked, is it okay? Earlier, you were asking if you could fight back? What else? Qin Chuan replied, leaving everyone present in shock. This seemingly calm top scorer was, in fact, a formidable force ready to assert himself. Ever since Qin Chuan effortlessly defeated Shi Lu with a single kick, the atmosphere in the class noticeably shifted. Those who used to hover around Xiao Gang began to avoid Qin Chuan's gaze, even taking detours when walking. Brother Gang. Shi Lu might not be the strongest, but he's one of our own. Are we just going to let this slide? Jiang Yi whispered to Xiao Gang, his tone filled with resentment. Xiao Gang cast a cold glance at Qin Chuan, who was sitting calmly at his desk, and a sly smile crept across his lips. No rush. The kid probably hasn't awakened yet, which is why he's focusing on physical training. We'll deal with him during the awakening skills class. Brilliant. Attack his weakness with our strength. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up with admiration. Smart thinking. Xiao Gang nodded with satisfaction. But Jiang Yi suddenly frowned. If he hasn't awakened, why is he attending the awakening skills class? Xiao Gang's expression froze. The question caught him off guard. Those who haven't awakened shouldn't be attending that class. As his followers cast puzzled looks his way, his eyes darted to Li Silu, who was sitting next to Qin Chuan. Isn't he close to that quiet girl? We'll start with her. Brilliant move, brother Gang. His followers chimed in. When do we deal with Qin Chuan? No hurry, it's just the start of the semester. We've got plenty of opportunities. During the morning's mech armor training class, a 3-star mechanic named Xiao Quan entered the classroom clad in a sleek silver-white mech suit. The suit's streamlined design and the glowing blue energy on its chest far surpassed the basic mech armor of Zhang Hai. This advanced suit, reminiscent of the Iron Man armor from sci-fi movies, was made from nanomaterials, allowing it to retract into the skin or be summoned at will. Despite frequently seeing mech suits in the news, witnessing one in person stirred excitement among the class. Li Silu's gaze was particularly intense, her eyes sharp as a wolf's beneath her glasses. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Quan, your mech armor instructor. Today we'll get to know each other, and tomorrow I'll take you to the mech room for a driving experience, Xiao Quan announced, instantly electrifying the room, as few present had passed the mechanic certification. Xiao Quan approached the podium, and his mech suit retracted like a tide, vanishing into his chest. He pointed to the first row on the right. Let's start with introductions from you. And so, the morning passed uneventfully. In the afternoon, despite Qin Chuan's reluctance, he had to attend the first session of the Awakening Skills class. Under the scorching sun, where the ground shimmered with heat, a fifth-tier Awakening Master, Su Hua, explained, Awakening skills are ranked by difficulty and power into 9 stars. We'll focus on 1-star basic skills. Half an hour in, the students were wilting from the heat, except for Qin Chuan, who stood unfazed, surrounded by a cool aura. Noticing this secret, Li Silu quietly moved closer. Any questions? Su Hua asked, scanning the group. Teacher, do ordinary awakeners need to attend this class? Someone inquired, resonating with many others. You can choose not to, but let me say this. Among the ordinary awakeners I've taught, those who work hard can indeed master simple awakening skills. This statement ignited a spark of enthusiasm among the ordinary awakeners. Responding to their eager eyes, Su Hua elaborated, the exact reason is unknown, but it might be because awakeners inherently possess this ability, even if ordinary awakeners haven't demonstrated it yet. With proper training and guidance, you can master the art of awakening skills. This announcement caused a stir in the classroom, as students eagerly whispered among themselves. Really? Then I must enroll in the awakening skills class. I want to learn how to summon fire dragons with my hands. The excitement in the room was palpable. Jiang Yi stood up, brimming with enthusiasm, and suggested, Teacher, for our first awakening skills class, how about we have a little spar to see what everyone can do? A classmate next to Xiao Gang chimed in immediately, exactly. Our first practical training class had a similar dual format. No, Teacher Su Hua's voice was firm and unwavering as he scanned the room with a serious expression. Practical training and awakening skills are entirely different. The worst that can happen in practical training is a stay in the infirmary, but a misstep in an awakening skills duel could be fatal. Therefore, awakening skills are only for evaluation, not combat. No one is allowed to use these skills on classmates. Violate this, and you face the consequences. Hearing this, Jiang Yi and the others looked disappointed. They had hoped to use this lesson to teach Li Silu, a first-tier celestial awakener, a lesson. Now, that seemed impossible. No worries, Xiao Gang whispered. There's always tomorrow morning's mechanic class. We'll all be trying out battle suits then, and I doubt Teacher Qiao will stop us from sparring. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. Right? We can teach Li Silu a lesson then, and give Qin Chuan a warning to keep him in check. Someone nearby asked, puzzled. If we're using battle suits, why bother with Li Silu? Why not just go for Qin Chuan directly? This suggestion caught everyone's attention, even earning a nod of approval from Xiao Gang. Initially, they targeted Li Silu because Qin Chuan wasn't a celestial awakener. But with battle suits in play, there was no need to complicate things. Jiang Yi suddenly remembered something and hesitantly said, I think Qin Chuan's martial skills are pretty strong. With a battle suit, he might be even tougher to handle. We might not be able to beat him. His words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing their enthusiasm. Memories of Qin Chuan's fight with Shirlu surfaced, leaving everyone in silence. Maybe we really can't beat him, someone muttered quietly. Irritated, Xiao Gang smacked the back of Jiang Yi's head. Damn it, don't boost others' morale while dampening your own. You're going to test Qin Xuan tomorrow. Jiang Yi's face fell immediately. What? Me? The armor chamber was named as such, but it was actually a vast open plaza covering 20 to 30,000 square meters, surrounded by a 20-meter-high iron net. When Qin Xuan and his peers arrived, the sophomores were already standing outside, watching the freshmen like they were some kind of spectacle. Some of you, come with me to get the armor, said Xiao Quan, wearing sunglasses and with his hands behind his back, in a loud voice. A group of boys immediately followed him, and soon they returned, pushing carts loaded with metal boxes. These are the training trial armors, Xiao Quan said, picking up a shiny metal box. Though not as advanced as the primary armors, they have basic auxiliary systems for walking, running, jumping, and flying. He pointed to a blinking red in the center of the box. This is the iris recognition activation device. Only students of our school can use it. Who wants to be the first to try? Everyone eagerly raised their hands, and Xiao Quan randomly selected a boy. Under his guidance, the boy easily opened the armor box. The silver-white armor automatically unfolded from the legs, with metal plates tightly locking into place, moving up past the waist and arms, finally covering the face with a silver mask, and the eyes lit up with a red glow. This armor was far less impressive than the advanced model Xiao Quan had demonstrated the day before. It looked more like a metal figure, without any visible energy flow. Just as the boy was about to move, his feet clumsily collided, and he fell heavily to the ground. Seriously? Can't even walk? What a noob. Teacher, let me try. The jeers came in waves, and even the sophomores outside couldn't help but laugh. The boy inside the armor was sweating profusely, wriggling on the ground like a metal worm, unable to stand up. After nearly a minute, Xiao Quan stepped forward to deactivate the armor and helped him up. The boy, face flushed with embarrassment, quickly returned to the line with his head down. As you can see, controlling the armor isn't easy, Xiao Quan said with a smile, putting the armor away. Today, if you can walk 10 meters, you pass. Upon hearing this, the students who hadn't tried yet were indignant. What's 10 meters? I can do 11. Give me 5 minutes and I'll fly. I've been studying armor strategy since I was 5. I can master it in no time. Zhang Yi was surprised. Is it really that hard to control armor? I haven't qualified as an armor operator, but I can handle it at the level of a Phase 2 awakener. You've practiced with me for a long time, so it's natural for you to be skilled, Xiaogang said proudly. Most people have never even seen armor, let alone control it. Are you confident about dealing with Qin Xuan now? Zhang Yi smiled at Qin Xuan, who seemed lost in thought, while Li Si was staring at the armor in fascination. Xiao Quan organized everyone to line up for their turn to try on the armor, and the scene quickly turned chaotic. Teacher, my hair is stuck. Can this armor be adjusted? It's so tight. The sophomores outside laughed even harder. What a bunch of rookies. Much worse than we were back in the day. By this time, Jiang Yi had already donned his armor and was moving with agility, drawing gasps of admiration from the crowd. This guy's amazing. Is he a mechanic? No. The mechanics all say they're not used to these trial armors and don't want to wear them. The pretentious students struggled to even walk properly, while Jiang Yi effortlessly maneuvered his battle armor, eliciting envious glances from them. His impressive display made him momentarily lose himself in pride as he piloted his armor, blatantly ignoring the line and heading straight toward Qin Xuan. However, when Qin Xuan cast a cold, indifferent glance in his direction, Jiang Yi felt as though he was being stared down by a fierce tiger. The image of Qin Xuan effortlessly taking down Shirlu with a single kick flashed through his mind, instantly dispelling his newfound confidence. He quickly changed direction, moving instead toward Li Silu, who was intently focused on adjusting her battle armor. Xiao Gang and his group, who had been observing from the shadows, were dumbfounded by this turn of events. What's this guy doing? I told him to mess with Qin Xuan. So why is he going after Li Silu? What a coward! Xiao Gang cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth. At that moment, Li Silu was entirely absorbed in calibrating her armor system, not in a hurry to wear it. Her usually vacant eyes were now brimming with an astonishing intensity, as if she had become a different person. The sound of metal armor clinking grew closer and closer. Jiang Yi arrogantly placed his foot on Li Silu's armor case. You think a clueless girl like you can wear battle armor? Get your foot off, Li Silu replied without looking up, her voice as cold as ice. Oh, you've got some spunk, huh? What if I don't? Are you going to put on your armor and fight me? Jiang Yi laughed arrogantly. He feared Qin Xuan but completely underestimated Li Silu. He remembered clearly that she wasn't among the 6 mechanics who raised their hands earlier. To him, she was just an ordinary first-level awakener. Are you even worthy? Li Silu retorted coldly. Her slender fingers gently touched the armor case, and the metal components seemed to come alive, climbing up her arm and swiftly enveloping her entire body. As the metal mask finally covered her face, Her eyes glowed a fierce red, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Jiang Yi stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. Li Silu's armor was strikingly different from everyone else's. Unlike the stiff, standard-issue armor worn by others, hers perfectly accentuated her long legs and slender waist, as if it had been custom-made for her, exuding a unique vitality. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered the tranquility of the training ground. A silvery streak shot through the air, tumbling across the ground for dozens of meters before slamming into a metal barrier. The students practicing nearby were all drawn to the sudden commotion and turned to look. A battered piece of armor lay crumpled on the ground like a broken toy, with the metal fence behind it bulging outward by several meters. What just happened? Was it the guy who said he was going to take off from the spot? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances and murmured among themselves. At that moment, a striking silver figure gracefully approached the fallen armor. Despite wearing armor herself, the figure's perfect curves unmistakably identified her as female. She stood over the damaged armor, then decisively raised her foot and stomped down hard. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, the armor on the ground vanished instantly. Her heel hit the ground, and the hard surface cracked under the force. Everyone present shivered involuntarily. Such power could incapacitate someone for weeks, even with armor. Li Silu slowly turned her head, her crimson eyes locking onto Xiao Quan, who was dragging Jiang Yi away. Their eyes met, and a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Quan's face. I didn't expect there to be a genius mechanical modifier like you among the new students. But there's no need to be so harsh in a student conflict, is there? Li Silu replied coldly. Are you suggesting I should let him bully me? You misunderstand, that's not what I meant, Xiao Quan clarified, opening the armor on the ground and pulling Jiang Yi out. Go apologize. Having experienced the terror of being kicked dozens of meters away, Jiang Yi was already terrified. He immediately threw himself at Li Silu, hugging her long legs. Sis, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Li Silu looked at him impassively. Jiang Yi released her as if shocked, giving himself a harsh slap. It's all my fault for dirtying your armor, big sis. Let him go this time, Xiao Quan pleaded once more on his behalf. Li Silu remained silent for a moment, then uttered a single word. Scram. Jiang Yi, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away in a panic. The surrounding students erupted in chatter, speculating about the identity of this powerful girl. Only a few, like Xiao Gang, knew that this formidable warrior was none other than the usually low-key and introverted Li Silu. In this moment, she seemed like a completely different person, exuding an intimidating aura. This is unbelievable. Xiao Gang was stunned. He had thought he would be one of the top students, but encountering powerhouses like Qin Xuan and Li Silu made him question himself. Qin Xuan was also surprised by Li Silu's decisiveness. In his previous life, he had only heard of her but never met her. His impression of her was still of a dazed and naive girl, making this stark contrast all the more astonishing. The sophomore students present were equally taken aback, buzzing with speculation about the identity of this skilled newcomer. Can we talk? Xiao Quan approached Li Silu, extending an invitation in a gesture of equality. From his perspective, being able to modify a standard trial armor in just a few minutes was a skill level only seen in professional armor researchers. Li Silu nodded in agreement. Xiao Quan then instructed the other students to practice freely, with 6 one-star mechanics supervising, and led Li Silu out of the training ground. Qin Xuan, uninterested in the teaching armor, was resting nearby when he received a call from Wei Ziyuan. He mentioned that the person auctioning the spirit stones had returned to Lan City. With the Destiny Cup school selection starting the next day, Qin Xuan arranged to meet that evening. Xiao Gang intended to confront Qin Xuan but was overwhelmed by classmates seeking advice on armor control, forcing him to postpone his plans. That evening, Qin Xuan arrived at the Xiangyu restaurant, where he had arranged to meet Wei Ziyuan. Aside from Wei Ziyuan and an unfamiliar middle-aged man, Old Qi was also present to discuss matters regarding the pharmaceutical factory with Qin Xuan. In the opulent lobby of Xiangyu restaurant, luxury cars gathered at the entrance, highlighting the extraordinary nature of the place. When Qin Xuan hurried over after class, Wei Ziyuan and his 2 companions had already been waiting in the tea room for some time. Upon his arrival, the trio immediately stood to greet him. Dr. Qin, this is Zhou Xing, the 4th-tier awakener who consigned the spirit stone for auction, Wei Ziyuan introduced. Qin Xuan nodded slightly and got straight to the point. I heard you were the one who consigned the cultivation stone. Where did you acquire it? Zhou Xing, prepared for the question, explained in detail. I found this cultivation stone in a river and obtained 2 pieces at the time. After consuming one, I advanced from the 3rd tier to the 4th. Due to financial constraints, I sent the other one for auction. Where exactly did you find it? Qin Xuan pressed further. Recalling the event, Zhou Xing said, I was being chased by a beast and jumped into the river in desperation to escape. I started nearby Mang Mountain and floated downstream for about 3 hours, which I estimate to be around 40 to 50 kilometers considering the current speed. The most remarkable thing was the mountain split in two where I found the stone, as if cleaved by a giant blade, with the river flowing through the gap. Qin Xuan turned away Ziyuan. Can you pinpoint the exact location based on this information? Yes, it's near the ruins of Tianhai City, about a 2-day journey from Lan City, Wei Ziyuan replied. Do you want to check it out? Perhaps later. I'm tied up at the moment. Qin Xuan declined politely. Zhou Xing added, there are quite a few beasts inhabiting that split mountain. I saw over a dozen of them on the mountain top, watching from above while I was in the river. If you go, you must be cautious. After some small talk, Wei Ziyuan took Zhou Xing for dinner. Once they had left, Qin Xuan inquired of the silent old Qi. How's the progress with the pharmaceutical factory these days? Old Qi looked worried. Not too well. The three major powers in Jin City are formidable, and they can mobilize a large number of people with just a word. Our construction workers have been poached with high wages, and now we're relying solely on the Wei family's people for construction, causing significant delays. The original plan was to complete it this month, but now it seems it will take longer. What about the sales of the elixirs after the press conference? The stock we had on hand sold out immediately, and we have a large number of pre-orders. We initially promised delivery within 6 months, but now... Old Qi trailed off, sounding dejected. Process them in order of the orders received, and for the later ones, consider offering suitable compensation before returning them, Qin Xuan decided decisively. Have you managed to get in touch with Wang Qifeng? He's out on a medical visit and won't be back until early next month. But how can he help with the factory? He's an expert in alchemy. If any technical issues arise, he can resolve them promptly, Qin Xuan explained. Old Qi then gave a detailed report on other factory matters. Wang Hu had recruited numerous second-tier and above awakeners for security, and herbal suppliers were taking the opportunity to raise prices. Qin Xuan allowed Old Qi to make most of the decisions himself, as establishing the factory was just one means to becoming stronger. Finally, Qin Xuan and Wei Ziyuan agreed that he would keep an eye out for any peculiar and rare items, promising to purchase them at a high price. Wei Ziyuan immediately assured him of his full commitment. The following morning, the campus of Zhaoyang University suddenly buzzed with activity. The third-year students, who had been off-campus earning credits through various tasks, returned to prepare for an important upcoming event. As the bell for the morning class rang, the homeroom teacher, Wang Yuanxin, entered the classroom holding a stack of palm-sized ID cards. With a pleased smile, she announced, after 2 days of tallying, the number of students from our class participating in the Destiny Cup has been confirmed. A total of 47 students have signed up, which means that all eligible students have registered. I'm really happy to see such enthusiasm for the competition organized by the school. She held up the ID cards. These cards are arranged in random order. When I call your name, please come up to collect yours. Qin Xuan stepped forward to receive his ID card, which was numbered 985. As he glanced towards the back of the classroom, he noticed that Li Silu hadn't moved to get her card. Aren't you participating? Qin Xuan asked softly as he approached Li Silu. Even mechanics can join the Destiny Cup. He recalled that in his past life, Li Silu had left an impression on him after becoming a 3-star mechanic, but he wasn't sure if she had ever participated in the Destiny Cup. Wearing glasses, Li Silu resumed her introverted demeanor. Lowering her head as she replied, Teacher Qiao withdrew my registration. He said he wants to give me special training and have me represent the school in the city-level competition. Qin Xuan nodded silently. Li Silu's talent in mecha was indeed impressive, but she was still young and lacked the practical experience compared to second- and third-year mechanics. Xiao Quan's special training was undoubtedly a wise decision, potentially helping her pass the 2-star mechanic assessment. After Wang Yuanxin finished distributing all the ID cards, she began to explain the details of the Destiny Cup. This is the inaugural Destiny Cup, spearheaded by the Ministry of Education and jointly hosted by various universities. Our school has 2,512 participants, with 369 from the first year, the majority being second-year students at 1,579, and the remainder being third-year students. Her tone became gentle yet cautious. As freshmen, you are indeed at a disadvantage in this competition. The upperclassmen participants are almost all third-year Heavenly Grade Awakeners, with even some fourth- and fifth-year ones among them. So, I hope you can approach this competition with a calm mindset and treat this selection as a valuable learning opportunity. Though her words were tactful, the reality was clear. The gap in experience and level was not something easily bridged. On the playground, a student raised his hand and asked, Mr. Wang, what's the format of this competition? With so many participants, are we doing a knockout tournament, unknown, or a free-for-all with 10 people? Standing at the podium, Wang Yuanxin explained in detail, the competition will last for 2.5 days. The first day and a half will follow a point system. The identity cards you've just received come with initial points. When 2 cards come into contact, the points from the lower card will automatically transfer to the upper card. She continued to outline the competition process. On the first day, it's a free-for-all format. Each group has 100 people, with a time limit of 1 hour. The top 10 scorers in each group will advance, while the rest will be eliminated. After the first round, 250 participants will move on to the second round, divided into 5 groups for a 50-person free-for-all. In the end, 25 will proceed to the second day. The second day will be a knockout tournament. 9 participants will be randomly selected as ringleaders, and the remaining 15 can challenge any of them. Winners become the new ringleaders and continue to accept challenges, while losers lose their qualification. The final 9 standing will represent the school in the city selection and receive school rewards. A student questioned, "Why 9? Doesn't each school have 10 spots?" Wang Yuanxin explained, "The school has only given 9 spots because a special student is undergoing training these 2 days and has been directly awarded a spot." This statement sparked a wave of discontented murmurs in the classroom. Hearing her classmates' complaints, Li Silly blushed deeply, almost burying her head in her chest. Wang Yuanxin slammed the table and commanded, "Quiet! If you're dissatisfied, prove yourself with your skills. Anyone who makes it to the second day can question the spot, and I'll take it up with the principal." The room fell silent immediately. Everyone was well aware of their abilities, and most doubted they could make it past the first round, let alone survive the second. Another hand went up. "Mr. Wang, will mechanics be competing with us? A 1-star mechanic in a battle suit can match a 5th level awakened, while we're only 2nd level celestial awakened. How can we compete?" "In the first 2 rounds, mechanics and awakened will compete separately," Wang Yuanxin replied. "On the second day, during the knockout tournament, categories will no longer be separated, allowing for cross-category challenges." Hearing this rule, many let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Gang glanced disappointedly at Qin Chuan, who had registered as a mechanic. Xiao Gang had hoped to teach Qin Chuan a lesson during the competition, but now saw that it wouldn't happen. While confident of reaching the second day himself, he believed Qin Chuan would likely be eliminated on the first day. "If there are no more questions, follow me," Wang Yuanxin said, leading the way out of the classroom. "Today is the opening ceremony of the Destiny Cup, and we need to assign competition groups based on your identity numbers." The playground was packed with people as the entire school gathered. The scattered crowd gradually lined up by class, forming neat formations. Once everyone was in place, the principal of Zhaoyang University took the stage to deliver a speech, introducing the school's history and strengths before organizing the competition groups. Numbers 0001 to 00100 make up the first group, and so forth, with each group consisting of 100 people. The last group will have 112, totaling 25 groups, the principal continued. Due to the large number of participants, there are 2 venues: the playground for the awakened and the battle suit room for the mechanics. The principal emphasized, friendship first, competition second. Those with greater strength should hold back a little. Although there are 6th level celestial awakened and 3-star mechanics supervising, the 10 supervising teachers may not cover everything. Additionally, each class has a designated viewing area, so please do not wander around and disrupt the competition. This must be strictly enforced by the class teachers. After confirming there were no questions, the principal announced, "It's about time. Teachers, please proceed with your tasks." Dismissed. The classes, led by their teachers, headed to their designated viewing areas, a process that took a full hour to complete. Some remained on the playground, while others went to the battle suit room. Qin Chuan stayed on the playground, while Li Silly had already gone with Xiao Quan for training. 20 powerful 6th level celestial awakened were positioned around the playground, ready to handle any unexpected situations. A broadcast announced, "The first group of awakened competitors will begin in 10 minutes. Please prepare." 10 minutes later, the first group of competitors began entering the spacious playground. From the audience, someone exclaimed, "It's Ho Haokai. I've seen his talent skills amazing. I can't believe he's in the first group." Hearing the name, Qin Chuan recalled the evaluations his classmates had given this transfer student and couldn't help but feel a bit intrigued. Haokai stood among the competitors, his lean physique, buzz cut, simple black t-shirt, and specially made shorts outlining a dangerous silhouette. His eyes glimmered with a predator's keen light, and each step he took was steady and powerful, his proud demeanor signaling disdain for those around him. Instinctively, the other contestants kept their distance, wary of becoming his first target. Inside the arena, some had already begun to form temporary alliances, whispering in small groups to strategize for the impending melee. Others had secretly marked their targets, planning to first practice on the weaker ones. Although the competition had not yet started, the tense atmosphere was palpable, making the students in the stands anxious. With the sound of 2 clear chimes, the battle erupted instantly. Beast-type awakeners revealed their true forms, transforming into towering 2 to 3-meter turtle half-human, half-beast creatures, their primal roars echoing across the sky. A fire elemental high-tier awakener was the first to strike, sending serpents of flame twisting through the air as scorching fire engulfed the battlefield. A wind elemental high-tier awakener quickly followed, manipulating the storm to fan the flames. turning the entire field into an inferno. Students in the audience could feel the searing heat washing over them, some even reaching out to touch the serpents of fire slithering through the air. This immersive experience surpassed any special effects in a movie, with the risk of being caught in the blaze very real. These are all second-tier or higher height-tier awakeners, geniuses by any school standards. The first group is all sophomores, with the weakest being third-tier height-tier awakeners, the spectators murmured. Meanwhile, 23 competitors had already joined forces to attack Hao Kai, the transfer student. Couldn't cut it in Gene City, so now you want to take our spot? Go back to Gene City where you belong. Their hostility towards the outsider was evident, reflecting a strong collective rejection. Facing the assault, Hao Kai merely smirked coldly. You think a bunch of nobodies like you can take me on? 13 beast-type awakeners launched the first wave of attacks, but they soon found themselves hurled back like ragdolls. Hao Kai's figure flickered through the air, each punch landing with pinpoint accuracy, sending opponents crashing down like meteors, carving beast-shaped craters into the hard ground. The remaining elemental awakeners watched in shock as 13 beast-type awakeners were defeated in less than 30 seconds. A fourth-tier earth elemental awakener snapped out of it first, slamming his hands to the ground to launch an attack. Others quickly deployed their awakening skills, with fiery dragons roaring and wind blades howling, all converging on Hao Kai from every direction. A sudden attack from an awakened being with a unique lightning affinity unleashed a violent storm of azure lightning in the air, tearing through space to form countless chains aimed at Hao Kai. As soon as Hao Kai landed, his body instantly swelled, his shirt shredded to pieces by his expanding muscles, and his shoes burst apart. In a flash, he transformed into a towering creature over 4 meters tall, a half-man, half-cheetah beast. His dark yellow fur was dotted with black spots, and 2 curved black tear marks stood out prominently at the corners of his eyes. Faced with such a formidable opponent as an elemental awakened being, he did not underestimate them for a moment and immediately assumed his beast form. Crossing his arms before his chest, his razor-sharp claws sliced through the air. The wind pressure coalesced into claw-like shapes, slashing out like blades, instantly shredding the approaching flames and wind blades to bits. In the blink of an eye, Hao Kai's massive form appeared beside the lightning affinity awakened being, as if by teleportation. The latter's pupils contracted, their body crackling with blue arcs of electricity, but before they could dodge, they were struck heavily in the chest, sent flying, and embedded into the edge of the stadium stands. Having dealt with the most troublesome opponent, Hao Kai swiftly turned and grabbed the head of an Earth Affinity awakened being, hurling them viciously towards the edge of the field. The remaining dozen or so top-tier awakened beings were alarmed and quickly retreated. However, how could their speed compare to the cheetah-like Hao Kai? He charged into the crowd like a wolf among sheep, swiftly tossing all the contestants who dared to intervene out of the arena. At this moment, Hao Kai stood in the center of the field, with strips of fabric dripping with blood hanging from his claws. The surrounding contestants, witnessing this, felt a chill run down their spines and backed away, fearing they might become the next target. He coldly surveyed the scene, then slowly approached the defeated contestants to collect their ID cards and absorb their points. The students in the stands were left speechless. This formidable figure had effortlessly defeated 13 beast form awakened beings using only sheer physical strength and speed, without employing any flashy skills. It was the first time they had seen such a ferocious beast form awakened being. Though they harbored resentment towards these transfer students from Gene City, they had to admit, if such a powerful individual couldn't make it in Gene City, the true experts there must be terrifying beyond imagination. In the stands of the campus selection competition, the buzz of conversation was constant. With the strength Hao Kai just showed, even a senior might not be able to beat him, one student said anxiously. No way, could it be that the top 5 in this year's campus selection will all be taken by transfer students? Another one protested indignantly. Don't worry, we still have the mechanic selection, someone offered a glimmer of hope. There are second-year students competing as 2-star mechanics. They should be able to hold their own against these transfers. Qin Chuan stood silently nearby, nodding to himself. Hao Kai's control of power and agility was impressive. Without using any cultivation techniques, Qin Chuan realized it would be quite a challenge to win. This filled him with anticipation for the upcoming Destiny Cup, eager to see what level of talent the geniuses from Gene City could achieve. The rankings are out, a student shouted excitedly, holding up their phone. No way, the first place isn't Hao Kai. It's Li Chengshuang, a 2-star mechanic. He scored 32 points, defeating 32 mechanics. Students quickly pulled out their phones to check the official site, exclamations of surprise echoing. Particular attention was drawn to the lineup of Groups 5 and 10. Group 5 had 3 transfer students, while Group 10 was packed with 7 third-year, 5th-year top-grade awakeners. Qin Chuan glanced down at his ID badge, 985, placing him in Group 10. The first group's match ended quickly, with Ho Haokai leading the second place by a full 10 points with a score of 29. The medical team then entered to carry out the injured competitors. The matches from the second to the fourth group were relatively uneventful, featuring local students from Zhaoyang University. Some audience members mocked the low quality of the matches, only to be retorted by the competitors. If you think you're so good, why don't you try? This is a competition for at least second-tier top-grade awakeners. Finally, it was time for the fifth group. 3 transfer students entered the arena. 5th-tier fire awakeners Shuang Yongwang and Ing Zhangping, and 5th-tier wind awakener Qin Siyu. Qin Siyu particularly stood out. Her tall figure, white shirt paired with a black vest, and long legs caught the attention of many male students. She waved to the crowd while chewing gum, as if she were at a fan meeting, earning eye rolls from the girls on the sidelines. The bell rang to start the match, but unexpectedly, the 3 transfer students did not compete against each other. After securing the 15 points needed for advancement, they stood in the corner of the arena, waiting for the other contestants to battle for the remaining 7 spots. The transfer students' impressive abilities left everyone in awe, forcing the other competitors to focus on the remaining 7 spots for advancement. The stands erupted with disgruntled murmurs. "Cowards! You've disgraced Zhaoyang University!" shouted an angry spectator, shaking his fist. 3 out of 10 spots taken, and no one dares to fight back? It's a disgrace, another voice chimed in. If I were on that field, I'd go after the transfer students first. Whether driven by a sense of school pride or disappointment over missing an exciting showdown, the crowd's angry shouts echoed throughout the stands. The 5th group match concluded. The 3 transfer students advanced to the second round with overwhelming strength, joined by 3 5th-tier and 4 4th-tier Tianpin awakeners. As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, the first day of the competition came to an end. The field, ravaged by fierce battles, was in dire need of repair. The audience, still buzzing with excitement, eagerly anticipated the 10th group's match the following day. However, the school's rules were non-negotiable, and they had to contain their excitement. After the Awakeners arena cleared, the crowd rushed to the battle armor area, only to find it also severely damaged, with the day's matches concluded. The campus selection tournament quickly became a hot topic on the school forum. Amusingly, a post titled, "Risking It All to Secretly Photograph Qin Siyu, Join the Fan Club," was pinned to the top. Male students flocked to the comments, eager to join, while female students criticized the behavior as vulgar, sparking heated debates online. The next morning, the campus was abuzz with students who had arranged face-to-face confrontations over their online disputes. "How are my long legs any less than Qin Siyu's? Look at my figure. How is it worse than hers?" As tensions escalated, the campus broadcast intervened just in time. The crowd ceased their arguments and returned to their seats from the previous day. Although the matches from the 6th to the 9th groups were thrilling, they never quite reached a fever pitch. That is, until the 10th group took the stage, sending the entire venue into a frenzy. The stands around the field buzzed with excitement as the 7-member team from the junior class became the center of attention. Among the 5 men and 2 women, the bald-headed Chao Lang, with his striking tattoo, stood out the most. Known as a 5th-tier beast imitation awakener, he was widely regarded as the strongest member of the group. "How can beast imitation compare to elemental abilities?" someone in the crowd scoffed. "Bei Juanhao from the water element is the real powerhouse. He could take on 2 opponents at once back in his sophomore year, and even turn down an offer from Gene City." "You're all mistaken," another voice chimed in. "Su Gue from the fire element is the true talent. I saw him take down a clever exotic beast in the wilderness single-handedly, which is the equivalent of a 6th-tier, heavenly awakener." The stands soon divided into factions. A group of girls waved support banners, cheering for seniors Luo Xinran and Tang Wenju. Meanwhile, fans of Tang Xian and Gong Sibo were just as spirited in their support. These exceptionally talented juniors, especially the more striking ones, already had their own fan clubs. Amidst the mounting tension between the fan groups, a booming voice suddenly drowned out the commotion. "Qin Chuan, go for it. Crush these amateurs. Show them what the top student from 13 High can do." The voice belonged to Chan Hao, who had somehow acquired a megaphone. Despite being only a second-tier awakener, his shout was as powerful as the stadium's PA system, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "Who's Qin Chuan?" the audience murmured. Soon, someone unearthed the details. "He's a freshman this year, the top scorer from Lon City's 13 High. Is the top scorer always this flashy nowadays?" a senior chuckled. "Back in my day, the top student barely made it to the top 10 in our school and was known as the only one who took the exam seriously." The real shock came with the revelation that followed Qin Chuan was neither an awakener nor a mechanic, but a cultivator. This news sent ripples through the crowd. "A cultivator? Isn't that something my grandpa used for health? My grandma tried a fasting technique and ended up in the hospital. What good does this do for young people?" Speculation buzzed through the stands, and almost everyone who learned of Qin Chuan's background doubted his prospects. Bets were placed on him lasting no more than 10 minutes, with optimists giving him 11. Yet, No one believed that a cultivator could achieve any significant success in an awakener selection competition. In the spectator area, a group of teachers was enthusiastically discussing the current groupings. It seems today's group is particularly lively, one teacher remarked, casting a knowing glance at Mr. Fong. Did you intentionally organize it this way? 7 5th-level Tianpin Awakeners should have easily advanced to the second or even third round, yet you grouped them together and specifically added Qin Chuan. I've heard Qin Chuan did well in the college entrance exams. I'm curious to see what he's capable of, another teacher chimed in. But Mr. Fong, your temperament hasn't changed a bit. You're even strategizing against students. Qin Chuan, strong as he may be, is only a 4th-level Tianpin Awakener. Competing against 5th levels seems like setting him up for failure. A cultivator? Someone sneered. If he didn't rely on luck during the exams, then let him prove himself by emerging from this group. Only then will I acknowledge him. On the field, several upperclassmen noticed Chen Hao's gaze fixed on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan? Your friend is quite enthusiastic, isn't he? They commented with a mix of amusement and mockery. Qin Chuan felt helpless. Chen Hao's actions had effectively put him in the spotlight. Originally, he just needed to score a few points to advance to the next round. But now he was the center of attention, making it impossible to keep a low profile. However, these were merely 5th-level Tianpin Awakeners, posing no real threat to him. Seeing Qin Chuan ignore them, the smiles on the upperclassmen's faces quickly faded. Interesting. It's been a while since we encountered such a bold freshman. Cut him some slack. I've heard he's the top scorer in Lon City's college entrance exams. It's only natural for him to be a bit arrogant. Well, let's teach him how to show some respect to his seniors. One upperclassman sneered. Others joined in agreement. This selection's main competitors are sophomores. Let's clear out these freshmen first, so they don't get injured in the melee. Hearing this, the freshman participants' faces fell. Targeted for elimination before the competition even started, all because of Qin Chuan. They thought bitterly. These freshmen are quite adorable. Tong Wenju and Luo Xinran, two charming girls, whispered to each other, observing everything unfold. Su Gue and 4 other third-year students lazily glanced at Qin Chuan. Seeing nothing remarkable about his appearance, they looked away, planning to earn enough points from the sophomores before challenging him. As the starting bell rang, the competitors on the field sprang into action, their efforts drowned out by the cheers from the stands. Just as Qin Chuan steadied himself, a participant in the form of a 3-meter-tall rhino-like beast charged at him. With a thunderous roar, the massive fist the size of a cooking pot came hurtling towards Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan stepped back just in time to avoid the punch that came crashing down like a meteor. The fist barely missed his nose and hit the ground, creating a massive crater with debris scattering like shrapnel. The rhino-like contestant looked up, exhaling hot air, and struggled to speak. You actually dodged that, let's go again. His hind legs tensed and cracked the ground as he charged at Qin Chuan's chest once more. Qin Chuan easily sidestepped, delivering a sharp slap to his opponent's face. The crisp smack was barely noticeable amidst the chaos, but the force was akin to being hit by a speeding train. The rhino contestant's head snapped to the side, followed by his upper body, sending his massive frame flying over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. His enormous bull-like eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the freshman. Before he could speak, Qin Chuan stomped down, pinning his head and mouth into the ground. The rhino contestant's fur-covered hands clawed futilely at the earth, unable to reach Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan took the opponent's ID card, stacking it under his own to absorb the points, then tossed the card back. A second-tier beast-type awakener shouldn't bully others. Come back next year. With that, he kicked the opponent away. At that moment, 3 4th-tier heavenly grade awakeners approached, clapping. Qin Chuan glanced at them and said calmly, "You guys can leave." The trio sneered. "Afraid to fight us? Chickening out now? You weren't so cowardly when dealing with that sophomore just now. Is the top scorer of the entrance exam really this much of a bully?" Qin Chuan looked at them as if they were fools. "Your points are too low. I can't be bothered. Get more points and then come find me." This remark infuriated the 3. They were all fire-type heavenly grade awakeners and simultaneously unleashed their awakening skills, engulfing Qin Chuan in flames. "You think you're worthy?" Qin Chuan snorted, using his fire control technique to grab the flames out of thin air. The fire gathered in his hand, forming a brilliant orb like a miniature sun. The 3 sophomores were dumbfounded. Their proud 2-star awakening skill, meant to intimidate Qin Chuan, was effortlessly neutralized. This was beyond their comprehension. Even their awakening skills instructor couldn't handle their attacks so easily. Taking advantage of their shock, Qin Chuan clapped his hands, splitting the orb into 3 thumb-sized balls of light that hovered between his palms. With a flick of his wrist, the balls shot out like meteors, hitting the trio's abdomens with precision. Ugh, ugh, ugh. They collapsed to their knees, retching. Qin Chuan had held back. Otherwise, the strike could have pierced their hearts. To a cultivator, These awakeners were easy targets. Even basic fire control could turn their flames against them, let alone the powerful techniques that could set entire mountain ranges ablaze. Stop. We concede. One of them quickly surrendered, offering his ID card, followed by the other two. After all, this was just a campus selection tournament, not a life-or-death battle. Besides, their chances of advancing were slim, and they weren't overly attached to their points. After absorbing their points, Qin Chuan's ID card number changed from 002 to 005. Too slow, he sighed, scanning the chaotic crowd for Su Gue. He had been keeping an eye on Su Gue, planning to strike once his points reached 15. Just then, a muffled voice came from beneath him. Hey, man, you're stepping on my hand. Qin Chuan looked down to see a tattered figure on the ground. The person wasn't injured. He had torn his clothes at the start of the melee to lie low, hoping to brag later about surviving the death group. Qin Chuan stepped on the hand of the man on the ground, causing him to grimace in pain. When the man looked up and saw Qin Chuan, his expression changed dramatically. It's you, Qin Chuan, he exclaimed. After a moment of shock, he sprang up like a startled dog and shrieked, Qin Chuan is here. Qin Chuan is here. The sharp cry cut through the chaos of the melee, instantly drawing the attention of all the competitors. Even the spectators in the stands turned their gaze toward the commotion. Whoa, he's still not out yet? How many minutes has it been? Does anyone have the time? Is it 10 minutes yet? 2 minutes left. Almost there. I bet he won't last more than 2 more minutes. Seeing Qin Chuan surrounded by numerous contestants, Chun Hao suddenly shouted, Qin Chuan, go get them. Don't hold back. No mercy. Haha, what a fanboy. Now he won't even last 2 minutes. Many laughed gleefully at the situation. Qin Chuan silently thanked Chun Hao. Unlike other contestants who had to actively seek out opponents, he just stood there, and challengers came to him. Sure enough, 18 sophomore contestants immediately rushed at him. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Qin Chuan used the 7-star step, weaving through the 18 like a phantom. When he reappeared, all 18 felt a tightness in their chests. Their blood surged, and they tasted blood in their mouths as it trickled from the corners. What did you do? The 18 stared at Qin Chuan in disbelief. Despite being all 3rd-tier celestial awakeners, with 3 of them even being 4th-tier, none had managed to see his movements. Qin Chuan said nothing as he calmly walked past them, collecting their identity cards. Among the 18, the 3 4th-tier awakeners each had 3 points, totaling 27 points. After recording them on his identity card, his number changed from 005 to 032. The total score for the match was 100 points. Initially, he planned to steal Su Gue's points, but with 32 points delivered to him, he had enough to advance and lost interest in further conflict. The spectators were stunned, especially those who had confidently claimed Qin Chuan wouldn't last 10 minutes. They looked as if they'd seen a ghost. No way. What are those sophomores doing? They can't even handle a freshman cultivator? Go home and drink milk. Don't compete and embarrass yourselves. In the teachers' viewing area, the previously relaxed teachers were now visibly shocked. A teacher named Feng was so excited he smashed the table in front of him, instantly taking down 18 awakeners. This guy, he's strong. He's at least a 5th-tier celestial awakener. Haha, old Feng, do you believe now that he didn't cheat on the college entrance exams? Do you acknowledge him? My acknowledgement doesn't matter. It's the students who need to accept him. Old Feng's eyes were fixed intently on the field. At this moment, Su Gue strode towards Qin Chuan. When their eyes met, Su Gue grinned. I've been watching you for a while. You have 2 choices now. He pointed to the stands. First, give me your identity card and sit in the stands to watch my next match. After a pause, he added, second, take a beating from me. Then watch the broadcast of my next match from the infirmary. What's your choice? You have 5 seconds. Qin Chuan smiled back. I choose the third option. Beat you up and let you watch the match broadcast from the infirmary. Su Gue's expression became quite a spectacle. A sudden cheer erupted from the stands. Su Gue is going after Qin Chuan. The crowd's anticipation reached a fever pitch as shouts rang out, signaling the long-awaited showdown was about to begin. In the teachers' viewing area, the faculty members were eagerly discussing the upcoming contest. Who do you think will win, Qin Chuan or Su Gue? Someone asked. That's not a very professional question, a middle-aged teacher remarked, shaking his head. Qin Chuan has only been here for less than a month. He's essentially still a high school student. Meanwhile, Su Gue has been at the school for over 2 years and excels in all his courses. They're not even in the same league. However, Mr. Su had a different perspective. You all favor Su Gue, but I believe Qin Chuan can win. Did you notice his demeanor? He's been calm and collected throughout. Such composure doesn't come without real ability. This statement sparked a betting pool among the teachers. How about we place a bet? Someone suggested. If Su Gue wins, you owe me a 4-star awakening skill, and vice versa. In the end, 7 out of the 8 teachers bet on Su Gue. with only Mr. Su backing Qin Chuan. In the arena, as the two faced off, other contestants stepped back, giving them space. Even senior students like Chao Lang, Luo Wanjiu, and other fifth-tier Celestial Awakeners paused to watch with interest. Basking in the attention, Su Gue waved to the crowd before turning to Qin Chuan, his expression turning serious. Let's see how much strength the top high school graduate really has. Before he finished speaking, flames swirled around Su Gue, distorting the air with heat. He unleashed his 3-star awakening skill, Infernal Dragon Devour, and a massive fiery dragon surged toward Qin Chuan with a roar. Unperturbed, Qin Chuan's body shimmered with light as he met the attack Hedon with his palm. With a thunderous crash, fiery ripples spread out, forcing lower-tier awakeners to scramble away. Seeing that the flames couldn't harm Qin Chuan, Su Gue quickly switched tactics and engaged in close combat. The two clashed in an intense battle, sparks flying with every strike. Qin Chuan silently assessed his opponent. Su Gue was cautious and clever, but not as strong as Pei Yunxian. Even without resorting to his cultivation techniques, Qin Chuan was confident he could handle him with ease. Su Gue and Qin Chuan have been locked in battle for over 100 moves, and with each exchange, Su Gue grows increasingly astonished. As a top-tier fire elemental awakener, his close combat skills are also exceptional, making him a formidable opponent for any 5th-level awakener. However, Qin Chuan seems to anticipate his every move, always countering just half a step ahead. No matter how hard Su Gue attacks, it feels like he's striking at air, achieving no real impact. The students in the spectator area grew restless seeing Su Gue abandon his awakening skills for close combat. "Senior Su Gue, what are you doing? Use your awakening skills," they shouted. "Yeah, hit him with a barrage of awakening skills and see how he dodges that." They were frustrated, wishing they could jump in and teach this overconfident freshman a lesson. In contrast, the atmosphere among the teachers, who were at least 6th-level top-tier awakeners, was quite different. Their seasoned eyes quickly discerned the underlying dynamics of the fight. Interesting. This young guy can actually seal Su Gue's awakening skills. Without those skills, they're essentially on equal footing. Don't be ridiculous. Even without awakening skills, Su Gue is at a 5th-level standard. Qin Chuan would be lucky to last a minute. "Look closer," Teacher Su said, eyes gleaming. It appears Su Gue is dominating, but in reality, Qin Chuan is predicting every move. Su Gue's attacks are broad and powerful, while Qin Chuan counters with minimal effort, conserving energy. In 2 more minutes, Su Gue will inevitably lose. On the field, Su Gue grew increasingly frantic, his moves becoming erratic. "Are you a slippery eel? Do you dare to take me, Hedon?" he shouted in frustration. "Your skills are impressive, but your temperament needs work," Qin Chuan advised, further infuriating Su Gue. The patronizing tone, as if from an elder, pushed Su Gue over the edge, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks like a violent storm. Qin Chuan shook his head and stopped engaging. Employing the 7-star step, he vanished instantly. Su Gue's punch hit nothing but a shadow. As he warily summoned a protective flame, it was mysteriously siphoned away, wrapping around Qin Chuan's arm. Amidst a faint dragon's roar, Qin Chuan's fist loomed large in Su Gue's vision, seeming to shatter time and space. Su Gue found himself unable to breathe, his blood freezing, utterly incapable of evading. Bang! With a loud crash, Su Gue's face contorted, and he was sent flying like a ragdoll, spinning through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Qin Chuan calmly walked over, collected Su Gue's ID card to absorb his points, and headed towards the edge of the field. Other competitors hastily stepped aside, clearing a path for him. The audience buzzed with disbelief. This can't be. How did Su Gue lose? Why didn't he dodge that last obvious punch? Meanwhile, the 5th-level top-tier awakeners like Chao Lang were breaking out in cold sweat, having sensed the devastating power in that punch. Furious jeers erupted from the stands, with some even starting to throw shoes onto the field. In the teacher's viewing area, Teacher Su smugly demanded his winnings. "Come on, pay up. 1 4-star awakening skill from each of you. No excuses." The other teachers gritted their teeth in frustration. Finally, Old Feng bellowed, "Seal the stadium doors. Everyone leaves one by one, and anyone who dares to walk out barefoot will be put in detention." The faces of those who had thrown shoes turned grim. After Qin Chuan secured enough points, he chose to quietly watch the competition from the sidelines. His skills had been fully demonstrated, and no one dared to challenge him. On the field, Chao Lang and others helped the dejected Su Gue to his feet. They hoped Su Gue would continue competing to earn more points despite losing to Qin Chuan. Su Gue still had a significant advantage over other competitors. However, Su Gue just shook his head, casting a wary glance at Qin Chuan. That punch had not only shattered his body but also crushed his fighting spirit. "Forget it. Even if I advance to the next round, I won't make it past the finals." "You guys go ahead," Su Gue said despondently. Chao Lang and the others opened their mouths to speak, but ultimately chose silence. The field was in disarray, yet over 30 strong competitors continued fiercely vying for points, undeterred by Qin Chuan's victory over Su Gue. 10 minutes later, the list of those advancing was announced. Besides Qin Chuan, 6 other 5th-level top-grade awakeners advanced, along with 3 second-year 4th-level top-grade awakeners. The last 2 4th-level competitors barely made it with 8 and 9 points, quite an achievement, considering Qin Chuan had claimed nearly half the points himself, while Chao Lang and others each secured over 10 points. All right, the morning session ends here, announced Mr. Feng, the headmaster, standing up. His voice was not loud, but carried clearly across the field. Those who advanced, go rest. After we determine the last 3 spots this afternoon, we'll start the second round. As soon as he finished speaking, some spectators tried to make a quick exit. One even jumped up, attempting to leap out of the field. Mr. Feng slapped the student back down, saying, "Humph. Using awakening skills recklessly on campus will only add to your punishment." Other students who had been itching to leave quickly retracted their heads. Chaos erupted at all 4 exits of the field. Some people left forcibly, barefoot, ending up with bruised faces. Others snuck in amidst the chaos, hastily putting on shoes, only to meet Mr. Feng's sharp gaze. "Mr. Feng, I was wrong," the student admitted, bowing his head. "What did you do wrong?" "The school held a selection competition, and I shouldn't have thrown shoes at the competitors out of personal feelings. Rest assured, Mr. Feng, I won't do it again." Mr. Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Good. Acknowledging your mistakes is the first step to improvement. I won't make things difficult for you this time. Do you see the mess on the field? Clean it up before you go eat." "What?" The student looked at the mess, his face turning grim. "Mr. Feng, perhaps you'd rather lock me up? Heh, do you have a problem with that?" "No, sir." "Then get to work." Fortunately, Mr. Feng didn't make one person do all the work. Instead, he gathered all the students caught throwing shoes to clean up together. A group of them toiled under the hot sun on the field, surrounded by onlookers, furiously taking pictures with their phones. As Qin Chuan left the field, he was surrounded by Qian Hao and others holding banners. "Damn, Qin Chuan, you're incredible," Qian Hao exclaimed excitedly. "Even the 3rd-year 5th-level top-grade awakeners are no match for you. How did you do it? We're both freshmen, so why are you so exceptional? Come on, confess, are you the reincarnation of some great master?" At Qin Chuan's insistence, Qian Hao reluctantly put away the banners, but didn't throw them out. They would be needed for the second round in the afternoon. Qin Chuan could only shake his head in resignation. The cafeteria buzzed with conversations and discussions. "Can you believe we have a 3-star mechanic in this selection competition? Damn, a 3-star mechanic? It can't be a 4th-year student sneaking in, right? I saw it with my own eyes. It's Sun Hao Hui, a 3rd-year student. Didn't he just pass the 2-star exam last semester? Who knows, but a 3-star mechanic is indeed impressive. The advanced battle armor moves nearly at the speed of sound, with punches and kicks creating sonic booms. The visual effect is stunning. Too bad for you. I told you to watch the mechanic selection, but you insisted on watching the Awakeners and missed the show. Heh, there's something even more impressive on the Awakener side. You know Qin Chuan, right? He's the top scorer in this year's Lon City College entrance exam." The cafeteria buzzed with chatter, discussions about Qin Chuan rising and falling like waves. "Have you heard? Didn't they say he was cheating?" "Cheating? Ridiculous." A student slapped the table in agitation. "Didn't you see how impressive he was today? He single-handedly took on over a dozen sophomores and juniors, and even defeated Su Gue, the one ranked 35th in the second year. Was that strong? Was he on something?" Wei Tao observed the crowd exchanging information about the campus selection for the Destiny Cup and turned to Qin Chuan with a smile. "Qin Chuan, you're famous now." Qian Hao puffed out his chest with pride. "My buddy is no ordinary person. When the winds and clouds converge, he transforms into a dragon." Qin Chuan merely offered a faint smile, but at that moment, 2 thunderous booms reminiscent of an angry god echoed closer and closer. Boom, boom. The deafening sound made the very air tremble. The cafeteria erupted into chaos. Many students clutched their chests, faces pale, and some even vomited on the spot. The scene outside was even more terrifying. 2 rows of trees swayed violently, their crowns rustling loudly. A gust of wind, carrying leaves, plastic bags, and other debris, swept into the cafeteria, causing students near the entrance to shield their eyes. Dishes on the tables were blown off, spinning wildly on the floor. What the heck? What's going on outside? Seriously, did a fighter jet just fly by? Some of the awakened individuals braved the thumbs-eye stones and debris to step outside and assess the situation. Strangely, as soon as they exited the cafeteria, the wind abruptly stopped. The outside scene was astonishing. Trees drooped like wilted eggplants, their branches adorned with colorful clothes, and a few unlucky students were tossed into a corner, now disoriented as they tried to stand. Chun Hao and Wei Tao, alarmed by the sudden bizarre event, quickly got up to investigate. But just then, Chun Hao noticed something unusual. Qin Chuan, usually so calm and composed, had a rare look of seriousness on his face. Qin Chuan, what's going on? Chun Hao asked with a furrowed brow. Qin Chuan gazed out the window, his eyes so deep and unfamiliar that they unsettled Chen Hao. The sudden hurricane stirred waves of unease within him. Being someone reborn, he knew all too well that this was no ordinary natural phenomenon, but rather the aftermath of a fierce battle between awakeners of the ninth rank or higher. This realization plunged him into thought. In the original timeline, such a large-scale battle had never occurred before the moon cracked. Could his rebirth have altered the world's trajectory? Qin Chuan, what are you staring off into space for? Chun Hao gave his shoulder a firm pat. Nothing. Qin Chuan forced a smile. Let's finish eating and head out. We have a match this afternoon. Don't you think it's strange? This sudden hurricane. Chen Hao eyed him suspiciously. Qin Chuan merely shook his head and was the first to leave the table. Outside the cafeteria, the chatter of students was abuzz with discussions about the unusual weather. The school remained silent, issuing no statements. Soon, the conversation spread across the internet like wildfire, not only in Lan City, but also in several surrounding cities. This peculiar hurricane had struck. Yet, the official media, usually prompt with natural disaster warnings, offered only a brief report, adding to the mystery of the event. In the afternoon, the school's Awakener selection tournament proceeded as scheduled. Qin Chuan noticed a few regular teachers, and the vice principal were absent from the viewing area, leaving only Old Feng to host the event. When the 11th group of contestants entered, the appearance of a final transfer student drew cheers from the audience, while the competitors inwardly groaned. As the match bell sounded, the arena transformed into a chaotic battlefield. Flames roared, hurricanes howled, and awakened ones with beast-like abilities showcased their powers. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the sky, like a colossal wheel rolling across the heavens. Then, a massive figure engulfed in flames broke through the clouds, plummeting like a meteor. What is that? Oh my god! Is it a meteor? Impossible. The space defense shield would intercept meteors. Wait, that's a beast. The crowd was in an uproar. In nearly 2 centuries of human history, beast battles had always been confined to the wilderness. Never had a beast breached a city's defense system, let alone descended from the sky. Everyone, evacuate the field immediately. Old Feng commanded gravely. Today's matches are suspended. He then turned to the other teachers. Old Li, manage the student evacuation to prevent a stampede. Old Huang, gather all personnel of the 6th rank and above to confront the threat with me. As the teachers soared into the sky to intercept the falling beast, Qin Chuan finally remembered in his previous life. Before the moon cracked, there had indeed been meteor incidents. It started in Lan City and then spread to other cities, with the frequency increasing from once a month to 2 or 3 times. At the time, officials frequently launched satellites, claiming it was to monitor meteor clusters. Now he understood. Those were never meteors but beasts. The human leadership had likely foreseen the impending disaster of the moon's cracking. Having lived through the despair of the apocalypse, Qin Chuan finally grasped the whole truth. Qin Chuan's spiritual awareness erupted in an instant, sending countless invisible threads to wrap around the falling creature. As he discerned its true form, his pupils contracted sharply. It wasn't a beast, but a demon. Although engulfed in flames and resembling a beast in appearance, the sinister aura and terrifying blue skin unmistakably revealed its true identity. A demon, a fearsome entity several times more formidable than the beasts. Led by Old Feng, 9 sixth-tier heavenly awakening teachers soared into the sky, each displaying their unique abilities. A dragon of fire roared, cold winds sliced like blades, and ice crystals formed into spears, all attacks whistling towards the descending demon. With a thunderous boom, the awakening skills struck the demon directly. The flames surrounding it vanished instantly, and energy ripples spread out, creating a massive vacuum zone a kilometer in diameter among the clouds. What is this thing? Even when the 9 of us join forces, we can heavily damage and sklash beast. Yet we haven't even scratched its surface. Is it really a beast? This thing looks like a giant, with a blue face, fangs, and limbs. The teachers maintained their position in the air, staring in shock at the rapidly falling monster. The principal and others are probably absent temporarily to deal with something like this. How did they appear above us? Enough talk. Old Feng barked, his face dark. Even if we can't destroy it, we must slow it down. If it crashes at this speed, at least half of our school will be destroyed. As they prepared to strike again, they suddenly noticed an additional presence. Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, what are you doing here? Stop fooling around and get down. Old Feng scolded, then realized something was off. They were a kilometer high in the sky. Even 6th-tier heavenly awakened need their skills to hover briefly. Yet Qin Chuan stood steadily in the void without any aid. A 4th-tier chi practitioner can travel miles with flight spells. Hovering briefly is no problem, Qin Chuan explained calmly. Observing closely, he felt the demon's evil aura more clearly. Even in death, it was chilling. This thing must be drawn away from the school. If it falls within, its mere aura could destroy the entire place. Qin Chuan said gravely. He understood the terror of demons. Their bodies emit a mind-bending aura, persisting even in death. While strong-willed warriors might resist, the students couldn't withstand it. His past life memories reminded him that when demons arrived, it was a devastating blow to most awakened and mechanics. It took 2 to 3 days for people to discover the secret of the demon's mind-influencing aura and gradually develop resistance. Qin Chuan, do you know what this is? It's not a beast, is it? Enough talk, let's move it away. With support from ground mechanics, Qin Chuan used spiritual threads to guide the demon, while Old Feng and others assisted with their awakening skills. Finally, they altered its trajectory about 100 to 200 meters from the ground, causing it to skim past the tallest building on campus and crash into the mountains behind the school. In an instant, the ground shook, rocks tumbled, and a torrent of dust surged towards the campus like a flood. The mountainside was in complete disarray, with fallen vegetation and clear tracks left by rolling boulders. In a massive crater lay the corpse of a demon. Its greenish skin was emitting wisps of white smoke, giving off a stench reminiscent of rotten eggs. Qin Chuan stood at the edge of the crater, his spiritual energy forming a protective shield around him, blocking out the noxious fumes. He scrutinized the demon, white hair flowing down, a green face with sharp fangs and bulging muscles on its limbs, resembling the hellish creatures often depicted in films. Memories from his past life surged forth. When the moon cracked and demons descended, humanity initially panicked but soon learned to classify these demons. Based on skin color, demons fell into 3 categories: green-skinned with white hair, blue-skinned with red hair, and red-skinned with golden hair. The green demons were the most numerous, with power equivalent to a 6th to 8th tier awakened human. Blue demons matched 9th tier awakened humans, and only those of the same level or 5-star mechanist could challenge them. The most terrifying were the flying red demons, which only those surpassing the 9th tier could hope to contend with. Qin Chuan formed his fingers into a blade, channeling his spiritual energy into a spirit blade, and slashed at the demon's skin. Barely a scratch, he thought, alarmed. Despite his strength, far surpassing an ordinary 4th-tier spiritual practitioner, he could only just pierce the defense, highlighting the demon's formidable resilience. However, using his magical abilities, slaying a green demon wouldn't be too difficult. This suggests that blue demons are akin to 6th-tier practitioners, while red demons reach the Foundation Establishment realm. Qin Chuan calculated internally. Even if I advance to Foundation Establishment, I can only protect myself. To safeguard others, I need to reach mid to late Foundation Establishment, ideally advancing to the Golden Core stage. With a spirit sword, mid-Foundation Establishment would suffice. At that moment, Old Feng and others approached to inspect. What's that stench? It's making me dizzy, he exclaimed. It's poisonous. 6th-tier wind element awakened Wu Xinyu immediately waved her hand, conjuring a gust that dispersed the white smoke. 8 3-star mechanists descended gradually, unaffected due to the air filtration systems in their battle suits. Old Feng, what's going on? What kind of beast is this? Why haven't we seen it before? How did it reach above the city? The leading mechanist asked. Old Feng snorted. How should I know? I'm as clueless as you are. He turned to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, you seem to know what this is? All eyes turned to Qin Chuan. He slowly shook his head. It's not a beast. Not a beast? Then what is it? Everyone was stunned. I saw it fall from the sky, fast enough to catch fire from air friction. It must have come from space. Is it an alien? Qin Chuan inwardly chuckled. From a certain perspective, that wasn't entirely wrong. It came from the moon. Perhaps it couldn't adapt to Earth's gravity, or it was attacked in space, leading to its death upon impact. The moon? Everyone gasped. How is that possible? Lunar missions over 200 years ago showed the moon was barren. How do you know this? Qin Chuan could only be vague. I saw some photos and information online. Their authenticity is uncertain. He knew that revealing his reincarnated status would be difficult to prove. It was better to subtly alert the authorities to prepare defenses around the moon. Online? That's all nonsense. The moon's environment can't support life. Someone suggested, we're just amateurs here. We should send it to the research institute. Everyone agreed. Once the mechanist carried the demon's corpse away from Zhaoyang University, Old Feng and the others focused their attention back on Qin Chuan. You young man, the school records say you haven't awakened, and you even filled out your college applications for cultivation. Looks like you fooled us all. The teachers surrounded Qin Chuan, their eyes filled with skepticism. Not only did you defeat Su Guei, but you can also fly. When exactly did you awaken? What level are you now? How did you manage to hide your abilities so well that even I couldn't see through them? Qin Chuan chuckled. I really haven't awakened, dear teachers. Led by the stern Mr. Feng, The teachers exchanged serious glances. Not awakened? Do you take us for fools? The most basic flying awakening skill is at least 5 stars, and to practice a 5-star skill, you need to be at least a 6th level awakener. A freshman with the strength of a 6th level awakener is outstanding even in Gene City, let alone our school. Forget it. If the kid doesn't want to talk, let's not force him, one teacher suggested as they shifted their focus to school matters. With such a commotion earlier and both the principal and vice principal absent, the school must be in chaos. The second round of the selection seems impossible to hold today. Why not just have all those who passed the first round fight it out together and pick 12? Another teacher proposed. Tomorrow's the arena competition, which is the crucial selection. Qin Chuan, just participate in the arena directly, someone else added. Or perhaps we should just give him a spot. With his strength, the competition is just a formality. As the teachers walked away, discussing the school's selection process and seemingly unconcerned about the demon's fall, Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. But then he reasoned it out. They weren't aware that soon the moon would crack open and demons would descend like locusts. To them, it was just an unexpected incident for specialized departments to handle. Returning to the devastated campus, where the walls were crushed by boulders and nearby buildings severely damaged, Qin Chuan went back to his dormitory and called Wei Ziyuan. Dr. Qin, what can I do for you? The items I asked you to gather, how's that going? Qin Chuan asked directly. We've collected some. Elder Qi said you're participating in the Destiny Cup, so he didn't inform you. I'm free this afternoon. I can come over and take a look? All right, I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Since his rebirth, Qin Chuan had been steadily advancing his strength according to plan. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was confident in reaching the late Foundation establishment stage, or even breaking through to the Golden Core stage before the moon cracked. But the sudden fall of the demon today caught him off guard, making him quite displeased. He decided to expedite the search for materials to forge a spiritual sword, alongside participating in the Destiny Cup. At the entrance of a rundown factory warehouse, Wei Ziyuan led Qin Chuan to a storage room guarded by 6 people. As they pushed open the rusty iron door, they were met with a chaotic pile of broken ironware, jade pieces, and raw stones, resembling a junkyard. These haven't been sorted yet. I can get people to help, Wei Ziyuan offered. No need. Qin Chuan casually waved his hand, and 2 fist-sized brown stones flew into his grasp. Refined iron ore, not bad. Qin Chuan weighed them, noting that these 2 pieces were enough to forge a thumb-sized piece of refined iron. In this land devoid of spiritual energy, finding refined iron was rare, and as for treasures like star sand, those were few and far between. Wei Ziyuan gaped at Qin Chuan's ability to move objects with a gesture. Dr. Qin, this is just a minor trick, Qin Chuan dismissed as he stored the refined iron ore in his spatial ring. Focus on collecting ores in the future. Those broken jade pieces aren't necessary. Oh, by the way, Wei Ziyuan suddenly remembered. My grandfather said cultivators favor ores and set up a warehouse for collection. Let me show you. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. Lead the way. Wei Ziyuan led Qin Chuan to an even more secluded warehouse, more hidden and secure than the previous one. As he unlocked the door, he explained, these are rewards my grandfather collected while seeking a cultivator to cure his illness. After you healed him, he entrusted the key to me, instructing me to hand it over to you when the opportunity arose. As the door creaked open, they were greeted by a spacious warehouse, the floor covered with stones of various sizes. Red, green, black, and white minerals glimmered faintly under the dim light. Dr. Qin, please see if there's anything suitable here, Wei Ziyuan said from the doorway, evidently not intending to enter. Qin Chuan stepped inside, his spiritual sense scanning every inch of the space like the most precise radar. Soon, the names of some precious minerals surfaced in his mind. Heavenly iron from beyond, crystal essence ore, silver featherstone, black dragon essence gold, and black tortoise flame rock. Though they couldn't match the star sand he acquired earlier, these were enough to spark competition among Foundation establishment cultivators, and could be considered elementary treasures of the cultivation world. With a flick of his wrist, threads of spiritual energy reached into the pile of stones, gathering the rare minerals, which then quietly vanished half a meter in front of him. Wei Ziyuan watched this display of telekinesis with bated breath. Suddenly, Qin Chuan's brow furrowed. Amidst the chaotic stones, a thumb-sized object resisted his spiritual senses probe. He attempted to lift it with spiritual energy but found it immovable, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Intrigued, Qin Chuan approached and brushed aside the surrounding stones. He discovered a dark red bead, shaped like a water droplet, embedded in a broken mineral. He easily extracted it, realizing it only resisted spiritual energy, not ordinary force. Despite Qin Chuan's millennium of experience in the cultivation world, once standing at the pinnacle of humanity, he couldn't discern the bead's material. He attempted to cut it with a blade of spiritual energy, but the blade, capable of slicing through steel, melted away like wax under heat, leaving no mark on the bead. Dr. Qin, are you only taking these few? Wei Ziyuan asked as Qin Chuan stood up to leave, noting that he had taken only 7 or 8 stones from thousands. Finding these materials is already quite fortunate, Qin Chuan explained. Though there are many jade-containing stones here, they aren't very useful for me. These materials were enough to forge a spiritual sword, but to craft a higher quality mid-grade spiritual sword, suitable auxiliary materials were needed to balance various attributes. Finally, Qin Chuan suggested, please continue helping me find similar minerals. We can host an exchange event, trading elixirs for various minerals and crafting materials. I will personally participate and offer elixirs based on the value of the items brought. Wei Ziyuan nodded slightly upon hearing this, his brow furrowed as he hesitated for a moment before speaking. Dr. Qin, things are not looking good at the pharmaceutical factory. The progress of the construction and the supply of raw materials have been heavily impacted. Qin Chuan raised his hand to interrupt him. You focus on preparing for the exchange meeting. Once the Destiny Cup concludes, I'll personally handle the construction and raw material issues. If the sales of the elixirs go well, I'll even consider expanding the facility. You don't need to worry about these matters. Seeing Qin Chuan's confidence, Wei Ziyuan refrained from saying more and simply nodded. No problem. By the way, Qin Chuan suddenly remembered, I'm planning to form a team of awakeners. Discuss this with Qi Lao, Wang Hu, and the others, and keep an eye out for any information. A team of awakeners? Wei Ziyuan asked with a puzzled expression. Dr. Qin, is this for the security of the pharmaceutical factory? No. Qin Chuan shook his head. I want to assemble a team of at least 5th stage high-grade awakeners. You can start looking for suitable candidates. I understand. However, the number of high-grade awakeners above the 5th stage in Lan City is quite limited, so it might be challenging to find suitable talents. Although Wei Ziyuan didn't fully understand, he was determined to follow Qin Chuan's instructions to the best of his ability. Just do your best, Qin Chuan said. As he talked about the pharmaceutical factory, he suddenly had the idea of establishing a small force. With a few 5th stage high-grade awakeners under his command, even the 3 families in Jin City wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly. Moreover, having a powerful team of awakeners would greatly enhance their ability to handle affairs and prepare for any potential future demon invasions. By the time Qin Chuan returned to Zhaoyang University, night had fallen. The area by the back mountain wall was brightly lit, with construction crews working overtime to repair the wall and teaching building damaged by falling rocks earlier in the day. The sports field and armor room were also brightly illuminated, with heavy machinery like excavators operating to repair the campus selection competition venue. Upon returning to his dorm room, he found it empty. The 3 roommates he shared the space with were all off campus, and he had yet to meet them. Just as he stepped into the room, there was a knock at the door. It was Chen Hao and 3 others, who, upon noticing Qin Chuan's return, eagerly gathered around like cats drawn to the scent of fish. Hey, Qin Chuan, where did you go this afternoon? During the second round of selections, the teacher said you advanced directly. Did you go with the teacher for testing? Do they think your skills are good enough to move on to the next round? Chen Hao asked, his face full of curiosity. Qin Chuan didn't offer much explanation, as Chen Hao's imagination filled in the gaps perfectly. They exchanged a knowing smile, the understanding between them needing no words. You missed an amazing match this afternoon, Chen Hao said excitedly. It was supposed to be 3 groups for the second round, but due to time constraints, it turned into an all-out battle. It was absolutely thrilling. Who came first in the second round? Qin Chuan asked. You'll never guess, Chen Hao said with a smug grin. It was Qin Siyu, the tall, leggy beauty. Her. Yep. Don't be fooled by her long legs. She doesn't hold back in a fight. Chao Lang from 3rd year, who's a 5th level beast type, tried to teach her a lesson but ended up being sliced up by her wind blades. His clothes were left in tatters in front of everyone, with cameras clicking away. He had no choice but to concede. Hearing this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Besides Qin Siyu, who else advanced? Just the usual faces. All 5 transfer students made it to tomorrow's arena match, along with 5 other 3rd year 5th level awakeners and 1 lucky 2nd year student. From the mechanic side, there's 1 3-star, 8 2-stars, and a 1-star mechanic your classmate, Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang? How did a 1-star mechanic manage to win in the mechanics group? Qin Chuan asked in surprise. Wei Tao chimed in, pure luck. In the first round, he was grouped with all 1st level mechanics and managed to sneak into the top 10. In the second round, he stayed on the sidelines as the 2-star mechanics wore each other out. Then he swooped in, just like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Du Ming and Li Hai stood nearby with disdainful expressions, as if to say, even I could do that. By the way, Chen Hao mentioned, the school forum is buzzing about you being granted a special advancement. Everyone seems to have an opinion against it, with rumors flying around that you bribed the teachers with rare exotic fruits. The conversation then shifted to Chen Hao sharing the thrilling battles of the afternoon selection. Qin Chuan got a sense of the level of competition for tomorrow's arena match. A 3-star mechanic was likely to take the crown, followed by the 2-star mechanics and transfer students. But for Qin Chuan, who had already secured his spot, these details didn't matter much. The next morning, just as the sun began to rise, the school broadcast crackled to life. Testing, testing. Attention students, due to unfinished repairs in the armor room, today's arena match will be held on the sports field. The draw for challengers will be at 8 a.m. Spectators, please don't be late. Many students were jolted awake, only to roll over and continue sleeping. As the sun climbed higher, the sports field gradually filled with students chatting and finding spots with snacks in hand. When Qin Chuan entered the viewing area for Class 1, he immediately became the subject of whispers and pointing. Qin Chuan, you actually dared to show up? That guy who used connections. Such a disgrace. I've already requested to have him kicked out of Class 1. Qin Chuan merely glanced at them indifferently. At that moment, Jiang Yi, wrapped in bandages, blocked his path with 4 followers in tow. Move aside. Jiang Yi growled deeply. There's plenty of space in front. Can't you walk there? Qin Chuan frowned. I like walking here. Looks like Li Silu went too easy on you the other day. Qin Chuan retorted with a smirk. Jiang Yi almost lost his temper, taking a deep breath before saying, Qin Chuan, don't get cocky. After today, you'll pay for this. Just as he turned to leave, Qin Chuan tripped him, sending him tumbling down the steps onto the field. His followers quickly rushed to help him up. We told you to stay in the infirmary and watch Gangu crush Qin Chuan. But no, you had to come in person. Soon, Old Feng entered with the teachers and drew 8 small balls from a box to announce the names of the arena defenders. Zhuang Yongwang, Ying Jingping, Li Wanshan, Tang Xian, Gong Sibo, Tang Wenju, Luo Xinran, Wu Lin. He explained, the remaining 15 can challenge any arena defender. Winners continue to face challenges, but regardless of winning or losing, they must rest for 1 round. Understood? Understood. The participants responded in unison. Before the words had barely settled, Xiao Gang stepped forward. Director Feng, I challenge Qin Chuan's eligibility for the direct advancement. I request a match with him, with the teacher's approval. Want to take on Qin Chuan? Feng Yiming looked at Xiao Gang with a peculiar expression, his brows furrowing slightly. Qin Chuan's direct entry into the school competition was a decision we all agreed upon. Are you questioning our fairness? I wouldn't dare, Xiao Gang quickly explained. I just doubt that Qin Chuan has the strength to represent our school. Interesting little fellow. Feng Yiming chuckled, turning his gaze to Qin Chuan, who was seated calmly. Will you accept the challenge? If you do, head down and fight. If not, I'll arrange a tournament. Qin Chuan glanced at the provoking Xiao Gang, who was arrogantly gesturing for him to come forward. Do you dare? Sure. Qin Chuan stood up, his voice calm yet igniting excitement across the field. Since you're courting death, I'll oblige. Cheers swept across the playground like a tide. Qin Chuan stepped forward, gracefully leaping from the stands to the center of the arena, his elegant movements drawing gasps of admiration. Xiao Gang wore a triumphant grin as a silver battle armor quickly enveloped his body, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the sun. His crimson eyes glinted with a menacing light. Go, Qin Chuan. Smash that armor. The crowd's voices rose in support. This was the first showdown between an awakened and a mechanist in the selection tournament. And with Qin Chuan having just secured direct advancement, the fight drew intense attention. I wanted to teach you a lesson since the first day of school, Xiao Gang taunted from within his armor. Just because I can't stand you. You dodged the combat class, the awakening skills class, and the battle armor class. I thought you'd be eliminated in the first 2 rounds. Didn't expect you to get this lucky. Do you know why? Because the heavens want me to deal with you. Qin Chuan merely smiled slightly. Bring it on. The engine of the battle armor roared as Xiao Gang transformed into a silver blur, circling Qin Chuan at high speed. The whirlwind he created ruffling Qin Chuan's clothes. Suddenly, he skidded to a halt, sparks flying as metal scraped against the ground, and launched a direct punch at Qin Chuan's face. Qin Chuan remained motionless, the punch whistling past his ear. Xiao Gang continued his assault, a flurry of punches narrowly missing Qin Chuan's body each time. Damn, this mechanist is putting on a show. The audience buzzed with chatter. Though his control over the armor is impressive, nearly reaching a 2-star mechanist level. Go, brother Gang, avenge me. Go, Qin Chuan. Cheers and shouts filled the air. The teachers frowned at Xiao Gang's arrogance and were also puzzled by Qin Chuan's lack of counterattack. You've never seen the super speed of battle armor, have you? Xiao Gang boasted. Heaven Great Awakened might be strong, but in terms of speed and power, they can't match a hair of this armor. These moves were just a warning. No more holding back. Fancy tricks, Qin Chuan sneered. The remark infuriated Xiao Gang. He charged forward, each step leaving deep imprints on the ground. When he was 5 or 6 meters away, he spun and launched a flying kick, powerful enough to snap a tree trunk. Yet, Just as Xiao Gang thought he would land the blow, Qin Xuan's figure vanished from his sight. Panicking, Xiao Gang activated the detection systems within his armor, desperately searching for his opponent. Beep 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 beep. The urgent alarm inside the battle armor blared in Xiao Gang's ears. Before he could react, an unstoppable force slammed into his face, rendering his full-powered armor useless. Qin Xuan advanced with ghost-like speed, his footwork as swift as the seven-star step, and his right hand moved like lightning to grab the head of the silver armor. A straight line instantly cut across the training ground, as if slicing the space in two. Qin Xuan, gripping the head of the armor, dashed from the center of the field to its edge. Boom! The armor was embedded into the wall, 3 feet deep. Debris scattered from the massive crater, with cracks spreading like a spider's web. The armor's head was twisted and deformed, its red eyes flickering erratically, indicating severe damage to the neural interface. The spectators fell into a stunned silence. They had watched Xiao Gang, piloting his armor with great momentum, charge towards Qin Xuan, expecting the latter to dodge and maneuver. Instead, Qin Xuan advanced mercilessly, single-handedly seizing the armor, dragging it across the ground in a trail of sparks, and smashing it into the wall. This straightforward and brutal combat style left everyone dumbfounded, as if time had stood still. Holy crap! That was awesome! What's going on? How does Qin Xuan dare to confront armor Hedon with just his bare hands? Who would have thought he'd destroy the armor with such raw power? Damn! Xiao Gang, get out of the mechanic ranks, you're embarrassing us. After a brief silence, a tidal wave of cheers erupted throughout the arena. Jiang Yi and Xiao Gang's lackeys stood thunderstruck, watching their once mighty leader be utterly humiliated. Jiang Yi shook his head in disbelief, stumbling backward and falling to the ground. The teachers in the spectator area gasped. To subdue an entry-level battle armor with one hand was a feat far beyond expectations. The armor, capable of exerting tens of thousands of kilograms of thrust, appeared as fragile as a toy in Qin Xuan's hands. I thought he was merely hiding his awakened talent as a heaven-ranked awakener, but it seems I underestimated him. Even a 7th-tier beast-type awakener, without transforming, couldn't achieve such an exaggerated feat. The teachers exchanged glances, seeing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. An 18-year-old freshman, with power already rivaling or even surpassing their own. Clang crash. The armor collided violently with the edge of the field, sending sparks flying. Xiao Gang's visor twisted and fell off, revealing his face as pale as paper, with blood trickling down from his forehead. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at Qin Xuan, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, only managing to stammer, You. Medical staff rushed over, carefully approaching with a stretcher. As they passed Qin Xuan, a clear apprehension flickered in their eyes. Excuse us, please, they requested. Qin Xuan, hands clasped behind his back, turned expressionlessly and walked back to his spot. The surrounding students parted to make way for him, their gazes a mix of surprise, awe, and admiration. Feng Yiming cleared his throat into the microphone. Ahem. Qin Xuan's selection as the school representative was a well-considered decision, not a whim of any teacher. He has now demonstrated his strength, proving he's fully capable of representing the school in competitions. We'll continue with other students' matches. Of course, if anyone still wants to challenge Qin Xuan. He glanced at Qin Xuan's indifferent expression and quickly added, that would depend on his willingness. Enough with the chatter, let's get started, a teacher urged impatiently. No sooner had the words been spoken than a 2-star mechanist in armor leapt onto the field. I challenge Zhuang Yongwang. I've heard these transfer students are impressive. Let's see how true that is. Zhuang Yongwang stepped forward, wearing a dark brown short-sleeved shirt, his short hair neatly trimmed. The two clashed instantly, with the mechanist's advanced armor far surpassing Xiao Gang's in speed and power. Zhuang Yongwang, unlike Qin Xuan, didn't engage Hedon. Instead, he utilized his fire-based awakening skill, summoning a barrage of fire dragons, arrows, and rain to engulf his opponent. Relying on the armor's advantages, the mechanist charged without dodging. Zhuang Yongwang conjured flames in his hands, unleashing the fire dance whirlwind, which spiraled into a towering inferno. Spectators held their breath as the scorching heat became unbearable. The mechanist struggled to break through the flames, but emerged disheveled. After 5 minutes of fierce combat, the armor's heat resistance system failed, forcing the mechanist to concede. Next, Qin Siyu gracefully entered the field, instantly drawing cheers from the audience. She blew kisses to the crowd, exuding energy and charm. Ahem, Qin Siyu, who would you like to challenge? Feng Yiming inquired. Her. Qin Siyu pointed at Tang Wenju. Without a word, Tang Wenju leaped into the fray, launching her attack with several ice blades slicing through the air. Qin Siyu deftly evaded, riding the wind as the ice blades gouged deep marks in the ground. She retaliated with dozens of wind blades, Tang Wenju conjured an ice wall to defend, shards flying everywhere. The battle between the two girls resembled a graceful dance, weaving through the air. 10 minutes later, Qin Siyu ensnared the exhausted Tang Wenju with invisible wind threads. Well played, Qin Siyu said with a smile. Tang Wenju huffed in acknowledgement of her defeat. The boys erupted in cheers for Qin Siyu, to which she responded with a sweet smile. Thank you all for your support. The subsequent matches were equally thrilling. A spectacle of visual delight was unfolding above the playground. The duel between the awakened was mesmerizing, with flames, ice spikes, and wind blades weaving a breathtaking tapestry in the air. The audience held their breath, wary of the powerful elements inadvertently veering towards them. 22 contestants had already showcased their skills, and the title holder had changed 5 times. As the crowd eagerly awaited the final challenger, a low-hum resonatita young man clad in high-grade black armor stepped into the arena. He was none other than the renowned 3-star mechanist, Zhou Cheng, who, at just over 20, had achieved such acclaim, sparking immediate cheers from the crowd. Zhou Cheng, who will you challenge? Feng Yiming inquired. Zhou Cheng's crimson mechanical eyes scanned the 8 title holders. His cold armor gleamed with a metallic sheen, resembling an emotionless war machine. A chill ran through the title holders, none of whom wished to face this 3-star mechanist. Him, Zhou Cheng pointed to Ing Zhangping, a 5th-tier fire-type top-grade awakened from Jinshi. With a sigh, Ing Zhangping leapt into the arena. The battle erupted instantly. Zhou Cheng's black armor became a blur, reaching an astounding speed of 300 meters per second, leaving sonic booms in its wake. Ing Zhangping's pupils contracted as he swiftly summoned a fiery shield, but it was too late. With a thunderous bang, he was blasted away like a cannonball, tumbling across the ground, flames still flickering on his body. You lost, Zhou Cheng declared, looking down at Ing Zhangping, his voice devoid of emotion. A 3-star mechanist in this competition is just unfair. Ing Zhangping chuckled wryly. The audience erupted in a mix of gasps and chatter. Wow, are 3-star mechanists really this powerful? That was a 5th-tier top-grade awakened, taken out in one move? Obviously, a 3-star mechanist can contend with 7th-tier top-grade awakened. Defeating a 5th-tier is a breeze. Zhuang Yongwang only won against a 2-star mechanist by exploiting high temperatures. How could Ing Zhangping possibly beat a 3-star? Finally, Feng Yiming announced the school's representatives. Qin Chuan, Zhou Cheng, Zhuang Yongwang, Qin Siyu, Gong Sibai, Li Wanshan, Ho Haokai, Bei Juanhao, Li Wanshan, with one more to be revealed on the day of departure. By the way, Feng Yiming added, 18 universities from Lan City have selected a total of 180 contestants. In 3 days, everyone will head to a small island in the Wilderness Sea area. The island is home to numerous exotic beasts, and the final rankings will be based on points earned from hunting these beasts. The specific rules follow the college entrance exam system, allowing competition among participants. Teacher, if the city selection is taking place on islands in the sea, does that mean we can't watch it live? A student raised this question, immediately resonating with many classmates. As the first district selection for the Tianming Cup, this competition has garnered significant attention, especially from university students eager to witness their school's participants in action. Feng Yiming smiled confidently, don't worry, the islands chosen for this event have been carefully selected. We've arranged for satellite broadcasts and equipped special drones for real-time tracking. Although you can't be there in person, you can watch the HD livestream on campus. Plus, you'll also be able to view footage from other district selections simultaneously. Wow, I'm going to send a luxury gift during the stream. Imagine all the participants being sponsored by me. It changes the whole perspective, one student exclaimed excitedly. Perspective, my foot. Those participants don't need your measly support. Another voice retorted instantly. The classroom erupted in laughter, and everyone was enveloped in a relaxed atmosphere. Seeing this, Feng Yiming concluded the discussion aptly. All right, that's all for today. Those participating in the city-level selection, remember to rest well over the next 3 days and conserve your energy for the competition. Qin Chuan walked alone across the campus, his thoughts drifting to memories of the sea regions. In geography class, he learned that beyond human cities lies vast wilderness, and further out is the even more expansive sea. The magnetic fields there are chaotic, deterring even fighter jets and mechanics from venturing too deep, with satellites only able to probe the periphery. It is said that 200 years ago, exotic beasts emerged from the depths of the sea, gradually spreading to the land. Even those who exceeded the 9th awakening level and ventured there returned with experiences they dared not speak of, never setting foot there again. As Qin Chuan pondered, Qin Hao caught up with him, breathless and excitedly chatting away. After lunch, Qin Chuan received a call from Wei Ziyuan, informing him that recruitment information had been posted on the Awakener forum, and several 5th-level top-tier Awakeners were interested in a meeting. In the afternoon, at the Yiqing Pavilion of the Xiangyu restaurant, when Qin Chuan entered, the atmosphere became subtly tense. The 5 top-tier awakeners who came for the interview were surprisingly the seniors who had once suspected him of cheating during the college entrance exams, and whom he had taught a lesson in an alley. It's you. Both sides showed expressions of surprise. Sensing the tension, Wei Ziyuan cautiously asked, Dr. Qin, do you know each other? We've met once. Qin Chuan replied with a calm smile. Welcome. Pei Yunxian got straight to the point. We're interested in joining, but what are the conditions? Qin Chuan went straight to the heart of the matter. How long do you need to advance to a 6th level top-tier awakener? We just reached the 5th level in April this year. Even with sufficient resources, the fastest would be next year. Tao Kong replied. What do you mean by asking this? I have a way to help you advance to the 6th level within 6 months. Qin Chuan's words left everyone present utterly shocked. Are you kidding? Pei Yunxian was incredulous. No matter how skilled you are, predicting someone else's advancement time is a completely different matter. Wei Ziyuan and the others widened their eyes, feeling Qin Chuan's promise seemed a bit too exaggerated. Qin Chuan didn't bother to explain and directly turned to Wang Hu, asking, how long until you advance to the 5th level? Wang Hu thought for a moment and replied, at the fastest half a year. At the slowest, maybe a year. Qin Chuan nodded, stepped in front of Wang Hu, and pressed a finger to his chest. A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed from his fingertip into Wang Hu's body, circulating through his meridians, nourishing his entire being. Everyone else was puzzled, but Wang Hu's eyes widened as he felt the power within him, which had been growing slowly, now rapidly increasing at an astonishing pace. Suddenly, Wang Hu's aura surged, and he exclaimed in disbelief, I've advanced? Dr. Qin, have I really reached the 5th level? After a brief moment of shock, he started dancing with excitement. Pei Yunxian, Wei Ziyuan, and others witnessed the change in Wang Hu's aura, from the 4th to the 5th level, completed in such a short time. Qin Chuan calmly said, now do you believe it? What seemed miraculous to others was ordinary to him. It was merely expanding Wang Hu's energy reservoir, allowing him to fill it and truly become a 5th level awakened one. Qin Chuan chose to help Wang Hu advance because of his consistent good performance. Pei Yunxian and the others nodded mechanically, and Tao Kong awkwardly asked, when do we sign the contract? Qin Chuan didn't want to bother with it, but considering they would be working before getting paid, they might worry about him running off with the money, so signing a contract gave them assurance. He then instructed Wei Ziyuan to draft the contract. Once that was handled, Qin Chuan inquired about the pharmaceutical factory's situation from Elder Qi. Elder Qi shook his head, saying, so far, only one production line is operational. Still can't recruit people? Yes, we've offered the best conditions in the industry, but still, no one comes, Elder Qi added. And those who've reserved the pills are pressing hard, then let the awakened ones work for us. The payment will be the pills. Tell them they can choose 1 pill per month, Qin Chuan decisively said. But, our pill production is already slow, and we haven't even met the current orders, plus sourcing the raw materials is a problem, Elder Qi said, looking troubled. It's fine. Just do as I say, and spread the word. I believe the awakened ones will come, Qin Chuan replied. Also, who is the strongest in the medicinal herb business here in Lan City? I want to speak with them personally. Seeing Qin Chuan's determination, Elder Qi stopped trying to persuade him. The largest herb trader in Lan City and the surrounding 3 cities is Qian Aming. Qian Aming, 72 years old, a 5th level awakened one, has been in the herb business since he was 12, having worked his way up for 60 years. He's now the biggest herb dealer in Grand City, with influence over Lan City and 2 other nearby cities. Anyone wanting to do herb business in these cities has to go through him. The traders I've contacted all work under him, but he's offended many people in the past, and now, fearing for his life, he rarely leaves his villa, making it hard to meet him. Plus, he's known for his eccentric temperament. No problem, just give me his information, Qin Chuan said, and then instructed Wei Ziyuan on a few matters, which Wei Ziyuan acknowledged with frequent nods. Influenced by his grandfather, Wei Ziyuan already held Qin Chuan in high regard, and now, having witnessed Qin Chuan's ability to elevate others' levels, his respect only deepened. After Qin Chuan finished his instructions, Pei Yunxian and the others couldn't help but ask, what exactly did you hire us to do? Just stay at the pharmaceutical factory. If anyone causes trouble that Wang Hu and the others can't handle, then you step in. That's it. So simple. If you're willing to help with the factory's construction, that's fine too, Qin Chuan added, to which they quickly shook their heads. In Grand City, at the Guanhai Villa, named for its location halfway up the famous Luyun Mountain, where opening the door reveals a sea of clouds, the villa was bought 30 years ago by a mysterious wealthy businessman for nearly $1 billion. That businessman is Qian Aming. The villa is surrounded by surveillance and alarm systems for 3 kilometers, with over 100 awakened security personnel patrolling, making its security comparable to a military base. Without Qian Aming's permission, not even a mosquito could get in. As the sun set, a red glow painted the clouds rolling over the mountainside, creating a breathtaking scene. By the villa's pool, Qian Aming lay on a deck chair. Despite being 72, As an awakened one, he remained robust. 6 tall, stunning women in bikinis were massaging him, while his hands roved restlessly over their long legs. Xiao Yao, a bit harder, Qian Aming said with his eyes closed, enjoying the moment. Every evening, Qian Aming would head to the pool to unwind. The sunset cast a golden glow over the water, making it shimmer. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Instinctively, Qian Aming flipped over, only to feel a powerful hand slam him back onto the lounger, his face distorted by the pressure. Who are you? He managed to squeeze out through clenched lips, while discreetly reaching for the ring on his index finger, where a hidden alarm lay. If crushed, it would summon powerful allies to his aid. Don't move. I'm just here to discuss business, a cold voice whispered in his ear. Instantly, Qian Aming recognized the voice of Qin Chuan and halted his movements. Let me go, then we can talk. Qian Aming growled through gritted teeth. Qin Chuan released him, and Qian Aming sat up abruptly, eyeing the young man in his 20s with a mix of shock and caution. He gestured for the nearby women in swimsuits to leave. Once they were at a distance, Qian Aming spoke. Before we discuss business, I want to know who let you in. Qin Chuan chuckled softly. Do I need permission to come here? Qian Aming snorted in disbelief. I've invested heavily in the security around this villa. Without an insider, not even a 9th-level awakened being could appear before me unnoticed. Qin Chuan smiled, forming a hand seal with his right hand, and his figure slowly vanished before Qian Aming's eyes. Qian Aming's pupils contracted, his heart skipping a beat as he looked around in terror. How? How is this possible? Are you human or ghost? Qin Chuan reappeared behind him, gently patting his shoulder. Qian Aming broke into a cold sweat. Can we discuss business now? Qin Chuan's voice echoed in his ear. Trembling, Qian Aming wiped the sweat from his forehead. He realized this young man, with his elusive abilities, rendered his prized security system useless. Killing him would be effortless for Qin Chuan. What business do you want to discuss? Qian Aming swallowed nervously. The herbal medicine business. Have you heard of Qingyue Pharmaceuticals? Qin Chuan sat on a nearby chair, signaling Qian Aming to sit as well. Qian Aming nodded. Are you with Qingyue Pharmaceuticals? Qingyue Pharmaceuticals is mine, Qin Chuan stated bluntly. I've heard local suppliers are refusing to sell herbs to Qingyue. Qian Aming pondered before replying. I've heard about that, but it wasn't my doing. It's the people in Jin City causing trouble. They approached me to suppress Qingyue Pharmaceuticals, but I refused. Qin Chuan nodded. Good. Now, let's discuss Qingyue purchasing herbs. Can you supply them? Qian Aming hesitated, aware of the risks. Agreeing would offend the 3 major families of Jin City. But the young man before him posed a deadly threat. Weighing his options, he reluctantly said, I can supply them, but I don't want it public. Excellent. Qin Chuan handed him a piece of paper. These are the herbs I need. Have them delivered to Qingyue Bay within 3 days. Otherwise, I'll pay you another visit. Qian Aming's face turned ashen, and he quickly assured, Don't worry, I'll have them there in 3 days. No need for you to make another trip. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. I've heard you're difficult to deal with, but you seem quite reasonable. Qian Aming could only muster a bitter smile. Qin Chuan stood up, his voice lingering in the air. I'll be waiting at Qingyue Bay for your message. Yet, he had already vanished. After a moment, Qian Aming collected himself and asked the empty air, By the way, what's your name? How do I contact you later? No response came. Breathing a sigh of relief, Qian Aming grabbed his phone and shouted, Xiaowenong, get your ass over here now. How the hell are you handling the villa's security? Returning to Lan City, Qin Chuan didn't immediately head to Jin City. Instead, he focused on inscribing formations at the pharmaceutical factory and guiding Wang Qifeng in alchemy. 3 days later, representatives selected from various universities in Lan City were preparing to head to an island in the sea. At dawn, a Stady-Off-Tart fighter jet landed on the playground of Zhaoyang University, where Feng Yiming and 9 participants were ready to board. At that moment, 2 figures in armor arrived fashionably late. The armor was composed of countless precise alloy plates, each one smooth as a mirror and perfectly fitted together. The person on the left was burly, nearly 3 meters tall, clad in black armor with sharp angles exuding a cold, mechanical aura. The person on the right had a softer physique, around 2 meters tall, and the silver armor beautifully outlined a graceful curve, with a slender waist and long legs, resembling a mechanical valkyrie. The 10th person finally arrived. Zhuang Yongwang looked at the approaching pair, his gaze involuntarily falling on the one on the right. Others were also curious about who this person was, someone who didn't need to go through selection but directly represented Zhaoyang University in the launcher competition. Qin Chuan remained indifferent because he knew that this person was Li Silu. Hurry up, we need to reach the island before 10, urged Feng Yiming. Don't rush, I just flew back, said the towering figure while removing the armor, revealing the face of Qiao Quan. Professor Qiao, The four mechanics present immediately recognized the instructor from Zhaoyang University. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. Do your best in the selection competition? Xiao Quan greeted them with a smile. Professor Xiao, who was the 10th person? They asked curiously. Li Silu also removed her armor, like a proud peacock, her cold gaze sweeping over the crowd, pausing briefly on Qin Xuan before nodding slightly and withdrawing her gaze. The group felt a chill in their hearts. Just a glance was enough to sense that this mechanic was formidable and not to be underestimated. Let me introduce her. This is a freshman, Li Silu. Zhou Cheng, you're her senior, so take care of her along the way, Xiao Quan introduced. Oh. Zhou Cheng was momentarily dazed, realizing that this icy beauty was his junior. Wow, she's just a freshman. Since when did first-year students become such skilled mechanics? The other three thought in surprise. Xiao Quan patted Li Silu on the shoulder. Go on. Be careful during the selection competition. Okay. Without the armor, Li Silu reverted to her quiet demeanor, nodding gently, and joined the team, standing behind Qin Xuan. Among the crowd, she was only familiar with Qin Xuan, and being next to him gave her a sense of security. All right, let's board quickly. We don't have much time. Are you coming or not? If not, step aside. Feng Yiming urged. I'm not going. I haven't been at school for a few days, so I need to catch up on some classes, Xiao Quan said, waving goodbye to everyone and turning to leave. The modified aircraft had enough space to accommodate more than 20 people. The 10 participants sat in 2 rows facing each other, with Feng Yiming standing in the middle. Has anyone been to the islands? Feng Yiming asked. Zhuang Yongwang, Qin Yu, and 4 other transfers from Jin City raised their hands. Which level island did you go to? Level 1 island. Before the school year started, we participated in a summer camp training on a level 1 island. All right, then tell me, how do the islands differ from the wilderness? The beasts on the islands are more ferocious, mostly with scales and extremely strong defenses. Some beasts, like octopus-like creatures, can regenerate limbs, making them very hard to kill. Also, the exotic fruits on the islands have better effects than those in the wilderness. Not bad. Anything else? We don't know much else. We only stayed for half a month. Feng Yiming nodded and said, the sea regions are different from the wilderness. Without the strength of a 5th-level heaven-grade awakener, it's hard to approach the islands. Your knowledge of the sea regions might be limited to textbooks, but now I must tell you, the textbook descriptions are just the tip of the iceberg. Simply put, the sea beasts are incredibly strong. So strong that it's almost despairing. If all information about the sea regions were disclosed, it might lead to widespread despair. A 5th-level heaven-grade awakener is considered powerful and should be aware of everything related to the sea regions. There are significant differences between sea beasts and those in the wilderness. Besides having stronger vitality, the types of sea beasts are vastly different. Wilderness beasts are mainly common land creatures, while island beasts are primarily aquatic, such as fish, amphibians, and serpentine creatures. Moreover, in the wilderness, clevel beasts are considered top tier, and blevel beasts rarely appear. But it's different on the islands, surrounded by the sea. Every island has the potential to harbor blevel or higher beasts. In the past decade, there have been frequent occurrences of a level and even S-level beasts on the islands. The number of awakeners who die on the islands is at least twice that of those who perish in the wilderness areas. Feng Yiming's tone was grave, and the air in the classroom seemed to freeze. Remember, those who die on the islands are all of the 5th tier and above. The faces of the crowd turned serious, casting a shadow over those about to head to the islands. Feng Yiming continued, high risk comes with high reward. Awakeners risk their lives to venture into the sea because of something that drives them crazy beast heart crystals. He paused to explain. Inside a level and above beasts, a crystal-like object forms, which significantly enhances an awakener's power, even more efficiently and directly than exotic fruits. And a level beast heart crystal has a market value of 10 billion. Of course, no one sells them. They are exchanged for other goods. In addition to beast heart crystals, there are high-grade exotic fruits. The wilderness mostly has common and 1-star exotic fruits, with 2-star ones being rare. But on the sea islands, 2-star fruits are common, and you can even find 3- and 4-star fruits. Feng Yiming gave a meaningful smile. If you're lucky enough to obtain an 11 beast heart crystal or a 3-star or higher exotic fruit, come to me, and I promise you'll get a satisfactory price. Someone asked, Teacher, what does a level 1 island mean? Currently, islands are classified by their distance from the shore. Within 100 kilometers is a common island, 100 to 200 kilometers is a level 1 island, and so on, up to level 8, where almost all the beasts are a level with even some S-level ones. However, we've found that the sea areas are connected, and high-level beasts can appear on lower-level islands. So a new classification system is being researched. Feng Yiming paused. Your destination this time is a level 1 island, 127 kilometers from the shore. The island is about 10 kilometers wide, densely vegetated, with mountains and rivers, and the beasts range from level to a level. It will be challenging for you, but a great training opportunity. There are plenty of 2-star exotic fruits on the island, and with some luck, you might even level up there. The competition lasts 10 days. On the last day, between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m., you must gather at the easternmost point of the island to await the aircraft's pickup, no exceptions. On the last day, no infighting is allowed. Your identity card records the time, and if any points are logged on the last day, all points will be reset to 0. Understood? Feng Yiming's stern gaze swept over the group. Understood, they responded in unison. Good, prepare to disembark. To prevent any fighting on the first day, you'll jump separately in a moment. A height of 100 meters, no problem, right? Feng Yiming confirmed. For those equipped with intermediate battle armor and mechanics with flight capabilities, as well as awakeners of the 5th tier and above who can glide, this was not an issue. The aircraft gradually slowed. With a hum, the skylight opened, revealing a vast expanse of blue where the sea met the sky. A small island gradually came into view, growing larger and closer. Whoosh! The aircraft sliced through the sky, heading straight for the island. One by one, black dots were ejected from the aircraft's belly, scattering across the island. At the same time, 18 other aircraft approached from different directions, deploying 10 black dots each onto the island in the same manner, then roaring away. Qinchuan gracefully landed on the island, carried by the wind. As he jumped off the aircraft, the full view of the gourd-shaped island unfolded before him. A river almost divided the island into 2 parts, with the western peninsula being about 2/3 the size of the eastern side. He landed on the edge of the eastern peninsula, where waves crashed against the shore with a thunderous roar. Above, the aircraft roared past, heading towards islands rising on the horizon where other contestants from different cities were also being sent to first-level islands. The island was lush with greenery, and the distant sounds of strange beasts and battles reached his ears, suggesting that some had encountered the island's native creatures upon landing. Qinchuan ventured into the dense forest, opting not to seek out other contestants immediately, but rather to explore the unfamiliar island. He was intrigued by rumors of exotic fruits and treasures on the island, hoping to find high-grade fruits to accelerate his progress in reaching the Foundation establishment stage. The mention of beast heart crystals by Feng Yiming also piqued his curiosity, wondering if they resembled the demon cores of mythical beasts. He hoped to encounter an A-level beast to investigate further. Deeper in the forest, faint whimpers and the rustling of grass caught Qinchuan's attention. His spiritual sense locked onto a lurking Biasta 10-meter-long crocodile-like creature, with a back as jagged as embedded stones and double rows of teeth sharp as steel blades. It had caught the scent of a human and was swiftly moving through the underbrush. The crocodile burst through the foliage, its gaping maw lunging at Qinchuan. He stepped back and pressed a palm against its upper jaw, channeling his spiritual energy. The crocodile was pinned to the ground, its limbs flailing but unable to break free. Its tail, like a steel whip, lashed out with a whooshing sound. Qinchuan released his grip, delivering a powerful kick that sent the crocodile flying, crashing into a tree as thick as a barrel. The crocodile's tail snapped another large tree in half. After the encounter, the crocodile warily eyed Qinchuan before retreating into the forest. This clever crocodile beast was incredibly strong, with skin tough enough to resist attacks from even a 6th-stage awakened individual. Qinchuan followed it, drawn by the scent of exotic fruit. An hour later, the crocodile reached a marshland lush with water plants, seemingly its lair. In the marsh was a lotus pond, with about a dozen round lotus leaves floating on the water or swaying in the air. Among the leaves, a green lotus held a pristine white flower. Upon closer inspection, the rocks in the pond were actually sleeping crocodiles. This lotus was at least a 2-star exotic fruit, comparable to the rare ghost blood frost fruit. Qinchuan considered himself fortunate, confirming the island's abundance of exotic fruit resources. He didn't approach directly, but instead used his spiritual energy to form a large pale blue hand to pluck the lotus. As soon as he secured the lotus, the lurking crocodiles emerged from the water, fixating on Qinchuan and swimming rapidly towards him. He quickly stored the lotus in his spatial ring, then soared into the air, rising several meters above the marshland and leaving the area. He arrived at a rocky beach, took out the Qinglian, enveloped it with spiritual power, and swallowed it. A refreshing aura spread out, clearing his mind and benefiting his soul greatly. This was clearly a lower-grade version of the Tianqian Divine Lotus from the cultivation world. Qinchuan was overjoyed. The Tianqian Divine Lotus is extremely rare even in the cultivation world, enough to drive a nascent soul-stage cultivator mad with desire. To find a similar fruit in such a spiritually barren land was astonishing. With just one piece, Qinchuan felt his spiritual awareness grow stronger. He immediately expanded his senses, searching the area for more marshlands and Qinglian. Indeed, within the limits of his spiritual perception, he found his target. Qinchuan swiftly traversed the dense forest, reaching another marshland in less than 10 minutes. This marshland was larger than the previous one, with a more flourishing lotus pond in the center. The lush green lotus leaves swayed in the wind, and among them was a Qinglian more vibrant and enticing than the last. However, lurking in the marsh were crocodile-like beasts resembling rocks, and among them, a golden-skinned crocodile beast lay like a block of gold, reflecting dazzling light. In a level beast, Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement. A Qinglian and in a level beast, what a fortunate encounter. Just as he was about to pick the Qinglian, a sudden flash of cold light came at him. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, flicked his fingers to release a burst of spiritual power to slow the light, and stepped back to dodge it. Nice reflexes there, buddy. Dodged that out of nowhere? Huh? A young man with a muscular build, wearing a black and white striped t-shirt, grinned while holding a battle sword. I'm Su Feinuo, a sophomore transfer student from Tsinghua University. He called into the woods behind him. Come on out, stop hiding. 3 people emerged from the forest, their presence steady and eyes sharp. We're all students transferred from Jin City to Lan City, and we just advanced to the Lan City selection competition with top 4 results from Tsinghua University. Lucky us, we landed here and found this 3-star exotic fruit, the clear moon lotus. But there are quite a few clever beasts around it, and that golden one is probably a level. We were just discussing how to pick it when you showed up. How about you go pick it, and we'll cover you? Su Feinuo said enthusiastically. Don't worry, there'll be a share of the spoils for you. Although we found it first, we'll still give you a cut. Qin Chuan looked at him expressionlessly. Seeing this, Su Feinuo continued, think it's unfair? How about we put it to a vote? Qin Chuan still didn't respond. A tall, burly young man, resembling a bear, impatiently said, why waste words on him? If he wants to, he goes. If not, I'll throw him over there. Su Feinuo frowned and said, Chunsong, can you be polite? Just because you're a 6th-rank beast mimicry type, you think you can scare people? Step aside. He pushed Chunsong aside and smiled at Qin Chuan again. Don't listen to him. You go pick the lotus, and he won't dare do anything to you. Playing good cop, bad cop. Qin Chuan sneered inwardly and kicked Chunsong in the stomach. With his Kanglan 9 transformations, his foundation establishment 4th stage strength, this kick could shatter stone. Chunsong felt his abdomen hit like a train and immediately bent over, kneeling down. Qin Chuan stepped forward, lifted Chunsong, and threw him into the crocodile-infested lotus pond like a sandbag. Su Feinuo and the others were completely caught off guard, frozen in place until Chunsong, in his beast mimicry form, roared in anger, snapping them back to reality as they scrambled to rescue him. Chunsong transformed into a 7-meter half-bull, half-human creature. His black, tough skin resembled armor, and his massive horns seemed forged from iron. With a thunderous roar, he leapt into the lotus pond, sending waves crashing skyward. The lurking crocodile beasts awoke in a frenzy, their gaping jaws lunging at Chunsong. Their sharp teeth sank into his thick hide, but struggled to pierce it. Chunsong seized one crocodile with a mighty hand, slamming it against a tree trunk as thick as a barrel, toppling the tree with a crash. Watch out! Su Feinuo and his 2 companions, all 5th-tier celestial awakeners, sprang into action. Su Feinuo unleashed wind blades, while the others summoned fiery serpents, combining wind and fire to target the crocodiles clinging to Chunsong. The golden crocodile raised its tail, creating a water screen that deflected the assault. Careful, it's an 11-level beast. Old Chun, stop your beast transformation. I'll help you escape. Su Feinuo shouted. Qin Chuan watched coldly from the sidelines. Despite the chaos, these transfer students from Jin City remained calm and organized. Noticing the golden crocodile was distracted, he repeated his previous tactic, using his spiritual power to pluck a clear moon lotus and store it in his spatial ring. By then, Su Feinuo and the others had rescued Chunsong and were retreating while fighting. The golden crocodile let out a piercing roar, its eyes glowing red with fury. The other crocodiles cowered on the ground. Su Feinuo and his team turned pale. Not good. It's enraged, let's go. Combining their efforts, they retreated rapidly with Su Feinuo's wind power aiding their escape. The golden crocodile's tail flashed like a blade, slicing toward them. Unable to evade, they watched helplessly as the attack loomed larger. Chunsong transformed again, shielding the others. With a muffled thud, the tail struck Chunsong's leg, sending shockwaves through the air. A crack echoed as his leg broke. The golden crocodile bit through Chunsong's thick skin, performing a death roll that tore off his calf. Blood stained the lotus pond, and Chunsong screamed in agony. Su Feinuo and his team turned ashen, launching a full-scale attack. A flaming spear and wind blades wrapped in a gale struck the golden crocodile. It neither dodged nor flinched, its tail slicing through the air with a deafening sound. The shockwave clashed with their combined attack, tearing the energy apart. The surrounding vegetation shook violently. It's so strong. An 11-level beast. Even the three of us together can't hurt it. Su Fenuo and his team were horrified, but managed to drag the injured Chen Song away. Suddenly, Qin Xuan appeared, blocking their path. Get out of the way! Su Fenuo shouted angrily. He blamed Qin Xuan for Qian Song's plight and wanted nothing more than to kill him, but he was wary of both Qin Xuan's strength and the golden crocodile, so he held back. I'm very interested in that golden crocodile's beast core, Qin Xuan said with a smile. Why don't you sacrifice yourselves to help me get it? I promise you won't be shortchanged. His words mirrored Su Fenuo's earlier request for Qin Xuan to pick the lotus. Su Fenuo was instantly furious. You're asking for it. With a fierce shout, Su Fenuo swung his hand, unleashing several blades of wind. The wind blades whistled sharply, slicing through the air in a cunning arc, aiming directly for Qin Xuan's head. Whoosh! The blades pierced through Qin Xuan's head and didn't lose momentum as they sliced several trees in half. I intended to spare your worthless life, but you chose death. Su Fenuo sneered coldly. The other two showed disdainful expressions. Qin Xuan's arrogant demeanor earlier had led them to expect a tough battle, but he turned out to be so vulnerable. However, they quickly realized that Qin Xuan's figure was slowly fading, about to disappear. A mirage. He's an Earth-type heavenly awakener, the contestant on the right exclaimed, his face changing drastically. Fenuo, get close to me. Flames surged around him, forming a fiery cage that enclosed the four of them. This is my 5-star awakening skill, the fiery cage. Even a 5th-level Earth Awakener can't easily break through it. Well done, Li Xing. Su Fenuo praised. But before Li Xing could finish his boast, a figure was sent flying out of the fiery cage, crashing heavily into a lotus pond. Several crocodile beasts immediately swarmed, tearing into the fallen person. Agonized screams pierced the sky. As the flames dissipated, Su Fenuo, Chen Song, and the other contestants stood frozen in shock, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Qin Xuan stood calmly before them. Who are you? There's no way a contestant this strong is from Lan City. Are you a transfer student from Jin City? Qiu Di or Ling Long? Su Fenuo asked, stunned. Isn't Ling Long supposed to be an awakened lightning type? How is he an Earth Awakener too? Is a dual-type Awakener here to steal our spot? Another person cursed. Chun Song, with a leg broken, shook his head firmly, pale-faced. He's not Ling Long. I've seen Ling Long, and he has blonde hair and always wears white. Not Ling Long? Then who else could it be? Su Fenuo and the other were even more shocked. Su Fenuo regretted not negotiating with Qin Xuan from the start. Brother, take the Qinghua Lotus and spare us. Realizing they were outmatched, they began to plead. Qin Xuan stepped back, making way for them. The three couldn't believe it. The same Qin Xuan who had just caused Li Xing's death was now letting them go? But they didn't dare hesitate and fled in panic. However, they hadn't gone far when a golden figure burst from the water, its massive jaws instantly severing their bodies. Blood sprayed, staining the golden crocodile's skin. It chewed briefly, then submerged back into the water, its crimson eyes fixed on Qin Xuan. Had your fill? Then it's your turn. Qin Xuan sneered. He had been aware of the golden crocodile's presence and had deliberately created an opportunity for it to strike. The golden crocodile let out a low growl, bubbles rising from the water. Suddenly, its golden tail swung like a giant blade toward Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan spun and kicked back. Boom! A loud crash echoed as shockwaves rippled, sending the golden tail back into the water, splashing everywhere. The crocodile's tail lashed in the air, creating deafening cracks. Invisible air bullets shot toward Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan deftly evaded the attacks with his 7-star steps. The air bullets shattered rocks behind him and splintered tree trunks into shards. Qin Xuan felt a chill in his heart. The energy blasts from an 11-level beast are surprisingly more powerful than some specially designed firearms. He handled it with caution. Meanwhile, at the Zhaoyang University sports field, the sun blazed down on the bustling crowd. Students and teachers packed the area, anxiously staring at a massive screen in the center. The screen, measuring several meters wide and tall, was flickering with static as a few sweaty technicians worked frantically to fix the equipment. Can you guys get it together? It's been hours, and still no signal. Hurry up, or the competition will be over before we even get to watch. Complaints from the students echoed around, their hands full of snacks like sunflower seeds and peanuts, but they weren't in the mood to enjoy them. They had planned to watch the live broadcast of the Island Selection Tournament to cheer for Zhaoyang University's participants, but the signal receiver malfunctioned. Due to the special satellite broadcast used for the competition, their phones couldn't pick up the signal, leaving everyone waiting in frustration. The technicians were even more stressed. Everything had worked fine during testing, but now it was failing. If they messed this up, losing their bonus would be the least of their worries. They could lose their jobs. Damn it, why isn't it working yet? One of them angrily kicked the signal receiver. After a few sparks and flickers, the screen finally displayed a colorful image. Hundreds of small frames appeared, each showing people in motion. Intense battles, fights with beasts, and figures darting through the jungle. Hurry, switch to the Zhaoyang University contestant's perspective. I want to see Zhou Cheng, the 3-star mechanic with the supersonic armory's so cool. I want to see Zhuang Yongwang, the fire element awakener with the flashy special effects. Qin Siyu. Director. Director. Qin Siyu. Amid the crowd, Chun Hao's voice was particularly loud. I want to see Qin Chuan. At that moment, several teachers hurried into the faculty viewing area, one of whom was the bespectacled Wang Yuanxin. Professor Wang, you're finally back from your training. I couldn't reach you these past few days. Feng Yiming greeted her excitedly. Wang Yuanxin adjusted her glasses. We weren't allowed to bring phones during the training. What did you need me for? Congratulations, Feng Yiming said with a smile. Congratulations? Wang Yuanxin was puzzled. Promotions and bonuses were routine. What was there to congratulate? Of course. Your class has an outstanding freshman who outperformed everyone to qualify for the Lon City selection. Wang Yuanxin thought for a moment and smiled with satisfaction. You mean Xiaogang? That kid is quite impressive. He's a 1-star mechanic and a dual-element heavenly awakener at such a young age. But then she hesitated. However, as far as I know, Xiaogang is one of the top among freshmen, but not so much among sophomores and juniors. How did he qualify for the Lon City selection? Does he have something up his sleeve? Is he a 3rd-rank dual-element heavenly awakener? Or is he actually a 2-star mechanic? Wang Yuanxin grew more excited with her speculations. However, Feng Yiming frowned. Xiaogang? What does he have to do with this? That kid got knocked out in the 2nd round. Wang Yuanxin's smile froze. You mean someone from my class made it to the school team? If not Xiaogang, then who? Qin Chuan, the top scorer in the Lon City entrance exam. Didn't you know? He's the one who knocked Xiaogang out with a single blow. Wang Yuanxin was stunned, completely taken aback. What? You mean Qin Chuan, the one who isn't even an awakener? He's truly impressive. Feng Yiming recalled the moment when Qin Chuan defeated Xiaogang, who was clad in armor, and he was still in awe, nodding repeatedly. We were all taken aback at the time. Wang Yuanxin was left speechless by the story. What? Though she hadn't witnessed it herself, she trusted that Feng Yiming wouldn't joke about such matters. Just a few days ago, she had advised Qin Chuan not to have high hopes for the Tianming Cup and to participate with a learning mindset. Yet in just a few days, not only did Qin Chuan advance, but he also represented their school in the city-level selection. Wang Yuanxin was both surprised and delighted, and a bit ashamed. Suddenly, the playground erupted with deafening cheers. Wang Yuanxin and Feng Yiming looked up at the central screen. There, Zhou Cheng, a 3-star mechanist from Zhaoyang University's team, was battling a giant silver-scaled serpent clad in black armor. The serpent, enormous yet incredibly agile, twisted and turned like a dragon. Though Zhou Cheng was only the size of the serpent's head, he moved with astonishing speed, skillfully evading its attacks. The fierce battle flattened the surrounding dense forest, creating a clearing. The serpent's tail struck like a silver lightning bolt, making the spectators anxious for Zhou Cheng. He maneuvered his armor with precision, leaping into the air, using a single hand to grip the tail and spin, delivering a powerful kick to the serpent's head. The force knocked the serpent's head to the side, crashing into the forest. Zhou Cheng seized the opportunity, spinning like a top into the serpent. Silver scales shattered, scattering like stars. The serpent roared in pain, struggling. Zhou Cheng swiftly drew the sword from the back of his armor, decapitating it with a single, fluid motion. Well done. The audience erupted into applause and cheers. Even without using firearms, just the performance of the advanced armor is impressive. Truly worthy of a 3-star mechanist. The teachers nodded in approval at Zhou Cheng's performance. The scene switched to Gong Sibai. Flames engulfed him as he panted heavily, staring intently ahead. Opposite him, a tall, bronze-skinned young man approached step by step. Wow, it's Suyu, the transfer student from Beijing University. He took first place there. Someone recognized Suyu. I heard he's a 6th Deer Beast Mimicry Awakener, incredibly powerful, even stronger than Element Awakeners of the same level. Wow, with that kind of power, Gong Sibai is in danger. With participant information public, some of the more formidable competitors, especially the top-ranked students from various universities, attracted significant attention. Seeing Gong Sibai being pushed back, everyone was anxious for him. Gong Sibai gritted his teeth, unleashing 3 fire dragons as thick as barrels from above, left, and right, targeting Suyu. This was his last-ditch effort, his ultimate awakening skill Infernal Dragon Devourer, even more ferocious than when Su Gue faced Qin Chuan. However, Suyu stood firm, taking the 3 fire dragons heaten. Flames swept through, igniting the surrounding vegetation into a sea of fire. Yet, Suyu emerged unscathed, taking Gong Sibai's identity card and his points. Gong Sibai's face turned pale, powerless to stop him. The audience was left in shock. Unbelievable. He took it hidden without a scratch? Is he a human war machine? No wonder he's Beijing University's top student. I heard he's defeated a 2-star mechanist in their campus selection. That's strong. I thought Qin Chuan was impressive for defeating a 1-star mechanist with his fists, but there's someone even more formidable. Qin Chuan might still be a bit behind him. The crowd buzzed with conversation, forgetting even to snack on their peanuts. Director, can we see what Qin Chuan is up to now? Forget Qin Chuan, director. Qin see you. Show Qin see you. Qin see you. After Gong Sibai's match ended, the audience began to shout, most wanting to see Qin see you. At this moment, the camera angle suddenly shifts, focusing on Qin Chuan. In the dense forest, he seems to sense something, glancing up at the drone before continuing on his way. The audience erupts in chatter. It's really Qin Chuan. Isn't it too dangerous for him to be alone in the wilderness? Dangerous? Why didn't you say that when he defeated Xiao Gang? That's different. Xiao Gang is just a 1-star mechanic, but the island is crawling with clever beasts. Someone quickly explains. Clever beasts? Zhou Cheng easily took down a giant python because he's a 3-star mechanic. Beating a 1-star mechanic is nothing for Qin Chuan. You can't compare them? No way. The island is full of clever beasts? Of course. I heard that without the strength of a 5th-tier awakened one, you're not even allowed on the island. Wow, that's dangerous. Exactly. Besides the mechanics and a few transfer students, the others probably can't even handle the beasts on the island. These comments make the surrounding students look serious. Xiao Gang and his friends, upon hearing this, glance at Qin Chuan's solitary figure with glee. The teachers, seeing Qin Chuan making his way through the jungle alone, are also worried for him. Of course, they're concerned not only for Qin Chuan but for all the participating students. They hope that even if the students don't secure a spot in the Destiny Cup, they can gain something valuable from the experience and return safely. I hope these kids can stay safe and not get into trouble, one teacher says anxiously. Don't worry, I've already briefed them on the situation from the aircraft. They'll be careful. These kids are stronger than you think. Feng Yiming reassures with confidence in the 10 participants. Wang Yuanxin watches Qin Chuan's figure on the screen with a complex expression. At that moment, the camera slowly pans to Qin Chuan's back. The audience is puzzled. Could there be a beast or another contestant following him? Everyone holds their breath, eyes glued to the screen. Soon, they see signs of a chaotic battle. Stones are shattered, vegetation is torn, clearly indicating a fierce fight took place. The crowd speculates that Qin Chuan has been through a battle, but it's unclear whether his opponent was another contestant or a beast. Suddenly, the answer is revealed. The screen shows a wide lotus pond, the water stained dark red, with green lotus leaves swaying on the surface. Upon closer inspection, dozens of massive crocodiles are thrashing and biting in the blood-stained water, seemingly fighting over food. Occasionally, a crocodile flips over, revealing a fleeting golden flash in its mouth. The sight sends shivers down the spines of all the spectators. Qin Chuan spent quite some time slaying the 11 exotic beast, a golden crocodile, but he was rather disappointed with the outcome. There was no exotic beast heart crystal inside the massive creature. He thought to himself that perhaps only the 11 exotic beasts that had lived for a long time would form such a crystal, which explained its exorbitant price. Just then, he noticed a small drone, about the size of a fist, hovering behind him like a bird. He understood it was an official surveillance device and didn't pay it any mind. He twisted and turned, entering a concealed cave. The drone hovered at the entrance, waiting silently. Inside, the cave was dark and damp, with the only light coming from a crevice in the ceiling, casting a beam of light. Qin Chuan scanned the area with his spiritual sense to ensure it was safe before sitting cross-legged and taking out the clear moon lotus he had just acquired. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance filled the air. He enveloped the lotus with his spiritual power and swallowed it to refine it. The light above gradually dimmed, shifting from white to yellow, and finally disappearing. Qin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, 2 beams of light shooting out several feet. This is too time-consuming, he thought to himself. In the past, cultivation retreats were measured in years, but times had changed. He had grown accustomed to immediately absorbing treasures to convert them into personal strength, yet this time, it took him half a day. If he had spent that time searching for exotic fruits, he might have made significant gains. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decided to collect exotic fruits first, and then refine them all at once. As he stepped out of the cave, it was already evening. The sun was setting, obscured by clouds, casting rays of brilliant light. The mini-drone was still hovering at the cave entrance, and as soon as Qin Chuan appeared, it immediately locked onto him. Still here? Qin Chuan frowned slightly. He had assumed the drone would have left to find other contestants after he spent half a day in the cave, but it had been waiting all along. He didn't like being watched. After a few steps, the drone continued to follow him, maintaining a distance of 50 or 60 meters. Suddenly, the drone sparked and crashed into a nearby tree trunk, damaged. Without looking back, Qin Chuan continued on his way. As he descended the mountain, an 8-person team approached and stopped upon seeing him. "Hey, man, are you alone?" asked a tall, thin young man leading the group, followed by 5 men and 2 women. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. "We found a 3-star exotic fruit, but there are quite a few clevel and blevel exotic beasts around, so we're gathering people to pick it. Are you interested?" The tall, thin young man, named Zhang Wang, was a junior at Beijing University and warmly invited Qin Chuan to join them. "Don't worry, we've agreed not to compete for points in the first 5 days, just to find treasures. The island is rich in exotic fruits, but it's tough to pick them alone, so we decided to work together. Once we've gathered enough fruit, we'll compete for points based on our abilities," Zhang Wang explained with a smile. "As you can see, we're all from different universities. I'm Zhang Wang, a junior at Beijing University." Hearing no response from Qin Chuan, someone in the group whispered, "Wang, why invite him? He doesn't look like an awakened one, probably just a freshman and a 1-star mechanic." "Yeah, inviting him won't be of much help. He must be from Donglan University or Lanshui University. I heard besides the Jinshi transfer student, their strongest is just a 2-star mechanic." They assumed Qin Chuan couldn't hear them, unaware that his hearing far surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing him to catch every word. He did admire Zhang Wang's perspective. It was impressive for a junior student to have such a mindset. Qin Chuan politely declined Zhang Wang's invitation. With his spiritual sense, he could easily locate exotic fruits and was more than capable on his own. After parting ways with Zhang Wang's group, Qin Chuan arrived at a shaded hillside. The mountain was densely vegetated, with occasional patches of rocks bleached by wind and rain. A small tree, about half a person's height, grew at the edge of a cliff, its golden serrated round leaves swaying in the breeze. Among the leaves, a glimpse of a green fruit was visible. Additionally, there were 2 freshly picked stems. Qin Chuan nimbly climbed the cliff to reach the small tree. Suddenly, a massive boulder, nearly 10 meters in diameter, surged upwards from beneath the ground, sending soil and grass flying in all directions. A gigantic beast emerged from the earth, resembling an enormously magnified crab. Its pitch-black, metallic shell gleamed, supported by 8 long, spear-like legs, and its enormous pincers were as sharp as guillotines. This giant crab-like creature had been guarding an unusual fruit tree for countless years. The 2 fresh fruit stems on the tree were evidently its handiwork. Towering at 4 meters high, the beast made Qin Chuan appear as insignificant as an ant. Its crimson eyes fixated on Qin Chuan, and it swung its massive pincers downwards with lethal precision. Qin Chuan swiftly dodged to the side as the pincers crashed into the rocky ground, shattering the hard stone with terrifying force. Raising his hand, Qin Chuan hurled 2 spinning fireballs, each the size of a basketball, at the giant crab. The fireballs exploded upon impact, igniting the surrounding vegetation, yet the creature's hard shell remained unscathed. The crab thrust its 4 front legs forward like spears, casting a shadow over Qin Chuan. He deftly maneuvered with 7-star steps, evading the attacks and engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. Despite its massive size, the crab was astonishingly fast, matching Qin Chuan's agility. As the intense fight continued, the surrounding terrain was ravaged by the crab's long legs, with rocks flying and plants crushed. Qin Chuan's spells had little effect on the armored crab, and though he could defeat it, it would require considerable effort. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Chuan fought strategically, luring the crab to the edge of a cliff. Then, using his wind-riding technique, he plunged off the cliff with the crab in tow, only to soar back up. The crab, agile yet unable to fly, tumbled into the abyss below. Qin Chuan retrieved the 2-star exotic fruit, examined it briefly, and stored it in his spatial ring. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, a silver figure streaked across the sky like a high-speed missile, crashing into the mountainside. With a thunderous impact, rocks shattered, and the figure tumbled before lying motionless on the ground. Qin Chuan probed with his senses and discovered it was a heavily damaged silver suit of armor, evidently having fled here after a fierce battle. The red eyes of the armor flickered to life, and it slowly stood up. "Is it you?" Qin Chuan instantly recognized the unique armor, with its sleek lines, graceful form, and notably long legs. It was Li Siliu. "Is it you?" Li Siliu seemed surprised but quickly regained her cold demeanor. "You should leave here immediately." Qin Chuan was aware that Li Siliu inside the armor was a different person altogether. The former was proud and aloof, while the latter was introverted and gentle. Although he had his suspicions, he didn't press further and turned to leave. Just then, a thunderous roar approached from a distance as 3 mechanists piloting white-tailed armor sped toward them. Bang! 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 3 dark figures descended from the sky, landing heavily on the mountain peak. The trio, clad in black armor with crimson eyes, scanned over Li Siliu and Qin Chuan. The leader, a 3-star mechanist, paused on Qin Chuan, confirming he posed no threat, before focusing on Li Silu. Hand over the item, and we'll let you leave safely. We won't make things difficult for you in the upcoming selection exam, he said, stepping forward and extending his right hand towards Li Silu. And if I refuse? Li Silu responded coldly. Then we'll take it by force, and you won't continue with the exam, sneered a two-star mechanist behind the leader. We went easy on you because we're classmates, which is why you escaped. Hand it over, and don't be ungrateful. This metal sphere was mine, gained from slaying a beast. You want to take it by force and still act righteous? Li Silu retorted with a cold snort. Ridiculous. How could a beast have a metal object inside it? It was ours, swallowed by the beast, and mistakenly taken by you. Now we're here to reclaim it, and you refuse to return it. Another two-star mechanist said. Qin Chuan finally understood the situation. Li Silu had hunted a beast on the island and obtained a metal sphere, which these three mechanists claimed was theirs. Naturally, Li Silu was unwilling to give it up, leading to the conflict and her retreat to this point. Xing, let's just take it from her. Enough talking, one of the two-star mechanists urged. The three-star mechanist, Meng Xing, didn't act immediately. He knew Li Silu's armor was specially modified and quite formidable. Even if they could defeat her, capturing her and retrieving the metal sphere wouldn't be easy. The sphere was crucial to them. They were not just here for the selection exam, but also to find such metal spheres, as they had been promised rich rewards. Only participants from Jin City had been informed about this by their elders, while Qin Chuan remained oblivious. Classmate, how about I trade you a two-star exotic fruit for the metal sphere? Meng Xing tried to negotiate. No way. Li Silu refused flatly. She believed the metal sphere was much more valuable for her research and mechanist studies than any exotic fruit. You're asking for it? A two-star mechanist shouted, launching two small missiles from his shoulders towards Li Silu. She raised her right arm, firing two small missiles of her own in response. Boom. The four missiles collided midair, exploding into a shower of sparks and rolling shockwaves. Two dark figures charged through the flames, attacking Li Silu from both sides with flying kicks aimed at her head. Li Silu skillfully leapt, passing between them. The battle erupted instantly. In mechanist combat, firearms were of limited use, with the main reliance on the performance of the battlesuits. With their suits' auxiliary systems, they moved at incredible speeds, their fists creating gusts of wind. Li Silu's sleek battle suit demonstrated impressive combat capabilities. Leveraging her agile armor, Li Silu fought the two-star mechanists to a standstill, even gaining a slight advantage. Seeing this, Meng Xing joined the fray. With his advanced battle suit, he surpassed them in speed and strength, employing more aggressive tactics. As soon as he joined the battlefield, the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. Li Silu was struck in the abdomen by a powerful kick from Meng Xing, sending her flying like a cannonball. She crashed to the ground, rolling several times before landing at Qin Chuan's feet. Her armor bore a noticeable dent in the midsection. Struggling to her feet, she shoved Qin Chuan aside. You're still here? Get out of the way. With that, she charged back into the fray. A sharp-eyed two-star mechanic noticed the connection between Li Silu and Qin Chuan and quickly devised a plan. Breaking away from the fight, he charged towards Qin Chuan, raising his right arm, and aimed the gaping cannon muzzle on his armor at Qin Chuan's shoulder. Stop. One more move, and I'll shoot him, he shouted, diverting Li Silu's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Xing slammed her against a rock, sending debris flying. Hell yeah. Lu Hao, nicely done. You know how to take a hostage. Another two-star mechanic exclaimed excitedly. Meng Xing nodded approvingly. Well done. Lu Hao chuckled smugly. I figured they knew each other. So I guess she came here to meet him. This guy's a weak link. Control him, and she'll have to give in. Li Silu glanced at Qin Chuan. Her glare piercing even through her armor. Serves you right. Qin Chuan smiled wryly at Lu Hao's self-satisfaction. Just as he was about to make a move, Li Silu tossed something. Go fetch it yourself. Meng Xing immediately leaped into the air to pursue it. Lu Hao and the other mechanic were also drawn in, but at that moment, a flash of silver streaked by, kicking them both away. Grabbing Qin Chuan's shoulder, Li Silu's armor jets fired, propelling them skyward. After ascending 100 meters, she sharply veered off, flying towards the horizon. Damn it! Meng Xing landed, crushing a rock into powder in his hand. He realized too late that what Li Silu threw was just a rock, not a metal orb as he had thought. Where are they? Meng Xing roared, spotting Lu Hao and the other mechanic on the ground. Looking up, he saw Li Silu's silhouette turning away and immediately gave chase. Lu Hao and the other mechanic, realizing they'd been tricked, angrily took to the air in pursuit. In the glow of the evening sky, Li Silu sped away with Qin Chuan, while Meng Xing and his companions were hot on their trail. You're slowing me down. I'll drop you off soon, Li Silu said coldly. You can drop me now. This metal contraption is giving me a headache, Qin Chuan replied. You. Li Silu gritted her teeth, embarrassed and annoyed by Qin Chuan's head pressed against her chest. I should just leave you behind. Despite her words, she carried him a bit further before descending over the forest and dropping him off. Freed from Qin Xuan, her speed increased dramatically, quickly widening the gap. As Meng Xing and his team arrived, Lu Hao said, Brother Xing, you two chase the woman, I'll find the guy. Just as Qin Xuan landed, a dark figure plummeted from the sky, creating a deep crater. Still trying to escape? Surrender now, and spare yourself the pain. Lu Hao, driving his armor, advanced on Qin Xuan. Seeing Qin Xuan remain unfazed and calmly standing his ground, Lu Hao was consumed with rage. He punched a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, knocking it down and hurled it towards Qin Xuan. The trunk, accompanied by the sound of wind, whistled through the dense forest. Qin Xuan easily sidestepped, but two missiles hidden behind the trunk followed closely. Boom! The missiles exploded behind Qin Xuan, sending shockwaves and flames engulfing the surrounding trees. Lu Hao sneered inside his battle armor. You asked for it. He was quite pleased with his concealed combo attack, thinking that even if Qin Xuan wasn't dead, he would be severely injured. However, a sense of unease lingered in his mind. He used his armor to extinguish the remaining flames, only to find no one inside ahead. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the alarm in Lu Hao's armor went off, and his face changed dramatically. Before he could react, a tremendous force hit him from the left, sending him flying with his armor. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Hao bounced around the forest like a metal ball, finally stabilizing himself with the help of his armor's jet stream. You. Lu Hao stared in shock at Qin Xuan, who was completely unscathed. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. Even a fifth-level awakened would be injured by those two Black Dragonfly 2 missiles, yet Qin Xuan's clothes weren't even torn. Lu Hao didn't know that, at the moment the missile struck, Qin Xuan had used a fireball spell to detonate them while simultaneously employing the 7-star step to leave the area, avoiding any impact from the explosion. Roar! The engine of Lu Hao's armor roared as he charged at Qin Xuan, putting thoughts aside. Qin Xuan chose not to use any spells, opting instead to test the strength of his ninefold tribulation body with his own flesh. Seeking death, Lu Hao sneered internally, pushing his mid-level armor to its limits with punches and kicks like a storm. Qin Xuan, however, deftly evaded in the gaps between attacks, causing Lu Hao's strikes to hit the surrounding trees, snapping them in half. In less than a minute, they exchanged blows over 100 times, leaving the area in ruins. What the hell is with this guy? Lu Hao grew increasingly alarmed. Even with the armor's temperature control, he was drenched in sweat. Qin Xuan, without using any awakening skills, was holding his own against the armored assault and even had a slight advantage, defying Lu Hao's understanding. Lu Hao's attacks grew more frenzied, his fists creating a barrage aimed at Qin Xuan. Yet Qin Xuan remained composed. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, and his demeanor shifted dramatically from a lazy cat to a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Lu Hao felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing his hair to stand on end, and he instantly retreated. To Qin Xuan's surprise, his speed was on par with an intermediate battle armor, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with Lu Hao. He threw a punch that tore through the air with a piercing whistle, directly targeting Lu Hao. Even clad in armor, Lu Hao's heart raced with fear as he instinctively crossed his arms in defense. Thud! A dull metallic crash echoed as Lu Hao was sent flying by the immense force, rolling over the ground for several meters and crashing into several trees before coming to a stop. Terrified, he looked at the armor on his arms, where a deep fist imprint was clearly visible. The punch had even penetrated the armor, breaking his arms. How is this possible? Is he a monster? Could he be wearing armor more advanced than mine? Lu Hao was filled with disbelief. As he saw Qin Xuan approaching, he fearfully retreated until his back was against a tree, unable to go any further. What do you want? He asked through gritted teeth, his tone filled with reluctance, yet hinting at submission. Recalling his previous arrogance when chasing Qin Xuan, he now felt nothing but shame. What is the metal orb you stole? Qin Xuan asked, looking down at him. Anything that Meng Xing would exchange a 2-star exotic fruit for had to be extraordinary. I don't know, Lu Hao replied. Seeing Qin Xuan's doubtful gaze, he quickly added, I really don't know. I was just told that finding the metal orb could be traded for a 3-star exotic fruit. Who are you supposed to trade with? How many people are there? Qin Xuan continued to press. Some transfer students from Jin City. I only know about Ling Long, Su Yu, and Kiso, Lu Hao admitted, not daring to hide anything. How many have you found? None. We saw that woman holding one earlier, so we... Lu Hao shook his head helplessly. How do you find these orbs? Qin Xuan asked one last question. They appear randomly on the island. It's all about luck. With good luck, you might find one just walking around. With bad luck, you could dig deep and still find nothing, Lu Hao answered truthfully. Qin Xuan nodded, stopped questioning, and extended his hand toward Lu Hao. Lu Hao obediently handed over his identity card. Seeing that Qin Chuan didn't withdraw his hand after taking the card, Lu Hao sighed at his misfortune and opened the storage compartment in his armor, taking out two-star exotic fruits to give to Qin Chuan. I was wrong earlier. Consider this compensation. Having only found two-star exotic fruits on the first day, he knew how to avoid greater losses. Qin Chuan accepted the fruits and, as if performing a magic trick, stored them in his spatial ring, leaving Lu Hao astounded once more. There must be something unusual. It has to be advanced battle armor. After transferring the points from Lu Hao's identity card to his own, Qin Chuan returned the card and walked away. Lu Hao got up, looked at the fist imprint on his armor, and resigned himself to his bad luck. If he'd known, he would have followed Meng Xing to chase the girl. Exiting the forest, Qin Chuan heard the sounds of fighting and the roars of beasts ahead. Using his spiritual sense, he discovered it was Zhang Wang and his group, and he also saw the three-star exotic fruit they were after, causing him to be taken aback. It was a Qingyan tree, and it had even produced a tree heart. The Qingyan tree's leaves were a shade of blue, with edges resembling burning flames. In the cultivation world, it was considered a spiritual tree, with not only its fruit being valuable, but also its leaves and trunk being precious materials for alchemy. Most precious of all was the Qingyan tree heart. Its fruit barely qualified as a three-star exotic fruit, but the tree heart was a fifth-grade spiritual item. Extremely rare in the cultivation world, it was typically only found during the nascent soul stage. This Qingyan tree heart could at least help me advance to the late stage of qi refinement, Qin Chuan thought to himself, quickly making his way towards it. At this point, Zhang Wang's team had grown stronger, now numbering 16 members. They were facing 5th-grade giant lizards covered in black scales and 3-grade large alligators. Among the 16 members, there were 5 elemental awakeners displaying spectacular awakening techniques, 4 beast mimicry awakeners who transformed into fierce beasts engaging in close combat, 6 one-star mechanics piloting black battle armor with agile movements and providing covering fire, creating chaos on the battlefield. 1 person remained in reserve, closely monitoring the situation. The black giant lizards and large alligators were amphibious creatures with extremely strong defense due to their scales. The team's attacks barely caused any substantial damage to these beasts. Even when they struck with combat knives, the effect was minimal. Despite having the numerical advantage, the battle remained evenly matched. If the fight dragged on and they became exhausted, their chances of losing would increase significantly. After Qin Chuan emerged from the woods, he caught the attention of those engaged in battle. Come quickly. Let's work together to kill these beasts. Zhang Wang, who was fighting a crayed beast alongside another wind element awakener, immediately called out upon noticing Qin Chuan. While others showed no reaction to Qin Chuan's arrival, some privately expressed dissatisfaction with Zhang Wang's invitation. He refused to come earlier, and now he shows up halfway through to take advantage? Ridiculous. I hate people who play mind games, they whispered while continuing to fight. Does anyone know him? Some asked in hushed tones. Though Qin Chuan had been famous during the college entrance exams in Lan City, with most high school students there having seen him, Lan City was only a second-tier city. The power level of its high school students was relatively low, with second-tier supreme grade being considered the peak, and only 3 third-tier supreme grade awakeners in the entire graduating class. Those who qualified for the island selection tournament were mostly 4th-tier supreme grade awakeners, meaning few local graduates made it in. The majority were students from other cities, or 2nd and 3rd-year university students. Han Lu, who had been observing the battle from behind, recognized Qin Chuan with surprise. She was the rare healing awakener who used to accompany Feng Xiaoxiao. Though Feng Xiaoxiao hadn't qualified for the island selection, Han Lu was admitted as an exception due to her unique awakening talent. She had originally been with 2 5th-tier supreme grade awakeners from her school when they encountered Zhang Wang's team and joined them to collect the beast fruit at his persuasion. As a healer not skilled in combat, she remained on standby, ready to treat any injuries. The battle situation deteriorated when one of the crayed alligators became enraged and struck an elemental awakener with its tail. The fire element awakener was sent flying, suffering several broken ribs and coughing up blood. Han Lu immediately began treatment, her hands hovering over his chest as green light emanated from them. Without the ranged attacks from a 4th-tier supreme grade awakener, a 5th-tier beast mimicry awakener, and a mechanic couldn't hold back a crayed beast alone. The alligator became increasingly violent, biting the mechanic's left leg and throwing him away like a toy. The rhinoceros transformed beast mimicry awakener was also quickly defeated. The delicate balance of the battlefield began to tip in favor of the beasts, causing Zhang Wang and others to wear grave expressions. These creatures had tough scales and thick skin, quite different from the beasts in the wilderness. Despite their efforts, the group could not make any progress and began to despair. We can't beat them. We shouldn't force it. Let's retreat for now, someone shouted. As dusk fell and visibility worsened, it affected their performance further, prompting more people to find excuses to withdraw. It's getting late. Let's come back first thing tomorrow. The injuries among their comrades only intensified their desire to retreat. Zhang Wang was reluctant to give up, but seeing the morale drop, he had no choice but to nod. Let's fight as we retreat. Leave this place for now, rest overnight, and come back tomorrow with a well-thought-out plan. The group, feeling as if they were granted a reprieve, quickly disengaged and began to retreat. Just then, they noticed Qin Xuan fixated on a tree in the midst of the creatures, bearing strange fruits and steadily moving forward. Whispers erupted among the retreating group. No way, we're all leaving, and he still wants to go for the fruit alone? Is this guy out of his mind, charging in like that? Does he even realize how tough these island beasts are? They scoffed internally, not bothering to stop him, eager to see Qin Xuan make a fool of himself. Zhang Wang watched Qin Xuan's back in surprise, then shouted, Qin Xuan, don't be foolish. If you want the fruit, come with us, and we'll plan to come back tomorrow. There's no rush. Qin Xuan ignored him, continuing forward. Seeing Qin Xuan about to encounter a lizard beast, Zhang Wang gritted his teeth and said sternly, assist Qin Xuan, let's move together. However, his order was met with silence. I've been fighting for so long, I'm exhausted. If he wants to go, let him. I'm not going, someone complained. If you don't go, and Qin Xuan gets the fruit, you won't get any share later. Another person taunted. Get lost. If all of us couldn't handle the beasts, how could he? Are you going to help him? The complainer retorted disdainfully. Haha, I'm not going. Just reminding you not to miss the chance to ride his coattails. You're kidding, right? Does he look like someone worth following? If he gets the fruit, I'll call him Grandpa. They ignored Zhang Wang's words, retreating while mocking him. Zhang Wang's face darkened. He had initially planned to unite everyone to seize the exotic fruit together, but to his dismay, they turned out to be a disorganized rabble. Earlier, they had pledged solidarity and cooperation. Yet when the battle began, each person shirked responsibility and avoided real effort. Zhang Wang sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. The giant lizard, 5 or 6 meters long, with its black, scaly body and crimson tongue flicking in and out, emitted a nauseating stench as its saliva dripped. When it saw everyone fleeing except for Qin Xuan, it immediately lunged with its powerful limbs and gaping maw. Bang! Qin Xuan didn't even glance at it as he kicked the lizard's lower jaw. The creature bit its own tongue, its massive body flipping through the air before crashing to the ground, landing heavily on another lizard and leaving it dizzy. Those retreating kept their eyes on Qin Xuan, hoping to see him fail, but were stunned when he effortlessly dealt with the lizard that had given them such a hard time. They exchanged bewildered looks. What the heck? Is Qin Xuan really that strong? Damn, we shouldn't have retreated. These lizards have been worn out from fighting us for so long. Now's the time to strike. One person realized, immediately turning back to try and snatch the exotic fruit first. The others caught on and were about to follow when they saw someone being flung backward. Rolling to a stop at their feet, covered in blood and in a pitiful state, was the one who had rushed ahead. The crowd was dumbfounded. It's not that the lizards are weak. It's that guy who's too strong, someone exclaimed. The beasts remained fierce, yet Qin Xuan seemed to handle them with ease, leaving everyone awestruck. How strong must he be to remain so calm? Brothers, charge! Help Qin Xuan get the exotic fruit, shouted a sly-looking fellow, secretly hoping to share in the spoils. Others echoed his call, rushing forward excitedly. Qin Xuan, my friend. I'm here to help. I'll cover the right side. Qin Xuan, just keep moving forward. These beasts are almost drained. We'll definitely get a share of the fruit, they boasted, though their actions couldn't match their words. Qin Xuan led the way, effortlessly dispatching any beasts they encountered. While the others pretended to help by hovering around the creatures Qin Xuan had already kicked away. With a wave of his hand, Qin Xuan's sword light flashed, slicing a giant crocodile in two, blood spraying everywhere. The pretenders shivered in fear. As Qin Xuan killed the last crocodile, the others suddenly became invigorated, rushing toward the exotic fruit as if fueled by adrenaline. Even the mechanic among them outpaced Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan glanced at them indifferently, maintaining his own pace. Suddenly, Qin Xuan stopped. Everyone else had overtaken him, smirking at him, thinking him foolish for doing all the work only for them to reap the rewards. The one in the lead felt ecstatic, never imagining it would be so easy to obtain a 3-star exotic fruit. Spurred by excitement, he quickened his pace. Those behind him, seeing him about to succeed, wished they could sprout wings and fly forward. Just as he reached within 50 meters of the fruit, the ground erupted with flying debris, shooting out like hidden weapons. A silver pillar of light shot skyward. The massive silver beam changed direction midair, slamming into the leading man. He was horrified, unleashing his most powerful awakened skill. Unfortunately, his body was engulfed by silver light before his flames could even fully ignite. A jet of fire shooting toward the ground, melting the stones beneath. A blood-curdling scream pierced the sky, causing the others to turn pale and halt. Only then did they realize the silver figure emerging from the ground, a giant python covered in silver scales. On either side of its head, two small bulges seemed ready to burst into horns. It slowly lifted its silver head, swallowing the man it had just bitten, whose faint cries could still be heard from within its belly. Hiss! The python flicked its crimson tongue, its dark golden eyes beneath the silver scales cold and merciless, chilling onlookers to the bone. An 11 beast. It's an 11 beast, someone stammered, and some weaker awakened ones collapsed in fear, some even wetting themselves. After a brief daze, they held their breath, quietly retreating to distance themselves from the python. It seemed that as long as they didn't make a sound or attract the python's attention, they could escape unscathed. It was like playing hide and seek, where being cautious enough meant avoiding being caught by the monster, except now they were hiding from a python, and the stakes were life itself. Cold sweat dripped down their faces, shattering on the ground. The air seemed to freeze. Qin Chuan gazed at the silver python. This creature was stronger than the golden crocodile from before, even more formidable than the python in Qingyue Bay. He hadn't seized the Qingyan tree while Zhang Wang and the others were fighting the beasts because he had long noticed this silver python coiling beneath it. To obtain the Qingyan tree, he would have to confront it. With a swift motion, the silver-scaled python struck like lightning, its head launching forward to sink its fangs into a terrified and struggling awakened. The victim fought desperately, unleashing wind blades that screeched against the snake's scales like metal clashing, but it was a futile attempt. The giant serpent coiled its body, crushing its prey alive into its belly, and a despairing scream echoed through the air. Witnessing this, the rest of the group was gripped by sheer terror, completely breaking down as they scrambled to flee, even turning on each other with ruthless aggression, fiercer than when they fought the beast. 6 mechanists activated their battle suits, attempting to take flight with bursts of jets. In a flash of silver, one mechanist's suit twisted and crumpled, crashing into the ground like a cannonball, scattering sparks. The silver-scaled python sniffed the downed prey, then moved on, capturing another awakened who was spewing flames. The fleeing party dwindled rapidly, reduced to 4 in a blink, their faces pale, pants soaked, as they fled in disarray. The silver-scaled python did not pursue far, maintaining its position near the Qingyan tree. After devouring its prey, it coiled beneath the tree, head held high, tongue flickering, its cold, dark gold eyes fixed on Qin Chuan. It sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the human who stood unwaveringly. In the distance, the 4 surviving awakened and 5 mechanists regrouped, collapsing in relief as the python did not follow. Sweat poured down their faces. He's still standing there? They finally noticed Qin Chuan, still facing the towering silver-scaled python, and felt a chill down their spines. Does he intend to fight the python? That's an 11 beast. They gasped, knowing that even clever beasts were their limit. An 11 beast was an insurmountable challenge. Wait, the python seems intent on guarding that strange fruit. What level must it be to warrant protection from an 11 beast? Zhao Qinyu, with his shifty eyes, speculated. As far as I know, it must be at least a 5-star exotic fruit. A 5-star exotic fruit? The group exclaimed, greed gleaming in their eyes. If we could get our hands on it, we could advance to a 7th level awakened. Even selling it would fetch a fortune. Fear of death gave way to avarice. Qin Chuan is quite strong, slaying clever beasts like they're nothing. We should wait until he and the python are both worn out, then we strike. Zhao Qinyu suggested slyly. Everyone for themselves, but no infighting. The group nodded, their gaze fixed on Qin Chuan, holding their breath for the perfect moment. They hoped for Qin Chuan to barely win, making him easier to deal with. From afar, Zhang Wang observed everything, then, after a brief consideration, decisively approached Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, I'll help you. Han Lu stood behind Zhang Wang, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She had just finished healing an injured awakened one and was now observing Qin Chuan. In a soft voice, she asked, you just fought so many crank and drank beasts. Do you need me to help you recover your strength? Qin Chuan was slightly surprised by Han Lu and Zhang Wang's appearance. He shook his head, no need. Stand back a bit. An rank beast is different from the ones before. I'll be giving it my all, and I don't want to accidentally hurt you. Han Lu's mouth slightly opened in shock, looking at Qin Chuan in disbelief. His confidence during the college entrance exams had left a strong impression on her, and now, faced with an rank beast, he was still the same. The prophecies from the exams were coming true one by one. Could it be that this boy, from the same year as her, could really slay an rank beast? Zhang Wang also glanced at Qin Chuan in surprise. Seeing his calm demeanor, which didn't seem exaggerated, he offered, having more people means more strength. I'm a 6th-tier heavenly awakened one. At least I can provide cover for you. Before he could finish, Qin Chuan waved his hand, sending a gentle force that pushed Zhang Wang and Han Lu over 20 meters away. Both of them were taken aback, staring at Qin Chuan in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he did it. Zhang. Qin Chuan's aura changed abruptly, with spiritual energy whistling around him, forming an invisible sword domain. Clapping his hands, a shadowy spirit sword, as thick as an arm and emitting a pale blue glow, materialized behind him. Sparks crackled around the sword. The shadowy spirit sword emitted a clear, sharp sound, slicing through the air, so piercing that the onlookers felt their eardrums ache and covered their ears. This was the 9 mystical saint-slaying sword technique, a subsidiary offensive sacred art of the 9 mystical tribulation body that Qin Chuan practiced. In his peak in a previous life, he could summon 9 majestic ancient swords, piercing through the void to slay enemies thousands of stars away. Now, at only the 4th layer of Qi refinement, he could barely form a single sword shadow based on his understanding from the past. But it was enough to deal with the silver-scaled python in front of him. Hissed, the silver-scaled python flicked its scarlet tongue, its neck scales fanning out like wings, making it appear even more terrifying. It suddenly spewed a mouthful of black poison mist, which melted leaves instantly upon contact. Simultaneously, its tail turned into a silver whip-like streak, slashing towards Qin Chuan. Both lethal moves struck almost simultaneously. Zhao Qinyu and others, witnessing this, felt a pang of worry for Qin Chuan, not out of concern for his safety, but because they didn't want to see him killed so quickly. At least contribute something before dying. Watch out. Zhang Wang's face changed dramatically, and he pushed his palms forward, sending out a gust of wind in an attempt to disperse the poison mist. The silver-scaled python's tail flicked, instantly scattering the wind. As Zhang Wang frowned deeply, a pale blue light shot out from the poison mist, cutting through the night sky. Thud. The pale blue light easily pierced through the scales on the silver-scaled python's neck. Roar. The python spewed blood, letting out a painful hiss. It withdrew its tail and attacked Qin Chuan again. The blue light returned, this time targeting the python's head. The python dared not attack Qin Chuan again, redirecting its tail to fiercely strike the blue light. Thud. The blue light, like a divine weapon, effortlessly severed the snake's tail, which even a 5th-tier heavenly awakened one couldn't breach before. Blood spurted out, staining the ground. The silver-scaled python thrashed its massive body, rolling on the ground, its agonized hisses echoing through the sky. The 9 mystical saint-slaying sword technique consumed a significant amount of Qin Chuan's spiritual energy, leaving him slightly pale. Not wanting to drag it out, he gritted his teeth and channeled more energy, making the blue light blaze brighter. Go. Qin Chuan gestured with 2 fingers. The blue light almost instantly pierced through the python's head. Thud. The blue light shot through the snake's head, trailing a burst of blood. The python's life force faded, though its body continued to convulse instinctively. Just then, 9 figures swiftly approached from the distance. 5 of them wore black battle armor, flying through the air, while the other 4 sprinted across the ground. Their target was the azure flame tree. Qin Chuan didn't intervene. He watched coldly as the people he considered mere clowns tried to take advantage of the situation. He consumed a special fruit he had found on the mountain, and a warm surge of energy coursed through his body, quickly restoring his strength. Zhang Wang, who had been intimidated by Qin Chuan's thunderous method of killing the silver-scaled python earlier, saw Zhao Qinyu and his group attempting to seize the opportunity and didn't hesitate to attack. Sharp wind blades sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, targeting the 5 mechanists. Relying on the toughness of their battle armor, the mechanists withstood the wind blades, sparks flying and leaving deep scratches on their armor. Undeterred, they remained focused solely on capturing the fruit. Zhao Qinyu and the others dared not underestimate Zhang Wang's wind blades, and quickly used their awakening skills to defend themselves. Zhao Qinyu said coldly, "Zhang Wang, we're sparing you out of respect, so you better not interfere. Otherwise, our group of 9 won't let you off." Zhang Wang snorted, "I'd like to see how you plan on not letting me off." This fruit was guarded by an 11th beast, and was obtained by Qin Chuan after he killed it. It rightfully belongs to him. With that, Zhang Wang moved like lightning, attacking Zhao Qinyu and his group. Despite being a 6th-tier heavenly great awakener, his agile movements kept him on par with Zhao Qinyu and the others in battle. Seeing this, Zhao Qinyu grew anxious and suddenly unleashed his awakening skill Dragon Dance of Fire. A fiery dragon roared forth, not aiming at Zhang Wang, but charging directly at the mechanists in the lead. The other 3 awakeners also joined in, trying to prevent the mechanists from seizing the fruit. The mechanists' speed suddenly decreased, and though they were infuriated, they quickly turned to interfere with the remaining mechanists, creating chaos. Han Lu approached Qin Chuan, her palms glowing with a soft green light, enveloping him to heal his injuries. Qin Chuan nodded slightly in gratitude. Although Han Lu's healing offered limited help, it was better than nothing. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Zhao Qinyu and his group joined forces to push Zhang Wang back, fearing Qin Chuan might pose a threat once he recovered. Zhang Wang was blasted away, hitting the ground heavily and spitting out blood, his face pale. He looked at Qin Xuan with guilt. Qin Xuan, I misjudged them. They're nothing but treacherous wolves. Qin Xuan remained calm. No matter, they're just clowns. He turned to Han Lu and said, Go heal Zhang Wang. Han Lu nodded, as Zhang Wang's injuries were more severe and required urgent attention. Just as she was about to heal Zhang Wang, she saw Qin Xuan heading toward Zhao Qinyu and his group. Han Lu quickly shouted, Your injuries aren't healed yet. Qin Xuan seemed not to hear. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he was meters away, closing in on the last awakener. The man was shocked. You were poisoned by the silver-scaled python's mist? How can you be fine? Qin Xuan, expressionless, flicked his fingers, sending a sharp sword beam at the man's neck. The man, a fourth-tier fire-type heavenly great awakener, pushed his palms forward, flames surging to form a wall of fire. However, the sword beam cut through it effortlessly, blood splattering. The uncontrolled flames backfired, incinerating him instantly. Zhao Qinyu shouted, Brothers, don't panic. Qin Xuan's awake. Let's deal with him first. Those who had been focused on the fruit turned back, seeing Qin Xuan standing there unharmed, a strong sense of unease rising within them. Zhao Qinyu continued to incite. Qin Xuan had the power to kill the silver-scaled python but watched as our companions died. He's despicable. Let's join forces and suppress him. A fire-type awakener immediately attacked, forming a fiery line to bind Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan grabbed the fire line with one hand, yanked it hard, pulling the man toward him, and kicked him in the chest, breaking his ribs and killing him instantly. The remaining 7 gasped, recalling the scene of Qin Xuan slaughtering the beast, which sent chills down their spines. Seeing the situation turn dire, several mechanists activated jets on their legs, attempting to escape into the sky. Qin Xuan deftly flicked his fingers, sending streams of energy that transformed into gusts of wind, precisely striking the energy cores of the battle armors. Sparks flew as the 5 suits of armor powered down, trapping the mechanists inside like steel cages. They struggled in panic, but it was futile. In the distance, Zhao Qinyu and another 5th-level Celestial Awakener looked grim, knowing escape was hopeless, yet determined to fight to the death. They believed that after battling the silver-scaled python and the toxic mist, Qin Xuan was spent. However, Qin Xuan's figure flickered like a phantom, and with a step reminiscent of the 7 stars, he appeared before them in an instant. With a single palm strike, the spiritual power surging within them was suppressed as if by an invisible hand, ceasing instantly. Despite their flushed faces, they couldn't muster any awakening skills. Back in the college entrance examination days, Qin Xuan could already seal the talents of Zhao Wenxuan and Shen Linghao, and now his power surpassed the past, making sealing Zhao Qinyu and his companion a trivial task. Terror finally consumed Zhao Qinyu's last shred of hope. He fell to his knees. Qin Xuan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. He babbled incoherently, pleading for a chance to live. Qin Xuan sneered. So, you do realize how despicable your actions were. I truly know I was wrong. Zhao Qinyu repeatedly kowtowed, his forehead bleeding profusely. You're only scared because you're about to die, Qin Xuan remarked coldly, pressing a finger to Zhao Qinyu's forehead. A silent surge of spiritual power flowed in, and Zhao Qinyu went lifeless, collapsing without a final struggle. Witnessing this, the other awakener desperately drew a dagger and lunged at Qin Xuan. With a resounding clang, the dagger shattered upon impact, the broken edge slicing his throat, causing blood to spurt out. Having mastered the 9 heavens tribulation body, Qin Xuan's physical form was as unyielding as stone. After dealing with them, Qin Xuan approached the Qingyin tree, plucked the Qingyin fruit, and stored it in his ring. He then walked over to the silver-scaled python's corpse. Using his fingers like a blade, he sliced open the snake's belly, releasing a foul stench as half-digested corpses of awakeners, mixed with entrails and blood, spilled out. Unfazed, Qin Xuan reached into the snake's belly, rummaged for a moment, and retrieved a fist-sized black, crystalline beast core. Warm to the touch, it emanated a faint energy, distinct from the usual monster crystals. Qin Xuan knew this beast core could also be absorbed and converted into spiritual power by him. This Agrade beast core didn't contain much energy. He estimated he would need about 20 to reach the 5th level of Qi refining. Other awakeners treasured beast cores for their direct energy absorption to enhance strength, whereas exotic fruits required time for digestion and absorption. But Qin Xuan could directly refine exotic fruits, making the beast core's effect akin to that of the fruits, even inferior to some high-star fruits. This Agrade beast core's utility was equivalent to a 3-star exotic fruit. Qin Xuan put away the beast core, intending to exchange it for a more precious 4-star exotic fruit. He approached Zhang Wang and Han Lu. Under Han Lu's healing, Zhang Wang had recovered somewhat and could barely stand. Qin Xuan split the Qingyin fruit in 2, handing it to them. Zhang Wang and Han Lu exchanged glances, knowing this was a rare 3-star exotic fruit. Take it. It's not much use to me. The tree is mine, Qin Xuan said nonchalantly. The two accepted the valuable gift without further hesitation. Just as Zhang Wang was about to speak, a rumbling echoed from the sky, and 4 figures descended. Meng Xing, Lu Hao, and others, along with a tall, bronze-skinned young man. Was it you who sent the distress signal? Meng Xing asked, looking down at the 5 mechanists trapped in the armor. Yes, it was us. The mechanists, seeing a lifeline, shouted eagerly. His name is Qin Xuan. He killed over a dozen of us for the exotic fruit. He killed so many people? Meng Xing was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting such a ruthless person among the contestants. Lu Hao, standing nearby, sneered, "Oh, it's the top scorer of this year's Lon City College entrance exam." The young man with bronze skin glanced over the mess and finally fixed his gaze on the gutted, silver-scaled serpent. In a deep voice he asked, "Did you kill this silver-scaled beast?" A mechanic quickly responded, "That's right. This silver-scaled serpent was exceptionally fierce, much stronger than ordinary A-level beasts. It took more than 10 of us a long battle to bring it down. Then Qin Xuan and Zhang Wang suddenly attacked us when we were exhausted." The other mechanics chimed in, accusing Qin Xuan of ambushing them, colluding with Zhang Wang, and ruthlessly attacking them. They even twisted the facts, painting Zhang Wang as a cunning accomplice. Clearly, they knew Zhang Wang had been helping Qin Xuan all along, and if they didn't speak first, Zhang Wang might reveal the truth, putting them at a disadvantage. So, they preemptively labeled Zhang Wang as Qin Xuan's partner, making any defense from him seem like an accomplice's excuse. These mechanics were like a group of schoolchildren tattling to a teacher, desperately trying to exonerate themselves. After finishing their complaints, the 5 mechanics sneaked a glance at Qin Xuan, hoping to see Meng Xing and others clash with him, preferably leading to a fight. Qin Xuan looked down at the 5 with indifference, then suddenly sneered and stepped forward, heavily stomping on the chest of the mechanic who first slandered him. The man was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat as he yelled in horror. "Look, he's still daring to act violently, trying to kill us to silence us. Everyone, let's take him down." Qin Xuan's foot surged with spiritual power, shattering the mechanic's internal organs through his armor in an instant. The mechanic's screams stopped abruptly, and he collapsed like a toy with its power cut off. In front of Meng Xing, Qin Xuan ended the mechanic's life as easily as squashing an ant. The remaining 4 mechanics were terrified, scrambling in their cumbersome armor to hide behind Meng Xing. "See, he's ruthless, killing at the slightest disagreement. Meng Xing, you are the strongest mechanic among our school's contestants, the top sophomore. Everyone respects you. Please stand up for us." The mechanics pleaded in fear from behind Meng Xing. Seeing Qin Xuan give him no face and kill someone right in front of him, Meng Xing was already burning with anger. He had initially come for the 3-star exotic fruit mentioned in the distress signal, and knowing it was in Qin Xuan's possession, he had already thought of taking it. With the mechanic's plea, he seized the opportunity and declared righteously, "Qin Xuan, now that we're all here, you still dare to attack a contestant? Do you really not take us seriously? Hand over the exotic fruit immediately, then bind your hands and wait for punishment from the teachers after the selection. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh." Meng Xing's voice was powerful and undeniable, like a radiant judge pronouncing Qin Xuan's guilt. His stance drew cheers from the mechanics on the ground. Flattered, Meng Xing took a step forward, ready to act at the slightest provocation. Qin Xuan sneered, "Who do you think you are?" Although Meng Xing's helmet hid his expression, one could guess his face was livid. He slightly turned his head, looking at Lu Hao and the other. Lu Hao, who had suffered at Qin Xuan's hands before, immediately understood and drove his armor to attack Qin Xuan. The two approached from left and right, launching a pincer attack on Qin Xuan. Both Lu Hao and the other mechanic were 2-star mechanics, piloting intermediate armor, far surpassing the previous 1-star mechanics in speed and strength. Although Qin Xuan had recovered considerably after slaying the A-level beast, he wasn't at his peak. Facing the pincer attack of 2-star mechanics, he gathered spiritual power in his palms and struck out into the air. Bang! Bang! The clash of fists and palms produced 2 muffled explosive sounds, with visible white shockwaves spreading outward. Qin Xuan and the 2 mechanics were each forced back several steps. Holy crap! The 1-star mechanics on the ground were stunned, never expecting Qin Xuan to physically withstand intermediate armor and not fall behind. The young man with bronze skin had a glint in his eyes, unconsciously licking his lips, watching Qin Xuan like a predator eyeing its prey. Fire cover! Seeing Qin Xuan's formidable strength, Meng Xing couldn't sit still. He shouted and drove his armor, charging at Qin Xuan. His armor was originally black, blending seamlessly into the surrounding night. Only his pair of crimson eyes stood out in the darkness, like 2 burning lines of fire. Lu Hao and his companions worked in perfect harmony with Meng Xing. Upon hearing Meng Xing's command, they swiftly retreated, their shoulders and arms deploying gun muzzles to unleash a barrage of gunfire at Qin Xuan. The bullets wove a fiery web that tore the dark space apart. The relentless hail of bullets rained down indiscriminately, striking Meng Xing's advanced armor with a metallic clatter, yet leaving it unscathed. Qin Xuan waved his hand, instantly enveloping himself in a faint blue protective aura. Despite his mastery of the Nine Heavens tribulation body being sufficient to withstand such low-level thermal weaponry, his vulnerable areas like his eyes still required extra protection. As the protective aura formed, Meng Xing's crimson eyes turned into two streaks of light, rapidly closing in on Qin Xuan. Meng Xing maneuvered his armor into a high leap, delivering a fierce flying kick, his armored leg slicing towards Qin Xuan's chest like a sharp guillotine. Qin Xuan's figure split in two, and then slowly dissipated, revealing itself to be a mere illusion. Meng Xing realized this the moment he made contact with the illusion, his red eyes immediately locking onto the real Qin Xuan, who had dispersed using the seven-star step. With a heavy stomp, the metallic foot of his armor cracked the ground, propelling him forward at near-sonic speed, producing a deafening sonic boom. In the darkness, the crimson eyes on Meng Xing's armor traced an elusive path, relentlessly pursuing Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan's palms repeatedly struck the advanced armor, producing dull metallic thuds, but he remained on the defensive, not attempting to damage Meng Xing's armor power source. He knew that the advanced armor was made of more robust materials with better impact absorption, requiring immense energy to destroy the power source. Additionally, advanced armors typically had multiple power cells and possibly even a small reactor, making it highly inefficient to target the power source. The two engaged in a high-speed battle under the night sky, their movements as swift as lightning, nearly impossible to track. Lu Hao and his companions ceased their attacks after the initial shooting, as even in their intermediate armors, they struggled to pinpoint the two combatants. Lu Hao exclaimed in disbelief, "No way. I've seen some awakened ones withstand armor attacks with their bodies, but to match the speed of advanced armor? How's he doing it?" The boss's armor is specially modified to reach burst speeds of 387 milliseconds, and he can keep up. Lu Hao and his companions removed their helmets, staring in awe at the astonishing battle. The four one-star mechanics were already dumbfounded, sitting paralyzed on the ground like puppets with their strings cut. A young man with bronze skin had his eyes darting around, sweat beading on his forehead, his hands clenched tightly, body trembling slightly with excitement and longing. So strong. I really want to fight him. In the distance, Zhang Yuan and Han Lu watched Zhang Wang anxiously. He could feel his life force slipping away and weakly pleaded, "Can you go any faster? Just help me stand." Han Lu's face was pale, beads of sweat trickling down her temples. The continuous treatments had already pushed her beyond her limits, and she was now relying solely on her willpower. She had no strength left to increase the pace. Suddenly, Zhang Wang remembered something and urgently said, "Right, the miraculous fruit. Eat it now." Both immediately consumed the fruit. The faint green glow in Han Lu's palm, which was nearly extinguished, suddenly burst back to life with renewed vigor. Qin Xuan thought to himself, the advanced battle armor truly lives up to its reputation. Whether it's defense, speed, strength, or the built-in auxiliary combat system, it far surpasses the intermediate armor. In the hundreds of clashes with Meng Xing, if not for the fact that I have begun mastering the Nine Heavens tribulation body, allowing me to withstand blows with just my body and armor, I would have been defeated long ago. Another punch collided, compressing the air into white shockwaves that surged outward. Meng Xing retreated several steps, stabilizing himself only with the jet streams from the back of his armor. He was inwardly shocked. This guy is so strong. The advanced armor's capabilities are comparable to a 7th level awakened. Even with my modified armor, I can hold my ground against a 7th level top-tier awakened, yet he is matching me blow for blow. Qin Xuan was equally surprised by the strength of the advanced armor. Meng Xing was even more alarmed, realizing that Qin Xuan was fighting him to a standstill with just his physical strength, without even using any awakening skills. Cold sweat soaked Meng Xing's back. As a respected 3-star mechanic, if he were to be defeated by a freshman using only fists, how could he maintain his reputation in the mechanic community? He gritted his teeth. I must end this quickly. The chest of his black battle armor lit up with a dazzling red light, rhythmically pulsing like a heartbeat. The red light flowed like liquid from the center, spreading across the entire armor, with energy lines continuously circulating, channeling power to the limbs. The armor became even more sinister and cold, exuding an intimidating aura. This was the berserk mode unique to advanced armor, concentrating energy to drive the armor into overdrive, nearly doubling its strength and speed. Lu Hao and another person were shocked at this sight. They had followed Meng Xing for so long, and this was only the second time they had seen him activate the berserk mode, the first being when they faced 3 A-class exotic beasts. As the armor entered berserk mode, the vibrating air formed gusts that whipped Qin Xuan's clothes. Qin Xuan frowned slightly, feeling a hint of pressure. In peak condition, he would not be afraid. But he had expended a lot of energy slaying the silver-scaled serpent with the Nine Heavens Saint Slayer sword technique and had already fought Meng Xing hundreds of times, leaving his spiritual power nearly depleted. This was despite his spiritual power being more abundant than other cultivators of the same level. With a light sigh, Qin Xuan took out the azure flame tree, extracting a fist-sized core that emitted a blue glow, and swallowed it whole. Originally intended for breaking through his cultivation level, the tree core could now only be used to replenish his spiritual power. The tree core transformed into pure spiritual energy, nourishing his body and instantly restoring him to peak condition. A deafening sonic boom erupted. The red and black armor dashed towards Qin Xuan, unleashing a punch with tremendous force, compressing the air into waves. For others, even a 7th level awakened might be caught off guard by such a rapid attack. But Qin Xuan, being a cultivator, had his spiritual awareness locked onto Meng Xing and reacted the moment he moved. His aura surged, and he countered with a punch. As his fist cut through the air, it emitted a brilliant light, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Kanglan 9 transformations, meteor long fist. The clash of fists caused the air between them to explode violently. Air ripples spread out like waves crashing on the shore, endlessly expanding. Qin Xuan's feet sank into the ground, carving 2 deep grooves. Meng Xing was knocked back, landing with a few spins. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the armor's jets fired, propelling him forward once more. Qin Xuan slightly bent his arms, encircling the air with his hands, exuding an invisible aura as if cradling a mountain condensed into a smaller form. Kanglan 9 transformations embraced the mountain seal. He thrust his arms forward with force, unleashing a vast momentum that surged like a collapsing mountain towards the rapidly approaching Meng Xing. Meng Xing's armor emitted a sharp warning. He tried to dodge, but felt as though he were trapped in quicksand, his speed plummeting. As Qin Xuan's unusual attack neared, Meng Xing extended his arms, and 4 small missiles launched from his armor, their trails blazing straight at Qin Xuan. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted between them, releasing a blinding flash of light, and energy ripples spread out like waves. The blast wave forced Meng Xing back, but he quickly regained his stance, locking onto Qin Xuan. Raising his right arm, a black aperture appeared in the palm of his armor. Red energy lines rapidly converged on his right arm, causing the black aperture to emit a dazzling glow. Just as Qin Xuan emerged from the explosion's flames, he sensed a strong aura of danger. Swiftly forming seals, his spiritual energy surged, creating a point of light in the space before him. The light expanded into intricate energy lines and symbols, ultimately forming a circular light array. His defensive minor divine ability, Absolute Void. As soon as Absolute Void took shape, Meng Xing fired a brilliant energy beam from his palm, slicing through the night sky towards Qin Xuan. Boom! The beam struck Absolute Void, exploding like fireworks, scattering countless fine energy threads. Stones melted, trees were pierced and ignited, and the threads even penetrated the clouds, reaching the heavens. Meng Xing sustained the attack for 10 seconds, depleting a massive amount of energy, yet he still couldn't breach Qin Xuan's defense, leaving him stunned. He quickly ceased the attack, darted to Lu Hao and another companion, and grabbed them as he soared into the sky, escaping. Qin Xuan, also heavily drained from maintaining Absolute Void, felt a weariness comparable to using the 9 mystical slaughtering sword technique earlier. Fortunately, having absorbed the core of the azure flame tree, he could still hold on. Seeing Meng Xing flee, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and was about to recuperate when he noticed a bronze-skinned young man, who had been watching the entire time, approaching. The young man with bronze skin had muscles that rippled under his calm exterior, resembling a crouching tiger ready to pounce at any moment. Qin Xuan recognized him as an ally of Meng Xing. Yet despite witnessing the battle between Qin Xuan and Meng Xing, this man hadn't left. Clearly, he had something to rely on. As he approached with ill intent, Qin Xuan activated the 3 lives creation technique, refining the heart of the Qingyan tree within him. The bronze-skinned man's eyes were intense with a fighting spirit, though he restrained himself from attacking. Instead, he asked, "Do you know the girl Meng Xing and his group were pursuing earlier? Who are you?" "Qin Xuan," he replied calmly. "Su Yu." The bronze-skinned youth stated his name. Earlier, Qin Xuan had let Lu Hao go, who then caught up with Meng Xing and the others, but Li Silu had already escaped. Unable to find her, they contacted Su Yu and informed him about the metal sphere Li Silu had obtained. The 4 of them then searched for her together. Along the way, Meng Xing received a distress signal from a fellow student mechanic, leading them to discover Qin Xuan's presence there. Knowing that Qin Xuan and Li Silu were acquainted, Su Yu joined the pursuit. Upon hearing the name Su Yu, Qin Xuan recalled Lu Hao mentioning that the metal sphere could be exchanged for resources, understanding Su Yu's interest in Li Silu's sphere. "I do know Li Silu," but after we parted ways, I have no idea where she is, Qin Chuan stated truthfully. Her name is Li Sil. Suyu nodded slowly, about to speak further when two figures stumbled over Zhang Wang and Han Lu. Suyu, don't listen to their nonsense. Qin Chuan killed the silver-scaled python on his own. There was no ambush. He didn't take advantage of the situation. It was those guys who acted dishonorably first. Zhang Wang explained breathlessly. Suyu smiled faintly. I already know that. He glanced at the four one-star mechanics and sneered. I've encountered a silver-scaled python before, so I know how strong it is. These guys couldn't have possibly defeated it. Meng Xing knew this too, and he acted out of greed for your exotic fruit. Qin Chuan chuckled, aware that Meng Xing's main motive was the three-star exotic fruit, with reputation being secondary. Suyu's remark hinted that he wouldn't fight Qin Chuan over the fruit. I'm not interested in the exotic fruit. I just want to find Li Silu and get the metal sphere, Suyu confirmed. What exactly is the metal sphere? Qin Chuan, curious about it before, couldn't help but ask, especially since Suyu ignored the valuable three-star fruit. A key. A key? That's right. You'll understand its use in a few days, Suyu didn't hold back. However, before that, I need to get the key. Come with me, and I'll explain in detail. Qin Chuan shook his head. I have other matters to attend to. Suyu understood Qin Chuan's excuse and didn't press further, saying, in that case, if you meet Li Silu, pass on a message for me. I'll trade her a set of advanced armor for the metal sphere. If she's interested, meet me on the small island west of the main island the day after tomorrow. With that, Suyu turned and left. As he turned, his fists clenched, veins bulging as he restrained himself, thinking, no rush. I can't fight him now. I can't risk getting injured. I need to conserve my strength to be the first to enter. That three-star mechanic wanted to kill Qin Chuan, but this guy with him was so easygoing. He just asked Qin Chuan to pass on a message and left. After Suyu disappeared, Han Lu was puzzled. Zhang Wang shook his head, also confused. Qin Chuan pondered. Suyu's real purpose here was likely to extract information about Li Silu from him. He might not believe that Qin Chuan couldn't find her, hence the request to pass on a message. Offering advanced armor, which is as valuable as a four-star exotic fruit, indicated the importance of the metal sphere. During the flight, Feng Yiming had mentioned many details about the selection and the island, but never about the metal sphere. Either he was unaware, or he believed that students from Zhaoyang University wouldn't have the chance to encounter it. Regardless, it suggested the official selection on the island had a deeper significance. Qin Chuan, what are your plans now? Zhang Wang asked beside him. Han Lu also looked at Qin Chuan, clearly wanting to follow him. At this moment, the heart of the blue flame tree within Qin Chuan's body had not been fully refined. He planned to find a place to completely absorb it. I intend to find a place to recover my strength. Let's part ways here, Qin Chuan said to Han Lu before turning to leave. Han Lu wanted to offer her assistance, but ultimately held back and watched as Qin Chuan headed towards the hiding place of the one-star mechanics. The four individuals who had been hiding in the shadows trembled with fear as they saw Qin Chuan approaching. To them, his footsteps sounded like the drumbeats of death, growing ever closer. Qin Chuan finally stopped in front of them, looking down coldly at the quivering group. He raised his palm, and a pale blue spiritual energy gathered in his hand. Bang, 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 bang. For muffled thuds sounded almost simultaneously as the spiritual energy struck the chest armor of the four, causing it to cave in. In the next moment, their hearts exploded with a sound like bursting balloons. Qin Chuan expressionlessly collected their identity cards and points, then moved on to Zhao Qinyu and his group to take their points as well. Su Feinuo and his group had 4 points, Zhao Qinyu and his men had 14, and with his original 1 point, Qin Chuan now had 19 points in total. Besides the points, he also found 4 2-star exotic fruits and 8 1-star exotic fruits from Zhao Qinyu and his group. Satisfied with his substantial haul, Qin Chuan nodded and used his wind-riding technique to swiftly disappear into the night. Qin Chuan found a secluded cave to begin his cultivation. He took out all the exotic beast heart crystals, the exotic fruits from Zhao Qinyu and his group, and the remaining heart of the blue flame tree. After refining the heart of the blue flame tree, he swallowed the fruits and crystals. His body emitted a gentle light, illuminating the entire cave, making even the scattered stones inside clearly visible. As the night passed, the faint sound of morning birdsong could be heard, and Qin Chuan finally finished refining all the treasures, exhaling a long breath of stale air. Utilizing the residual energy of the heart of the blue flame tree and other heavenly materials, he directly broke through to the 6th level of Qi refining. It's worth noting that even a damaged heart of the blue flame tree could help a typical 4th level Qi refining cultivator break through to the foundation establishment stage. Yet, despite refining so many treasures, Qin Chuan only advanced to the 6th level of Qi refining. This was partly due to the prior depletion of the heart of the blue flame tree, but mainly because he deliberately suppressed his advancement to continuously refine his spiritual energy. With his insights from reaching the pinnacle of the human path in his previous life, his current 6th level of chi refining was as dense in spiritual energy as a foundation establishment cultivator. Coupled with his vast arsenal of magical abilities, he was confident he could even defeat Meng Xing, who could activate the berserk mode of an advanced battle armor. Boom! Suddenly, a loud crash came from above the cave, and debris began to fall. Qin Chuan extended his spiritual sense and discovered that the figure embedded in the mountain was someone very familiar. Li Silu. Li Silu plummeted from the sky, crashing into the mountainside with a spray of rubble. Just yesterday, after parting ways with Qin Chuan, she had skillfully maneuvered through the dense forest, using her modified, agile battle armor to evade Meng Xing and his companions. She paused to rest on the sturdy branch of a tree with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters, taking out the peculiar metallic sphere to examine it closely, trying to uncover why Meng Xing and his group were so relentless in their pursuit. The silver-white sphere was covered in intricate blue lines, resembling a circuit board. Strangely, as she moved it, the blue lines flowed like water, shifting in speed as if following some mysterious pattern, exuding a natural beauty. Li Silu extended the sharp blade from the index finger of her armor, attempting to cut along the blue lines. But no matter how much force she applied, she couldn't leave a mark on its surface. Reluctantly, she decided to put the sphere away, planning to analyze it later in the lab with her mentor, hoping it might inspire new modifications for her armor. At dawn, Li Silu was jolted awake by the sounds of fierce combat. Quickly donning her armor, she looked up to see 9 contestants engaged in a heated battle with a class beast, vying for a glowing 3-star exotic fruit. Not particularly interested in the fruit, Li Silu noticed that the 9 were struggling, so she decided to seize the opportunity to snatch their points. She descended from the sky without hesitation, landing squarely in the midst of the chaos. Her armor, enhanced for incredible speed and nearly matching high-grade models, gave her a significant edge. Among the 9 were 4 5th-tier and 5 4th-tier top-grade awakeners. Seeing someone trying to steal their prize, the 9 immediately joined forces to attack Li Silu. Engaged in a fierce battle with them for hundreds of rounds, she swiftly defeated 3 4th-tier awakeners and took their ID cards before deciding to retreat. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning split the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar, striking Li Silu's armor and scattering sparks like fireworks. The unexpected attack sent her crashing into the ground, forming a clear human-shaped crater. As the lightning dissipated, a young man with golden hair and a white short-sleeved shirt emerged. He wore a silver and amethyst earring on his left ear and approached Li Silu step by step. Realizing she was outmatched, Li Silu quickly launched 2 missiles, hoping to escape. However, the young man merely focused his gaze, shooting 2 beams of cold electricity from his eyes that accurately intercepted the missiles, causing them to explode 50 meters in front of him. Just because you're a girl, you think you can hit my people and leave? It's not that easy, he said coldly, his eyes fixed on Li Silu. Knowing escape was futile, Li Silu resolved to fight with everything she had. She pushed her armor's capabilities to the limit, accelerating to 300 meters per second, creating a deafening sonic boom. The golden-haired man seemed unfazed, spreading his fingers with electricity dancing between them. In the blink of an eye, only flickering arcs of electricity remained where he stood, as he vanished. A moment later, with a loud crash, he reappeared, already engaged in combat with Li Silu. Their incredible speed turned them into a silver streak and a bolt of lightning, weaving through the forest. Trees were pierced by lightning and toppled by the force of their blows, and in less than 30 seconds, the area around them was leveled. The golden-haired man, slightly stronger, disrupted the energy circuits of Li Silu's armor with his electricity. Taking advantage of her armor's brief malfunction, he punched her, sending her flying dozens of meters, crashing through several trees before hitting the ground heavily. Casually, he approached Li Silu, ready to take her ID card. However, when he noticed the half-exposed metallic sphere on her, his expression changed dramatically. "Where did you get that? Hand it over," he demanded, uncharacteristically flustered, and in a flash of electricity, he was in front of her, reaching for the sphere. Li Silu reacted quickly, her armor's arms ejecting 2 gun barrels, unleashing a barrage at the golden-haired man. The bullets tore through the air, hitting him at close range. Although he could have easily dodged, his focus on the sphere caused a moment's distraction, forcing him to endure hundreds of bullets. Fortunately, his body was as tough as a beast-type awakener, and the conventional bullets only shredded his clothes without causing real harm. Seizing the opportunity, Li Silu used her armor's jets to retreat swiftly, putting distance between them. "Want it? Go fetch," she taunted, pretending to toss the metallic sphere far away. In reality, she discreetly swapped it with a similarly sized stone. The golden-haired man fell for the ruse, surrounded by crackling electricity, and immediately chased after it. Relieved, Li Silu quickly made her escape. However, in less than a minute, the golden-haired man caught up again. His speed and agility were exceptional, making it impossible for Li Silu to shake him off. She attempted to fly into the clouds, only to be struck by mysterious lightning attacks. Forced to fly low, the chase continued across the island. As Li Silu passed through a low-lying cloud, it suddenly erupted with lightning, hitting her armor. The interference caused a temporary malfunction, sending her plummeting once more. This time, she happened to land near Qin Chuan. Emerging from his cave, he saw Li Silu climbing out of the crater. Their eyes met. "You again?" Li Silu said coldly. "Being chased again?" Qin Chuan observed her predicament with a smile. Embarrassed by the coincidence, Li Silu merely let out a prideful huff. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck beside her. It was the golden-haired man, eyes fixed intently on Li Silu. "Give me the metallic sphere," he demanded. Qin Chuan was taken aback. "Another metallic sphere?" The blond young man, with his fingers crackling with blue electricity, lunged aggressively at Li Silu. Knowing firearms were useless against him, Li Silu activated the high-performance features of her modified battle armor to confront him head-on. While her armor was slightly weaker in strength, its speed was unmatched, perfectly countering the speed advantage of the blond man's lightning abilities. In an instant, they became two blurred shadows, their clashes echoing through the valley, with shockwaves rolling like a tsunami around them. Qin Chuan didn't intervene but closely monitored the fight with his spiritual awareness. He noticed that while Li Silu's speed matched the blonde man's, her strength was clearly inferior. In under a minute, after hundreds of exchanges, her armor was covered in fist and palm marks, while the blonde man remained unscathed. Suddenly, he delivered a thunderous punch, engulfing Li Silu in a dazzling flash of electricity. The current interfered with her armor's energy circuits, momentarily freezing her in place. Seizing the opportunity, the blonde man landed a solid kick to her abdomen, sending her crashing into the rocky terrain like a cannonball, burying her in debris. Qin Chuan reacted swiftly, pulling her from the rubble as she tumbled near him. "Let go of me," Li Silu snapped, shaking off his hand with a frosty tone. "Who asked for your help? If you don't want to lose points, just leave." Qin Chuan sighed, feeling unappreciated for his assistance. As the dust settled, the blonde man approached, discarding his tattered clothes to reveal his muscular physique. "Friend, she's mine," he declared, fixing his gaze on Qin Chuan like a lone wolf eyeing its prey, a mix of coldness and wariness in his eyes. He couldn't fathom Qin Chuan's depth, especially since Qin Chuan remained calm despite witnessing his display of power. Qin Chuan looked at Li Silu with an amused expression. Even with a mask, he sensed her glaring at him sharply. "What are you looking at? If you don't want to leave, then stay and hold this," she snapped, tossing a metal sphere to Qin Chuan, who instinctively caught it. The blond man's eyes followed the metal sphere to Qin Chuan. Just as he was about to speak, Li Silu launched a fierce kick at him. Again. The blond man, surrounded by crackling electricity, instantly appeared behind her, simultaneously reaching for the metal sphere in Qin Chuan's hand. Qin Chuan immediately retreated. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Qin Chuan's right temple, as tiny electric snakes seemed to bite at him. At the same time, the blond man unleashed a spinning kick, like a guillotine, aimed at Qin Chuan's left temple. Qin Chuan thought to himself, "This guy's understanding of electricity is extraordinary, but his execution is quite crude." His right hand swirled in the air, conjuring a glowing rune in his palm, basic thunder control talisman. As soon as the talisman appeared, the surrounding violent arcs of electricity became docile. The blond man sensed something was off and quickly changed his move, shattering a large rock nearby with a kick. Li Silu was taken aback, fully aware of the blond man's prowess, realizing that even with all her effort, she might not gain the upper hand. Yet, Qin Chuan had easily forced him back. It seemed her tablemate had hidden his true capabilities well. The young blonde, Ling Long, was filled with fear as he fixed his gaze on Qin Chuan's hand. His eyes showed even more apprehension. "To think he could make the lightning slip from my control in an instant. If I had touched that glowing object in his hand just now..." He couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. Keeping his composure, he subtly distanced himself from Qin Chuan to ensure his own safety. His tone became more polite. "My friend, may I know your name?" "Qin Chuan." "Qin Chuan? It's you. The top scorer in Lan City's college entrance exam." Ling Long had heard of Qin Chuan's achievements before, but he hadn't paid much attention, dismissing it with a smile. However, witnessing Qin Chuan's strength firsthand made him realize that the value of Lan City's exam was far greater than he imagined. Qin Chuan's capabilities were impressive enough to rank within the top 200 even in Jin City. "I'm Ling Long, a sophomore from Jin City, ranked 153rd among university students, currently transferred to Qinchuan University," he introduced himself. Qin Chuan had already guessed that Ling Long was a transfer student from Jin City, but hearing his rank was still a surprise. Ling Long's prowess was undoubtedly top tier in Lan City, surpassing even some university teachers, yet he couldn't even break into the top 100 in Gene City. It seemed that the competition in Gene City was fiercer than he had anticipated. Everyone's looking for this thing. What is it used for? Qin Chuan asked, holding out the metallic sphere with flowing blue lines. Ling Long pondered for a moment before slowly explaining, I'm not entirely sure what it is. Before coming to the island, an elder in my family mentioned that this island selection would have a special trial. If you're lucky, this trial could be a rare opportunity. This metallic sphere is part of the key to that trial. Every selection island has one metallic sphere, and finding them all will unlock the special trial. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. So you had mentioned something similar before? So Ling Long was likely telling the truth. Although he might not have revealed everything, Qin Chuan could piece together some information from the context. This special trial must be extremely dangerous, with a high probability of death for those with insufficient strength. Otherwise, the officials would have made it public instead of only informing students from Gene City. The transfer students from Gene City were indeed significantly stronger than the local students. If both groups were placed in the same perilous environment, the Gene City students would likely have a better chance of survival. Actually, once the special trial is activated, everyone can participate. However, the person holding this metallic sphere can enter first. The trial is fraught with danger, and even a fifth-tier Tianpin awakened entering would face a high risk of death, Ling Long continued, his eyes lingering on the sphere in Qin Chuan's hand. If you're willing, I can offer you a 4-star exotic fruit in exchange for that metallic sphere. Qin Chuan weighed the sphere in his hand and glanced at Li Silu beside him. It's not mine. You'll have to negotiate with her. Ling Long was taken aback, not expecting Qin Chuan to so readily relinquish the sphere. Upon reflection, it made sense. Qin Chuan might not know the full extent of the benefits of entering the trial early. He immediately turned to Li Silu. Li Silu raised her chin defiantly. No, I want to go in too. Ling Long's face darkened as he sternly reminded her. In the special trial, your battle armor might not work. If you'd said that from the start, I might have agreed. Li Silu replied coldly and stubbornly. Now it just seems like you're trying to trade because you can't win. Who cares? Ling Long was frustrated. If he could take it by force, why would he bother to negotiate? Trading was his last resort, but he hadn't anticipated encountering such a stubborn woman. He glanced at Qin Chuan warily and ultimately decided against making a move. Firstly, he needed to conserve his strength for the special trial, and secondly, after his earlier probing, Qin Chuan's methods were too mysterious for him to act rashly. Moreover, even without the metallic sphere, he could still participate, albeit later. He believed that with his strength, entering later wouldn't matter. With that in mind, he snorted and remained silent. Just then, the metallic sphere in Qin Chuan's hand began to glow brightly with blue lines, like a radiant blue sun, making it hard for the three of them to look directly at it. Ling Long's expression changed drastically. So soon? On just the second day, they've already found all the metallic spheres? Suddenly, the sphere shot a beam of light downward, which disappeared into the ground. They waited for nearly 10 minutes, but nothing happened, and the sphere's glow gradually dimmed, returning to its previous state. Qin Chuan and Li Silu both looked at Ling Long. Ling Long was at a loss. Why are you looking at me? I have no idea what's happening. A rumbling sound, like distant thunder, echoed across the sky, as scorching sea winds swept over the island, shaking the trees and kicking up sand and stones. The waves surged, crashing against the island. It's a tsunami. Qin Chuan looked beyond the island, where the once calm sea had risen into a 50-meter-high wall of water, advancing with terrifying speed. The competition islands, like rocks awaiting the tsunami's impact, stood silently. The first island to be hit was where the participants from Gene City were stationed. Ling Long watched as the massive wave crashed onto the first island and said in a low voice, the 100 participants from Gene City all came from 10 elite universities. Ling Long ranked 153rd, and excluding those overage, his actual rank should be within the top 100. Unfortunately, Gene City was filled with strong competitors, so he eventually chose to transfer to Qianchuan University in Lan City. After the tsunami, the second and third islands were successively swallowed by the waves, unstoppable and without exception. By the time the tsunami reached the island where Qin Chuan was, the wave height had decreased to over 30 meters, but it still carried fierce winds, crashing violently onto the island. Boom! With a loud roar, white spray shot into the sky, nearly engulfing the entire island. Splash! Water poured down like a torrential rain, mixed with countless sea creatures. Fish, shrimp, crabs, jellyfish, sharks, dolphins, crashing down like dumplings. Is this special assessment a tsunami? Qin Chuan asked. Ling Long frowned. This sudden tsunami was completely different from the special assessment his elders had described, a new venue that required a key to open. As far as I know, the special assessment should be a new venue that needs a key to open, not a natural disaster like this. He shook his head, puzzled. Oh my God. Run. What is this thing? It even discharges electricity. I just saw a long-legged carp running faster than me. And there are flying fish, with mouths as sharp as a Rousa fourth deer, heavenly great awakener, got his shoulder pierced by one. A commotion erupted, and a group of bedraggled figures emerged from the forest. They were contestants from various universities in Lan City, scrambling away like drowned rats. They glanced at Qin Xuan and his two companions as they passed by. Guys, run. The tsunami has flushed all the sea beasts onto the island. If you don't run now, it'll be too late. Li Silu pondered. We're on an island, with cliffs behind us and the ocean beyond. Where are you planning to run? The person suddenly froze. Oh crap. It's my first time on an island. I forgot. Now we're like fish in a barrel. Can't run anywhere. Her words snapped everyone back to reality, and the contestants, who had been fleeing, stopped in their tracks, looking at each other. Qin Xuan. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Delightedly rushing over it was Ding Xian. Back when Qin Xuan and his group went to Timing Mountain in search of exotic fruits, they had saved Ding Xian's life. After returning home, Ding Xian informed his family, which led to repercussions for the Lu Ming family. Later, Ding Xian advanced to a fourth-tier Heavenly Great Awakener and transferred to a university in Lan City, earning a spot in the island selection competition. His strength was among the lower ranks of the contestants. Today, he was wandering the island when the tsunami and sea beast attack struck, causing him to flee with the crowd, unexpectedly reuniting with Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan was also surprised but nodded slightly. Crash in the dense forest, the sound of trees breaking and falling echoed, as if something was crushing its way through. Countless sea beasts were emerging from the forest depths. After hearing Li Silu's words, the contestants calmed down, realizing they were all exceptional individuals who quickly regained their composure after the brief panic and entered a state of alert. As the last giant tree fell, the view was immediately filled with a swarm of sea monsters. Massive fish, sea snakes, sea shrimps, sea crabs. Among them, there were dozens of sea shrimps taller than a person. Holy crap! So many of them. Mechanics, unleash your firepower. A loud shout pierced the air. Over 100 mechanics responded, guns emerging from their arms, shoulders, and even waists, firing a barrage of bullets. The rat-a-tat of gunfire echoed through the forest, and the beasts at the front were instantly turned into a bloody pulp, creating a gruesome scene that made some girls cover their eyes. Clang, clang, clang. Bullets struck the hard shells of some creatures, producing metallic clashes and sparks, leaving only shallow white marks. Several giant shrimp-like beasts, larger than humans, suddenly whipped their tails and leapt forward, brandishing massive claws as they charged at the crowd. Fire element users, charge! Shouted a man engulfed in flames as he dashed forward. Other fire element wielders also unleashed their flames, which swept through the air and engulfed the airborne shrimp-like beasts. The air was filled with the smell of burning, with a hint of roasted shrimp. I'm in too. A wind element user joined the battle, unleashing a barrage of wind-based attacks at the beast consumed by flames. Fierce winds howled, and wind blades sliced through the air. These elite contestants from various schools, all at least fourth-year awakeners, handled the low-level beast with ease, some even taunting for more to come. Zzzzz. Suddenly, arcs of electricity crackled through the flames, making everyone's skin tingle. No way. Are there electrifying beasts among them? Electric eels. They're electric eels. Several contestants exclaimed almost simultaneously. In the next moment, the arcs of electricity exploded, extinguishing the flames. 3 electric eels, each as thick as a barrel and 20 to 30 meters long, covered in black scales, appeared before them. So powerful. A-class beasts. There are 3 of them. Everyone gasped in shock. Holy crap, look over there. A silver-scaled python. Another A-class beast. Damn. Look at that octopus with blue rings all over it. A blue-ringed octopus, highly venomous. The previously relaxed expressions on their faces turned serious as the appearance of one A-class beast after another, following their easy defeat of the lower-level beasts, sent chills down their spines. Electric arcs crackled around Ling Long, creating a mesmerizing yet intimidating display. As he took a step forward, he declared, I'll handle the 3 electric eels. Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of lightning, charging directly at the eels. Who is this guy? An awakened one with thunder abilities. Wow, you don't know him? That's Ling Long, the top contender from Qinchuan University, a transfer student to Jin City. He's a rare thunder element awakener. Even among Jin City's transfer students, he's one of the best. With him here, those eels are as good as gone. The crowd murmured. Sure, he can handle the eels, but there's still the blue-ringed octopus. It's not an A-level beast, but its venom is lethal to anyone who touches it. The blue-ringed octopus was notoriously poisonous, lethal upon contact, prompting participants to retreat. I'll take care of it. A figure clad in dark, reflective armor stepped forward with a sharp, commanding presence. It was Zhou Cheng. His advanced armor was equipped with air purification and toxin neutralization systems, making it perfect for handling venomous beasts like the blue-ringed octopus. Count me in, Meng Xing joined. Alongside them, 4 3-star mechanics and several 2-star mechanics stepped forward. Though competitors in the contest, they stood united against the threat of the beasts, choosing to confront the danger together before resuming their rivalry. The eels and octopus are covered, but we still have some clevel and above amphibious beasts. Who's with me? This call came from Suyu, a muscular, bronze-skinned young man from Beijing University and another transfer student to Jin City, rumored to be a 6th-tier beast mimic. Wow, a 6th-tier beast mimic? That's impressive. Recognizing Suyu, several people quickly responded. He scanned the crowd. 5th tier and above, follow me. Those below, hold back for now. Watch and support where needed. Many 4th-tier awakeners looked disappointed, reluctant but accepting. Let them join, suggested a fiery-haired youth with muscular arms, wearing a black sleeveless shirt. This was Kiso, a 6th-tier fire element awakener, also from Jin City. Suyu glanced at him and didn't argue. As you wish. With that, he leapt over 10 meters into the fray. As crab and crocodile beasts surged, Suyu tossed them skyward. Charge, brothers. Time to show our true skills. The group stormed forward. Beast mimics grew into towering figures, rampaging through the beast ranks, while elemental awakeners unleashed their powers: fire, wind blades, ice knives, and spears raining down on the beasts. Earlier, fire awakeners had nearly incinerated all level beasts, with most remaining clevel ones falling in the chaos, leaving only the strongest. 4th-tier awakeners struggled with clevel beasts, often needing to team up. Since the beasts came from the sea, they feared fire, giving fire awakeners an edge. Aren't you joining? Ding Xian asked Qin Chuan, eager to act but noticing Qin Chuan's hesitation. Qin Chuan shook his head, feeling no threat from these beasts and preferring to wait for a level ones to appear for their heart crystals. Li Silu stepped forward, ready to act. Qin Chuan tossed her a metal sphere. Hold on to this. She caught it and nodded. What's that? Ding Xian's eyes widened at the sphere. Have you heard about the special assessment in this selection? Qin Chuan asked, knowing Ding Xian was also a Jin City transfer. Yeah. Ding Xian nodded, eyeing the sphere. Did you find a key fragment? Li Silu corrected him. I didn't find it. I got it from a beast I killed. Same difference. Ding Xian shrugged. You're lucky to get a key fragment. You'll be among the first to enter and find lots of goodies. Qin Chuan caught the implication. Enter where? Not sure, Ding Xian admitted. But I've heard a place distinct from the island will appear for the special assessment. It's more of an adventure. Even the officials don't know much about it. The place is said to have many treasures, so everyone wants a key fragment to be among the first inside. Early bird gets the worm, you know? Ding Xian respected Qin Chuan, so he shared openly. A new place, an adventure? Qin Chuan pondered. This area was all sea and islands. Where would a new place emerge? Under the sea? Before I left, my dad warned me not to get involved without armor. He implied the new place might be otherworldly. I guess it could be a meteor or something from space, Ding Xian speculated. Li Silu suddenly suggested, an alien spaceship? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.